Chapter 551 The God of Destruction of the Blue, the Lord of the Supreme Law. Please collect. Please subscribe. Both sides stand on their own side. Such a competition is naturally a 1v1 battle. If either Pokemon loses its combat power or surrenders, the game ends. Suhu stunned the Pokeball without hesitation. Come out, Charizard! Roar! Charizard roared, then fluttered his wings and floated in the sky. His fiery red body looked particularly strong. The blazing flames on his tail also proved his strength. Lin Chen couldn't help but click when he saw this scene. Charizard is indeed much stronger. After possessing Mega Evolution, he has become much more proficient in the use of the power of law. Even now it can already cast blue fire. Such a speed of progress is probably inseparable from the careful teaching of the Nine Saint. On the other side, Leah also took out her Pokeball. It's your turn, Mage Arna. Maji. Mage Arna appeared on the stage. The last time I saw this Pokemon was outside the secret realm of Tanteiu's family. Relying on the strength of the reverse elite, he fought with it for a long time. Unexpectedly, this Pokemon of Leah was actually Mage Arna. This surprised 06 Lin Chen, and then he understood. I'm afraid this Mage Arna is not newly made. Judging from the color of his body, it is indeed a dull silver white. If it was made, it would be a golden body. And this Mage Arna is the same one as before. Tanteiu's performance on the side is enough to prove this. Why did your Mage Arna send it to the Alliance? Lin Chen couldn't help asking. Tanteiu still looked cold and then whispered, yes, you know the previous situation, and then she was sent to the Alliance. The two people's conversation was like a puzzle, which made Long Yuking, who was sitting net to them, a little dissatisfied. What are they whispering about? It's obvious that they have parry and something behind their backs. Damn, they are behind again. When Lin Chen heard this, he immediately understood. The previous Tiansheng, an engineer of the ancient civilization, tried to revive the beast. Thus such a scam was created, and the Magiana at the door was actually used to select strong people. The suitable strong people were sent into it as a container to revive it. It was just that I didn't expect that the strength of the Tantai family would retreat so much that no one could enter it. Later, after Lin Chen entered, he successfully killed it. The Pokemon guarding the door, Mage Arna, naturally went crazy directly. This caused the head of the Tantai family to attack and then suppressed it. In this way, such a Pokemon could never be used by people. So the head of the Tantai family sent it to the Alliance and sold it at a random price. Unexpectedly, it can be seen here now. Obviously, after the mechanical Pokemon does not obey the instructions of humans, it is one of the options to make it obey the instructions of the android. More importantly, this Mage Arna is a real elite level strongman. I don't know if Suhu can realize this. If he is careless, he may also overturn here. At this time, the battle on the field has already begun. Suhu, who has always been bold, immediately issued an order. Charizard, use flamethrower. Roar. With the advantage of attribute, Suhu does not intend to miss this opportunity. The net moment, the fire energy around Charizard quickly condensed, and then a flame surged out of its mouth. Whoosh whoosh. The extreme heat made the surrounding air become illusory, and the temperature rose by several degrees. Leah was not to be outdone, and her eyes had already scanned Charizard's attribute. She directly issued an order. Mage Arna, use Psybeam. She knew clearly that in a head-on battle, when the attributes were restrained, the only way to make up for the disadvantage was to use other skills. As expected, the Psybeam directly acting on Charizard was more powerful than flamethrower. It should be faster. It immediately took effect on it. Several Magiana appeared in front of Charizard, but he couldn't tell them apart. It was obviously controlled by the illusion. Roar. Charizard roared, and it was also a Pokemon with a very strong mind, and it was not confused for too long. And the previous attack of flamethrower, but it had already hit the illusion, so it missed directly. This is the effectiveness of Leah's tactic. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he sighed in person. I have to say that the tactical command ability of the Bionic Man is still good, but I don't know if I can be as calm as I am now when I encounter other things, even whether their program will be broken from the outside by others and then completely rebel. This is indeed something that needs to be considered. After all, the technology of the Dusk Council is much more powerful than that of the Alliance. These two Bionic men must know a lot of internal information about the Alliance. If someone break through the firewall, I am afraid that a lot of information will be revealed. Of course, now is not the time to consider these. In the battle, Charizard had already attacked Mage Arna. When his claws collided with the opponent, he picked up bits of ember. Pure general attacks were not very effective against Mage Arna. After all, the opponent was a steel plus fairy type, and his melee ability was not weak at all. Leah gave an order when the two Pokemon collided. Mage Arna used Swift. Maji. When the two sides were deadlocked, Mage Arna directly used Swift, and countless meteors hit Charizard. Charizard roared in pain, and a flame swept out. This flame was completely different from the previous one. Its color was dark blue, but it was a flame that only is after Mega Evolution, but now it was already mastered by Charizard. Get out of the way. Leah gave the order quickly, but even so she was still stained by the dark blue flame. In an instant her whole body turned red and then a powerful energy emerged in Magiana's body. It's the power of law. Lin Chen was a little surprised. After all, can a bionic man also activate the power of law? This is obviously not a skill that comes with Magiana's body but is acquired through training. Leah slowly said, the data has been analyzed and now we will fight back. At this time a war has begun. Chapter 552 The Battle of Mega Evolution, the Fog of the Distorted World. Please collect. Please subscribe. Such a sentence also made Su-Hu stunned for a moment. The fighting spirit revealed by this bionic man was not weaker than the opponent he met before. Are you going to start fighting back? He repeated subconsciously. Then Su-Hu's mouth corners slightly raised. He also wanted to see what kind of response strategy this bionic man could have. Then Leah quickly issued an order. Mage Arna, use Misty Terrain. Maji. Then Mage Arna cried out, urging the fairy energy. Soon the entire ring turned into a vast e-pans of white. Majerna's figure disappeared in the mist. Su-Hu frowned. He knew that such a misty terrain could not be blown away by the hurricane formed by flapping wings, but he also had his own countermeasures. Charizard, fly to the sky. Roar. Charizard's vibrating wings slowly lifted him up. Then his figure became farther and farther and higher and higher. His countermeasure was to use his flying advantage and then use long-range attacks to make himself invincible. Although Mage Arna also had the ability to float, she was not an excellent flyer. Roar. Charizard roared again and a huge flame as long as 10 meters sprayed down. This scene was extremely shocking. I saw Majerna's figure disappear in the thick fog and I couldn't see what happened inside. Boom. But the net moment, a colorful light as thick as 1 meter immediately shot up into the sky. It looked particularly spectacular. Lin Chen naturally recognized that this was a dazzling gleam. Before that it could be regarded as Sylvian's killer bronze skill. Seeing this move, Su-Hu was not panicked at all. Charizard, use agility. Roar. At this distance it can't hit me. Charizard flapped his wings and easily dodged the attack. The media watching the game were all stunned. Although you can't see the situation clearly, why do you still want to take action in this situation? Is it because you are afraid that your physical strength will not be consumed fast enough? I'm afraid there's not much suspense in this game. How can such tactical command ability be compared with Su-Hu? But who is this girl in front of me? And there is a twin sister who look exactly like her. Anyway, this is a hot topic and can be reported well. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Leah, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. He also claimed in surprise, I didn't expect that bionic people have this function. The net moment, it was a dazzling gleam shot up into the sky. This time however the energy intensity seemed to be weaker and the thickness was reduced. But this season made Su-Hu frown. Why would the opponent use the same skill? Could there be a trick? Su-Hu, who was always cautious, gave the order directly. Charizard, continue agility. Roar. He used the same tactic and the colorful light shot up into the sky in an instant and then passed by Charizard. The same move didn't work the first time and it won't work the second time, Su-Hu said proudly, but his face suddenly changed the net moment. I saw the colorful light in the sky circling around and then attacking Charizard from the back. Flurb. There was only a loud noise and Charizard stumbled violently and was almost smacked down to the ground. The powerful energy fluctuations made everyone present have their hair blown up by the strong wind. The mist gradually dissipated and everyone widened their eyes. Unexpectedly the size of this Magiana has changed and she has undergone Mega Evolution. What? This Magiana can actually Mega Evolution? When did she do it? How come I didn't notice it at all? What's going on with them? The first dazzling gleam was just faint and it was to prepare for the second time. This girl's tactical command ability is quite good. I don't know where it came from. Amidst countless discussions, Su-Hu frowned, and Lin Chen was not surprised to see this scene. When the thick fog spread before, he had already noticed this and the reminder of the all-knowing eye had already made him discover it. But even he didn't expect that the artificial Pokemon controlled by the bionic man could actually communicate with him. From then on he had a Mega Evolution form. I'm afraid they are all Machina mods so they can communicate better. At this time Majana's Zhou Sheng returned to a dazzling gold color. The gear on her wrist protrudes like a flywheel. The luster on her body becomes more obvious and her size increases a lot. From any angle you can see that she has become stronger. Roar. Charizard was hit hard by this blow. If it weren't for his strong physique, this blow would have killed him instantly. But he is Su-Hu. Su-Hu did not show weakness and directly issued an order. Then don't even think about escaping. Charizard used the fire vort. Roar. A fierce fire vort and then enveloped it. And with this move even Magiana can't escape. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then looked at Su-Hu. What will he do? Then Su-Hu held the keystone in his hand and also had a Charizard's X Mega Evolutionary Stone Eye. But in the end he gave up this move. In such a small competition the opponent has already summoned a divine beast to win. So during this period of time it is inevitable that Zhao's Mega Evolution cannot be performed directly. In the flame flame Vort Magiana was not willing to give in and instantly crashed into the mist. Although the whole painting does not have much description, it is a real artistic treasure. Flurb. There was another loud noise and Magiana, who got rid of the flame Vort, immediately fought with Suhu's Charizard. Both sides attacked with fist and flesh and no food was allowed, otherwise they would be completely at a disadvantage. Suhu nodded and then issued an order again. Although I disdain to use the Mega Evolution form Ku, then use this move to decide the outcome. Suhu's words made Lin Chen a little curious and he also stared at the ring. As for the 9 saints on the side, seeing Suhu suffered a heavy blow, he did not press anything. He was more, I hope my apprentice can train himself. Then Suhu slowly opened his mouth and gave instructions. Chapter 553 God of Mechanical Ascension, the power to destroy everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen heard Suhu's word and was looking forward to how he could fight back. As of now the opponent's level is slightly higher than Charizard and there is also a Mega Evolution form. Such Mage Arna cannot be defeated without some special means. And now Suhu is just using his own attribute restraint and struggling to support, and he may be defeated at any time. As long as the opponent finds a flaw, Charizard will be completely defeated. Similarly, it is obvious that this Leah can communicate with Mage Arna. They are both mechanical creations and do not need language communication. When they work together they are like the most sophisticated machinery without any flaws. The media watching the show have the same attitude. It looks like it's over. Who is this girl? Why have I never seen her before? And there are twin sisters in the audience. Such suppression power has probably reached the middle level of the elite class. I'm afraid Charizard can't stand it anymore. There were countless discussions but Suhu never gave up. He stared at Mage Arna in front of him trying to find flaws in the opponent's movement. Roar. Charizard also didn't give up. Although he was losing ground he still resisted. There was another loud noise. After being hit by the huge gear on the arm of 707, Mage Arna Charizard flew backward, and this time it was the only time to pull away. Until this time Suhu's mouth finally raised. The long-awaited opportunity finally came. Now Suhu roared loudly and gave orders to Charizard at the same time. Charizard use Explosive Flame. Roar. Amid the thunderous roar the air around Charizard began to be sucked into his lungs like a whale swallowing, and then the powerful fire law appeared around him like a substance and mysterious symbols appeared around him. Then a blazing fireball condensed in Charizard's mouth, causing the temperature around it to rise by several degrees. This scene surprised Lin Chen a little. Originally I thought Suhu might need to use Mega Evolution to defeat his opponent, but now it seems that he has taken another path. Explosion Flame. A hot fireball as big as a millstone blasted away like a meteorite falling from the sky, burning the earth. Mage Arna, who had just used Ag-J to hit continuously, wanted to avoid it, but he found that he had fallen into Suhu's trap. This is a ring match. Although Suhu's Charizard has been retreating and seems to be losing step by step, he is actually pulling the battle to the edge of the ring intentionally or unintentionally. Now this attack is not unavoidable, but if you choose to avoid it, Mage Arna will inevitably fall off the ring and lose. But if you are hit by this Explosive Flame, I'm afraid it won't be good. Lia's eyes kept scanning the intensity of the fireball, and at the last moment she finally gave an order. Mage Arna, avoid it. Maji. After hearing the command, Mage Arna immediately evacuated at high speed, leaving the range of the arena and then lost. Seeing this, Tan Taiyu on the side was also a little surprised. Generally speaking, bionic people or mechanical creations are fighting to the end and will never give up until the task is completed. I didn't expect that this Leah is so humane. Lin Chen also raised his eyebrows, not because of Leah but because he was amazed at Suhu's talent. Before, Suhu would never have this skill but only realized it after selecting the Z Pure Crystal. But you have to know that they just arrived at the Alliance treasure yesterday, which means that even if Suhu received the reward, he had spent a night of research. With such talent and such diligence, it is no wonder that he can achieve such an achievement. Explosion Flame. This skill is not only powerful but also has a special feature. That is, through the Z Pure Crystal it can be upgraded to super strong Extreme Flame Bomb. Not all skills can be upgraded. Only certain powerful skills are worthy of the energy of Z Pure Crystal. Boom. Mage Arna barely avoided this Explosive Flame at the last moment. This is also the best conclusion drawn by Leah through the calculation of Extreme data. If she didn't do this, Mage Arna would be seriously injured. She would still lose the game at that time. Even so, Mage Arna was still burned by this high temperature fireball and her silver body was forged red in an instant. Obviously it was already burning unbearably without contact. Boom. Although he dodged it, the protective shield set up by the middle level elite strongman on the ring in the center of the alliance was directly hit by the Explosive Flame. Crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the protective shield and then it suddenly shattered and turned into countless spots of light. But this attack was still powerful and continued to fly towards the audience. It's over. Seeing the oncoming media reporters, he had had only one thought in his mind and he collapsed to the ground. With their speed it is not easy to escape. Ray, an old voice came and Juzheng, who was standing aside as a referee, took action. His martial arts lion was summoned at some point. The champion level momentum swept the entire field and the martial arts lion shouted and quickly punched hundreds of times with both hands. Flowing water combo. Compared to the martial arts lion of the one-hit flow, it is a combo style and its moves are like continuous flowing water dissipating it one after another. It's not that it can't shatter the explosive flame, but the explosive flames are just like its name. Once hit it will explode directly and the flying sparks will burn the entire alliance center. So the martial arts lion used this the most reliable way. After a moment the entire explosion flame slowly dissipated and turned into a red spot of light. Those media reporters had completely collapsed on the ground. Just a moment ago they all thought they were dead. Being hit by the killer copper of the elite level strongman, I am afraid that not even a scum will be left. Fortunately champion Juzheng is here, otherwise I am afraid I will have to plane here. However, even at the moment of life and death they did not put down the cameras in their hands. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but admire their professionalism and then took back Salamanki's poke ball in his hand. Even if the Nine Saints had not taken action just now, Lin Chen was confident that he could save several people with Salamanki's extreme speed. But the arena in the center of the alliance may not be saved. Chapter 554, The Demon King Who Suppressed the World. The news that shocked the whole country. Please subscribe. The press science of several photographers changed from extreme fear to abnormal joy in just a few seconds. I'm afraid that only girlfriends who have SE a few days a month can change their faces like this, and they change their faces faster than turning pages of a book. One of them even shed a pool of unknown liquid on the ground and it seemed that she was really scared. I was scared to death, but it was all worth it. If I don't make the hot surge today, who will? I almost lost my life. Suhu is too strong. The flame of this Charizard was blue. I wanted to say it last time during the Mega Evolution. The temperature seems to be higher. Even the protective shield of the middle level of Elite can't stop it. It's just a monster. Don't be a monster. There is a real monster standing behind him. The big devil is in charge and suppressed for an era. Several media reporters who escaped death actually chatted. I have to say that they have a big heart in this industry. No fear at all. The psychological quality is simply amazing. As for the battle, it was completely over at once. Suhu looked at Charizard with satisfaction, his face full of pride. He was still very satisfied with the result. After all, after getting the Z crystal last night, he started to study it. To some extent he is just another form of martial art fanatic. Zhu Sheng also nodded. He let Wudao Bear Master personally experience the strength of this attack and was very satisfied. He was able to make Wudao Bear Master hit so many punches in a row before it completely dissipated. In addition, Wudao Bear Master actually has a restraint in attributes which is enough to laugh at many elite. He immediately raised his hand and announced, I declare that Suhu won this game. As soon as this was said, the surrounding shiny lights lit up one after another, capturing Lin Chen and his party present. Lin Chen secretly sighed. This time it won't be me who was on the hot search. I have to say that Suhu's strength has improved amazingly. Originally in this god-killing team he was a little difficult to adapt to the elite level. After all, Tan Taiyu and Long Yuking are both Huisigod Pokemon with a much higher talent limit and racial value, and Tan Taiyu also has the special function of deification at the bug level. There is indeed a certain gap in hard power, but now it seems that Lin Chen was overthinking. I lost. The Bionic Man Lia did not have any negative emotions. She was originally driven by the program. When she chose to give up the battle, it was just to prevent Magiana from being seriously injured, so she naturally did not have any negative emotions. Compared with humans, this is actually an advantage, that is, she will never be driven by emotions and lose control. Many people lose their sense of proportion when their emotions fluctuate greatly because of rage or sadness, which leads to mistakes in tactical command or decision making. Now you have a general assessment of the strength of the Bionic Man. Zhu Sheng spoke slowly and the others all nodded. This situation was unexpected. Originally it was thought that the so-called elite level Bionic Man would be unreliable except for Lin Chen, and everyone had seen Magiana's strength just now. Lia not only used Misty Terrain to hide her figure first, then he used Dazzling Gleam twice to confuse the opponent, making the opponent careless, and then killed him with one blow. However, it was because Suhu's Charizard was strong that he was not killed instantly. Otherwise it would have been completely over before that. When the killing move failed, Lia also took advantage of the information gap in just a few seconds to create an advantage of Mega Evolution. Then there was a continuous attack which made Charizard almost breathless. It was also because Suhu was there, otherwise even an ordinary elite level mid-level strongman would probably have to die on the spot. Then this explosive flame was what everyone didn't expect. They didn't even know what skill it was. In short, the two of them presented every everyone with an extremely exciting battle, and it was natural that this exciting battle became a hot search. In his free time, Lin Chen took out his mobile phone and started to browse the hot searches. 0 Seeking Flowers. As a result, the hot search title he saw net almost made him spit out a mouthful of water. With such a title, those who know it think that Su Hu is fighting on the field, and those who don't know it think that it is Lin Chen on the field. Why the Great Demon King can't give a title without the traffic password right? And the comments below are even more outrageous. Great Demon King. Oh, I read it wrong. That fine. This battle is also very exciting. Who are those two mysterious girls? Why haven't you heard of it before? Why didn't you inform us in advance about a match that can have the 9 Saints champion as the referee? Let's buy tickets to watch it. 0. Yes, we can even start a gambling game. Get lost, you gambler upstairs. But this Su Hu has always been in contact with the Great Demon King. It's not surprising that he is so powerful. What a pity. I still want to see the Great Demon King on stage. And what is Su Hu's last move? Why do I feel like I've never seen it before? Is this move included in the fire skills? By the way, it seems to be an exclusive move. Didn't someone publish a paper recently? There are not many exclusive moves. Just as people were talking about exclusive moves, Apo suddenly jumped into the hot search. It wasn't new news, but the Marshadow summoned by Unknown in the secret realm of the Imperial Capital Academy when Lin Chen and Tan Taiyu were there before. At that time, Marshadow also used an exclusive skill. Why didn't I say I've seen this move before? It turns out to be a special skill. His roar is so cool. Can other Pokemon use special skills, or can only certain ones use it? How to trigger such a special skill? Coach, I want to learn special skills. Wait, look who wrote this paper. When someone dug out the paper, it set off a wave of enthusiasm again. The signature on the special skill was a familiar name, Lin Chenji. Chapter 555. The Z Crystal that shocked the world. The special skill of the mythical bees. Please collect. Please subscribe. No one could have thought that Lin Chen submitted the paper quietly again without any wind leaking out, and the media that could discover this were naturally the omnipotent media. They specially sent someone to keep an eye on the paper publication library every day. Unpectedly, he really waited for it, and Lin Chen never expected that he was watching the hot search and eating melons, but he ended up eating it on his head. It's simply outrageous. During this period, since the last time he came back from the secret realm, Lin Chen had already started to prepare for the paper on Z crystals. It was just delayed by the elite friendly match, and once the data of 3D Dragon was upgraded and evolution was 3D Dragon Z form, these tasks were naturally easy to handle. So with the helping hand of 3D Dragon, Lin Chen's 707 paper research was simply a day of Norman, so it was completed quickly. This time he didn't think about it and published it directly. On the one hand, he had saved a lot of Z crystals, and on the other hand, whether the Dusk Council knew about Z crystals or not, the alliances that had declared war on it were indeed much worse in technology. In this way, the chances of winning were much smaller. There is a saying that if technology is not enough, mutation will make up for it, and Z crystals are similar to Mega Evolutionary Stoneite, which is a door to open the potential of Pokemon and a kind of mutation, and the conditions for this are actually more stringent than Mega Evolution. After all, Mega Evolution only requires Mega Evolutionary Stoneite and Keystone, as well as the unity of mind between Pokemon and owner. Those who can cultivate Pokemon to the highest stage of evolution basically meet these 2 points. The biggest problem is the difficulty of collecting 2 kinds of stones, but the others are not a problem. Unless it is like Lin Chen and Garchomp, who captured a Pokemon in the middle of the journey, it is possible that they cannot communicate with each other, but as they get along with Pokemon they can quickly become tacit. However, it is not easy to open the Z moves of Z crystals. In addition to collecting Z crystals of corresponding attributes, it depends more on whether the Pokemon really has potential. This is also related to cultivation. The first threshold is to learn specific skills. Most Pokemon cannot learn this skill, and it all depends on understanding. For example, Su Hu's Charizard has been cultivated for many years. As early as the opening ceremony performance of the Youth League a long time ago, it can be seen that his Charizard has a very high control over fire, so he can learn the skill of Explosion Flame so quickly. Other Pokemon have skills with different attributes and even some special skills such as the general type Snurlaw, which needs to learn Giga Impact. Then it can become a serious big attack. An Eevee's last resort skill can also become 9 Colors Sublimation Gathering at the top. 9 Colors Sublimation Gathering at the top gathers the 8 Pokemon evolved by Eevee and together gives Eevee power to improve the powerful moves of attack, defense, special attack, special defense and speed. In the real world, the 2 levels will represent a top level enhancement. In short, this Z crystal can make Pokemon's skills extremely powerful. The reason why the paper was published so easily is mainly due to the situation. After seeing the strength of the state machine of the 8 alliances, Lin Chen must rely on the power of the alliance to strengthen strengthen himself to the greatest extent. So when publishing the paper he had already talked with the official of the Alliance, and the other party would helping hand do their best to find the Z crystals needed for their Pokemon. At the same time a large sum of money and other resources were awarded. Basically most of Lin Chen's NET training resources can be directly collected from the official Alliance. Such benefits I am afraid can only be enjoyed by champion level strongmen. I didn't expect this result. Lin Chen couldn't help sighing as he looked at the comments on the hot search. And this time the comment area plotted again and many comments were flooding the screen like a tsunami. Fuck. I was just watching the video of Suhu's battle and I was still wondering what this skill was. Who would have thought that the NET second I would see the Great Demon King publish a paper again or about the Z skill that all Pokemon may use. So Suhu's learning of this skill is also because of the Great Demon King. When seeing this Lin Chen was a little helpless. He didn't expect that he would be given such a credit 0. In fact Suhu really learned the explosive flames because of his talent and his research on Pokemon training which had little to do with him. Of course if you have to say it. In the secret realm the other party saw the exclusive skills used by Marshadow and knew how to use Z crystals so he went back to conduct research. If he hadn't seen these he would not have taken the initiative to study and even in the Alliance treasury he would not have chosen the Z crystal of fire Pokemon. Suhu naturally saw these words but he didn't care. After all Lin Chen had saved his life several times, how could he be angry with him for this? Zhu Sheng on the side also took a look at the paper and then sighed. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed young and powerful. Although I have never found the Mega Evolutionary Stone of the martial arts Bear Master of Mega Evolution that you mentioned before, it is useless even if I prepare the keystone. But this Z crystal really helped me this time. The Z crystal of the fighting system is easy to find. It should be in the Alliance treasury. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then responded. Zhu Lao Miu 59 likes it's just a little research and it's also for the development of the entire Alliance. Then Lin Chen looked at it with a look that only he and Zhu Sheng understood. Indeed the only ones who knew about the catastrophe were the two of them, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu, but even they didn't know that the catastrophe was so close to coming. Lin Chen's move was indeed selfless. For the development of the entire Alliance he did not hesitate to take out his experimental results so easily. As expected of him he always has the world in mind. Soon Zhu Sheng led Lin Chen and his party to leave the arena in the Alliance Center and returned to the meeting room deep in the Alliance Center. After everyone sat down Zhu Sheng touched his long beard and then slowly said, "Listen carefully to everything I say." NET Chapter 556 Entering the Sky City, the Eternal World Tree. Please collect. Please subscribe. Seeing Zhu Sheng's serious presence, Lin Chen already knew what he was going to say. Are you really going? Lin Chen couldn't help asking. In his judgment the risk of doing so now was too great. Although Lin Chen and Zhu Sheng were playing dumb here, the others also vaguely realized that what Zhu Sheng announced might be a very dangerous thing. They might even encounter an accident. Only the two sisters Lilas on the side didn't care much. After all they were just two bionic people. Although they had human emotions they didn't have much feeling for Zhu Sheng. Zhu Sheng nodded and then looked at Lin Chen. Yes, it has been decided. In fact we must go this time, otherwise we will never be able to see the true face of the Twilight Council. After saying this Zhu Sheng raised his head full of pride. His powerful voice echoed throughout the conference room for a long time. NET, you should know what the responsibilities of your god-killing team are. Your name is god-killing. Even if they are gods you must kill them. And we old guys also have our own team composed of champions. In the NET period of time we will prepare a battle plan and then go to the Sky City where the Twilight Council is located. Of course you may not be able to see that my lifespan is almost over. Stepping into the champion level means touching the realm of God, so I can clearly know when I will die. So before I die I will use my remaining heat. The sudden words made everyone stunned. Even Lin Chen only knew that Zhu Sheng was going to the Sky City, but he didn't know that his lifespan was almost over. Why is this happening? The person who couldn't accept it the most was Suhu. It wasn't that he felt that he would have no one to teach him in the future, but in his concept a teacher is a father for life. But now he was suddenly told that his master was going to die and he couldn't accept it. At least he couldn't accept it so calmly. Zhu Sheng looked at Suhu with a smile. The last disciple he accepted, although the time was not long, I could really feel the other party's sincerity. After all, people will die. If I die before the catastrophe then I won't be able to play any role. Besides, think about it, this is our chance. The technology level of the Twilight Council is much higher than ours and there are many old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. At this time if we sucker punch we may really be able to get some ways to prolong life. At that time we can still be master and apprentice for a long time. Hearing these words Suhu's eyes were already a little tearful. He knew that this possibility was very small. Although it was not impossible, the chance of escaping unscathed after fighting fighting with the Dusk Council was probably very small. Lin Chen also sighed a little. He didn't expect that Zhu Sheng was about to die for a champion unless he could break through the master level. But there is no master level strongman in the entire alliance that is already a strongman who can compete with the third level god. Of course these are just Lin Chen's inferences. After all, in the present, in the real world, I have never met a strong man at the level of a leader, but in this world the beast is too strong, so strong that it is daunting, and if they cannot break through to the level of a leader, then the champion is their end. Previously Rusev of the Eagle Alliance betrayed the alliance because of his lifespan, bringing shame to his family, but he also wanted to protect his family for a few more years. There is no right or wrong in the world, only position. The law of the jungle is the eternal law. So Zhoulao are all the champions who went this time in the same situation as you? Long Yuking on the side spoke slowly. As far as she knew, the Long family would also have a champion ancestor going. This was the news known in advance. The ancestor of the Long family had already begun to explain his affairs some time ago. Since then the clan members have been a little strange. Unexpectedly the ancestor still has such a mission. Zhu Sheng nodded. After announcing these things he also looked much older. Yes, it's like this now. There are still many people who have a long lifespan. They were stopped by us. They need to protect the entire alliance and need to be well. Zhu Sheng did not say the two words alive. After all, saying this would undoubtedly be announcing his death to Su Hu. He couldn't say this sentence, but the meaning of it was already known to everyone present. Before coming, no one expected that the thing to be announced was such a thing. Didn't the previous Rusev live for more than 380 years and still be alive? How come you are only over 200 years old and you? Su Hu couldn't help asking. He had too much reluctance in his heart. Zhu Sheng slowly spoke. Isn't this the same as you? When you were young you were full of youth and relied on your own strength. You use your strength violently, and Wudao Bear Master is a fighting Pokemon. Mastering too much violent power will be like raw iron, extremely easy to break. 707. And at the peak of the elite level you realized the true meaning of champion, and then let Wudao Bear Master master the combo style as long as the water flow, and then advanced to champion. It's just that the hidden injuries left in youth can never be repaired. So Su Hu, you have to remember that hardness is easy to break. Lin Chen finally understood why Zhu Sheng, a water A-type plus fighting champion, would choose a fire apprentice, which is a completely contradictory master and apprentice. In fact, when Zhu Sheng saw Su Hu, it was like seeing himself when he was young. That's why he accepted him as his disciple. At this time Lin Chen heard these words and knew Zhu Sheng's hidden injury. He did have the life jade which could eliminate his hidden injury and let him live for hundreds of years. But this matter is serious and Lin Chen must not reveal his trump card. After all, in terms of extending lifespan there is already a precedent of Rusev of the Eagle Alliance. After all, no one can say that Rusev is a bad person. He used to be a champion who was loyal to the alliance. It's a pity that he changed in the end. So you need to be extra cautious. Lin Chen made up his mind that if the 9 saints could come back, he 3D dragon and the world tree would think of a way to treat them. Chapter 557. The Supreme Creation God's Authority. The Invisible Shura Field. Please collect. Please subscribe. No one thought that the thing he came here to tell me today was such a thing. It's like in peacetime no one has ever cared about how many armies there are in the world, the strength and equipment of different alliances, and the advantages and disadvantages of technological levels. I'm afraid only those military geeks will carefully explore these. But once it comes to life and death, the focus of the entire alliance will be here. The words of the 9 elders are like a heavy hammer hitting everyone. You are the youngest generation without any lifespan pressure. So don't think about anything, just keep attacking champion. I believe each of you can reach my level. Zhu Sheng's eyes were full of expectation. For him, when he looked at Su Hu, it was like seeing himself when he was young. Looking at Long Yuking and Tan Tai, they were also the most promising young people with the most superior resource support. They will definitely be able to reach the champion level in the future. The 2 bionic people Yalis behind them may not be able to reach the elite level for their whole lives, but they represent the highest technology of the alliance and the progress of technology. It can be regarded as a revolution of the alliance that can be seen in one's lifetime. However, when Zhu Sheng looked at Lin Chen, there was only endless mystery. How did such a young man rise so suddenly in such a short time? He even burst out with energy that was not inferior to any champion level strongman. Such a person is like a mist. He looked at Lin Chen and said slowly, maybe the rest of the people can't do that, but I see hope in you. Everyone present naturally understood that what Zhu Sheng said was to break through the champion level and become the only headmaster in the world. In fact, even the level of the headmaster is only known from a few words in history in the present world. Those saffron eras in the ancient times had far more strength than now. Even in that era the appearance of the headmaster was rare. No one knows where the final realm of God leads to, and Zhu Sheng has lost his direction in his years of research. He doesn't know what what the right path is. Is it the power of the law, or the bowing moves of the martial arts lion, or the ultimate driving energy? He doesn't know. Just like this road, it has never been so dark before. Lin Chen was also slightly moved when he heard Zhu Sheng's word, but now he can't directly take out the life gem to treat it. Zhu Lao, I have made some breakthroughs in my research on lifespan recently, so I can take a look at it for you after you come back too. Lin Chen finally chose to speak. Such words are undoubtedly a shot of confidence for Zhu Sheng. Originally, this old man who only had half a year to live could only think about saving his life after he had hope. Otherwise, I am afraid that this time Zhu Sheng will have no hope of coming back. Good. Zhu Sheng originally thought that Lin Chen deliberately said such words to motivate himself in order to let himself come back alive. But when he looked into Lin Chen's eyes, the sincerity in his eyes could not be faked. It didn't seem like a joke, but there was really a way to keep himself alive. When I think of Lin Chen's identity, in addition to being the most talented elite-level powerhouse in history, he is also the most recognized Pokemon research professor in the 8 major alliances. In fact, he has reached the qualification of professor, but the other party has never had time to accept the certification. He has brought several inventions that can change the course of human history, whether it is the discovery of the fairy system evolution instrument, or Phoebe's evolution melodic, and the resonance of mega evolutionary stoneite and keystone, plus the publication of the Z crystal paper, all show his in-depth research on Pokemon. Such a person may really be able to. Okay. Zhu Sheng repeated this sentence again and then looked at everyone else. For now, only the highest instructions and a few of us old guys know about this sucker punch operation in the entire alliance, and the specific time will be determined. I'll let you know before we set off. Before that, you need to practice your tactics so that you can deal with the large-scale enemies of the Twilight Council. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhu Sheng was full of energy when he e-planed, and he didn't look like an old man at all. After that, after announcing these, everyone dispersed. During this time, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu invited Lin Chen to have lunch together. Su Hu on the side was very tactful and left quietly. He didn't want to be a light bulb, but chose to find Zhu Sheng to continue practicing for him. Although this master had only been in contact for a short time, he was very dedicated to him. In the restaurant, Lin Chen looked at the two beauties on the left and right and felt that the eyes of the whole restaurant were focused on him. Obviously, the three people were recognized by everyone as soon as they entered the restaurant, and under the induction of the eye of all-knowing, there was a group of extremely fast-moving auras outside the window. Such a top speed, it can only be that group of dedicated paparazzi. Soon the paparazzi had already taken their positions outside the window and then set up their cameras like extremely professional snipers who only needed to aim to kill with one shot. Professionalism is perfect. Lin Chen had already expected that after 10 minutes the entire hot search list would be full of photos of himself, Tan Taiyu and Long Yuking by Zhaoda. Two peerless beauties travel together and the three of them have lunch together. With such treatment, I am afraid that countless people will be jealous of me, right? What's wrong? The taste of this restaurant has always been good. Long Yuking looked at Lin Chen a little unnatural and then asked softly. Tan Taiyu on the side did not say anything. As for what food to eat, she has always been hardworking and has never done any research. Oh, nothing, I just think the wind today is too noisy and cold. Lin Chen said such a confusing sentence which made Long Yuking stunned for a moment. Then the waiter of the high-end restaurant, wearing a black dress, he came up with a bow tie and a tray. First he put down 3 glasses of aperitif and then whispered, "It has been prepared according to the arrangement of Miss Long." Obviously this time it was a hungmen banquet. Chapter 558 Two Women Fighting for One Man. The plot of Yandere. Please collect. Please subscribe. After talking about the dishes, the waiter retreated silently with extremely light movements, paying attention to the privacy of every diner. "It seems that you have prepared this in advance." Lin Chen couldn't help asking. For him, he really hasn't eaten in restaurants outside and he always eats meals cooked by Chenxi. But after eating he must change clothes. Otherwise, if Chenxi smells the smell, he might go crazy. Not eating the food at home but going out to eat. This situation is equivalent to the wild flowers are fragrant when the flowers at home are not fragrant. It will be fatal. When Long Yuking heard Lin Chen's words, her expression was still calm. "I didn't prepare it in advance, it's just a daily restaurant." Such a restaurant in the center of the most prosperous business district is just a daily restaurant. It's really inhumane. However, after seeing the two powerful families of Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu, it's not surprising. In fact, even Lin Chen's own wealth can live like this without any effort. It's just that Lin Chen doesn't have so many material desires, not to mention that the situation is critical now. If it were peacetime, Lin Chen would be willing to take Pokemon out for a stroll every day, eat some delicious food and see the prosperity of the world. Sylvian likes the hustle and bustle the most, so he can also take him out to collect some wind. And Melodic, who likes taking selfies the most, will definitely take his mobile phone to check in at various scenic spots. To be honest, this kind of 710 life is not bad. He suddenly remembered something very eye-catching. He had dinner with 2 beautiful women, so the matter might have been e-pose. How could he forget this again? Lin Chen looked up at his leg. Zoroark was staring at him. Alina's big eyes seemed to say, eat so you can get going after eating. Lin Chen was sweating all of a sudden. Zoroark liked to stay in his own shadow before, and he never paid attention to this matter. After all, who wouldn't be happy to have a white-haired loli accompany him? Moreover, such a Pokemon that is good at hiding itself and can use illusion is also a life-saving weapon. Basically no threat can invade him. But I didn't expect that I was caught on the spot for having dinner with other girls. What a mistake. Ruan, what are you daydreaming about? Just when Lin Chen was still daydreaming, Tan Taiyu on the left suddenly spoke, startling him. Are those things you said to Zhu Lao true? Her question was a relatively sharp one, which made Lin Chen completely stunned. He thought about it for a while and then said yes and no. It sounds like a riddle, but in fact this is the real answer. He has not developed any technology that can change lifespan. This technology can make humans live longer or even just live longer, which goes against the development and process of mankind. It is not surprising that he was awarded the highest honor, but in fact Lin Chen has the power of authority of the alpaca archaea, the healing effect from the life gem. Such things can't be considered technology, but they can save the lives of the 9 saints. Hearing this, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu frowned at the same time but didn't ask any more questions. After all, if Lin Chen wanted to say something, he would e-plane it. If there was no e-planation, it could only be said that he didn't intend to say it. After the dishes were served, Lin Chen was not polite at all. From the cold dish of roasted oran berry before the meal to the big pot of milk mushroom soup to the steak for the main meal, they were all first class. Sure enough, after getting used to the taste of home, it is really good to try something new occasionally. However, this time Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu actually had other purposes, which Lin Chen knew from the beginning. After he had enough wine and food, he looked at the two of them and then whispered, "Tell me, what is the purpose of looking for me this time?" This question made the other two stunned and they showed admiring eyes. "Recently, it's you." Knowing our thoughts at once, Long Yuking's mouth corners slightly raised. Tan Taiyu also spread his hands to show that he had the same idea. Lin Chen immediately understood and asked, "Do the two families know that you are doing this?" Lin Chen knew their purpose from the beginning, that is, he wanted to wait until Juzheng and others went to the base of the Dusk Council and then secretly follow them, help when necessary. "Of course I don't know," Long Yuking continued. "After all, the two most powerful families in the imperial capital, the future patriarchs, have to take risks to go to the enemy camp. This kind of thing is impossible to pass." Hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. "Then why did you come to me?" "This is too risky. The three of us together may not be able to fight against a champion-level warrior. Why should we help them? If we encounter danger, we will have to distract the 9 saints and help us. Wouldn't that hinder them?" Hearing these words, Tan Taiyu frowned. "No, we won't attack directly. The Long family has a secret method that can hide the breath and is extremely difficult to detect. We will only appear when necessary and then the gods will come down. Even if we can't defeat the opponent, or you can use instant transfer to escape. And you have the special ability of perception. Just help us avoid the psychic champion. The chance of us encountering danger is not high. Unless it is a head-on collision, then you can go first. I will cover you," Tan Taiyu said decisively, obviously determined to go. Even if Lin Chen disagrees, she and Long Yuking will do it themselves. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and a gleam flashed in his eyes. "Why do you want to do this?" he asked the most core question. Tan Taiyu said softly, "You already knew it before. This time the team has our Tan Tai family's ancestor. The ancestor watched me grow up and I can't just watch him die like this." Long Yuking nodded, obviously for the same reason, but the two of them seemed reluctant to go after seeing Lin Chen's appearance. But Long Yuking was interrupted by Lin Chen before she finished her word. "If I let you go like this, you will definitely not come back. We are a team. Remember when we were in Tianzi Snowfield before? It's the same this time, but you have to listen to my command. If you act rashly when we are unable to take action, I will directly teleport away from there. Put your own safety first and do what you can." Chapter 559, Yandere Pokemon by Shui Live Start. Please collect. Please subscribe. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu showed joy on their faces. In their plan, Lin Chen is indeed an indispensable part. Of course, such a dangerous thing. If Lin Chen is unwilling to go, they will not force him. After all, it is very likely that he will not be able to come back this time. "Okay, we listen to you," Long Yuking said first, and then Tan Taiyu nodded. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and he took a bite of the food and chewed it slowly. "I have to say that the food here tastes good. It would be a pity if I can't eat it in the future." His words seemed to have a hint, but the two girls didn't quite understand. Lin Chen smiled again and whispered to them, "If you want me to go, there must be some reward." Seeing his presence, the two blushed instantly. Although they had similar ideas, they never thought that Lin Chen would take the initiative to propose it. Long Yuking blushed and never responded, and Tan Taiyu on the side seemed to have made up her mind. Okay, as long as you can help us, I'm willing to do anything. But at this time Lin Chen realized that they had misunderstood his thought. What a fart. I mean, just like last time, our share is 1 share per person, a total of 3 shares. As soon as this was said, Tan Taiyu's face was completely red and she turned her head away and stopped looking at Lin Chen. I didn't expect it to be like this. He looked like he was asking for something. It was really, and all of this was seen by the paparazzi outside, who immediately took a lot of photos. Among them Lin Chen said something to the 2 women and then the 2 women blushed. Pass it on. Lin Chen made the 2 women blush. Pass it on. The big devil asked the 2 women to do something. Pass it on. The big devil wants to enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives. At this time Lin Chen accidentally caught a glimpse of the paparazzi outside the window and immediately thought of something. It's over. It will probably be on the hot search again in 10 minutes. He suddenly thought of a very scary thing. That is, in the new world, Melodic is likely to see the hot search list when he is browsing his phone. At that time he will open the Shura field and Bai Shui will start directly on the spot. And suddenly there was a slight touch on his leg. This was Zoroark pinching his calf. The meaning of the warning is self-evident. I am afraid that if I don't restrain myself a little, I will have to face the Shura field of Pokemon. Ahem. Lin Chen coughed heavily, then cleared his throat and said, so don't let your imagination run wild. Don't have any extravagant thoughts about me. Of course, before we go we must make a strict plan, and there will be a set of rules and regulations when we implement it. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu nodded. Okay, we'll listen to you. Then let's share the information we know now. For Lin Chen, he must know basically all the information they know. But the most important thing is not to miss any details. After all, it is not certain that the 2 powerful families can receive some special information. The 2 women nodded and Long Yuking took the lead and said, this time the EACT time should be half a month later, so in this half month we can also conduct team training. Just this sentence alone is information that Lin Chen does not know yet. I'm afraid it is the funeral instructions given by the ancestor of the Long family. This is the same as what I got. Tan Taiyu nodded beside him and then added, as far as I know, not all the members of the Dark Organization of the Night were absorbed into the Twilight Council. A large number of people escaped during the chaos, and because of their lack of strength the other party did not pursue them. Lin Chen frowned when he heard this. You mean we can take the lead, find them and learn some of the layout of the Twilight Council? Both nodded and Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately he was not too arrogant, and now he has an idea. He suddenly remembered that the direction pointed by the round diamond was exactly the border of the Xia Kingdom Alliance, so there is still half a month left for him. You can go to find Diancie first. If you can get something, it will be a powerful force at that time. 0 Please give me flowers. Even if there is nothing, you can get some information about the Twilight Council. It's feasible no matter how you calculate it. I just know that there is a secret realm over there. It may be dangerous, but it is very rewarding. You can also divide it into 3 parts as before. The other 2 women nodded and said directly, the secret realm, you know, naturally you choose first. Lin Chen did not shirk his responsibility. The purpose of his trip was to subdue Diancie. Although he was not completely sure, at least the round pink diamond pointed to that place. The question he had always wondered was why the Twilight Council knew the place where the legendary Pokemon was sleeping. 0 This time he would most likely run into someone from the Twilight Council, so he had to be extremely careful. With the help of Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu he could save a lot of trouble. After Lin Chen explained some things to them, they agreed to set off directly tomorrow. After getting unanimous agreement, they happily started to eat. While eating dessert, Lin Chen casually picked up his phone and looked at the hot search list. He was stunned. Then he burst into an astonishing roar. What the hell? It was simply outrageous. A post titled, the following comments were swiping the screen like crazy. Fuck, my wife is gone. What do you mean your wife? That's my wife. A bunch of otakus fantasizing about unrealistic things all day long. Look at the practical man like the great demon king. You guys can just be jealous. This time there are pictures and the truth. This, if it's true, I'm afraid that if the great demon king coughs, the entire imperial capital will tremble in the future. These 2 favored girls from outside the province were actually captured by the great demon king. What a sin. At this time Lin Chen suddenly remembered Melodic voice in his mind. From the voice of rage, I'm afraid I can't go back today. The other party has already read the hot search and the Shura field is waiting for me. Corpse. Chapter 560. The Sky Overlord is coming. Pokemon Princess Diancie. Please collect. Please subscribe. Although I already know that I will face a Shura field after returning to the new world, I still have to keep smiling. At least I have to communicate with Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu. Then choose to leave. When leaving the restaurant, Lin Chen glared at the paparazzi not far away, scaring them to pack up their machines and run away. Okay, then let's prepare according to the battle plan we just talked about. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu nodded together. Obviously they have reached a consensus and prepared a series of battle plan. After the three of them parted, Lin Chen took out the pokeball directly, then threw it suddenly. Come out, Salamin. From here, Salamin slapped its wings and then took off with Lin Chen and disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a group of bewildered paparazzi. Damn, it was just a little bit away from capturing everything. From time to time several reporters yelled and cursed as if they had missed a treasure. After Lin Chen returned to the dormitory, he began to think about what he needed to prepare. Everything needed for the trip, such as capsule houses, drinking water and sufficient poke blocks, needs to be prepared. Of course these can be obtained from the official alliance, which is not a big deal. After Lin Chen prepared everything, he was ready to enter the new world to receive the training of the Shura field. Before entering, Lin Chen opened his mobile phone and took a look at the hot searches. Sure enough, the previous hot search was still gaining popularity. Sure enough, I am the traffic password. The hot search physique is really not worth it. The comments below are already 99999 plus and most of them are envy, jealousy and hatred. But there are still some people who began to discuss whether the big devil and these two future family heads gathered together for any other purpose. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly began to type the post. Yes, we have a love. As soon as this post came out, it was like a meteorite falling into the sea, causing huge waves. Lin Chen had to do this. If some elite or champion level strongmen saw them talking in secret, they would definitely guess something, and if something went wrong they would probably pay a greater price. The comment area was in an uproar and the message records were still constantly refreshing the screen. Fuck, is this an official announcement? What does this mean? There is a love between us? Who are you talking about by this so-called we? Long Yuking or Tan Taiyu? It can't be the two of them together. It was just a joke before, now the result is really confirmed. Wow, they started showing off on this day. It's amazing. Life is unpredictable. Big intestines are wrapped in small intestine. Obviously in Lin Chen's official comments many otakus broke up on the spot and the entire comment area was a scene of broken heart. And Tan Taiyu, who returned home, went directly to the training ground. Deification, she said softly and then pointed at Metagross with one hand, and the deep blue light flowed from her fingertips, and then Metagross's level was increased again. Bang bang bang. The NET moment, the whole training ground was filled with the sound of clacking, and Tan Taiyu had already started training. During the training break, Tan Taiyu wiped the sweat and looked at the big screen. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen, who was on the hot search, was hanging high on the list, and that Lin Chen's response was also directly pinned to the top by the official, and it was obvious that watching the fun was not a big deal. Seeing Lin Chen's response, Tan Taiyu frowned and thought he is not such a person. Although there were many doubts, Tan Taiyu's mouth corners were still slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. On the other side, Long Yuking entered the bathroom as soon as possible, and she also started to look at the hot searches while lying in the bathtub. Suddenly joy flashed in her eyes. Actually, Long Yuking was playing with water and had already started dancing. Why don't you say this to my face? She couldn't help but complain. After Lin Chen finished all this, he patted his head. This time it was completely over. He could have gotten away with it. Now it seems that even if he jumped into the river, he couldn't wash it clean. He could only lie down and get beaten. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and didn't think too much. He just appeared in the new world with a thought zero. As soon as he entered the new world, he saw Melodic looking at the hot searches on his phone with a bad face. It was obvious that he knew everything. Chimmy. Melodic rolled his eyes at Lin Chen and then pretended to be nothing. Lin Chen was a little surprised. Those who had to fight to the death on weekdays were now busy. Even Sylvian was already fighting in the training ground, doing his own training move. After all, the Z crystal of Sylvian had been found by the Alliance first, so Sylvian could learn some new skills. Every improvement of the Pokemons was seen by Lin Chen. Chimmy. Sensing Lin Chen's arrival, Sylvian looked back, but when he turned around he saw his master standing there quietly. In this moment everything was worth it. Lin Chen looked at them. Although he knew that others had seen the hot search, he must not pose it from here. The imagined Shura field just dissipated. I felt a little boring. After all, they were fighting to the death before. Now that they are not fighting, Lin Chen is a little uncomfortable. The remark he prepared have become insignificant. Indeed, before the catastrophe of heaven and earth, even the Pokemons began to prepare. 5-9. Looking at the little guys, all of them were like resentful women, so Lin Chen could only COA them one by one. He suddenly realized a problem. If there is no fighting, how can the Shura field be made? Wouldn't there be no special channel to share their progress? Lin Chen grabbed the Pokemons in each hand, and when it got dark they started leaping together until the faint light shone down. Another day had come. Lin Chen took a deep breath and sat up directly. Today was the day he agreed with Long and Tan Taiyu to go to the dark town on the edge of the imperial capital, where they would first investigate the cause cause and effect and then decide whether to stay here. The corners of his mouth slightly raised and then he sighed softly. Then let go. Go find the Pokemon Princess Diancie. Chapter 561, A Call Across Time and Space, A Secret of the Divine Beast Level. Please collect. Please subscribe. Early in the morning, Lin Chen came to the high-speed rail station and waited for the other two women. Although they could go through the official Alliance teleportation array or the Long family's private plane, in fact that would leave unusual traces. Teleporting to the border of the Alliance is almost telling the Nine Saints that they are going to be in danger. In that case, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu will probably be caught by their own ancestors. If they arrange a house arrest package, the three people's battle plan will be ruined on the spot. The same applies to using their own family's private plane. So these two means of transportation are directly passed, and using the most popular means of transportation such as high-speed rail requires several transfers. Although it takes a day to arrive, it will not arouse suspicion. At least the two major families will not be so detailed as to check the travel records of the future head of the family. The only disadvantage is that they may be attached to the paparazzi, and I am afraid that 06 will be on the hot search all the way. Of course, although Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu did not say it, in fact their two big families are happy to see this. They even support the competition between them and those champion-level ancestors. Although they also use communication tools, they don't look at the hot search. Therefore there is no risk of exposure. There is a saying in front of a person who has lived for more than 300 years. What already is when you are born is normal, nothing special. The incredible and creative things invented before you are 30 are worth investing in to make a career. New things that appear after you are 30 years old are against the laws of nature for you, and you think this will be the end of civilization. What's more, this group of old people who have lived for 300 years have long been out of touch with the time. They can only resist the changes of the times and keep themselves up with the time. At present the best one is Juzheng, and the others have never shown up, so Juzheng is the current champion level boss of the Alliance. The others may just be a strong thug. As soon as they met, Lin Chen saw Long Yuking wearing a vibrant goose yellow short skirt which made people's eyes light up. Tan Taiyu on the side was wearing a lake blue sportswear which looked very clean and neat. The biggest common point is pleasing to the eye. As soon as they saw Lin Chen, the two girls said in unison, "You're late." Lin Chen could only scratch his head and said repeatedly, sorry. It's because I spent too much time writing my paper last night. Are you ready?" Tan Taiyu shook her pocket, revealing a space storage bow indicating that she was ready. Then Lin Chen took out the 3 ticket he had already bought. These two young ladies definitely had no experience in buying tickets, so they did it for them. After checking the tickets, they boarded the G50 high-speed train. After choosing a seat, Lin Chen looked at the two beauties on his left and right and couldn't help saying, "How about let's change seat?" But there was no response and the two ignored this request. As soon as he got on the train, Lin Chen saw the paparazzi who had heard the news and came. He didn't expect that they had also bought tickets directly. This is to travel thousands of miles for filming. Kakaka. Photos were taken silently, but these were things Lin Chen had expected. He didn't care too much. After all, even if they were asked to delete them, there would be many paparazzi like mushrooms after rain. In order to ease the embarrassment, Lin Chen had to take out his mobile phone and silently browse the hot searches. Sure enough, only 10 minutes after the photos were taken, a news article appeared. "Good guy, this is still writing while shooting. This professionalism is definitely the conscience of the industry." Lin Chen regretted why he didn't book a business class seat in advance and only ordinary seats were available for temporary purchase. As soon as he got on the stage, several eyes were cast. After all, the 3 of them were extremely famous people and they were all geniuses of the generation, so they were recognized directly. Aha! Zoroark appeared in Lin Chen's shadow again and cried out to make Lin Chen look straight ahead. After all, when he went back last night, the Shura field was almost unfolded. The NET wave, isn't it a warning? For the NET period of time, I could only swipe my phone, check the hot searches and wait for the train to move forward. The distance from the imperial capital to the border of the Alliance is not short. One is the most central area of the Alliance. To travel all the way, you need to pass through Hangzhou City and then continue south through Hubei Province, Shi Province, and then to the southernmost area. Along the way, the animals and plants outside have changed greatly. The species of Pokemon are also completely different, from the initially slightly colder area to the gradually humid and hot area. From time to time you can see a large group of toros running wildly in the desert. When approaching Hangzhou City, Lin Chen looked at the eternal mountains in the distance and the Celadon rainbow forest and the saffron desert in the west. Everywhere carries a lot of precious memories of myself, and the experience in those places makes me stronger little by little. But I didn't expect that the great 710 catastrophe would come unexpectedly at this time. I could have lied down and enjoyed the time of my life, but for the sake of my family and my own safety I had to continue to become stronger. Rumble. The train kept moving forward and soon left here. As it continued to go south, the population gradually became sparse. Passengers also left the train one after another and the entire carriage began to become empty. Only the dedicated paparazzi were still holding on. As soon as he arrived here, a voice suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen, I feel it. Diancie is calling me. This voice is Jiraki in the new world. They are both fantasy beasts, and now Jiraki suddenly heard the call. Lin Chen frowned and then he began to communicate with Jiraki with a thought. Diancie is calling you? He asked. Jiraki's soft voice came. Yes, although I can't determine where she is now, but I can feel that she is in pain now. Lin Chen, let's go save her. Jiraki's request made Lin Chen take a deep breath and then slowly replied, okay, I promise you we are here for Diancie this time. Chapter 562 The All-Knowing and All-Powerful I, the Eternal Earth Master. Please subscribe. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Jiraki felt much more at ease and then he horked, okay then let's go as soon as possible. Lin Chen comforted Jiraki in his mind, which made her completely relax. She was kind-hearted and naturally cared about her friends. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu on the side saw that Lin Chen's expression changed slightly for a moment and then asked Lin Chen, what's wrong with you? Lin Chen finally reacted and then whispered, I'm going to the bathroom. He then left temporarily on the pretty of something, and after arriving at the bathroom, Lin Chen directly opened the Eye of All-Knowing. There were too many distractions outside before. He aimed at the distant direction and began to scan but did not see any strong aura appear, let alone the instance of the phantom beast level. It seems that everything still depends on the round pink diamond. If the distance is too far, it is definitely impossible to detect it, but the round pink diamond may be able to sense it. Lin Chen took out the round pink diamond directly, which is why he wanted to avoid others. As soon as he took it out, Lin Chen immediately stared at the energy flow above with the Eye of All-Knowing. As he pecked it, a pink aura could be seen tending outward and drifting into the distance. It's just that the train has not stopped completely yet, so it can't be detected. Lin Chen communicated with Jiraki again in his mind. Jiraki, if you have any other information, please give me feedback immediately. If Diancie calls you, please tell me. After hearing what Lin Chen said, Jiraki said that he would do so. After doing all this, Lin Chen pretended to flush the water and then walked out, but in his mind he was still thinking, why did Diancie suddenly call Jiraki, and why did her round pink diamond also disappear? Everything is like a fog that cannot be seen clearly inside, and one can only continue to go deeper into it and unravel the root cause. After returning to the seat, Tan Taiyu frowned and looked at Lin Chen. What's wrong too? In this situation it is obvious that something happened, but Lin Chen shook his head and then said softly, let's talk about it after getting off the car. It is very likely that we have to speed up the pace. With this sentence, Long Yuking nodded and did not ask a few more questions. No words along the way. When the train arrived at the station, the entire carriage began to move and the paparazzi could only follow the flow of people and squeeze in the crowd. As Lin Chen and his group were seated near the outside, Lin Chen gave an order as soon as the train stopped and opened the door. Let go. Hearing Lin Chen's order, the two women also ran directly. Then a white light flashed and Salamins appeared. In an instant the eyes of the entire station were all gathered here. It is not so easy to see a Quasagod Pokemon on weekdays, not to mention that people who can have it usually don't take the high-speed rail. At least they are the type who have private jets at home, so it caused quite a stir. Lin Chen lightly pulled Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu and jumped onto Salamanki's back and then gave an order. Salamins, go directly to the south. From here. Salamins roared, and the dragon's might was so great that everyone in the station was shocked and none of them dared to move. The staff on the side was also the same, and they had obviously recognized the identities of Lin Chen and the two women. They didn't dare to approach such people. Then Salamins took off and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. The paparazzi who had just squeezed out of the car looked at each other in bewilderment. It was like running thousands of kilometers on this trip, but they didn't expect it to be a wasted trip. They lost the people in a blink of an eye. Lin Chen did this for their sake. Although he could stop them for a while, this group of paparazzi was really lingering. If they didn't carry Pokemon, the all-seeing eye couldn't accurately determine whether they were ordinary passers-by. In this way, once they followed him into danger, they would definitely not be able to come back. Although Lin Chen didn't want to deal with them, he didn't want such ordinary people to lose their lives. The whistling wind passed by the ears of the three people. There was a reason for it, that is, the three of them were riding on the back of Salamins together. Lin Chen felt the softness in front of him and was a little absent-minded. It must be said that the scenery of the southern town is just right for traveling in this season. The red maple forest dyed the mountain red, which looked particularly beautiful. Lin Chen suddenly remembered the poem in his previous life. Stop the car and sit to enjoy the maple forest in the evening. The frosted leaves are redder than the flowers in February. Okay, prepare to stop the car. Lin Chen gave the order and then reacted acted. One cough, prepare to land. For a moment the poetic inspiration was so strong that he couldn't help but say it out. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu on the side didn't understand but just looked at Lin Chen with a strange look and felt a little puzzled. Lin Chen was a little weird along the way. From here, Salam Ince roared and then slowly landed with his wings vibrating. Although the scenery here is beautiful, it is actually an uninhabited place suitable for collecting folk song. The breeze eliminated the summer heat and brought a hint of coolness. The scenery in front of them was beautiful, but the three of them were not idle. Lin Chen jumped off Salamenki's back and then began to open the all-seeing eyes to scan the surroundings. He just scanned a circle but found nothing. But at this time Jiraki's voice in his mind sounded again. Lin Chen, I feel the breath of Diancie. She should be in this mountain range, but the specific location cannot be sensed by Zhaota. Sure enough, in the new world psychic's energy still cannot be explored far, but Lin Chen does not intend to release it. He took a deep breath and then directly took out the round pink diamond. The huge pink diamond immediately attracted the woman's eyes. Although I don't know what this is, it can be seen from it that this is not an ordinary diamond. What is this? Diamond coal? The two of them naturally didn't think that Lin Chen deliberately brought them to the wilderness and took out a huge diamond to confess. And this round pink diamond must have some purpose. Hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, I originally planned to rest here, but now it seems that I may have to start exploring directly. So this is our guide. Diancie, here I come. Chapter 563, Eternal Ancient Secret Realm, Weird Mysterious Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Hearing this, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu nodded and then answered in unison. Okay, you decide on this one, we listen to you. With this sentence, Lin Chen didn't say much and directly took the round pink diamond to start sensing, and at the same time threw out the pokeball. Come out, Kurla. Shalu. A flash of white light passed by and Kurla appeared in front of the three people. As soon as she appeared, Kurla cried out, and seeing that there was no danger around, she looked eagerly at Lin Chen, waiting for her master's instructions. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised and then whispered, Kurla, don't be nervous, just help me sense whether there is any strange energy around. Shalu. Kurla nodded and then obediently released psychic energy to sense everything around. For Lin Chen, although the eye of all-knowing can sense more detailed and clear, it still needs psychic Pokemon to do it at a long distance. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu on the side just watched Lin Chen's operation. Do you need Metagross to come out to help? Tan Taiyu asked on the side. Lin Chen shook his head. In fact, he was communicating with Kurla at 710 at this moment, but the secret of the round pink diamond needed to be kept secret from Long Yuking and the others for the time being. Kurla, try it through the round pink diamond. Jiraki sensed it before. Okay, master. Kurla also responded with telepathy. Psychic energy gathered around and then quickly spread out and then swept across the mountain. Not long after, the entire mountain was scanned. Master, there is a harvest. Through the psychic energy of the round pink diamond, some subtle changes can be detected, and in real time Jiraki's voice sounded again in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen, I found Diancie's location still underground, but she seems to be a little bit wrong. Hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, wrong? In Lin Chen's mind, Diancie may have encountered danger, so she lost the round pink diamond. Or it is possible that she is sleeping now. But this thing was wrong, but she didn't react to what was wrong. She didn't respond to me. She kept calling out as if she had lost her mind. Jiraki's words made Lin Chen's heart ring with alarm. It was indeed a bit strange that she didn't respond. Chiru. Kurla suddenly cried out, indicating that she had found the location. This sentence surprised all three people present. Of course, Lin Chen knew that Kurla had found the location of Diancie, and to Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu, they had found the secret realm. Kurla, you did a great job. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise and then touched Kurla's little head. Then Lin Chen looked at Long Yuking and the others and asked, we have found the location of the secret realm now, but it's getting late now, so can you set off at night? Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu nodded after hearing this. Long Yuking said directly, when I was training outside before, I also went in and out of some secret realms and often set out at night. As expected, he challenged the Youth League of SI cities alone. His temperament is just fierce. Tan Taiyu also said that he had no problem. It is easy to imagine that such a diligent person would care about these things. After making up his mind, Lin Chen directly issued an order. Okay, Kurla, then you lead the way. Kilu. Kurla nodded and then walked in front. It was indeed late, but for Lin Chen, if he could find Diancie earlier, he would try to go earlier. After all, the other party's situation is unclear now, and such a fantasy beast is impossible to meet on weekdays. Just like Jiraki, it was not easy for him to meet and subdue it. When Jiraki said that the other party was a little abnormal, it was time to do it. With Kurla leading the way, some flat roads were chosen to be walked. The inaccessible cliffs were reached by flying over them with Salam Ince and Dragonite. Some of the more lush jungles were reached by using teleport with Metagross and Kurla left. Not long after, the three of them stood in front of a huge huge pit. That being said, standing on the edge you can see that Hone is a wasteland for thousands of meters. It looks like a meteorite fell and hit here. If this were anywhere else it would have attracted the attention of the Alliance, and on the edge of the Alliance such a meteorite fell, and it was such a period of preparing for a catastrophe, so it seems that few people come here. It looks like the secret realm is underground, Long Yuking said in a deep voice, and Tan Taiyu nodded beside him. Lin Chen squatted down and touched the charred ground and then made a simple judgment. It should be a meteorite, but there shouldn't be no one. Look, there are traces of camping here. There are square pits on the charred ground with wooden stakes for fighting 10, but there is no breath of Pokemon in it. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing, and in front of the two women he didn't need to hide his perception ability. Anyway, among the three people present only Long Yuking does not have special abilities. No Pokemon smell. Generally speaking, if there is a cave there will be Pokemon. Just like ONI3 lands and sand / these Pokemon will be widely found in such areas. Anyway, let's go in and take a look, Tan Taiyu suggested, and Lin Chen nodded after hesitating for a moment. This place is obviously not newly formed, he reminded. The radiation in the meteorite crater is generally very high, so we should not stay too long. Generally speaking, those who dare to set up camp nearby are scholars responsible for archaeology. Although the three of them are all elite and have received Pokemon's feedback, there is still a certain risk if they stay too long near the meteorite. This sentence was agreed by the two. Okay, then let's make a quick decision. Just as Lin Chen was about to enter, a faint singing voice sounded. This time it was not just Lin Chen, Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu who were present also heard it. Chapter 564 The Terrifying Pokemon in the Dark. The strongest overlord is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Singing. Long Yuking was a little surprised and then looked at the other two. Lin Chen was also puzzled, but he already had accurate information about Diancie, so he had to go and see. He opened the eye of all-knowing, scanned the surroundings and confirmed that the singing came from the huge meteorite crater. Let go. Lin Chen gave the order and then walked in front. There is no movement in the danger warning at present, which means there will be no danger for the time being. Passing through the scorched ground we came to the huge central pit. This place is desolate and the pit is 10 meters wide like a cellar, pitch black. Nothing can be seen clearly. Kurla on the side has sensed it and there is no danger. This made Lin Chen hesitate. If it was said that there were dangers everywhere it would be more reasonable, but there was no movement around, not even Pokemon. You know, this is near the ascension of the Dusk Council and it is estimated that it is only a few hundred kilometers away from the Night Town. It is impossible for the minions of the Dusk Council not to appear here. What's more, the last time in the secret realm of the Rock Pillar God near Hangzhou City, those minions of the Dusk Council came in a blink of an eye like hyenas smelling the scent. Lin Chen took a deep breath and chose to go down. He pressed the lighting stick and then used his hand to test the area around the cave. There is wind, there should be other it. Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu nodded and then followed Lin Chen into it. The whole pit is not bottomless. Although the diameter of the cave entrance is very wide, it is connected in all directions below, and it is not the kind of bottomless. As soon as they fell down, the weeping song lingered in the ears of the three for a long time. The voice was full of sadness and sorrow, followed by a strong sense of sleepiness. At the same time, Lin Chen's foresight of danger reacted directly. It Jigglypuff singing, he hurriedly reminded, and Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu beside him woke up instantly. The three of them bit their tongues to keep themselves awake. This is not an ordinary Jigglypuff, at least it is at the high level of elite, otherwise it would not have caught the three of them. But the drowsiness still wore away their wool. Come out, Sylveon. Taiyu. At this moment Lin Chen threw out the Pokeball and summoned Sylveon. Fairy-type Jigglypuff, then use the Fairy King to deal with it. Sylveon. Use Hyper Voice. Taiyu. Sylveon cried, and then the Fairy-type energy was instantly stimulated, and then the cry became louder and louder, spreading in all directions. It was like a huge bell being struck, sweeping through the entire cave with countless echoes stirring. Instantly the singing of Jigglypuff was covered. Until now Lin Chen and the other three had finally woken up completely, but even so Lin Chen was still a little scared. The other party did not have any breath fluctuations, as if he was completely dead, or it was beyond the perception distance of the eye of all-knowing. And Sing's skills, ordinary people really wouldn't be on guard. If you really fall into his trap, I'm afraid you will be dead after falling asleep at the mercy of others. Luckily you are here. Long Yuking couldn't help but sigh and then looked at Lin Chen. At this time Lin Chen scanned the surroundings, still exploring the enemy's position. Tan Taiyu also threw out the Pokeball directly. Come out, Metagross. I step. Although it is a cave, Metagross's size is more than enough here. As long as it is not the size of a grain, it can basically move freely in this wide area. Metagross sensed the surrounding situation. I step. With the help of Metagross's psychic energy, Kurla's pressure is also much less. The scanning speed is also much faster. The singing can be heard here. The other party must be nearby. Rumble. Just as the Pokemons were still searching, a huge roar sounded, followed by rock throw from a distance. It seems that the other party directly activated the mechanism. When Lin Chen saw the scene, he was about to complain, "It's always rock throw, can the mechanism be a little bit new?" When Long Yuking was about to give a direct order to let Metagross smash it directly, but the NET moment the danger warning in Lin Chen's heart sounded directly. "Zero seeking flowers." He quickly reminded, "Something is wrong, don't smash it." Then Lin Chen gave a direct order at the critical moment. "Kurla, use teleport." Shiru Kurla heard the order without any thought, stopped the action directly, and then urged the psychic energy. A blue light enveloped the three people and Pokemon at the moment rock throw appeared. Then it disappeared directly from the spot. When it appeared, rock throw had already passed by them and rolled behind them into the darkness of the five ends. Lurb. With a loud bang, rock throw plotted when it hit the stone wall. The agitated air whistled and turned into sickle weasels lying around in the cave. Tan Taiyu on the side with some fear. "If this is shattered, I'm afraid we can't escape. With such explosive power, even they would be seriously injured." Fortunately, Lin Chen had the perception, otherwise it would have caused a disaster. However, Lin Chen didn't have time to be afraid at this time, and then he looked into the depths of the cave and said slowly, "I'm afraid we have met the opponent in advance." Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu heard this and became alert and then took a fighting stand. They naturally knew that the opponent in Lin Chen's mouth could only be that one instance, the Dusk Council. "Pa pa pa!" Rhythmic applause came from the darkness, and then a charming voice sounded, as expected of someone who was chosen by that person. "You are so sensitive. My useless sister Eliza was killed by you," she said softly, and then her voice became cold. "So remember my name, Vigus John. This way you will know who to seek revenge on in the NET life." In the darkness, a tall girl with colorful twin ponytails and fishnet stockings appeared. This look is exactly like Harley Quinn. She doesn't look very old, but the three people present know it. She is from the Dusk Council. Just this name means that her strength should not be underestimated. Lin Chen took a deep breath and took a fighting posture. Chapter 565, The Strongest Sky Overlord, the Tyrannical Blood-Winged Dragon God. Please subscribe. Every opponent of the Dusk Conference should not be underestimated. Every fight can make Lin Chen refresh his understanding of the strength of the Dusk Conference. In such a situation where the catastrophe is coming, the Dusk Conference can still be so easy. Lin Chen already knows that the Dusk Conference is definitely not as simple as he imagined, and it is even more powerful than predicted. "Elisa? Trash?" Long Yuking thought to herself when she faced Elisa before she had seen Elisa's strength. Such a powerful elite is called, so what kind of strength will this Vigus Ojan in front of her have? "How do you know our whereabouts?" Tan Taiyu was a little confused. "Guess little sister," Vigus Ojan said in a very charming voice. Although the whereabouts of the three of them were not hidden, July 13th they never revealed their purpose. This time the closest people around them didn't know. But how could the people of the Dusk Conference find their whereabouts so clearly and quickly? It seems that they had planned it in advance, as if they had known that they would appear here. This is a bit too coincidental, but it's not that I suspect that my own people leaked the secret. However, the Dusk Conference had such a powerful ability that they could easily know every move. Then what secrets would there be for their actions in the future? Such a thought flashed through their minds, and they were more willing to believe that all this was just a coincidence. Jigglypuff sang. As soon as the voice fell, Jigglypuff flashed behind Vigus John. Waves of the charming singing voice followed. The voice was melodious like the sound of nature, and the waves of audio made people fall into an irresistible situation. "Sylvian, use hyper voice. The same moves are useless to us." Sylvian chirped, and then the power of the fairy system was instantly stimulated, and the chirping completely broke Jigglypuff's sing. The melodious singing was like being shrouded in an ancient bell, muffled in the cave and silent in an instant. As a Pokemon with the same fairy attribute, Sylvian's advantage is not a little bit big. The king of fairy Sylvian is well deserved. Gothitelle illusion. Vigus John threw a pokeball forward. When the pokeball flashed, a purple light shot out instantly like a laser, like a light piercing the sky, dazzling. The purple light was me-ed with dots of light. If you look closely, you can't help but indulge in it, as if you have entered a fantasy, sinking into it and deeply trapped in it. "Sylvian, calm mind. Enter the immortal emperor mode." Lin Chen shouted loudly. Sylvian, who was in a state of illusion, cried loudly, closed his eyes and entered the calm mind state. Immediately countless energy impulse behind Sylvian constricted around him like pink ribbons, wrapping him in it. The light pink light illuminated the entire valley. The beautiful Sylvian was like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. Her figure became more graceful, like Phoebe emerging from the water, stunning and moving. The pink bow on her ear began to fold, and a little starlight fell on Sylvian's body. The pink wings like angel wings grew from Sylvian's back, shaking. The pink light was flickering, the wings folded slightly, and countless fairy feathers fell down as if people were in a fairyland. As Sylvian's eyes flashed pink starlight, plotted instantly, completely destroying Gothitelle's illusion. The Fairy King Fairy Emperor EV is unstoppable, and psychic FANFIC's illusion is even more vulnerable in her eyes. Be careful, don't be fooled by Gothitel's illusion. Isn't that Eliza's Pokemon Gothitelle? Long Yuking and Tanteiyu were just fooled by Gothitel's illusion, and as the Fairy Emperor Mode EV's starlight flashed, they were rescued from the illusion. In addition to being amazed by the super high appearance of Fairy Emperor EV, they also quickly realized that the Vigus John in front of them was indeed very difficult to deal with, far from being as simple as they imagined. What surprised them even more was that the Gothitelle in front of them was not Eliza's Pokemon. How could it be in Vigus John's hands? Although Pokemon also has exactly the same Pokemon. However, Gothitelle is not an ordinary Pokemon living in the starry sky for billions of years. There are few in number and rare species. Moreover, in their fight with Eliza, the two of them are very familiar with Gothitelle. Obviously, the Gothitelle in front of them is indeed Eliza's Pokemon Zero. But looking at Gothitelle's reaction, it seems that she doesn't know them at all. This is a bit surprising. Although Eliza is dead, Pokemon that have a high degree of bonds and intimacy with their owners will not change their owners so easily. What's more, the Gothitelle in front of them seems to be a little different from the Gothitelle they saw before. This woman in front of you is not simple, be careful. Lin Chen also saw the difference in Gothitelle and said. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen opened the all-knowing eye and observed carefully. After observing with the eye of all-knowing, Lin Chen found that the Gothitelle in front of him seemed to be very different from the Gothitelle that Eliza had captured. Even the weaknesses that the eye of all-knowing had discovered before had all disappeared in the current Gothitelle, and it was even stronger. Just like in the hands of different masters, the strength would also be fluctuating rather than determined according to the actual realm of the Pokemon itself. Although Lin Chen couldn't see what the problem was with this Gothitelle now, but what she knew was that this Vigus John was definitely not an ordinary opponent. It was even possible that Eliza's death had something to do with her. Otherwise, how could Gothitelle appear in her hands? Of course, all this was just Lin Chen's guess now. Gothitelle, Prophet, Illusion, Shock. Vigus John waved his hand and the Gothitelle in front of him instantly released two beams of light. Psychic contains huge energy. A flash of light passed and two beams of light rushed in swift and fast. Salamin, Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw. Lin Chen threw the Pokeball forward and the huge figure of Salamin slashed with a white light and soared in the air. Salamin clenched his claws and spread his blood wings. The huge dragon claw that covered the sky and the sun contained powerful power. The sharp claws seemed to be able to break the huge rocks of tens of millions of pounds. As soon as Gothitelle's attack was launched, Salamanki's dragon claw opened instantly and rushed forward rapidly. The sharp dragon claw cut through the impact. Chapter 566 Mega Salamanki, the Overlord who suppressed the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Mega Evolution Dragon King Form. Lin Chen whispered and threw the keystone. The keystone flew and fell on Salamanki's body. In an instant, Salamanki's huge blood wings were completely opened. His body and blood wings were a little bigger and the blood vessels on the dragon claw were covered like a dragon roar. With the dragon roar, a blazing blue dread flame ignited behind Salamin. The eyes were fierce and sharp with flickering flames in the corners of the eyes. The pair of dragon wings were like blood blades waving and flapping. Every flap of the wings could give the enemy a great sense of oppression. The Dragon King form, the real Dragon Overlord, lived up to its reputation. It could give people a great sense of oppression without a sound. In addition to its domineering appearance, the Bloodwing Dragon King after Mega is even more powerful. The Dragon King form can make Salamanki's strength soar, and the addition of all attributes is enough to make Salamins the king of the middle-level elite. Is this Salamins after Mega, the Bloodwing 06 Dragon King in the Dragon King form? It doesn't seem to be that good. Vigus Ojan smiled coldly with an extremely disdainful look, as if she didn't take the Bloodwing Dragon King to heart at all. Tyranitar. As soon as the voice fell, a pokeball was thrown from Vigus John's hand and a huge monster appeared in front of them. Tyranitar was leaf green all over with a burly figure, claws clenched tightly in an offensive posture, and the barbs on its back were like sharp blades guarding in front of Vigus John. Even when facing Salamins in the form of the Dragon King, he was not afraid at all. The moment Tyranitar appeared, Lin Chen immediately opened the all-seeing eye to check the reality of the Pokemon in front of him. After checking with the eye of all-knowing, Lin Chen roughly knew the strength of the two Pokemon in front of him. However, their ages were unknown. Tyranitar and Megaseptile after Mega Evolution are both elite high-level strength. These two Pokemon are enough to attract most of his vitality. There is also a Mega Gallade at the peak of elite. This battle is destined not to end so easily, but it does not mean that Lin Chen has no way out. Friends, it seems that we are bound to have a big battle today. Killgerd, Mega Aerodactyl, Guzzlord, Melodic, Ice King form. Every capable warrior flew out of the new world of Pokeball. Divide the battlefield. Lin Chen waved his finger and Agron and Guzzlord stood firmly in front of him. Melodic and Kilgore, who had obtained the Ice King form, surrounded Megaseptile. Devour Devouring Law, Steel Law, Agrin's Law Power and Guzzlord's Law Power converged on Lin Chen. The blessing of heavy gravity will surely make Lin Chen's power reach its peak state, and even the cave is filled with the powerful power of Devouring Law and Steel Law. Under the double defense, the aftermath of the battle will not have any impact on Lin Chen. Only in this way can Lin Chen exert his most powerful command ability and agile thinking. Megaseptile was surrounded by Melodic and Kilgard and could not break through their encirclement. Lin Chen's tacit understanding with these Pokemon has reached a terrifying level. Even if they don't have Lin Chen's command, they only need Lin Chen's thoughts to show their amazing strength. Chapter 570, The Oppression of the Strongest Demon King, The Power of Megaseptile. Please subscribe. Therefore, Lin Chen is not worried at all that Megaseptile will be the opponent of these two Pokemon. Of course, if there is no Lin Chen's command, Melodic and Kilgard will not have much chance to deal with Megaseptile. After all, none of the Pokemon under the Dusk meeting is a good person. Interesting. Vigus John looked at the divided battlefield in front of him, smiled, tapped his fingers lightly, and then said, Megagalade Psycho Cut with Sword Stand. Megagalade stretched out his sword-like arms and waved them forward like a dance performance, with his cape fluttering behind him and the sword in his hand sometimes thrust and sometimes slashed. In the blink of an eye, Megagalade was divided into three divided into 9. It seemed that in just a moment thousands of Megagalade appeared in the cave, performing sword dance, rising up gracefully, and the sword dance that threatened the 717 people was met with a terrifying murderous aura. Don't let fantasy interfere. Concentrate. Lin Chen roared, breaking the Pokemon's mental confusion. Mega Aerodactyl Rock Glide. Aerial Ace. Kartana Slender Horn. Round. Garchomp. Activate the Dragon Body Form Earth Power. 3 consecutive attacks broke the fantasy attack of Megagalade. Sword Dance waved the sky with sword rain. Rocks collapsed and the earth trembled. Every time the attack collided, the 3 Pokemon in front of Lin Chen retreated frequently. It was not until the aftermath disappeared that Megagalade power was completely disintegrated. However, it was enough to show how terrifying Megagalade was. One of them could resist the strong attack of 3 Pokemon. Megatyranitar, don't give them a chance to breathe. Thrash. Rockrit. The cave, which had just returned to stillness, was churning in an instant like boiling water in a pot, rolling and moving. Megatyranitar shook his huge body violently, grabbed the gravel on the ground with both hands and threw it forward continuously. Countless rock fell forward like meteorite falling from the sky. The quarreling Aerodactyl flew in the air using his huge wings to block the rolling boulders, but before he could resist, he was injured by the huge rock. Garchomp had just managed to stabilize himself and had to raise his arms and swing his fist forward trying to smash the boulder, but the boulder was attached with the power of Megatyranitar, so it was not so easy to be defeated. After several tackles, Mega Aerodactyl and Garchomp were unable to resist. Agrin. Mega Form. Heavy Slam. Alloy Burst. Guzzlord. Heavy Impact. Bite Tight. Guzzlord gritted his teeth, waved his tentacles wildly, and his whole body seemed to grow a little bigger. He rushed forward and resisted the impact of the rolling boulder with his strong body. After Mega Agrin's fighting spirit was enhanced a lot, the armor on his body became more exquisite, and every punch, every kick, and every attack was extremely skilled. The 2 Pokemon's unstoppable attack quickly disintegrated Megatyranitar's heavy attack. Now it's my turn. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and scanned Megagalade's weaknesses. The Steel Law and Devouring Law on his body emerged to protect him. After a quick scan, he found that Megagalade was not as simple as he imagined, and it was not without weaknesses. It was just that Megagalade's weakness was on her waist. The waist, as delicate as a willow, was not a big target to attack, and it was easy to miss. Once the attack failed, it would be very likely to be noticed by Vigus John. Any time it would not be so easy to attack Megagalade's weakness, and there was a Megatyranitar in front of them to resist them. Every attack requires delicate calculation. Once it fails, it is very likely to put oneself in a dilemma. After all, in addition to Vigus John, there is also a Black Jade here. How about it, little brother? I'm not weaker than my useless sister Eliza, right? Vigus John laughed as if taunting Lin Chen. It's not weak, but it's not that strong either. Now Kartana Holy Sword. Agrin. Thunderbolt. Superior Power of Law. Lin Chen saw that Vigus John was underestimating the enemy and quickly commanded to launch an attack. The Pokemon and Lin Chen had a tacit understanding, and they were ready to attack as soon as Lin Chen spoke. Superior Eud's terrifying power of law all over his body. The white light of law shines and fills the whole cave. The shadow of the world tree also appears frequently, as if standing above the cave, swaying the faint light of law, purifying all the filth in the world. Zero. Agrin Orberga's body surges with countless thunder power like the thunder of the sky plotting. The red gold thunder turns into Ampharos, makes an explosion, and rushes forward violently. Before Thunderbolt takes shape, the completed Ampharos move forward half a step, and in front of Kartana a holy sword appeared, emitting a holy light. The holy light slowly fell from the tip of of the sword. The hilt was constricted with a flying white ribbon swaying with the breeze, and the whole body was shining with holy light as if it was a divine sword that broke through the air from the Holy Land. The holy sword Ampharos, the power of the law. Each force contained extremely powerful power, as if it could instantly destroy a person's body with just a slight touch. Venus, ice crystal leader domain. As Lin Chen shouted loudly, countless ice crystals bloomed around the Ice Emperor Venus, who was fighting with Megaseptal. The ground was quickly covered with ice and countless Osiris flew around. Ice spikes broke through the ice surface and the cold air condensed into white frost rushed to the face. The formation of the ice crystal field can greatly reduce the opponent's forward speed and reaction speed, but it has no effect on oneself. As the 5-9 offensive forces unfolded, the holy sword Ampharos and the sil thread formed by the power of the law came out in full force like a soul-devouring life-taking spell, attacking Megatyranitar, Megagalade and Megaseptal one after another. Each heavy attack smackdown would be met with Lin Chen's steel law and devouring law disintegrating the only defense they had. For a while there were continuous explosions. Flames popped out melting the ice surface, but as the flames melted, the ice spikes protruded like steel spikes stabbing the three Pokemon. Bray! Lin Chen squeezed his left hand and the offensive burst out with the most terrifying power. In each explosion one could feel the incomparable power. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Megatyranitar and Megaseptal were already covered with injuries, struggling to stand up. Only Megagalade was still in a defensive posture and did not fall down. Chapter 571. The Twilight World is coming. The power of omniscience and omnipotence. Please subscribe. However, even so, Megagalade's injuries were not light. His white body had turned grey and several parts of his body were already bloody and his cloak was a little tattered. It was enough to see that both Mega Alito and Megatyranitar Fire Lion Megaseptal could not withstand the attack launched by Lin Chen. Speak or not. Lin Chen was like issuing a final ultimatum. If you want to know the information from me, you must die. A little blood flowed from the corner of Vigus John's mouth. It was obvious that she was also seriously injured in the aftermath of the battle. Then she said to He Qingye beside her, He Qingye, stop playing, it's time to take action. John, it seems that your strength is also average. You can't even deal with a little boy. He Qingye laughed contemptuously, but He Qingye did not look like he underestimated the enemy. Being so close, he naturally saw Lin Chen's excellent command ability and the strength of his fierce Pokemon. Every time he cooperated, every time he launched an attack, he would stimulate his most powerful strength, and he could also coordinate seamlessly and launch a set of attacks smoothly. If he were to fight Lin Chen, he might not have a chance of winning and he might even lose faster than Vigus John. But now Lin Chen is not in his prime and his Pokemon have more or less lost a lot of power. If he took action now, although he would not be sure of defeating Lin Chen would definitely not beat him as badly as Vigus John. This was his absolute recognition of his own strength. Lin Chen looked at He Qingye, who was approaching, thinking, I can't drag it on any longer. It's certainly not an easy task to deal with Black Jade, but I will definitely not lose. However, if I continue to waste time like this, Diancie in the cave will definitely notice it. Although Lin Chen doesn't know what state Diancie is in now, it will definitely be of no benefit for him to be entangled like this. What's more, the people of the Dusk Conference want to delay him like this, and they must have found something in this valley. Even if they didn't find Diancie, they must have found something else, or they have planned something here. The Dusk Conference is the vanguard of the outer catastrophe. They have intentions here. For this world it is definitely not a good thing. I must solve these things. Jiraki, what is Diancie's current state, do you know? Lin Chen communicated with Jiraki in the new world. Her current state is more uneasy than before and she seems to be in a manic state. Jiraki responded, then we must quickly solve these people in front of us. Jiraki, it depends on you. Okay. Lin Chen threw out the Pokeball and summoned Jiraki. It's not difficult to deal with them. Agran Salamins and others can also be relied on, but if you want to solve it quickly, you must rely on Jiraki's powerful psychic power. Otherwise this battle may not be resolved in a short time. Roar. A familiar roar came. Zhu Sheng rode the martial arts lion and rushed over with great vigor and blocked in front of Lin Chen and the others. What's going on? Zhu Sheng turned around and asked with some concern. In this cave the Dusk Conference has made some plans and there seems to be something they want in the depth. Lin Chen replied, leave them to me to deal with, and the support of the Dusk Conference has also arrived. You should do what you should do, Zhu Sheng said. The martial arts lion roared forward, raising waves of air and embedding Megagalade into the rock wall. Okay, let go. Lin Chen collected all the Pokemon into the Pokeball and only took Jiraki and Kurla deep into the cave-in. Tan Taiyu and Long Yuking followed closely behind, alerting whether there was any danger behind. The 9 Saints champion level strength they naturally did not need to worry about. The only thing they were worried about was whether the Twilight Conference had done anything in this cave. After all, while before they came in, the people from the Twilight Conference seemed to have been lurking here for a long time, perhaps waiting for them, or perhaps they had planned something here and they just happened to run into it. Going deep into the cave as expected, they found a stone door, but the stone door was not strong and was broken open by Metagross's punch. The stone door was opened and Diancie was suspended on a stone platform with her eyes closed. Under Diancie, a platinum treasure chest was quietly placed on the stone platform, emitting a faint silver glow. "Is this a fantasy beast, Diancie?" Long Yuking claimed, a little bit unbelievable about the Pokemon she saw in front of her. Diancie is in mythology the princess in Pokemon with pink diamonds all over her body, and any piece of it is worth a fortune, which is just her worldly value. And she also has huge energy in her body according to rumors. She can compress the carbon element in the air, and in addition to making diamonds, she can also convert it into her own powerful power. In other words, as long as Diancie is in the air, she will have endless power. What's more, Diancie, who is not weak in strength, has such a terrifying charging effect which can be said to be a powerful perpetual motion machine. Lin Chen, Diancie's current state is very wrong. She is not the Diancie I know. Jiraiya communicated with Lin Chen. She now seems to have lost herself a little. Diancie. Jiraiya sent a spiritual thought to Diancie as if he wanted to wake her up from her sleep, but as the spiritual thought came out, Diancie did not seem to have any reaction and her eyes were still closed. Suddenly Diancie's arms moved lightly. The movement was tiny, but Lin Chen caught it carefully. 244 Lin Chen opened his all-knowing eyes and glanced at Diancie. What's going on? A series of unknown. What happened to Diancie? Lin Chen walked forward slowly, and as the result of the Eye of All-Knowing appeared, he couldn't help but feel a little surprise. Even when he checked the status of the divine beast before, the Eye of All-Knowing had never shown such a situation. Could it be that something unknown really happened to Diancie? Could it be the work of the Dusk Meeting? Thinking of this, Lin Chen had walked in front of Diancie, stopped and was about to reach out his hand, but saw Diancie suddenly open her eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot as if she had fallen into a violent state. The corners of her mouth were cracked and she looked at Lin Chen and the others, who broke in with a ferocious look. Diancie? Lin Chen and Jiraiya quickly stepped back a few steps, and the Eye of All-Knowing was always open, entering a state of alert. Chapter 572 The Crazy God of Destruction, the power to reverse all living things. Please collect. Please subscribe. She is not the Diancie I know. No, Diancie's mind is in a state of chaos. Someone must have done something to her. Jiraiya sent a voice message to Lin Chen. She seems to be controlled by the people of the Dusk Conference. Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes were always open and he vaguely sensed something, but he was not sure. Anyone who breaks into the forbidden area must die. You hand over the things to me. Give me back what belongs to me. Diancie stared at Lin Chen and the others fiercely and shouted angrily. Jiraiya was a little confused and tried to use his power to check what happened to Diancie, but Jiraiya's psychic beam was interrupted by the power of Diancie's hand before it could touch Diancie's body, and he couldn't get close to Diancie at all. Diancie, we are not harming you, we are here to help you. Tell us what happened and why you are like this now. Jiraiya still had some hope in his heart and sent a message to Diancie. It didn't want to hurt Diancie with violence. If the dispute could be resolved peacefully, then why not? However, Diancie didn't seem to have such an opportunity in her current state. No matter how Jiraiya tried to show goodwill to Diancie, Diancie seemed to be blind. She stared at Lin Chen and the others with bloodshot eyes, a rage on her face, and didn't communicate with Jiraiya at all. In just such a short period of time, Diancie became what she is now. Before, Jiraiya could still communicate with her, but now even the most basic communication is impossible. Dian, give me back what belongs to me. You, these damn human. Diancie jumped up from the stone platform, flapping her short arms continuously, linking the power of the rock like a child throwing a tantrum, flapping her arms chaotically without any offensive rhythm. It is enough to see that Diancie's mind is already a little depressed and a little out of control. Jiraiya, just subdue her. If you let her go on like this, maybe only he will be hurt too. Lin Chen communicated with Jiraiya. It can only be like this. Jiraiya's eyes shrugged, looking a little disappointed, then lowered his head and his little hands like a puppet danced gently, and a psychic star emerged in his hands. As Jiraiya put his hands together, the psychic star gathered the power of psychic, turning into a star cage imprisoning the violent and restless Diancie. The imprisoned Diancie became more violent, slapping the golden light curtain randomly but without any movement. Take her away from here first. Lin Chen summoned a grin, carried Diancie, who was imprisoned in the psychic star, on his back and prepared to leave the cave. You leave here first. I will first find out what the Dusk Conference wants to do here. Lin Chen waved his hand and said to Tan Taiyu and the others, Diancie has been dealt with and it is no longer useful for them to stay in this cave. If Lin Chen encounters danger later, it will be more difficult for them to perform if they stay here. As long as Jiraiya takes Diancie out, his mission this time will be complete. pleaded. What he has to do net is his own and he doesn't want to implicate others. Then you should be careful alone. Tan Taiyu nodded and looked at Lin Chen with some worry. Although she was worried, she knew that if she hesitated in the face of major issues it would be very likely that Lin Chen would fall into danger. In the battle with Vigus John just now, they already knew that they could not help in this battle and had to rely on Lin Chen to protect them. This would be equivalent to dragging Lin Chen's feet and dispersing Lin Chen's strength. If they were to be attacked by the dusk meeting again, Lin Chen would not only have to protect them but also Diancie, who was in a violent state. At that time his strength would inevitably be greatly reduced. Boom. Want to leave? Do you think it possible? None of you can leave. The hard rock wall was broken, and when the smoke and dust cleared, a middle-aged man stared at them with a playful look. He smiled, had a big oily hair, stared at them with a lewd look, held a lit cigarette between his fingers and wore a straight suit but still couldn't hide his lewd temperament. Really? I want them to leave. Can you stop them? Lin Chen stood in front of Long Yuking and Tan Taiyu and said seriously, because Lin Chen could feel that the man in front of him was not simple. Although his temperament was very vulgar, the aura he used was not simple, which gave Lin Chen a great sense of oppression, just like the aura that Zhu Sheng intentionally or unintentionally used when he clashed with Huang Hun. Lin Chen would never forget this feeling. Very strong. Just standing there, Lin Chen could feel it. Lin Chen vaguely felt that the man in front of him was very likely a champion-level powerhouse. Compared with Zhu Sheng, it could even be said that he was even better. I said you can't stop it. You just can't stop it. The middle-aged man held a dagger, and the dagger was actually flashing with the light of the power of law. As he gently waved the dagger in his hand, a knife slashed out. He can use the power of law at will, which is definitely a strong man above the peak of elite. Only trainers who have entered the elite stage can use the power of law. Except for Lin Chen, there has been no such exception since the fusion of the Pokemon world and the human world, and the mid-level and high-level elites will be more familiar with the power of law they can use, and with the power of the Pokemon's law is fed back to form a defensive force. Only when you are at the peak of elite can you use the power of the law of Xiao to Xiao at will. Even the power of the Pokemon's law can be turned into an attack method, which is something that only a very small number of trainers with extremely high talent can do. Most trainers can only use this strange power when they are at the champion beginning stage, and Lin Chen can't fully judge the specific strength of the middle-aged man in front of him. Agrin. Iron defense. The moment Lin Chen gave the order, a huge iron defense shield immediately appeared in front of Agrin. The bright shield caught the incoming sword flash, and the impact of the force was so great that Agrin could not resist it. His forehooves were tightly clasped on the ground and he kept retreating. After retreating several steps, the iron defense shield also showed crooked cracks as if it was about to break. Immediately Agrin pushed forward and injected more power into the shield, and only then did he barely block the incoming sword slash. Chapter 573, The Battle of the Dragon Overlord. The power of the strongest elite. Please collect. Please subscribe. Huff huff huff. Agrin panted heavily as if he had consumed most of his strength just now. Quantity. Sure enough, it's not an easy opponent. You guys go quickly, don't worry about me. Lin Chen looked a little serious, staring at the middle-aged man in front of him, and muttered. After hearing this, Tan Taiyu and Long Yuking hesitated for a while and then ran out of the cave. They knew that they were not suitable to stay here now. Staying here would only become a burden and bring pressure to Lin Chen. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the dagger in the hand of the middle-aged man in front of him instantly emitted a ray of light, trying to stop Long Yuking and the others from going. When Long Yuking and the others fled, the light slash had already hit the rock above the it, and the rock broke and fell down. But for a while the falling rocks were not enough to block their way. They climbed over and ran out of the cave, but Agrin was huge and not agile. When it wanted to run out of the cave, the rocks had blocked the cave entrance. Unless it used brute force, it could not escape at all. Diancie, these people are the ones who stole your things. As long as you kill them, your things will naturally return to you. The middle-aged man watched Long Yuking and the other person run out, but he was not angry. Instead, he shouted to Diancie, who was in a violent state. 717. It was you who did it. Lin Chen confirmed his guess. It turned out that the Dusk Conference appeared in this cave not because of Lin Chen's arrival, but because they had discovered the existence of Diancie long ago and wanted to subdue Diancie by brute force. But Diancie had been in a sleeping state. After being awakened, she entangled and fought with the people of the Dusk Conference, and then was plotted against by the people of the Dusk Conference and fell into a violent state. The Dusk Conference, which wanted to rely on these evil means, found that they could not control Diancie but made Diancie even more irrational, lost the mind that should have, and was blocked here. But it was because of Lin Chen's arrival that this balance was broken, and their plan to subdue Diancie was also broken, so there was a sight of Vigus John sniping Lin Chen in the valley. However, since they were discovered, it is natural to admit that they did not take Lin Chen, a small elite stage, seriously. Although the Dusk Conference parents suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Chen. They also knew Lin Chen's ability and influence. But how powerful can a AGJ elite mid-level trainer be? For them he is not something that can be easily controlled. In the past they did not deal with him because they did not take him seriously. Now Lin Chen took the initiative to come to the door, and it is not common for him to die. The people of the Dusk Conference will naturally not miss this good opportunity. After all, it is a good thing to eradicate a scourge. Jiraki, you protect Diancie first and leave the rest to me. Lin Chen communicated with Jiraki in his mind. Okay. Jiraki used Psychic Star to protect Diancie, who was in a violent state. Diancie, who was originally restless by the evening meeting, gradually calmed down, but her eyes were still blood red and she was still in a violent state, but she was no longer so radical and irritable. Jiraki, it seems that today's harvest is full. When the middle-aged man saw Jiraki on Agrin's back, his eyes flashed for a moment but soon disappeared. The phantom beast Jiraki, which is seen once in 1,000 years, is not much different from Diancie. If in this trip you can get both Diancie and Jiraki, wouldn't it be just what you want? High dragon. High note. A piercing dragon roar came into the ears and the sound wave spread throughout the valley like wave. The waves of dragon roars disturbed the mind. Every dragon roar would make the body feel extremely uncomfortable, sometimes cramping hands and feet and sometimes blurred vision. Agrin metal sound. Lin Chen, who was frightened by the dragon roars, quickly issued an order and Agrin roared a sound wave in an instant, confronting the dragon roars. The double sound waves collided, and when the waves collided again, Lin Chen said again, Salamin. Dragon King form, dragon breath. A white light flashed and Salamins in the Dragon King form used a dragon breath. A blue dread beam of light spurted out of Salamenki's mouth, rolling down like a waterfall hanging on the top of the mountain surrounding the sound wave. The sound wave disappeared instantly when they encountered the waves like water flow. Gradually the dragon roar disappeared. Taking the opportunity, Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and checked the information of High Dragon in front of him. Champion elementary strength is indeed not simple. Lin Chen understood High Dragon's information at a glance. Although his strength was very strong, Lin Chen was not afraid at all, because there is nothing to be afraid of. A strong opponent is a big springboard for your strength to grow. Only by defeating a strong opponent can you further improve your strength. Staying in your comfort zone will only make you stagnate. This is the survival rule of the strong. What is this? The light of strength advancement. Suddenly a silver light flashed on Agrin's body and his strength increased from the initial elite to the middle elite. Many battles have given Agrin a lot of experience in fighting against opponents stronger than himself, and at the same time stimulated his own hidden power. It is not a strange thing that he can enhance his strength now. Agrin heavy slam. Most rock attacks may not have a good effect on High Dragon. Although Agrin has broken through the gap in strength, still is. In addition, High Dragon's characteristics will prevent Agrin from fully releasing his strength and he will be a little timid. Salamin Zen headbutt. Lin Chen launched 2 attacks in a row, fast, accurate and ruthless, trying to quickly get rid of the High Dragon in front of him. The longer it drags on, the less good it will be for him. After all, the champion's initial strength is still a gap for Lin Chen. Chapter 574, The Domain of Counterattack on God, the Battle of Demon King killing God. Please collect. Please subscribe. What's more, this is not all about the middle-aged man in front of him. High Dragon should be just his leading Pokemon to test Lin Chen's strength. Zen Headbutt turned into a huge hammer and Agrin shot a laser at High Dragon's position. As Zen Headbutt hammered down fiercely, the laser plotted. The double attack instantly converged, fast and swift, and the cooperation between the two only took a moment. The visible explosion plotted on High Dragon's body, and Zen Headbutt also hit him hard on the head. High Dragon protect. Dark pull. Then High Dragon's wings tightly wrapped around his whole body like 2 huge shields, making him like a ball on his tail, blocking the 2 attacks as steady as a rock. After only a moment, Agrin and Salamenki's attacks were almost blocked. Roar. Another dragon roar sounded. High Dragon spread his wings fiercely, sweeping up gusts of wind, and as the storm fluctuated, the tips of High Dragon's wings gradually turned into dark lines. After trembling for a moment, the dark lines turned into circles like metal rings, and after another tremor, the metal rings released black circles like waves. After each wave became larger and vibrated out, it was accompanied by a ghost-like growl and hit Salamins fiercely. The speed was so fast that Salamins didn't have time to react at all and was tackled by the circles of dark pulse. Naturally, High Dragon didn't let Agrin go. The net moment after Salamins was hit, Dark Pulse also tackled Agrin's majestic body fiercely. The ripples, as soft as water waves, burst out with amazing power when they hit Agrin's body. This attack seemed to break through the flesh and blood and penetrate into the internal organs. Salamenki's body was unstable and he couldn't support himself. He was about to fall down. Agrin was hit by the ripples and retreated more than 10 steps until he tackled the rock wall and stopped. High Dragon's attack caused Lin Chen's 2 powerful Pokemon to suffer serious injuries, which was enough to show that the middle-aged man in front front of him was not simple. It can be seen that the champion level trainers are definitely not something that the elite level trainers can challenge. Even the weakest champion level trainers can crush any elite level trainers with absolute crushing power. Although Lin Chen's strength is not just that of the elite beginner, the champion beginners are enough to give him a hard time. But how could Lin Chen be afraid? Elite high level and elite peak opponents have all been defeated by him without exception. What about the champion beginners? In the end they will also be defeated by him and be vulnerable. Lin Chen, who is known as a genius trainer, seems to be just like this. The middle-aged man laughed and there was a mockery in his words. Lin Chen remained silent and threw another pokeball. Sylvian Immortal Emperor form. Moonblast. Silence does not mean fear, but to defeat an opponent it is not just words. Strength is the best proof. Fairy Emperor EV jumped out of the pokeball, lifted off the ground with its front feet and leaped into the air. The pink and white ribbons on its body flashed with light pink light and the animal ears on its head also flashed with a holy light. A crescent moon appeared above the head of the Immortal Emperor EV, spinning back and forth. The crescent moon with a pink and white tail rushed forward at a high speed like a dart. Hydreigon Flamethrower. A blazing flame spurted out of Hydreigon's mouth. The blazing flame was like a water column, forming a wave of fire that gushed out, and the hot breath burned the earth. The scalding flame seemed to melt the earth. The rotating moon was constantly worn and consumed by the impact of the fire wave. The moon became smaller and gradually disappeared. That's all. The middle-aged man hadn't finished speaking when Lin Chen waved his finger and Salamence rushed forward. Double Edge. Salamence rushed towards Hydreigon like a falling meteor from the sky. The terrifying power burst out in an instant, gathering the power in every part of the body and slamming into the opponent at a high speed. Flurb. Hydreigon was knocked away by Salamence and spun a few times in the air. Just when he was about to stabilize his body, Salamence hit him again. Several consecutive attacks. Even Hydreigon, who was as strong as the champion beginner, could not resist. Salamence vented all his strength on Hydreigon explosively. Zero Seeking Flowers. After several tackles, Hydreigon was already covered with scars with more than a dozen bloodstains all over his body. His flesh and blood became a little blurred and even his bones became a little sunken. Under Salamenke's last tackle, Hydreigon finally couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. His heavy body hit the ground making a dull sound and a big hole was smashed into the ground. But Lin Chen's attack was not completely over. In just a blink of an eye, Agrin's silver armor plotted and the metal power filled the entire fan. Alloy burst. Agrin controlled the metal power released by the metal on his body and suddenly pushed forward. The metal power was released on Hydreigon like a flood. Whenever the metal power touched Hydreigon's body, a violent explosion would occur and then Agrin's power would be completely released. After several consecutive impacts, Hydreigon had no time to react. He was seriously injured and collapsed on the ground. He looked at the middle-aged man with a dazed look. He wanted to stand up several times, but he didn't have the strength to support him to stand up. Waste. The middle-aged man took out a pokeball and took Hydreigon back, saying angrily, "Indeed, compared with the strength, whether it is Pokemon or trainer, Lin Chen and his Pokemon are not as strong as the middle-aged man in front of him. There is no doubt about this, but strength does not necessarily determine the outcome of a duel. Indeed, Lin Chen's strength is not that strong, but he can form a seamless cooperation with his Pokemon. In just a moment he can use a series of attacks in succession. Moreover, there is a tacit understanding between Lin Chen and Pokemon that ordinary people cannot have. As long as Lin Chen's mind moves, he can instantly release a powerful and steady attack. Oh, Lin Chen, I remember you. You are indeed very powerful. I also hope you can remember my name, John Shuilero Lei Kishin, because I am the one who ended your myth and legend." Suddenly the middle-aged man put away his gloomy face and then smiled faintly and said, "But with this kind of one-for-one battle, do you think it is worth it for you?" Corpse. Chapter 575. One person dominates the world. The power of the Immortal Emperor EV. Please collect. Please subscribe. One for one. You may not know me enough, right? Lin Chen responded. Double Edge, although it is extremely powerful, will cause great damage to Pokemon every time it is used, and it will take a long time to recover, let alone an injury that can be repaired by a few bottles of potions. As an elite trainer, don't you know this? The name of genius but ignorant. John Shuilero Lei Kishin sneered, his word full of disdain for Lin Chen. He thought that Lin Chen was an ace trainer with great potential and emerged out of nowhere, but he didn't even understand this little bit of truth and didn't even know the effects of the skills used by Pokemon. He is also worthy of being called a genius trainer, which is too tarnishing to the word genius trainer. Double Edge uses its own powerful strength to impact the power of 717, but because it uses its own powerful body to launch the most powerful attack, its impact will also backfire on itself, causing itself to suffer considerable harm. This kind of move is often used by a small number of trainers only when they are out of ammunition and food and the situation is life or death, so this move is considered considered a fatal move and is generally not used. Using this move even after recovery is likely to leave an incurable hidden disease. But Lin Chen didn't even know this at the beginning of the battle. He had already used life-threatening move. How could he be called a genius trainer? Wasn't that a joke? After all, Lin Chen could be called a genius trainer by the world, so he would not have hosted all his cards at the beginning of the battle. However, it just so happened that Lin Chen met me. I think it was also God's arrangement destined to make me take off the title of genius trainer from Lin Chen. Ignorant? You made a conclusion without seeing the result clearly. I don't know who is ignorant, Lin Chen said calmly without taking Zhang Shuilero Lei Qishan's words to heart. How he controlled the battle naturally had his own reasons. How is it possible? How is it possible? This is absolutely impossible. What on earth do you know? After using double edge, your Salamins didn't have any internal injuries. Is this a trick? Zhang Shuilero Lei Qishan looked in the direction of Salamins for a few times, and then as if he saw something strange, he rubbed his eyes and looked at Salamins. He saw that Salamins didn't have any injuries on his body. There were only some scars from the fight with Earl Dervish. The double edge just now didn't cause any indelible damage to Salamins. Double edge is indeed double edge, but don't forget my reputation as a genius trainer. Lin Chen smiled lightly and boasted. That's right, Lin Chen did let Salamins use double edge, but when double edge was causing the most damage to the Pokemon's body, Lin Chen quickly let Salamins retreat. Therefore the impact on Salamins was only the few moments when it was used, and the most serious damage did not hit Salamins. However, such an attack method requires the right time, place and people, and none of them can be missing, because such an attack not only requires the extremely tacit cooperation between the Pokemon and the owner, but also requires a quick release before the opponent has fully reacted. Once the opponent notices the clues, or in other words the opponent is also in an offensive state, then such an attack is likely to be fatal. After all, being attacked by the opponent under double edge will be a double blow. Everything was safe and sound. The cooperation of Salamins' immortal Emperor EV and Agron directly caused Hydreigon to be seriously injured. Very good. Net, I will not show mercy. Zhang Shuilero Lei Qishan felt very uncomfortable when he learned that he was fooled. He said with a twisted face and a smile, since he entered the elite stage, no one dared to fool him like this. Lin Chen is the first. In this battle he will definitely not let Lin Chen escape so easily. If he lets Lin Chen fall into his hands, he will definitely teach Lin Chen a lesson. Rogue Panda. Kamu. Two giant beasts appeared from the white light. The rogue panda held a bamboo leaf in its mouth with a cynical look on its face. Its body was burly and majestic, black and white, and its huge fists were constantly waving as if one punch could make people ascend to heaven. Kamu is even bigger, with scales all over its body as bright and dazzling as the scales of a carp. Its front paws are placed on its chest like a gladiator, and its tail stands in the air like a lightning rod. The appearance of the two fighting Pokemon can give people a great sense of oppression, and the belligerent atmosphere instantly fills the entire valley. The information of the two Pokemon was easily obtained by Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes. They are all at the initial stage of champions, so Zhang Shuilero Lei Qishan in front of him should also be at the initial stage of champion. Lin Chen thought silently in his heart. Pokemon's strength is generally not much higher than the trainer's unless the Pokemon has reached that strength when it is captured. Otherwise most Pokemon are equal to the trainer, or the trainer is slightly stronger than the Pokemon. Just like Lin Chen, the Pokemon under his command are almost all at the middle level of elite, and the only ones that surpass the middle level of champion are Jiraiya 5-9 and Kilgore, whose strength has reached the champion stage when they were captured. It is not to say that the strength of Pokemon cannot exceed that of the trainer, but if the trainer's strength has not reached that stage, the strength of Pokemon will not fluctuate too much, just like there is a specific limit. When the strength of Pokemon is about to reach the strength of the trainer, it will slowly rise or even stop growing. Rogue Panda. Sky Fist Hammer Arm. Zhang Shuilero Lei Qishan immediately issued an order. The Rogue Panda, who received the order, roared, increased his fighting spirit, and waved two fists like sandbags. One turned into a Sky Fist and the other turned into a Hammer Arm, and the two fists were full of different powers. But the power was extremely strong, and what was more terrifying was that under the blessing of the Rogue Panda's characteristic, the two fists grew bigger again, and the original sandbag's eyes fist turned into two boulders growing on the arms. Chapter 576. The Dragon King who terminated everything. Melodic who froze time and space. Please collect. Please subscribe. When the Rogue Panda swung his fist, a powerful wave of air burst out in an instant. EV dazzling gleam. Agron alloy explosion. Salamins rock slide. Lin Chen reacted quickly when the Rogue Panda launched the attack and then issued three major orders. The moment the order was issued, the three Pokemon also launched an attack quickly. Pink light shone on the valley and the sound of metal explosions plotted in the valley again. The ground under the feet began to shake violently. The crumbling rocks fell, the dust was raised, and the vision became blurred in an instant. instant. The seemingly perfect defensive seemed so vulnerable in front of the rogue panda. When the sky fist and hammer arm were swung down, the valley stopped shaking and Salam Ince was hammered down by the fist in midair. The huge dragon wings kept flashing, but it was useless. The moment Salam Ince fell to the ground shook. Then the rogue panda turned around quickly, used Salam Ince as a springboard, stepped hard, jumped up and used the force to hit the force 06. The two fists merged together, breaking Agrin's alloy explosion. In an instant the two fists flew apart and the sky fist slammed down on Agrin's back. Hammer arm swung violently and Agrin had not reacted yet and the alloy explosion was forced to stop. But the net moment Agrin's body sank into the ground. With the swing of hammer arm, Agrin was directly knocked out, leaving a deep gully. The whole Orberg-like body was covered with dust and motionless like a dead fish. Immortal Emperor EV substitute. Lin Chen kept an eye on the battlefield and shouted when he saw that something was wrong. As soon as a black shadow appeared behind Immortal Emperor EV, the pink light instantly disappeared in the valley and the rogue panda had already rushed over. Just as the sky fist and hammer arm were about to be swung down, Immortal Emperor EV had already escaped from the original position, leaving only a black substitute. But the rogue panda accepted everyone who came and the substitute was beaten in the same way. With a slurp sound, the substitute of Immortal Emperor EV was smashed to pieces. The strength of the rogue panda was enough to show his agility, infinite power and quick reaction. He was worthy of being a real fighter. Every attack was just right without dragging his feet and attacking smoothly. He used all the strength he should use on an enemy until the enemy was completely knocked down before moving to the net target. What boy, are you scared like this? I haven't used my full strength yet. Seeing Lin Chen ordering Immortal Emperor EV to withdraw from the battlefield, joy appeared on his face and he teased like a villain. Why do you think so? Lin Chen said calmly. Kartana, Megastone Pterosaur, Guzzlord, Melodic, Ice King form. Lin Chen released 4 Pokemon in a row, each of which showed a powerful posture. Agrin, Salam Ince come back. Then Lin Chen took Salam Ince and Agrin back to the new world. They were seriously injured and no longer wanted to continue fighting. Timely healing was the best choice for them. Otherwise, fighting with overdrawn physical strength would only make their injuries worse. Kartana, Psychic Blade, Melodic, Aqua Tail, Guzzlord, Dark Pulse, Mega Painter, Rock Smash. The 4 Pokemon summoned in succession quickly launched attack, and each attack contained their own powerful power. Like a water column falling from the sacred river, the Psychic Blade and Dark Pulse formed a psychic attack and the rocks on the ground shattered. When they shattered, a rock-type power was stimulated from them. A trifle Kamu scale noise. Dragon Dance. The scales on Kamu fluttered, making a rustling sound. After a moment the sound became louder and louder, like a dragon flying in the clouds. The sound of the dragon scales formed waves of sound which blocked the 4 sounds coming from the front steadily and could not move forward any further, just like being blocked by a mountain. I've said it before, your tricks are of no use to me. John Shuilero Lei Kishin waved his hand and smiled. The look in his eyes seemed to say that Lin Chen was a fool. That's not necessarily true. Melodic. The ice crystal field is open. For a moment the whole valley turned into an ice cave and Melodic shook his tail and slapped back heavily. Melodic instantly jumped into the air and splash and ice spikes formed around her body. As she gently swung her tail into the cave, countless ice spikes stabbed towards the rogue panda like sharp swords, i.e. pecked at it. Rogue panda scissors cross fist. The rogue panda's huge fists were in a cross state and the oncoming ice crystals seemed to be ignored. The rogue panda moved his paws and the ice spikes were knocked to the ground by the cross fist. When the ice crystals shattered, Melodic spit out an ice column from his mouth, piercing through the rogue panda's cross fist and attacking his belly. The ice column contained the power of ice crystals and the deep icy power made the rogue panda tremble for a moment, and countless tiny ice crystals appeared on his black and white hair. The net moment the huge ice column flooded the rogue panda's body and the icy power immediately began to dissipate on his body. The blood in his body began to freeze and the joints of his hands and feet formed hard ice blocks, making his speed become a little slow. Now, Immortal Emperor EV mysterious power. Taking advantage of Melodic's brief control over the rogue panda, Immortal Emperor EV's head showed a SI pointed star and tackled the rogue panda's head at lightning speed. The SI pointed star rapidly spun on the rogue panda's head and the SI sharp star corners were like spikes trying to break through the rogue panda's heavy defenses, but as the power was exhausted, the rogue panda's head was not broken. But the high-speed collision of the SI pointed star still caused a lot of injuries to the rogue panda, and blood mark and bloody wounds appeared on the head and the momentum of the whole body also weakened as if it was seriously injured. The ice crystals dissipated and the rogue panda retreated a few steps, covering the back of his head with one hand and the other hand was in a fighting fist posture with a look of unwillingness to admit defeat, staring at Immortal Emperor EV and Melodic. 2 professional peak Pokemon were able to cause such damage to the champion beginner rogue panda because Lin Chen discovered discovered the weakness of the rogue panda in a short gap. Therefore he used confusing moves in succession, sometimes attacking Kamu, sometimes attacking the rogue panda. Chapter 577 Rewrite the aura of all things and divide the world battlefield. Please subscribe. Such an attack method made John Shuilero Lei Kishin unable to react at all. Which Pokemon Lin Chen was going to attack? Although John Shuilero Lei Kishin saw a little clue, how could Lin Chen's attack method be so simple? A move that has been used once, improved and optimized, and used again will make the opponent even more unpected. You think you predicted my prediction, but in fact I predicted your prediction. After being hit by the lightning-fast attack, the rogue panda didn't feel any pain for a while. Later he realized that the bloodstains on the back of his head were me-ed with icy power, which made him feel a little painful, as if the icy power had penetrated into his bone. Waves of icy power spread around his body, which made the rogue panda's mind stop working. It can be said that this attack did cause indelible damage to the rogue panda and even hurt his root. In fact, it's not that John Shuilero Lei Kishin didn't react, but when he reacted he found that it was too late and his judgment had made a fatal mistake. Venus, the immortal Emperor Eevee, with his status as a champion junior trainer, must have been able to see that he was at the peak of his profession. Such strength was 2 major realms away from the rogue panda's champion junior strength. He didn't believe that with such strength he could cause such an offensive to the rogue panda. It was nothing more than a tickle, but the result was beyond his expectations, so when he realized it was too late. In the final analysis, it was because he underestimated the enemy. John Shuilero Lei Kishin had never taken Lin Chen seriously from the beginning. Even when Hydreigon was seriously injured, he thought that Hydreigon was too weak. It was precisely because of John Shuilero Lei Kishin's underestimation of the enemy that Lin Chen seized the opportunity, using Melodic as a control chain to slow down the rogue panda and then attacking with the attribute restraint of the immortal Emperor Eevee to deliver a fatal blow. Although the gap in strength is large, attribute restraint still is. Moreover, once Sylveon evolves into the immortal Emperor Eevee, his strength is not as simple as the peak of the profession on the surface. A series of cooperation plus restraint power caused the rogue panda to be seriously injured so that he could not react. Sure enough, there are some means attribute restraint which I have not thought of too. However, my strength, but it doesn't stop there. John Shuilero Lei Kishin's anger rushed to his heart but was suppressed by Lin Chen every time. As a champion he could not suppress his arrogance. He would show the real strength of a champion to let Lin Chen know what a fight is, what champion level strength is, and what the terrifying gap between him and Lin Chen is. Such a gap can never be made up by a small attribute restraint. Rogue Panda workup. Rogue Panda's body was ignited with white flames full of fighting spirit. As if in the flames the Rogue Panda's injuries began to recover. Gradually the ice crystals on the Rogue Panda's body began to melt and his fighting spirit value soared into the sky. Although his injuries had not recovered, his fighting power had definitely increased several times compared to just now. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and his expression was a little serious. The NET battle is probably the time to really get serious. Kamu flash cannon. A terrifying laser beam burst out from Kamu's mouth. Wherever the beam passed, the sand and stones turned into powder in an instant. Compared with Hydreigon's flash cannon, it was even more powerful. Kartana, Psychic Blade, Megastone, Pterosaur, Primal Impact, Guzzlord, Heavy Impact. The 3 Pokemon launched a crazy counter-attack like a rolling flood. The attacks bombarded the laser, but as soon as they touched the laser, all the offensives instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. In an instant the attacks of the 3 Pokemon were disintegrated, and then Lin Chen issued another order. Melodic Safeguard. Salamin Zen Headbutt. Rogue Panda. Monkey King roars. Melodic formed a sea blue shield covering all Pokemon together, and Salamanki's Zen Headbutt raised a huge light hammer and smashed it at the laser. But in an instant the light hammer was pierced by the laser and Safeguard's shield only resisted for a moment. Cracks appeared, turned into streams of light and disappeared. The power of the laser was gradually blasted on the Pokemon and did not cause too much damage, but with it came the snarl of the Rogue Panda. The roars that shook the hearts of the people roared out and the Pokemon were unable to bear it. Their skin began to crack and bleed. The noise was transmitted to their bodies and minds, making them feel extremely uncomfortable, and they couldn't help but roll on the ground. The noise ended and the echo was still in the valley. The Pokemon were almost seriously injured and lay on the ground unable to get up. Only the high-level elite Kartana could barely float in the air. As for Melodic, the weakest Eevee, the immortal Emperor had no strength to fight anymore. Kamu, don't give them a chance to breathe. Flash Cannon. Kamu's mouth once again shot out a terrifying laser. Eevee, the immortal Emperor. Melodic, come back first. Superior. The power of law. Superior. Zoroark. Illusion Field. Lin Chen took out the Pokemon in his left hand. Ball took Melodic and Eevee back to the new world, turned his right hand and summoned Superior, and Zoroark. Divide the battlefield. Salamin's Mega Arrow Aerodactyl Guzzlord Kartana. The rogue panda is left to you. I judgment. Lin Chen used the same trick again, dividing the battlefield into two halves to reduce the pressure between Pokemon duels. Zhao Li's. After all, if two champion beginner Pokemon work together to fight, Lin Chen will not have any advantage at all. Only by dividing the battlefield can the power in his hands be used to the greatest. E10. Lin Chen and Pokemon have the ability to communicate with each other telepathically. Even if Lin Chen does not need to command, as long as his mind is united, Pokemon can also fight like fish in water with perfect match. But Rogue Panda may not be able to do this. Champion trainers are only strong, which does not mean that they have the ability beyond bugs like Lin Chen. Kartana nodded slightly and slashed at Rogue Panda in an instant. Mega Aerodactyl and Salam Ince also moved with it, dragging Rogue Panda aside. In just a moment the battlefield was divided into two halves. Rogue Panda was surrounded by the four Pokemon and Lin Chen was naturally not careless. The three Pokemon he summoned soon formed a battlefield with Kamu. Chapter 578 World Tree Snake suppressing the strongest way I got. Please collect. Please subscribe. Reperier, this battle is the time for you to show your loyalty, Lin Chen said. Reperier was summoned not only because he had the strength of a high-level elite but also because Lin Chen did not completely trust him yet. This battle would determine Lin Chen's attitude towards Reperier. Roar. Reperier roared twice as if to show his sincerity and said that he would not betray Lin Chen. Reperier. Stone Edge. Superior World Tree Form Power of Law. Reperier stared at the sharp giant horn and roared a few times. The rocks on the ground turned into sharp long spike and sucker punch towards Kamu. At the same time Superior turned into the form of the World Tree. His strength increased dramatically in an instant. His whole body was surrounded by blue-white light. With the noble aura of Superior he showed his dignity. Zorakya Illusion Domain. Then Lin Chen gave another order and Zorakya unfolded the illusion domain. In the battlefield with Kamu, a Mu light wave is generated covering it. The illusion field can enhance Zorakya's strength and at the same time it can also make the opponent lose consciousness, causing his attack power to weaken or his attack to fail. Staff Tail Scale 720 Ankylosaurus Scale Noise. The noise sounded again, trying to break Zorakya's illusion field. However, no matter how large the noise fluctuations are, no matter how fierce the situation is, Zorakya's illusion field cannot be broken at all except for crushing Reperier's Stone Edge. He is a tough guy. Defeating him will automatically shatter the illusion field. Kamu Flamethrower. John Shuilero Lei Kishin instantly understood the principle of Zorakya's illusion field and immediately issued an order. The blazing flames gushed out of Kamu's mouth like a surging flood, forming a huge wave of fire that swept across the entire illusion domain. Although it was impossible to break the illusion domain, the blazing breath made the surroundings extremely hot, as if you were in a huge furnace. If you stayed there for a moment longer you would melt into it. Superior IAI slash. Superior's snake tail turned into a sharp sword and slashed forward. Two sharp edges broke through the ground, creating a huge gully. The gushing flames were instantly broken in half in front of the sharp edges and the power of the flames gradually extinguished. Superior seized the victory. The Oath of Grass. In the barren land, vines crawled out one by one and green leaves climbed in the illusion domain. The vines broke out of the ground like the tentacles of an octopus crawling and approaching closely. Kamu kept dodging the attacking vines in midair, but the vines kept appearing like parasite. The huge vines were covered with thorns and they seemed to want to grab Kamu and swallow him. Kamu Brutal Swing. John Shuilero Lei Kishin saw Kamu's embarrassment and quickly issued an order wanting Kamu to completely break Superior's grass oath. But no matter how Kamu waved Dragon Claw, whenever the sharp claws touched the vines they would be caught instantly and the sharpness could not break the vines at all. Helplessly he could only break free from the vines and fly higher into the sky, but no matter how Kamu flew, the vines followed closely behind him as if they had tracking ability. Reperier Rock Cannon. Reperier's four claws tightly grasped the ground, absorbing the power from the ground. Waves of earthy yellow light gathered on Reperier's body. Then on Reperier's rhino horn a faint shadow of a cannon condensed and a cannon was placed on it. At the muzzle it was even constantly condensing power. A bullseyed shell condensed from the cannon. With Lin Chen's order the rock cannonball Agj instantly flew out. Under the interference of Superior's Oath of Grass, Kamu had no intention of avoiding Reperier's rock cannon. Hit hard by the rock cannonball, Kamu's left wing was bloody and the scales were shattered, revealing flesh and blood, and even a little bit of white bones could be seen. However, Lin Chen's offensive did not end there. The rock cannon ended, but the Oath of Grass had not ended. While Kamu was seriously injured, Superior's Oath of Grass vines grew stronger and twisted rapidly. In a moment they wrapped Kamu, who was flying unsteadily in the air, together. Countless vines seemed to have found an activation target, tightly constricting Kamu and wrapping it into a huge grass ball. Reperier Megahorn. In order to show his sincerity and strength, Reperier like a madman raised his huge huge rhino horn and thrust it forward fiercely. The huge rhino horn contained extremely powerful power directly breaking through Kamu's heavy defense. After several waves of strong attack, even Kamu, who was as strong as the champion, was useless and could not take care of himself. When Reaperior was at the high level of elite, he was a little behind Kamu in realm strength, but with Lin Chen's command he could narrow the gap to a certain extent. Moreover, before Reaperior came out, Kamu had already gone through a wave of battles and both his strength and reaction speed had been reduced to a certain extent. In Jiashan, Sorakya's illusion field reduced his strength by 1. At the same time, with the power of Superior's law and the confinement of the Oath of Grass, Kamu had no defense ability in the face of Reaperior's strong offensive. Kamu, payback! John Shuilero Lei Kishin almost roared and issued instructions to Kamu. However, no matter how loud his voice was, Kamu did not react at all. He was tightly wrapped by the Oath of Grass. Moreover, he had no ability to resist Reaperior's continuous strong attack. How is it possible? How can Kamu, who is at the initial stage of champion, be defeated so easily by you? No, you Superior are not at the initial stage of elite. John Shuilero Lei Kishin looked at Superior in surprise and exclaimed, of course, under normal conditions Superior is at the initial stage of elite, but in the form of the world tree and the power of the law, Superior already has the strength to fight against the mid-level champion. Chapter 579, The Domain of the Time Dragon God, the Power of the Descending Demon God. Please subscribe, but if you don't observe the monarch color carefully you can't find it. This is why Lin Chen let Superior play Oiliary. As long as Superior's confinement ability is strong enough, then Reaperior's offensive power is enough to solve Kamu. However, in fact Zorakia is also a cover. Zorakia's illusion field does not have such a great restraining effect on Kamu flying in the sky. Lin Chen just used Zorakia's illusion field as a cover to attract John Shuilero Lei Kishin's attention, so that John Shuilero Lei Kishin thought that Superior was just an ordinary elite beginner. But who knows, as a control chain Superior is the real boss. If Superior does not have the strength of champion, the grass oath he released may not be able to confine Kamu. Only by doing this John Shuilero Lei Kishin was deceived and Kamu was solved so efficiently and quickly. Very good, very good. Sure enough, the title of genius trainer is not for nothing. He is indeed quite capable. But do you think that your champion level strength is for nothing? John Shuilero Lei Kishin was furious and said angrily, a little embarrassed. I don't think so. In the Pokemon world no one can reach the champion level by taking shortcut. If he can reach the champion level, he naturally has a certain level of strength. So I have never underestimated you all along. But you made such a fatal mistake. You underestimated a trainer like me who is a mid-elite and a rookie. But how do you know that my strength is not the same as yours, which is all achieved by my own strength? Real fight, fist to fist, needle to wheat spike. You said that you took me seriously, but in fact you still didn't regard me as your real opponent. That's why you lost to me. Lin Chen said calmly. He didn't show off his victory, nor did he belittle himself. He was calm just like a veteran in combat training. Don't look like a villain. It's just a little advantage. It doesn't mean that you won. I admit that I didn't regard you as a real opponent just now, but it doesn't mean that you have the qualifications to blame me. John Shuilero Lei Kishin said with an unconvinced look. Whatever you think. Lin Chen didn't want to say a word more, just smiled. Superior, strangle. You dare. The Superior received the order and controlled the huge vines like a crusher, completely crushing the Kamu in front of him. It is not difficult for a champion to kill a champion Pokemon. In less than a moment Kamu turned into a piece of debris and scattered all over the ground, blending with the dust. What am I afraid of? What can you do to me? Lin Chen stepped forward. He took a step forward and said without fear, very good, very good. You have completely angered me. John Shuilero Lei Kishin was like a raging flame, burning with the flame of revenge. Bloodshot eyes, veins on his forehead, and he looked like he wanted to kill Lin Chen to vent his anger. It is not easy to train a champion beginner Pokemon. Even for a high-level champion trainer it takes a lot of effort and time to quickly train a powerful and talented champion beginner Pokemon. Just like John Shuilero Lei Kishin's training of Kamu. Kamu has been accompanying John Shuilero Lei Kishin in the initial stage of his career. Now I don't know how many Pokemon berries, Pokeblock and various skill learning devices he has fed. The effort he has invested in him is not less. Even if you take out most of these efforts you can quickly train an elite beginner Pokemon. Moreover, Kamu is an ultimate Pokemon with strength and talent that are rare in Pokemon. He was easily wiped out by Lin Chen and he felt no pain in his heart. No, this kid is not simple. How could he wipe out my Kamu so easily? Even I can't do it so easily. Although he was in a state of rage, John Shuilero Lei Kishin was not a trainer who was easily blinded by anger. He couldn't help but think about this question secretly in his heart. He felt that the 18-year-old boy in front of him was not simple. What he did was not even possible for him to do so easily. Please give of flowers. Is there any secret hidden in him? Of course Lin Chen is indeed not simple. How can a trainer with a system be simple? It is certainly not that easy to completely wipe out an ultimate champion combo. But who is Lin Chen? Lin Chen is a man with the all-seeing eye who can foresee danger. It is not difficult for him to see Kamu's weakness. As long as he knows Kamu's weakness, is it difficult to kill it? Not really. Moreover, Serperior has the power of law, which is a good way to kill Pokemon. It is easy to kill Pokemon accurately. Of course John Shuilero Lei Kishin doesn't know about these. Kamu was eliminated and Zoroark's illusion field disappeared. 0. Seeing that the Rogue Panda was still not at a disadvantage under the attack of 4 Pokemon in turn, every punch and every kick was done with ease. Even though they cooperated seamlessly in various ways, in the face of absolute strength the cooperation seemed a little ridiculous. Salamence and Aerodactyl were already injured after the quarrel. It seemed that in the NET moment they would be paralyzed by the Sky Fist of the Rogue Panda, leaving a lifelong hidden disease. Rogue Panda, Cross Fist, kill them. Young man, I will let you taste the feeling of losing Pokemon. John Shuilero Lei Kishin shouted angrily. Under the command of the master, the Rogue Panda hit the already injured Salamence with a Cross Fist. Serperior Vine Braid. Lin Chen quickly commanded Serperior to use a Vine Whip. Just as the Rogue Panda's fist was about to hit Salamence, Serperior's Vine Whip pulled Salamence back tightly. Seeing that the target had disappeared, the Rogue Panda did not follow closely, but in the NET moment he struck in the direction of Salamence, and the offensive power contained in his fist did not weaken at all. Agrin Time Dragon God Time Domain. Serperior use Vine Whip again. At the critical moment Lin Chen quickly issued 2 commands, but as Lin Chen gave the order, the Rogue Panda's fist had already touched the edge of Mega Aerodactyl's wings. No matter how fast Serperior was, it was impossible to be faster than the Rogue Panda's fist. Chapter 580 The Power of Suppressing Time. The Sun God Solgaleo. Please collect. Please subscribe. But what happened in the NET second? But the smile on John Shuilero Lei Kishin's face turned into surprise. The Rogue Panda, who was about to touch Mega Aerodactyl's wings, was frozen in midair at that moment, but the same Mega Aerodactyl did not move. Serperior's Vine Whip quickly constricted Mega Aerodactyl. Gravity pulled back and Mega Aerodactyl was pulled back like a yo-yo. Bray. The NET second. Lin Chen made a slight sound and whispered, and the flow of time returned to normal. The cross fist of the Rogue Panda missed again and hit the ground heavily. This is the power of time, John Shuilero Lei Kishin said dully with some disbelief. Don't forget that Agrin also has the form of the Time Dragon God. As long as the time domain is opened, the flow of time at a certain location can be changed to a certain extent, accelerating or slowing down. Of course, if Agrin reaches the champion level, it can even change the flow of time in an area, but now Agrin is still in the elite stage and does not have the strong strength to support such a change. But such a perverted ability in an unknown situation can still make the enemy unable to react and produce amazing results if it is suddenly used. But although Salamence and Mega Aerodactyl were given back by Lin Chen, they were seriously injured and could no longer cope with the NET battle. Come back Mega Aerodactyl Salamence. Lin Chen took out 2 Pokeballs and took back the wounded Salamence and Mega Aerodactyl. The champion level opponent is worthy of being the champion level, and its strength is far beyond all elite level Pokemon. Although it seems that Lin Chen won this battle, he also paid a considerable price. Mega Aerodactyl, Salamence, Immortal Emperor Eevee and Agrin were all seriously injured and sent back to the new world. Even the time domain that Agrin just released was using up his last bit of strength. If he wanted Agrin to continue to attack, there is a great possibility that Agrin would be left with an incurable hidden disease for life. Moreover, all along Lin Chen had always been outnumbered and had the advantage in the number of Pokemon. Every time it was many to 1, so that John Shuilero Lei Kishin had no power to fight back. If it was a unknown fight, Lin Chen might have already been defeated by John Shuilero Lei Kishin. But isn't fighting like this? I have what you don't, and that's my advantage. It's not that John Shuilero Lei Kishin as a champion level powerhouse has so few Pokemon, because when they reach this stage, trainers have already formed a stereotype, and whoever is the most suitable Pokemon for them to train and whoever has the best tacit understanding with them will be trained with emphasis. Therefore they often don't have the energy and resources to train one after another like Lin Chen with the same strength as themselves and can achieve a perfect level of cooperation. You have to know that only Lin Chen, a man with a bug system, can do this. For example, at the same stage Tan Taiyu and Long Yuking, the number of Pokemon in their hands is about the same as the number of powerful Pokemon in John Shuilero Lei Kishin's hands. However, after this battle Lin Chen still suffered a great loss. In addition to the 4 major Pokemon that were unable to fight again, the other Pokemon except Serperior were all in a state of scars. You forced me to do this, Solgaleo. A ray of light from the sun shone out from the Pokeball, and a lion-like giant beast released a dazzling light with flaming mane all over over its body like the posture of the god of the sun. It was not until he gradually adapted to the dazzling light that Lin Chen was able to see the giant beast in front of him clearly. It was shaped like a lion with a white appearance and bright blue eyes. There were constantly changing constellations on its fierce face. The 4 spikes on its head were like the crown of a king, and its whole body emitted a yellow-white light like the sun's rays, shocking people's souls. It was as if the giant beast in front of him was the son of the sun, the guardian of the sun, and all filthy things would be completely burned in front of her. Legendary Pokemon Solgaleo. Lin Chen saw the Pokemon in front of him, silently chanted in his heart, and then opened his all-seeing eyes. Legendary Pokemon are rare, just like the Pokemon of the mythical beast level. It is rare to see one in 1,000 years. Only those with great luck and strength can meet a legendary Pokemon and capture him. 0. Therefore Lin Chen is very familiar with legendary Pokemon and Pokemon of the mythical beast level. As long as he sees it, he will not make a mistake. And the Solgaleo in front of him is a Pokemon known as the Son of the Sun, and it is not too bad compared to the small nebula in Lin Chen's hand. Solgaleo's appearance reversed the situation. The situation that was originally very favorable to Lin Chen might be gradually reversed because of Solgaleo's appearance, because Lin Chen knew very well what the appearance of the legendary Pokemon meant. What's more, John Shuilero Lei Kishin was a champion level trainer, and this battle would definitely be extremely difficult. Solgaleo Cosmic Power Meteor Flash. The moment Solgaleo appeared, John Shuilero Lei Kishin immediately launched an attack, not wanting to give Lin Chen any chance to react. When Lin Chen just retracted, the eye of all-seeing Solgaleo had already flashed in front of the Pokemon Ember and lightning all the way, showing its sharp claws and grabbing down fiercely. The speed was so fast that Lin Chen was a little slow to react, and Melodic Guzzlord and Rhyperior were even more slow to react and were hit hard by that claw. The original high momentum was instantly extinguished by this claw. It is indeed the legendary Pokemon Serperior, the power of law. Just hold on for a moment. Except Serperior, everyone come back. Lin Chen made a quick decision and threw out one Pokeball after another. Except for Serperior, all of them were taken back by Lin Chen. Beak Eye. Serperior's power of law was penetrated by Solgaleo, but Serperior also relied on instinct to quickly counter-attack, retreated a few steps and retreated to Lin Chen's side. Roar. Solgaleo defeated the enemy with one move, showing the king's posture, and roared, showing his terrifying suppression power. Chapter 581. The Phantom Overlord is coming. The world-destroying storm. Please collect. Please subscribe. Why are you scared? Aren't you very awesome? Are you scared now? It's too late. I will also let you taste what pain is. John Shuilero said with a loud laugh, his eyes full of ferocity. Afraid? Lin Chen was not afraid. Since he became a trainer and embarked on the journey of conquering the Pokemon world, he was no longer afraid. Taking back those Pokemon was just to prevent them from getting hurt. This was for the sake of the overall situation, not a sign of fear. Lin Chen's current situation was very bad, but it was not a situation of life and death. At the same time, Lin Chen was also very clear that Melodic and Guzzlord would never be the opponents of the legendary Pokemon Solgaleo in front of him. If they met Solgaleo, they would have no way out, and they would not even have the power to resist. What's more, John Shuilero Lei Kishin was resentful and wanted revenge. If he got the chance, it would probably make Lin Chen turn against him. There is no chance to respond. Agrin's Time Dragon God Form Time Domain has been used. Solo Kya's Illusion Domain will be offset by Solgaleo's characteristic. In addition, the Pokemon have been tired after fighting one after another, and their reaction ability, combat ability, speed and physical strength have all declined. They are not suitable for this kind of strength. For various reasons, it is the best choice to let them come back to heal. There is no need to sacrifice the life of a fighting partner for a momentary impulse, and Lin Chen does not want to see this situation. Moreover, Lin Chen also understands the strength of the legendary Pokemon. Even a strong one like Kartana dare not take risk. Only a steady battle can prevent him from falling into a dilemma. This battle can only be borne by Serperior in the form of the World Tree. Are you confident? Lin Chen communicated with Serperior. Of course I do. Serperior responded very nobly. Although the opponent is strong, Serperior is not weak either. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Don't you know who is stronger and who is weaker after a fight? Boy, there is only one Pokemon. Do you think you have a chance of winning against me? John Shuilero Lei Kishin said with a laugh. Maybe you are strong, but I am also weak. How do you know that I am not your opponent? Lin Chen replied, unwilling to be outdone. Solgaleo. Meteor Flash. As soon as the voice fell, Solgaleo turned into a meteor again, rushing towards him at a speed as fast as lightning, forming a yellow-white light band behind him so fast that even light could not catch up with his shadow. Serperior Leaf Storm. The power of the law on Serperior's body increased greatly, and the bluish-white light lit up around him. Dagger-like leaves continued to condense and form around him. As Serperior's arrogant eyes narrowed, slightly, the snake tail behind him swung forward and countless leaves rushed in all directions like a tide in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Countless leaves broke through the air and made a chirping sound. Every arrowroot that pierced Solgaleo was like an arrowroot seed falling from a bleak tree in autumn and winter, silent and painless. No matter which arrowroot seed hit him, Solgaleo's speed was still the same. Without slowing down, he fiercely tackled the Serperior. Serperior, curl up. Seeing that Leaf Storm's attack was useless to Solgaleo, Lin Chen immediately issued an order. Serperior instantly curled up and every inch of the snake's body curled up, which greatly increased Serperior's defense, forming a thick shield to defend in front of it. Even so, Solgaleo's attack did not stop at all, as if he would not stop until Serperior was knocked down and unable to take care of himself. Like a falling meteor, it broke through Serperior's layers of defense. No matter how thick the shield was, it was as weak as paper in Solgaleo's eyes, and the layers of defense were instantly disintegrated. However, even though the curled up Serperior's defense increased greatly, it was still hit hard by Solgaleo's popular flash and flew backwards like a meteor. Serperior, the power of the law. Draw billion. Lin Chen immediately issued an order and Serperior crawled up, and the shadow of the world tree behind him emerged, constantly gathering power on Serperior. Under the impact of the power of the law, Serperior was full of strange power, and countless water streams gushed out of his body like pillars rising to the sky. Serperior's snake tail rolled forward and his whole body jumped up, sitting on countless water columns like a king who was proud of all things in the world, looking down, supervising all living beings in the mortal world. Ridiculous. Solgaleo thunderbolt. Solgaleo's momentum was extremely high and his body was flashing yellow and white light again. Countless electric currents emerged from his white hair and gathered in the crown on his head. The sound of electric current crackled in the corner, and Solgaleo's body was full of electric current magnetic field. Under the thunder and lightning, the valley was transformed into a huge thunderstorm. Fulner field. Roar. A thunderbolt smacks down from the dark clouds above the valley and the rock turn into powder in an instant. The power of thunder surges wildly on Solgaleo's body and Solgaleo's lion head pushes forward. The electric current gathered by the thunderbolt like Ampharos rushes towards Serperior, shocking people's souls. On the other hand, the form of the world tree behind Serperior also gathers countless power, turning into a faint light wave rushing forward. Suddenly Ampharos blasts towards it, and the power of the world tree is not inferior to counterattack. Under the impact of the double gravity, a huge storm formed in the valley. Sand and stones were rolled up in an instant and everything fell into chaos. Under the impact of the two terrifying forces, Ampharos was constantly approaching, step by step, eroding the light waves of Serperior's world tree bit by bit and grinding the phantom of the world tree bit by bit. Roar. Hiss. Both sides were constantly delivering their own power. After a short impact, the form of the world tree continued to dissipate, just like a defense made of mud which was collapsed by the rolling flood. Under the impact of terrifying forces, all means seemed so vulnerable. The form of the world tree completely collapsed and Serperior fell from the sky with a huge rumble. Solgaleo flare blit. John Shuilero Lei Kishin showed no mercy. When he saw that Serperior could not bear it, he quickly launched the NET attack. Chapter 582. The sun that burns the world, the form of the eternal God. Please subscribe. The power of thunder and lightning has not yet dissipated from Solgaleo's body, and it quickly ignites an extremely hot flame, just like the three true fires which are constantly being refined on Solgaleo's body. The terrifying flames burned and Solgaleo turned into a fire beast, condensing all his strength and then rushed up again. While running, the flames seemed to burn all the air in the space and there were constant crackling sounds. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that if Solgaleo came down with this move, Serperior would not be able to block it no matter what, and the end of being unable to block it would be death. Naturally, John Shuilero Lei Kishin would never turn over Serperior now, otherwise he would not release the fire attribute skills that restrained Serperior to launch the last wave of attack when Serperior was at his weakest. Of course, John Shuilero Lei Kishin also saw that Lin Chen had no way to retreat, so he launched this fatal attack. Lin Chen could naturally see that the seriously injured Serperior had no power to resist and he would definitely lose this battle. Although Serperior and Solgaleo are both mid-level champion Pokemon, Serperior, the actual combat power of the same champion mid-level, is not that level. Serperior can only reach that level by relying on the form of the world tree and the terrifying power of the law. If it really fights against a champion mid-level Pokemon, then Serperior's strength is nothing more than an intermediate strength that is higher than the champion primary level and lower than the champion mid-level. It's just that Serperior didn't encounter a champion mid-level opponent before, so this weakness of Serperior was not reflected, but when it was really discovered, it was definitely a fatal weakness. After all, there is still a big difference between a real champion mid-level and a fake champion mid-level. What's more, Solgaleo is a legendary Pokemon which is even even more fatal. It has extraordinary talent coupled with this amazing strength and the advantage of restraining attributes. Superior will fall into a place of no return and there is no possibility of winning at all. Perhaps this battle is destined to fail. Lin Chen. Even if an elite mid-level trainer is called a genius, it is impossible for him to fight across a realm. The gap between realms is an insurmountable chasm. Boy, now I will also let you know what it means to have a Pokemon die in front of you and you are powerless. 2. Solgaleo, whose body was burning with flames, had already flashed to the front of Superior. Only the flaming claws that pounds forward fiercely were missing. Even if Superior did not die, it would not be possible for him to return to his peak state. Naturally, smelling the taste of victory and revenge, Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan was extremely arrogant. Only this time he won Lin Chen, and he would not give Lin Chen any chance to resist. He would continue to torture Lin Chen and let Superior die in front of him so that he would know what it means to suffer. Zygarde. Extreme speed. Lin Chen threw a pokeball in the direction of Superior. The pokeball blocked Solgaleo for a moment and Zygarde emerged from it. Its dark green body picked up Superior and quickly moved towards Lin Chen. A moment later the pokeball was completely crushed by Solgaleo's claws. In less than a blink of an eye, Solgaleo locked on the target again and flames covered his body. He was determined to take Superior's life and crush the Pokemon that ruined his business. Zygarde. Outrage. After Zygarde successfully rescued Superior, Lin Chen issued another order. Zygarde's divine light rose, bursting out with dragon power, resisting Solgaleo in front. Come back, Superior. Lin Chen took out a pokeball and Superior whimpered and was put into the pokeball. Champion mid-level Pokemon. How can you, a mid-level elite trainer, have 3 mid-level champion Pokemon? How is this possible? Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan claimed. Good things turned bad, but nothing was as unexpected as the mid-level champion Zygarde summoned by Lin Chen. Counting the Superior with the World Tree form, the Zygarde in front of him, and Jiraiya, who has been protecting Diancie. Lin Chen, a small mid-level elite trainer, actually has 3 mid-level champion Pokemon. How is this possible? Even a champion level trainer like him doesn't have so many mid-level champion Pokemon. Lucky there's nothing I can do. Lin Chen said something indifferent. Zygarde. Earth Force. Lin Chen quickly issued a command and soon Zygarde and Solgaleo were fighting fiercely. While they were fighting, Lin Chen quickly used the Eye of All-Knowing to find Solgaleo's weakness. Because Lin Chen knew that although Zygarde was a mid-level champion, he was definitely not Solgaleo's opponent. Only by finding Solgaleo's weakness could he have the possibility of winning. Because Zygarde's L content is very small now and he only has some gaps in realm but no real strength. It's like a cultivator who has a lot of cultivation but no powerful skill. He is strong but he can only be strong in front of opponents with lower realms than himself. In the case of the same realm, he can't have any advantage at all. This is Zygarde's current situation. If Lin Chen can't find Solgaleo's weakness, it's only a matter of time before Zygarde is defeated. It's a matter of time. As time went by, Lin Chen carefully observed Solgaleo's situation, but he didn't find out where his weakness was. However, while Lin Chen was observing, Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan was not idle either. Instead, clues were found in Zygarde. It can be seen that Kilgard is not very strong. He is always passively beaten and gradually falls into a disadvantage. He does not show the strength that a Zhao champion mid-level Pokemon should have. After some speculation, Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan as a champion mid-level trainer can also understand the situation. After searching hard, Lin Chen did not find Solgaleo's weakness. Zygarde has fallen into a disadvantage and is in a passive state of being beaten. In this case, it is even more impossible to find Solgaleo's weakness because generally speaking, legendary Pokemon and fantasy beasts have weaknesses of varying sizes, but they can hide their weaknesses compared to other Pokemon so that it is difficult for others to find them. In this situation where the more you fight, the more courageous, the sharper the battle, and the more experience you have, the more weaknesses you will not have. On the contrary, in Zygarde's passive state, the flaws are more likely to be reflected in every place. If this continues, Lin Chen will be defeated even more miserably without any chance to fight back. Chapter 583. The Mighty Zygarde opens a new world. Please bookmark. Please subscribe. In the fierce battle, Zygarde was defeated step by step and was beaten without any chance to fight back every time. Even though Lin Chen was commanding beside him, Solgaleo's momentum remained unchanged and every attack was just right. You've already lost. Solgaleo. Flare Blitz. Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan launched the last general attack. Solgaleo turned into a tearful eye and rushed forward again. This time Solgaleo was like the sun god, shining brightly, forcing Zygarde into a corner. There was no way to avoid it and he could only resist Solgaleo, who was like the sun. The smoke filled the air and Zygarde's body was ignited with unextinguishable spark. He was hit by the flames and was covered with scars. Even with the strength of the mid-level champion, he still couldn't resist. In this battle, Lin Chen was unable to fight again. All his trump cards were played and he was out of ammunition and food. Zigard was his last card. Once Zigard was defeated, Lin Chen would have no power to fight back. In fact, Zigard's participation was also an unavoidable choice for Lin Chen. If there were other choices, Zigard would definitely not be the best choice to fight. Zigard's L ratio was not enough. Although 720 was in the mid-level champion stage, it was still not Solgalio's opponent. Lin Chen was naturally aware of this, therefore he was also trying his best to find Solgalio's weaknesses, but after a hard search he didn't find any. Kurla. Just as Lin Chen was in a life and death dilemma, a green psychic light turned into a little girl and appeared in front of Lin Chen. This is Kurla, who has been leading Lin Chen. He was not seen in the battle with Vigus John. His sudden appearance now surprised Lin Chen. What surprised Lin Chen even more was that some strange symbols appeared on Kurla. Lin Chen seemed to have seen these marks somewhere before, but he couldn't remember them. Gallade. Lin Chen suddenly thought of Vigus John's Pokemon Gallade, which also had such mark. There were only some differences, but the shape, color and aura were similar, like a pair of twin sisters. But Kurla's appearance did not reverse Lin Chen's crisis. Solgar rushed to Zigard again, trying to completely tear apart this strange thing in front of him. Killu. A psychic light wave appeared on Kurla's skirt, shooting forward and repelling the ferocious flame lion. Where did this Pokemon come from? How dare you ruin my good thing? John Shuilero Lei Kishan saw Kurla in front of Lin Chen. His eyes were fierce and he said angrily, "This is the breath of evolution." Lin Chen opened the all-seeing eyes and took a look at Kurla. He found that the psychic power in her body was constantly growing. In just a moment it reached the middle stage of elite Gardevoir. Kurla's evolution is biased toward psychic, which is another evolution chain different from Gallade Gardevoir. The NET moment Kurla's psychic power completely erupted and the continuous psychic power directly knocked Solgaleo back. It's not that John Shuilero Lei Kishan was hesitant and didn't want to completely destroy Zigard, but because Zigard is also a middle-level champion Pokemon and it is also a Pokemon with ground power. Naturally the defense power is much higher than that of ordinary Pokemon. At the same stage Zigard was just not in a good position in attack and was beaten back step by step, but it did not mean that his defense was also. It was so bad that even if Solgaleo tried his best he couldn't kill Zigard completely in a short time. Even if he wanted to he couldn't do it. Evolution, so what? It's just the strength of the middle level of elite. It's useless to delay time, young man. John Shuilero Lei Kishan saw the essence through the phenomenon and said triumphantly, Kurla's evolution did not bring any qualitative change to Lin Chen, but it delayed his failure time. After Kurla's evolution Lin Chen still couldn't escape one word: death. Oh, really? I don't think so. Lin Chen took a look at Kurla's evolution form. Chardonnay smiled knowingly and had a plan to turn defeat into victory in his mind. Chardonnay opened psychic space. A purple cube floated out of Chardonnay's body, slowly grew larger and covered the entire valley. Sedona's exclusive ability psychic space can block all surrounding perceptions and sounds. As long as the enemy is covered in it, the enemy will lose their sense of direction. The weaker the person, the longer the time of being blocked will be, while the stronger the person, the opposite will be true. However, this short time is enough for Lin Chen to carry out the plan in his mind. As the psychic space was blocked, Lin Chen jumped 3 steps, ran to the stone platform, hugged the platinum treasure chest in his arms, returned to the original place and opened the platinum treasure chest in his hand. What the system gave him would definitely not be bad, and the things in this treasure chest would definitely become a turning point for his comeback. The treasure chest was opened and the cells hidden in the treasure chest were Zigard's cells. What does this mean? It means that Zigard's strength will be unprecedentedly improved. Moreover, Lin Chen took a rough look and found that the proportion of cells in it was enough to upgrade Zigard to the form of a sea giant. At that time Zigard would no longer be a situation where he had brute force but could not use it, but would be a legendary Pokemon that was fully grown at the same level as John Shuilero Lei Kishan's Solgaleo, or even stronger. At that time Solgaleo would no longer be a problem in Lin Chen's eyes and he would not be completely powerless. It just takes time, a certain amount of time, to provide Zigard with a cell ratio increase. Open a new world. Lin Chen was not without a way to delay time, and with a thought the new world was opened. The valley was shrouded in it, and both Diancie, who was in a violent state, and John Shuilero Lei Kishan, who was an enemy, were included in it. Entering the new world was equivalent to entering Lin Chen's own small world. Of course Lin Chen was also afraid that this secret would be exposed and let the people in the dusk meeting know, but since he dared to pull the enemy into the new world, he must have a certain degree of confidence that he would become a dead body and could not tell the secret. Being pulled into the new world, John Shuilero Lei Kishan was confused and looked around in bewilderment. He had no idea where he was. He was clearly in the valley just now, but now he was in a completely unclear world. Lin Chen and Zigard, who were just in front of him, disappeared at this moment. Only the violent Diancie and Jiraki, who was comforting him, were still in front of him. Chapter 584 Crazy Beast. The first level god in full form. Please collect. Please subscribe. Where is this place? John Shuilero Lei Kishin's doubtful voice resounded through the sky and launched a raging attack to destroy this unknown world. Suddenly Lin Chen landed from the sky, suppressed John Shuilero Lei Kishin's raging destruction and guarded a small world. Of course the new world is not a real world and it is impossible to withstand a champion-level powerhouse like John Shuilero Lei Kishin. If he is allowed to destroy it like this, then Lin Chen's secrets will be exposed and even this small world will be destroyed. This is also the reason why Lin Chen did not pull John Shuilero Lei Kishin into the small world at the beginning, because he did not know how strong John Shuilero Lei Kishin was. If he rashly pulled him in, he would only put himself in a dilemma. Whether the secret was leaked or the small world was destroyed was a difficult problem. Otherwise Lin Chen would not be defeated by any strong man relying on the small world. Otherwise, as long as he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he would pull him into the small world and wear him out. In this way there was no end of the world and the catastrophe was coming. Lin Chen alone could easily block this natural disaster, which was not simple. However, pulling the opponent into the new world would naturally provide Lin Chen with a great advantage. After all, it was his own small world and both the terrain and conditions were very favorable to him. But even so, with Lin Chen's current strength, he could not be John Shuilero Lei Kishin's opponent in a head-on confrontation. The only thing he had to do was to delay. As early as when he entered the new world, Lin Chen gave the cells in the platinum treasure chest to Zigard for fusion. Now is the critical period of Zigard cell fusion. Jiraki. Diance's current situation cannot be ignored. He must be awakened as soon as possible, otherwise he will continue to fall into a violent state. The longer it takes, the lower the possibility of recovery. Lin Chen communicated with Jiraki through his mind. When entering the new world, Lin Chen did a full scan of Jiraki and found that Diance's condition was much weaker than when he first found him. But his condition is so bad, how can I wake her up? Jiraki responded somewhat at a loss. Fight violence with violence. As long as the chain of constrict in her heart is broken, there is a chance to wake her up, Lin Chen said very affirmatively. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Jiraki no longer hesitated and unlocked the psychic star that imprisoned Diance. The imprison of psychic star was broken and Diance became more violent, venting her power indiscriminately. The power of rock system was rampant in Lin Chen's new world. Jiraki, do it. No more hesitation, Lin Chen said in a voice transmission. Seeing Lin Chen's certainty, Jiraki gathered the power of psychic and engaged in a fierce battle with the violent Diance. At this moment she had no other choice but to trust Lin Chen. On the other hand, Gardevoir also fought with Solgaleo, but even Gardevoir, who had evolved, was only at the middle level of elite and was definitely not the opponent of Solgaleo, who was at the middle level of champion. After a battle, Gardevoir was already covered with wounds, but in this short period of time the proportion of Zigard cells had been completely integrated and improved. Zigard in his full form already possesses power close to that of a sea giant, which means he will be one step further than the mid-level champion and will soon break through to the high-level champion. Zigard outrage. Zigard instantly flashed in front of Lin Chen, tightly protecting Gardevoir, emitting a powerful dragon attribute power rushing out and dispersing all of Solgaleo's power. It's this Pokemon again? What? Do you still want to be defeated by me in the same way? John Shuilero Lei Kishin smiled disdainfully when he saw that the person coming was Zigard and said very contemptuously. Although the Zigard that appeared this time was very different from the last time and seemed to be much stronger. However, how strong can it be in such a short time? After all, an embroidered pillow is an embroidered pillow. That's all. Those who were defeated by him before will still be defeated by him now. We'll know if I can defeat you after a try. Zigard. Extreme speed. The moment Lin Chen gave the order, Zigard turned into a shadow and his fist seemed to have surging power. The speed and power were so fast that Solgaleo was hit by a punch before he could react. Zero, please give me flowers. After being hit by a punch, Solgaleo flew backwards instantly like a kite with a broken string, out of control. How could it be that in such a short time the improvement could be so huge? John Shuilero Lei Kishin murmured in disbelief. Zigard, the power of the earth. In the new world which belongs to Lin Chen's home battlefield, everything here will increase the Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands to varying degrees. The earthquake trembled and the power of the ground system continued to drill out from the ground and flow into Zigard, forming a continuous source of power, and a crack appeared on the ground. Earth power erupted completely. In an instant gullies appeared everywhere, the ground was broken and all the grass and trees collapsed as if the world had come to an end. The power to control the ground was in Zigard. As Zigard stepped on the ground, the cracks in the ground instantly turned into huge natural chasms, completely isolating the two lands. Under the natural chasms there was endless darkness, as if there were evil spirits in it. Once they fell, they would be swallowed up endlessly. As earth power trembled again and again, Solgaleo could not resist the rolling of this terrifying earth power. The gathering of countless earth earth powers put him in trouble. Solgaleo. Wide guard. John Shuilero Lei Kishin saw Solgaleo gradually falling into a disadvantage and quickly issued an order. Solgaleo just wanted to stimulate his own power to form a defense, but the net moment he was completely defeated by the rolling earth power, not giving Solgaleo any chance to resist. Is this the true strength of Zigard complete form? Not only John Shuilero Lei Qishan was surprised, and even Lin Chen was in shock. He knew that as long as the proportion of Zigard cells was fully increased, the hidden power in Zigard would be fully stimulated, showing unparalleled strength. However, Lin Chen did not expect that the strength of Zigard complete body would beat Solgaleo without any chance of fighting back. Solgaleo. Flare Blit. John Shuilero Lei Kishin issued an order, and the raging flames on Solgaleo's body continued to burn, burning the rocks imprisoned in his body into ashes. Chapter 585. Suppressing the World Tree and Killing the Strongest Champion. Please subscribe. The rock turned into powder, and Solgaleo stepped on the footwork facing the raging flames and rushed forward. Zigard. Strang. Zigard quickly launched the net attack. Zigard clenched his fists, gathered all his strength on his fist, and punched forward fiercely. A fist-shaped air wave burst out and hit Solgaleo. Solgaleo flew backwards again like a flying beast, spitting blood, and was somewhat unable to fight. Obviously, Zigard punch hurt Solgaleo's foundation. I defeated you in 3 moves. How about it? I won't let you down this time, right? Lin Chen said as he stood beside Zigard. Before, Solgaleo seriously injured Superior in 3 rounds. Now Zigard severely injured 7-2-3 Solgaleo in 3 moves. Zigard mud wave. Zigard swung his giant hand, and the brown-yellow mud poured on Solgaleo's body, firmly imprisoning him. This time Solgaleo had no power to fight back and was seriously injured. He could not break Zigard's fatal imprisonment. After Zigard imprisoned Solgaleo, the battle fireworks on Jiraki's side gradually extinguished. Diancie was successfully awakened by Jiraki, and she was confused and looked at this strange world. In order to prevent Diancie from falling into that violent state again, Jiraki also kept comforting her. Tell me, what is the purpose of your dusk meeting here? For Diancie or for other purposes? Lin Chen glanced at Diancie and then asked John Shuilero Lei Kishin. After this battle, Lin Chen knew that the dusk meeting must have a plan in this valley, but the people of the dusk meeting were very cautious and did not reveal any clues. Neither Vigus John nor John Shuilero Lei Kishin tried their best at the beginning, but just laid with him. Who would have thought that Lin Chen's strength was so beyond their expectations? It seemed impossible, but he defeated them without exception. When they reacted, there was no turning back. Maybe it was because they underestimated the enemy, or maybe they didn't want to waste too much time on Lin Chen at all, but the consequences were beyond their expectations. For Vigus John, they could only rely on Zhuzheng and others to find clues. They could trust Jushin's judgment method, and John Shuilero Lei Kishin, a trainer at the champion stage, should know more secret. If Lin Chen could get some information from him, it would definitely be a bombshell. Young man, although I am defeated by you now, it does not mean that I have lost. Seeing Solgaleo trapped in the quagmire, John Shuilero Lei Kishin was not panicked at all and still spoke to Lin Chen leisurely. It seemed that his failure did not represent the final result, and it seemed that he still had a trump card, but Lin Chen had already seen through him. It was true that he was not afraid of danger, but it was also true that he had no trump card. Under the eyes of omniscience, John Shuilero Lei Kishin still had no power to fight back, so Lin Chen did not rush to deal with it. He also wanted to see what other tricks John Shuilero Lei Kishin had, and he could also find out what the plan of the dusk meeting was in this situation. John Shuilero Lei Kishin then smiled and did not take the net step. He just glanced at this small world and moved the 2 fingers on his left hand slightly. Superior World Tree, you have no means in front of me, not to mention that you are in my world and you have no power to resist. Lin Chen used his mind to communicate with the world tree of the small world and cut off John Shuilero Lei Kishin's hands and feet. Oh, you still want to contact people outside? It seems that your dusk meeting is really doing something big here. Lin Chen shook the intercepted wave in front of John Shuilero Lei Kishin's eyes as if showing off. How is it possible? How can you intercept the Psi wave? What are you? How can you have the ability of Pokemon? John Shuilero Lei Kishin shouted in surprise. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. Everything about Lin Chen seemed like a mystery. It was like a ball, making it hard for it to see clearly. Now even a person's thought wave can be intercepted. How did he do it? 0. You know, people's thought waves can only be achieved through special means, and it also requires extremely high strength to transmit thought waves, otherwise it will backfire on yourself. Often only when you reach the champion stage of strength can you make a preliminary attempt to transmit your thought waves to others. John Shuilero Lei Kishin received special training at the Dusk Conference, so he has a deep exploration of this ability. Generally speaking, even a high-level champion trainer can't find that he is secretly transmitting thoughts and it is even more impossible to be intercepted. But Lin Chen did all these things. How did an elite mid-level trainer do these incredible things? This made Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan very surprised, as if he had seen a ghost. He now even seriously suspected that Lin Chen might not be a human but just a Pokemon simulation that is good at transformation. Of course Lin Chen does not have such abnormal abilities, but it just happened that the time, place and people were right. In Lin Chen's own small world, with the blessing of the world tree, he would be extremely sensitive to anything that happened in this small world. Just now every move of Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan was engraved in Lin Chen's mind. What's more, Lin Chen was still closely watching Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan's actions, so no matter what Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan did, he knew it clearly. And the matter of intercepting Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan's thought fluctuations was not due to Lin Chen's own ability but to the ability of the world tree, so Lin Chen had such psychic. However, in the intercepted thought fluctuations, Lin Chen also discovered something incredible. It turned out that everything done by all the people in the Twilight Conference would be accurately transmitted back to the headquarters of the Twilight Conference. It can be said that everything that happened in this valley except for this small world can be known accurately by the people of the Dusk Conference. Now Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan's contact with the Dusk Conference has suddenly been cut off. Chapter 586, The Terror of the Dusk Council, the Great Demon King who slaughters the world. Please subscribe. The Dusk Conference headquarters will naturally be aware of it. As for what they can guess, Lin Chen is not sure. It's just that whether Diancie or Lin Chen already has 2 champion level Pokemon, I'm afraid the Dusk Conference has already known it. In addition, there are some irrelevant information in the thought fluctuations which is nothing more than transmitting the secret that Lin Chen owns a small world back, but it's a pity that Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan did not succeed. It seems that we can't keep you here today. Lin Chen held a steel blade. If the Dusk Conference had such a terrifying ability, it was terrifying for Lin Chen to think carefully. If it could transmit thoughts at any time and anywhere, then if there were spies in the Alliance, everything that Lin Chen, the major alliances and the Alliance headquarters did might be known by the Dusk Conference in the NET moment. In this way, the spies of the Dusk Conference would not even reveal any clues but would be able to know everything in the Alliance. Does this mean that everything the Dusk Conference has done recently has been planned? Kill me with your mid-level elite strength, you are not qualified. Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan was not afraid but just smiled and said, how can it be impossible? 06 Sorikya Illusion Field. Nasty plot. Provoke. Lin Chen held the steel man in his hand and swung his sword towards Sorikya, but the NET moment the sky and the earth changed color and turned purple. Sorikya jumped out from behind Lin Chen, staring at Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan with his purple eyes. A pair of charming eyes, a lifetime of sinking. Sorikya's eyes flashed with a beautiful and fascinating light. Just staring at it you will fall into the gentle beauty. Illusion is Sorikya's most proficient skill. Finding an internship under the confusing moves, the probability of success becomes extremely high. Even if it is a champion mid-level Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan, the trainer could not resist the charming eyes that made people indulge. In a daze, Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan came to the world he had always dreamed of, with beauty's delicacies, power and endless wealth. While he was sinking in this world, a voice slowly came from his ears. The gentle and pleasant voice was like the Daji of the Ninetales FO, which was soul-stirring. Every fluctuation of the voice was a beating note, refreshing. What is the intention of the Dusk Conference to send you to this valley? Why do you keep delaying time? Lin Chen asked. A month ago we used technology to detect the existence of a fantasy beast in this valley and came to this valley to subdue the unknown fantasy beast, but when we came to the valley we found that there was an imprison restriction in this valley. Later we broke the restriction of the valley but found that the unknown fantasy beast was Diancie. With this we wanted to subdue him, but Diancie's state was a little wrong and he fell into Diancie was in a deep sleep and there were many restrictions around him. For a while we couldn't subdue him. Delaying time is just to create an opportunity to subdue Diancie. Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan answered every question and replied dully, if that's the case, why did Diancie fall into a violent state in his sleep? The restrictions protecting Diancie are much stronger than the restrictions outside the valley. We have been looking for a way to break it for half a month but we couldn't break it. Later we could only use tough means to lift it, but we didn't expect that this protective restriction was integrated with Diancie. When we broke the protective restrictions outside, Diancie also woke up, but what we didn't expect was that Diancie's breath was madly dissipating at this time. In order to prevent other strong men from discovering this secret, we did something to Diancie and injected tranquilizers into his body. Several levels of tranquilizers were useless. Later when the 5th tranquilizer was injected, Diancie fell into a violent state. After that we wanted to take this opportunity to subdue him, but we have never had this opportunity. Zhang Shuilero Lei Kishan responded. I see. Then Lin Chen asked again. again. What are your plans for the Dusk Conference? Net strangle the members of the champion team, lure them into the Sky City and then deal a devastating blow to them. Strangle the members of the champion team. The leader of our Dusk Conference has already figured out the tactics and strategies of the champion team, and now we are just waiting for them to take the bait we have already set up. John Shuilero Lei Kishan hadn't finished his words yet. As if he had touched some taboo, he started to burn himself. Lin Chen was about to summon Melodica Water Attribute, but before he could even take out the Pokeball, John Shuilero Lei Kishan's entire body plotted, and then Solgaleo, who was trapped in the quagmire, suffered the same fate as John Shuilero Lei Kishan. After the self-immolation for no reason, it was self-destruct. The Dusk Conference was so cruel that it cast this kind of forbidden curse on its own people. Lin Chen jumped up and avoided the range of the implosion. As long as the key information is revealed, the restriction of self-destruct will occur, which is lifelong, and there is no antidote. Once you are cursed with such a restriction, it means that you will be related to the Dusk Conference for life, even if you want to turn to the light or live in seclusion in the mountains. As long as the Dusk Conference organization wants to find you, the person who hides will have nowhere to escape. However, before John Shuilero Lei Kishan self-destruct, Lin Chen got a very useful information that the Dusk Conference already knew the tactics and strategies of the champion team. It can also reflect from the side that if there is no spy of the Dusk Conference in the Alliance, there must be a surveillance camera in it, otherwise how could the Dusk Conference know so clearly? It seems that I have to go back to the Alliance quickly and tell the 9 Saints about this matter. Lin Chen took back the New World and returned to the valley, running quickly in the Kumpul Cave. But when Lin Chen returned to the place where he fought with Vigus John, the battle had already ended and the ground was in a mess. He did not delay any longer and ran out of the canyon quickly. But when he walked out of the valley, he saw that Tan Taiyu and Long Yuking had been waiting for him outside the valley. Beside them were half-kneeling Vigus John and He Qingyu. Where are Jusheng and the others? Lin Chen asked uneasily. After subduing these two people, Grandpa Jusheng originally wanted to go deep into the cave to see if you needed help, but halfway through he suddenly received an emergency notice from the Alliance saying that the champion team had urgently assembled and was preparing to explore the Sky City in depth. Chapter 587. The God-killing squad is coming. The Demon King who sweeps away everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. Due to the urgency of time, Jusheng sent a telepathic message to tell us to take the 2 men back for you to interrogate carefully. When we wanted to tell Jusheng about your situation, we found that Jusheng had already gone far away. Tan Taiyu solved it for Lin Chen with worry in her eyes. No need to interrogate. I already know what the Dusk Conference is going to do. Let's go back and help Jusheng and the others. A fierce battle is coming and Jusheng and the others may be in danger. The Dusk Conference has already known the various plans of the Alliance. Set traps and wait for Jusheng and the others to jump in. Now the time is urgent. Long Yuking, go back and tell your ancestor, tell him that Sky City is asking for support quickly. Tan Taiyu, take them back first, then contact the Alliance and tell Sky City and the Dusk Conference about the plan. For details, time does not allow me to say so much now. Lin Chen summoned Salamanki's Dragon King form, jumped up and transmitted the specific plan of the Dusk meeting to Long Yuking's mind through his thoughts. In the middle of the night he took Salamins and rushed to the Sky City quickly. It was obvious that the 9 Saints had received an emergency call from the Alliance several hours ago, which meant that the 9 Saints were likely to be near the Sky City ready to go. Lin Chen and Tan Taiyu sat on Salamins, lapping their blood wings, rushing back to the Alliance center at the fastest speed. After returning to the Alliance, Lin Chen quickly contacted Su Huli, Chang Huhao and Xiao Tian and assembled them as the captain. Except for Long Yuking, who returned to the Long family, the God-killing team had assembled. Lin Chen briefly told the members of the God-killing team what happened in the valley and what John Shuilero Lei Kishan said, and pointed out the key point. After Lin Chen's words, they also knew that the champion team that went to the Sky City not long ago was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The Dusk meeting in the Sky City had already set a trap waiting for them to jump in. This trip is very dangerous. If they are not careful, they will be at risk of death. However, if they do not take such a risk, the members of the champion team will inevitably be buried one by one in the Sky City, disrupting the entire deployment of the Alliance. At the same time, Lin Chen also suspected that such an urgent assembly was after Lin Chen left. Is there really a ghost in the Alliance? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Perhaps luring Lin Chen to the Sky City is also a trap. Lin Chen also knows that there is this possibility in his heart, but now is the time to hesitate and analyze carefully. One step later, it is very likely to be regretted for the rest of his life. If the members of the champion team encounter difficulties in the Sky City, it also means that the Alliance will lose a very strong backbone. You know, the members of the champion team are all the best champion level strongmen. If the Alliance loses their support at this moment, moment it will be a big blow to the alliance. Moreover, it is very likely that the Dusk meeting will start a rework battle net. All of these things one by one cannot be ignored and the consequences are huge. Even if there is a risk of death, Lin Chen has to go because there is no way to retreat. Once launched, the whole body is affected. It can be said that the champion team is now the main core combat force of the alliance. No matter what, even if it loses, the losses must be minimized. Because the catastrophe is coming, it is impossible to wait until Lin Chen and his team grow up before the catastrophe comes. Lin Chen and his team are divided into two groups. Lin Chen and Tan Taiyu ride on Salamins and go to the right side of the Sky City. Su Hu and the other two ride on Charizard and go to the left side of the Sky City. Two different directions to avoid a one-time annihilation of the whole army, and also want to detect the situation of the Sky City from different angles so that they can be fully prepared. Outside the Sky City there is no defense at all. It is not until Lin Chen and his team really arrive at the Sky City that they see a few scattered people running around. It seems that Zhu Heng and his men cleared most of the soldiers in Sky City first. Lin Chen jumped off Salamenki's back and joined Su Hu and the other two. Captain Lin Chen, what are your instructions? What should we plan now? Su Hu asked Lin Chen. Su Hu, follow me to find Zhu Heng and his men. You three will completely kill these scattered soldiers outside, and at the same time you will receive support from the alliance and Long Yuking. Lin Chen gave an order without any hesitation. Su Hu's strength is second only to Lin Chen's in the god-killing squad. In general, Lin Chen can take on the tough battles and Su Hu will not be too embarrassed. The strength of Tan Taiyu and the other two is not much different. When encountering certain dangers they can also take good care of them. It is not a problem to clear the strong men below the champion level in Sky City. Lin Chen and Tan Taiyu split up and went their separate ways. Tan Taiyu and the other two cleaned up the miscellaneous soldiers who were guarding the rear after the battle. In the vitality-extinguished zone there would often be no more life and death battles, and Lin Chen went in the direction of the champion team led by Zhu Sheng. This road is often guarded by heavy soldiers. After all, the champion team went to the other party's nest, which clearly showed that they wanted to pierce your nest. Now that they are driving straight and no one will clean up the mess, the people of the Dusk Conference will naturally block their retreat. Once the champion team finds that they cannot compete after the Dusk Conference goes deep into the headquarters, then the way out they block will be the only way for the champion team to escape. Now the people of the Dusk Conference are stationed there, which is undoubtedly very confident in their own Zhaoyuhao strength. Otherwise they would have gone to support the battle deep inside. And Lin Chen also detected this with the eye of all-knowing and his ability to predict dangers, so he took Su Hu forward to clear all obstacles and prepare for retreat. Because Lin Chen and the others also knew that it was absolutely impossible for the members of the champion team to completely crush the Twilight Conference. The strength of the Twilight Conference was not weak on the surface, but it would only be stronger in reality. Obviously this gathering at the Alliance Center was likely to send the members of the champion team to death. Of course the members of the champion team could probably guess it. However, they were old and weak, and now they could only be regarded as the last peak period of their fighting. Once this period passed, the rising generation will completely surpass them, and by then they will have become a bunch of old bones and will be useless. Chapter 588. The Ice Emperor domain is opened. The power of the aura of all things. Please collect. Please subscribe. So they also want to fight now, make contributions to future generations and delay some time for the coming catastrophe. Only if their plan is successful then their sacrifice will be useful. They no longer worry about their own lives nor the pressure behind them and just want to fight to the death in this battle. But Lin Chen is here and he will definitely not let this happen. Lin Chen now has 2 champion level Pokemon, so he doesn't have to be afraid. With the strength of the middle level elite he is enough to sweep everything. What's more, there is Zygarde, which is comparable to the middle level champion. As long as he doesn't encounter an opponent at the level of the head, Lin Chen has the strength to touch him even if it is an opponent at the peak of the champion. Lin Chen is confident that he may not be his opponent. Moreover, Diancie was also in his new world. If time was not so tight, Lin Chen might have spent some time to develop tacit understanding with Diancie, but this incident came too suddenly, leaving Lin Chen no time to implement the rest of his plan, and he didn't even have time to give the pink diamond in his pocket to Diancie. Salamin Zen Headbutt Flamethrower. The fire-breathing 723 dragon. Lin Chen walked to the steps filled with flames and an elite mid-level trainer stood in front of him, but Lin Chen didn't even look at it and gave an order. Salamin summoned a huge hammer and smashed it down. Following closely, Su Hu summoned Charizard and a flame spurted out, directly burning the elite mid-level trainer to ashes. With 2 moves, the cooperation of the 2 people can instantly kill an elite mid-level trainer, which is enough to show how powerful they are. Reperior Mega Aerodactyl. Clean up this battlefield. Use all your strength and wipe out these bastards without leaving any room. Charizard, let them burn to death in your flame. Along the way Lin Chen and Su Hu continued to cooperate. Lin Chen and Su Hu stood on Salamanqui's back watching every move of the Sky City. Mega Aerodactyl was responsible for the enemies in the sky, Reperier was responsible for the enemies on the ground, and Charizard used the scorching flames to clean up all the bastards on the battlefield, leaving them powerless to resist. The two of them cooperated almost perfectly. Even a team with an elite high-level trainer as the captain was not a match for Lin Chen and Su Hu. They were completely wiped out, and it just wasted a little more time. Soon Lin Chen followed the special marks left by the 9 saints and came to the inner hinterland of the Sky City, but the gate was closed and there were teams led by 3 elite trainers who were constantly patrolling. A single elite trainer would not be a problem for Lin Chen and Su Hu, but here there were teams led by 3 elite trainers who were not strong but a bit difficult. Lin Chen, do you want to do it? Su Hu was ready to fight at any time and asked. Do it, but you need to wait. Lin Chen nodded and released the Pokemon in his hand one after another without any sound. Sylveon Melodic Kartana occupied the east, Reperier Agron occupied the west, Serperier Zorakya Guzzlord occupied the south, and Lin Chen and Su Hu took Charizard, Mega Aerodactyl and Salamence to hide in the sky so that the 3 teams could not find their traces. When all the Pokemon in Lin Chen's hand were in place, with Lin Chen's left hand waving one by one, all the Pokemon in place rushed out like a tide with an order. Charizard, spray flame. In the sky Charizard spewed out a blazing flame like a meteor rolling down, adding a red color to the chaotic scene. The 3 teams guarding the gate were panicked for a moment. Looking at the surging Pokemon, their legs and feet were constantly shaking and they didn't react at all. What happened? They thought that the 9 saints had rushed out again. Keep the formation. Resist the enemy. One of the 3 elite peak trainers shouted, shocking the army. The 3 teams that were in a mess instantly integrated together, and they took out their Pokeballs and summoned their own powerful warriors. Mega Aerodactyl, Hyper Beam, Salamence, Raw Crush, Melodic Ice, Emperor Domain, EV Immortal, Emperor Aura of all things, suppress, crush their formation. Lin Chen issued 4 orders in succession, and the Pokemon in his hands showed their highest combat power and released it without reservation. The ice crystal field was formed, freezing the Pokemon standing on the ground. The aura of the immortal Emperor EV shocked all the Fairy and Dragon Breath's Pokemon, made them lose the power to resist. Charizard, we can't fall behind the captain. Haha. Charizard swift. For a moment countless meteors fell from the sky, and the falling meteorites were met with the rock fragments of Salamence. The overlap of gravity broke the formation of the 3 teams again, except for the elite high-level and elite peak trainers. For a moment the Pokemon in the hands of the elite low-level and elite mid-level trainers could not resist the joint attack of Lin Chen and Su Hu, and they retreated one after another, and the Pokemon in their hands were seriously injured. Who are they? Why are they so powerful? An elite peak trainer shouted angrily while looking at Lin Chen and Su Hu in the sky. The champion team led by the 9 saints just gave them such a fatal blow. That battle was bloody, and countless elite stage trainers died in their hands without any resistance. However, their target was not their own teams but to go deep into the hinterland. At the same time they were quickly ordered to protect the gate. If they couldn't beat the 9 saints, wouldn't it be easy to protect the gate? But in less than half an hour 2 such powerful opponents came again and once again dealt them a bloody blow, leaving them without the strength to fight back. Moreover, according to his observation, some Pokemon in front of him were only at the initial level of elite. The trainer was an elite high level and an elite mid level. How could the seemingly insignificant teenagers have such high combat power that they couldn't even stop their own peak elite strength? If they couldn't beat the champion level strongmen, could they not even deal with the elite mid level and elite high level guys? This battle made them deeply doubt their own strength. Moreover, they had already lost their combat power before the battle even started. Chapter 589, The Tyrannical Guzzlord Suppressing the Dust Parliament. Please collect. Please subscribe. What happened today? Why did so many powerful people suddenly appear? Trapped in place, they were unable to resist the attack of Lin Chen and Su Hu and were wiped out in an instant. Originally Su Hu thought he would have to fight hard when he saw 3 elite trainers, but he didn't expect that he could easily resolve the battle under Lin Chen's unprepared attack. It seems that it is better to follow Lin Chen to eat meat. The name of genius is really well deserved. The 3 teams were wiped out in an instant. Lin Chen took back many Pokemon into the new world, opened the door and walked down along the secret mark left by the 9 saints. Although it is dangerous to go deep into the enemy's interior, we have come here, we are ready, and we have plans to do this. Why should Lin Chen be afraid of these dangers? What's more, Lin Chen is no longer the young boy who has just started. His age has not increased, but his experience has increased a lot. For him, fighting is just a daily routine. In his eyes there is only one victory and no defeat. Even if there are many dangers in front of him, he is not afraid. Who are you? Dare to trespass? Just after Lin Chen and Su Hu walked into the door, 5 people jumped down down from the sky halfway and shouted to Lin Chen aggressively, "Kill your people!" Lin Chen replied without any fear, "Su Hu, you deal with those two, I will deal with these three and we will fight quickly." Then Lin Chen pointed his finger forward and said to Su Hu, "Xing Chao, leave it to me." Su Hu smiled slightly and agreed without any pressure. The 5 people in front of him were all elite top trainers, and the one who was talking to Lin Chen had a vague style of breaking through the champion level. "Boy, you are so arrogant," the leader said angrily, feeling a little embarrassed. "How can a 5-man team at the top of the elite level be despised by a mid-level elite trainer? What kind of amazing strength does Lin Chen have to have such a face to say such words? Doesn't he think it's too arrogant to say this? Or is he just talking nonsense without considering the consequences?" Eevee, the immortal emperor, the aura of all things. Fairy Wind, Guzzlord, Brutal Swing, Garcom, Sand Tomb. Lin Chen summoned 3 Pokemon in a row and launched a swift attack. "You are an elite class, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of us, kid. I think you think your life is too long." Heracross, Rock Tomb, Flygon, Sand Tomb, Magmortar, Explosion Flame. Seeing that the Pokemon that Lin Chen replaced were only some elite mid-level, elite low-level Pokemon and even professional peak Pokemon, they realized that they were fooled by Lin Chen's words. At first they thought Lin Chen was so powerful that he dared to speak so arrogantly with his mid-level elite strength, and thought that Lin Chen had some great strength hidden. But now they found that Lin Chen was even weaker than the average mid-level elite trainer, and he could also show off the top Pokemon in his profession. If they could die of laughter, they would have died of laughter here without Lin Chen's action. When the forces collided with each other, Lin Chen quickly opened the Eye of All-Knowing. Weakness: the huge tail will affect Skuntank's speed during the battle. You only need to seize the slowdown when Skuntank launches an attack to seriously injure Skuntank. "You have Pokemon, don't I? Fighting with more people against your people, this is hitting my gun." Lin Chen smiled slightly and said without fear, "Fighting with more people against your is Lin Chen's usual method in the past. It is also because of Lin Chen's many Pokemon that he can win in battle after battle and accumulate combat experience for himself. Superior, get rid of him for me." Superior, the power of law, the world tree form. Leaf Storm. The black clothed boy had just summoned the Pokemon and Lin Chen was already ready and launched an attack before him. Skuntank Street Knife Test. The flying leaves turned into a storm and rushed out in an instant, rolling up gusts of wind and attacking Skuntank. Skuntank slightly raised his tail and was about to flamethrower. At this moment Superior seized the moment when Skuntank raised his tail, and Leaf Storm came to Skuntank in the blink of an eye. In a burst of Leaf Storm, Skuntank was swept into the sky and was strangled by the flying leaves and was covered with wounds. At the same time Shiftry was completely seriously injured by Kartana. The 2 Pokemon were both defeated and were no match for Lin Chen. Naturally Lin Chen would not give his opponent a chance to react. Superior's power of law destroyed them. A white light flashed on Superior's body and the power of law rushed towards the black-clothed boy Skuntank and Shiftry like a flood. The seriously injured Pokemon and trainer had no ability to resist in front of Superior. They were hit by the power of law and killed in one move. "He looks good but is useless. He seems to be a silent boss, indifferent and cool, but his real strength is so vulnerable." Lin Chen came to the battlefield on Su Hu's side and saw that the mega-level Charizard was still fighting with the man in white. Superior Sun Rays. Superior released a fierce sun ray which amplified Charizard fire attribute power. In an instant Charizard power increased greatly, and in one move he heavily repelled the Pokemon of the man in white. The NET moment Lin Chen used the same method, and under the terrifying impact of the power of the law, the man in white no longer exists in this world. The lives of the people in the Dusk meeting are not worth mentioning. Although they are also human beings, what they did is really reprehensible. If I hadn't met Diancie before this incident, Lin Chen might still have kept the habit of not killing, but after knowing the disgusting actions of the Dusk meeting, Lin Chen could no longer tolerate their actions. After killing the man in white, Lin Chen and Su Hu came to the place where Zhu Sheng was fighting, only to see that Zhu Sheng's battle was not over yet. Perhaps it was because the woman in front of him was too difficult to deal with and the endless moves were evenly matched with Zhang Ji, or perhaps it was because Zhu Sheng had experienced many battles and his physical strength was already worthless and his reaction speed had also decreased. Zero Seeking Flowers. Otherwise, with Zhu Sheng's champion high-level strength about to break through the peak, how could this woman in front of him be her opponent? Although the woman in front of him is also a champion high-level strength, Zhu Sheng is the champion winner in the previous league champion stage. Its strength must not be ignored. At the same strength stage, Zhu Sheng is generally a crushing level instant. What's more, Wudao Xiangxi is a legendary fighting Pokemon. With many blessings, Zhu has almost no rivals in the champion level. However, Zhu Shen's strength is there. Even if it is a little weak, it is still the only strength. In the constant fighting, the Pokemon in the hands of the lady also suffered serious injuries and some even suffered fundamental injury. Zero. Is your battle over? Juzhong asked with some surprise. Master, let us help you. Charizard Flamethrower. Su Hu smiled and said in a simple way. Superior the power of law. Under the impact of Lin Chen's power of law coupled with the power of Su Hu's Charizard to burn all the filth in the world, the lady was completely burned up. She didn't even cry out in pain before she was completely wiped out by Superior. Lin Chen, your strength has improved so much. Nine Saint saw that Superior's terrifying power was released and he completely killed the champion mid-level opponent at one time. You know, even Nine Saints can't kill so cleanly. Even if the noble lady was seriously injured and he was in a state of complete victory, it is impossible to completely kill the champion mid-level enemy with one move. Moreover, when Nine Saints went to support Lin Chen, they found that he had to fight hard with the elite high-level opponents, but now he can strangle them so easily. This strength has not improved a little bit. It can be imagined that Lin Chen's opportunity to improve in that cave is not a little bit. Of course, as an elder he will not be jealous of the opportunities that the younger generation gets by their own chance, but will be happy for them in his heart. Watching the children he has cultivated grow up bit by bit, he can't help but feel relieved. Chapter 595 Fighting a Road to Heaven for the Human Race Alliance. Please collect. Please subscribe. Borrowed some special power. Lin Chen said lightly. Besides you, where are the other members of the champion team? Lin Chen asked Zhu Sheng. Our champion team also entered in 2 batches. I was responsible for the support and they were responsible for the vanguard. I guess they should have reached their lair by dusk. Zhu Sheng guessed. When their champion team went to the dusk conference, although they were in a hurry, they had already made the necessary arrangement. Zhu Sheng was the captain of the champion team and the strongest. Whether it was to cover the rear or to open the way, it was a good choice. In each battle the champion team also analyzed the strength of the dusk conference and decided to let Zhu Sheng cover the rear to leave them a way out, but they did not expect that the dusk conference would have endless 730s in its backup. When Lin Chen came to support, Zhu Sheng had already faced several battles like the one just now alone. However, it was also because Zhu Sheng's strength was strong enough that he was not damaged too much, but after several battles Zhu Sheng's current physical condition was not optimistic. A large amount of mental power was consumed, resulting in Zhu Sheng's current reaction speed and ability to analyze the battlefield not as good as before. Status: champion level battles are often reflected in these little details. Once you miss the important analysis such as the opponent's Pokemon's weaknesses, the opponent's usual moves and routines, you will fall into a situation facing failure. Therefore, when facing these 3 people, Zhu Sheng was obviously a little overwhelmed. Although it was not difficult to defeat them, if there was no support from Lin Chen he might have to fight hard here. Of course, it would further worsen Zhu Sheng's situation and seriously damage Zhu Sheng's life status. Lin Chen and Su Hu put away their Pokemon, jumped onto the back of the martial arts lion and went deeper into the hinterland of the dusk meeting. Along the way, Lin Chen and the other 2 fought fiercely with several champion level trainers, but they were all ordinary champion beginners and they did not pose much threat to Lin Chen and the other 2 threat just a moment to solve them. Of course, in these battles with champion level strongmen, Lin Chen and his Pokemon have also been greatly improved. Lin Chen's strength has leaped from the middle level of elite to the high level of elite. A small realm has brought Lin Chen to a whole new realm. When he entered the high level of elite, Lin Chen also found that his all-seeing eyes have been further improved as if they were more sensitive. When he opened the all-seeing eyes, he could see things in front of him more clearly. An Agrinin Pokemon has been upgraded from the initial level of elite to the middle level of elite, and Mega Aerodactyl's strength has also been upgraded from the middle level of elite to the high level of elite. What is more important is the improvement of Superior. Originally, the initial level elite Superior could fight against the mid-level champion opponent by opening the power of the law and summoning the world tree form. Now that Superior has entered the mid-level elite strength, perhaps it can fight against the slightly weaker high-level champion. Of course, this is an uncertain factor. Before the battle, Lin Chen was not very good at judging the current strength of Superior and could only make a rough guess. However, the improvement of Realm must have brought a rare change to Superior and also let Lin Chen have more cards in his hand. If Lin Chen's own strength can be further improved, it is estimated that the general champion level trainer may not be his opponent. Lin Chen can dominate the champion level battle with the peak strength of elite. After fighting one battle after another, Lin Chen and the other 2 came to the nest of the Dusk Conference and saw that the members of the champion team were surrounded by dozens of champion level trainers of the Dusk Conference. They were surrounded. It was not that they did not want to break out of the encirclement. In addition, the enemy had a large number of people and their strength was close to theirs. They were already very capable if they did not die here and waited for Lin Chen and the others to come. However, their current situation was not optimistic. They were all injured and the Pokemon in their hands were also scarred. I am afraid that many Pokemon in the Pokeballs could no longer fight. Zhu Sheng, take them away quickly. It's very dangerous here. A member of the champion team saw Zhu Sheng coming to support him and sent a telepathic message with his mind. Of course the members of the champion team could find that the people of the Dusk Conference also quickly discovered the existence of Zhu Sheng and others. Another one who is here to die. Hey, you're bringing 2 elite level kids with you. What? You want to bring your family with you when you die? The people of the Dusk Conference teased. Alas, I can't leave. The members of the champion team said somewhat negatively. If at the moment he sent the message Zhu Sheng left here immediately, he believed that with Zhu Sheng's domineering strength, if he wanted to leave, the people of the Dusk Conference might not be able to stop Zhu Sheng. But they also knew how strong the Dusk Conference was in front of them. Compared with them, they were not too weak at all. Now that Zhu Sheng had been discovered, it would be very difficult for him to leave. Looking around, there were 12 champion level people in the Dusk Conference and there were only SI members of the champion team. It was a complete crushing in terms of numbers. Moreover, the strength of both sides was very close, the strong against the strong and the weak against the weak. Since we can't leave, why can't we live and die together? Why not kill all the enemies in front of us and make a contribution to the world? Why not fight against our enemy Kai and carve out a bloody path? The 9 saints smiled heartily and their mentality returned to calmness. They said with an attitude of seeing through the world, yes, they have lived for so long. At this age they have lived almost all their life. They have done almost all the things they should do. Life is short, so enjoy it while you can. They have seen too much prosperity in the world, enjoyed all the joys of life, and of course they have seen enough of the world's depression. In all this they are much better than ordinary people, and it is worth their time to live in this world. Even if they will leave their lives now here, they have no regrets, but the 2 kids in front of them are suffering. Thinking of this, Zhu Sheng couldn't help but look at Lin Chen and Su Hu as if he saw himself in the past, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. If he really died here in the end, even if he self-destruct, even if he died together, he would send Lin Chen and the others out whether they were willing or not. It was not up to them. Chapter 596. The power of destroying the world. The mysterious Pokemon is coming. Please collect. Please subscribe. Okay, since you kids are so crazy, then we old bones will go crazy with you. The high fighting spirit of the champion team was instantly aroused, as if it had come to the prime of the past. Superior, Leaf Storm, Charizard, Flamethrower, Martial Arts, Lion, Close Combat. Lin Chen, Zhu Sheng and Su Hu instantly joined the chaotic battlefield. Dozens of champion level Pokemon gathered here. Various the power of the system vented and bombarded. Sometimes the grass was lush and the birds were flying, sometimes the flames were fluffy, and sometimes the sky was ice and snow. The intersection of various energies evolved this place into a compulsive climate. Superior made a move to break the Pokemon offensive of a Dusk meeting trainer and relieved the pressure of a member of the champion team. Lin Chen also knew that member of the champion team, but he was not so familiar with him. He had met him a few times and knew him. His strength was not very strong in the champion team. He was just good at guerrilla warfare and used the characteristics of Pokemon to cause unexpected attacks to the enemy. Senior, let me help you. The 2 enemies in front of this senior were strong men who were 1 level higher than him. After a battle they seemed a little tired. Okay, let me see what kind of strength you have on the first day. The senior of the champion team did not refuse and obviously accepted it. Like Lin Chen, Su Hu went to help a senior in the champion team who was slightly less powerful, while Zhu Sheng fought 3 mid-level champion trainers alone, and for a moment they were inseparable. While talking, Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing and scanned the Pokemon of the 2 Dusk Conference members in front of him. The strengths are all at the mid-level champion, and they are not weak, and they are not a simple opponent. Leaf Storm. Lin Chen issued another command and Superior summoned a leaf storm that swept around and rushed toward Gyarados. Gyarados, with a blue body, a dragon head and a fish body, blue dread eyes, was extremely violent. The long tentacles at the corners of his mouth could even roll up, gust and invade all directions. When his bloody mouth opened wide, he could even scare some weaker Pokemon to foam at the mouth. Gyarados. Twister. Gyarados was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Superior's attack coming towards him, Gyarados rolled up violent whirlwinds around him and attacked Superior. Leaf Storm and Twister collided with each other. The flying leaves were instantly chewed up and the storm seemed to be integrated into Twister. In the blink of an eye, Gyarados disintegrated Superior's offensive. Lin Chen. This is the elite of the Dusk Conference, codenamed Feng Jingtu. His strength is not simple, you have to be more careful. The senior of the champion team reminded. Yeah, it is indeed quite strong. Lin Chen nodded lightly. The strength of the trainer in front of him is indeed not weak, and the Gyarados in his hand is one of the representative Pokemon of the militant faction. Under the strong alliance, it is not a particularly easy thing for Lin Chen to gain an advantage in his hands, but Lin Chen is not someone that everyone can control. Even the strongest opponent will be defeated by it. Gyarados Aqua Tail. Feng Jingtu muttered silently and issued an order. Gyarados slapped its long fish tail like a dragon, swinging its tail, sweeping around. The huge fish tail slapped deep waves snapped, the huge waves were slapped, the power was deep, the air waves rolled around, the air waves were pushed away, and a water column that rose to the sky was formed in the surging waves. As Gyarados spun around, his deep and powerful tail slapped the water column. As it rolled, the water column broke through all obstacles like a waterspout and hit Serperior directly. Serperior, the power of the law. Draw billions. Serperior was proud and unparalleled. A slightly green field spread out around him. His eyes narrowed and green light waves gathered around him. In a moment they turned into seed, densely gathered together, tightly wrapped around Gyarados' Aqua Tail, and absorbed the violent power of Aqua Tail to resist its offensive. But how could Gyarados' attack be so easily broken? The surging Aqua Tail swallowed up the billions of seeds it had absorbed like a beast with a big appetite, swallowing as many as you come. The power drawn from billions of people could not stop Aqua Tail at all. When Serperior tried to defend himself again, he was swept away by Aqua Tail's powerful force. The power of water seemed gentle, but it could also be fierce. The huge waves hit his body, causing Serperior's body to sink. His face was in pain and he could not bear it. Serperior, World Tree form. Seeing Serperior being hit by the huge waves, Lin Chen realized that he seemed to have underestimated the enemy and immediately let Serperior unfold the form of the World Tree. The Serperior in the form of the World Tree and the Serperior without the World Tree are completely two different Pokemon. The shadow of the World Tree slowly unfolded behind Serperior. Under the protection of the holy light of the World Tree, Aqua Tail's fierce attack gradually disappeared and its violent power was also offset by the power of the World Tree. Gyarados' fish jumps over the Dragon Gate. Feng Jingta didn't seem to want to give Lin Chen any chance to resist. As soon as the attack ended, another attack started. Gyarados was sneaking in the turbulent waves at a high speed with his fins posed on the water, cutting through the turbulent waves like a scimitar. In a trance, Gyarados jumped up as if to break through the gate of Chengqian and transform from a fish into a real dragon. At this moment, Gyarados' power surged and a faint blue light appeared on his body. His bloody mouth opened, accumulating powerful power, and a water dragon cannon shot out of Gyarados' mouth like a laser gun. Serperior, the power of law. Just as Gyarados' Aqua Tail counteracted and Lin Chen quickly issued an order, the shadow of the World Tree behind Serperior unfolded and the power of the World Tree was truly stimulated at this moment. The holy light illuminated the world and the terrifying power of the law also condensed on Serperior. The power of Yu Longmen and the World Tree collided with each other, and the rumbles of the rumbles produced again and again. Every collision would cause a series of aftershocks to ravage the earth and destroy the sand and rock. In the repeated impact, the power of both sides continued to decrease, and Gyarados jumped up at this moment, dragging a heavy force to blast towards Serperior. Chapter 597: The Supreme World Tree, the horrible destruction of Gyarados. Please subscribe. Serperior is naturally not far behind, curling up his snake tail, carrying the holy power of the World Tree to fight back. A snake and a fish both have the opportunity to become real dragons in the future, so how can they be afraid of each other? Once they are afraid, the one who is afraid will never become a dragon. During the collision, Gyarados' entire body flew out, hit the wall. Serperior was not feeling well, fell heavily, smashed a big hole on the ground and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The NET moment, the two Pokemon seemed to be crazy and they were determined to fight for victory. They dragged their injured bodies and collided with each other again. The force of the collision between the two sides was still so fierce. No one wanted to bow their head and admit defeat, and they kept infusing their powerful strength in the collision. When meeting the enemy in life, fighting for a long time, they were all able to determine the winner. Serperior has the blessing of the World Tree form and the power of law. It can barely drink the high-level champion, but it can't do anything to the mid-level champion Gyarados. This can also be seen that Gyarados' own strength is powerful. In the collisions, Gyarados used his own characteristics to intimidate and took advantage of the water field, but it weakened Serperior's strength lightly. In the last collision, Serperior was defeated by Gyarados in one move. Serperior, secret power. Self-immolation. Lin Chen was unwilling to see Serperior lose. He knew that if Serperior lost to Gyarados in this battle, it would have a huge impact on his future path of improvement. The Battle of Chenglong has a crucial impact on all kinds of Pokemon such as snakes, Jiao and fish, even if Serperior's future evolution dragon does not evolve in the direction of Chenglong. But this is a collision of fate. The subconscious left by the ancestors when encountering an opponent who also has the posture of Chenglong, the desire to win is obviously greatly increased. Once defeated by the opponent, it will be sluggish for a long time, and it will even have a huge impact on the improvement of future abilities. Serperior quickly turned over. The power of the law bloomed, and a mysterious and ancient power merged into the power of the law. The action was swift. In just a moment, the mysterious light mist tightly surrounded Gyarados, and the powerful power of the law wrapped Gyarados' whole body. Gyarados, rampage. Don't let him react. Serperior, Giga impact. Lin Chen saw saw that Gyarados seemed to be turning around and quickly gave Serperior another order. Serperior once again integrated the power of the law, spread it all over his body and made himself like an Orberg body carrying a deep and incomparable power, and fiercely tackled Gyarados. Gyarados was shaking his body to break the intrusion of Serperior's law power, but was violently knocked away by Serperior's tackle again, and the dragon, the head and body of the fish, were both seriously injured and fell to the ground. In this battle Serperior was the better one after all. It was not that Serperior was stronger than Gyarados, but relatively speaking Lin Chen and Serperior had a better cooperation. As long as Serperior had a thought, Lin Chen would know what to do. At the same time, with the all-knowing eyes, Lin Chen could also make a good judgment of Gyarados' strength. He would not attack blindly. As long as the attack was just right, Serperior's true strength would not be much weaker than Gyarados. Although Gyarados was an offensive Pokemon, many fighting and rock Pokemon did not have an advantage in fighting him. Even the legendary Pokemon might not be Gyarados' opponent, but such a warlike Pokemon was defeated by the cooperation of Lin Chen and Serperior. However, Lin Chen did not underestimate the enemy because he felt that Gyarados' power had increased, and it was still to a certain extent. This battle did not end as he thought on the surface. Very good, the name of genius really lived up to everyone's expectation. Gyarados Mega Evolution. Mega Gyarados. Feng Jingta smiled lightly and did not get angry. Suddenly the light of evolution flashed on Gyarados' body. The blue-white light nourished Gyarados' body and its power was constantly growing. Serperior naturally would not let Gyarados evolve like this, but the consecutive attacks did not have any effect on Gyarados. They were completely offset by the blue-white evolution light, and Gyarados could only Mega Evolution. Seeing this, Lin Chen knew how much his power would be improved after Gyarados' evolution, and his eyes sank slightly and stared at him closely. However, Mega Evolution is led by evolutionary stone-ite, which is the essence of heaven and earth and possesses pure and incomparable power of heaven and earth. It can form a unique protective shield for the Pokemon of Mega Evolution. It has no offensiveness, but its defense is extremely strong. Even the full force of the beast may not be able to break the protective shield formed by the Mega Stone. Therefore, Lin Chen was powerless when he saw Gyarados' evolution and could only calculate how to deal with Gyarados after evolution. The all-seeing eye swept over and all the information of Mega Gyarados was revealed. A Mega Evolution actually made Gyarados' strength reach the high level of champion, and his talent was even upgraded to purple. This shows how great the impact of Mega Gyarados' Mega Evolution has on the improvement of strength. Lin Chen also has Mega Evolution Pokemon, but there are very few or even none that can achieve the same improvement as Gyarados after Mega Evolution. Because Gyarados' evolution is a unique instance, and Gyarados Xiaohao himself has the strength of the middle level of champion, combined with the combination, the improvement that Mega Evolution will bring to Gyarados becomes very huge. Most of the Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands rely on Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite to improve their strength, and their talents and stages will not change much. However, if Lin Chen can reach the champion stage, he can also rely on Mega Evolutionary Stone-ite to directly promote the improvement of Pokemon's strength and talent advancement, like Feng Jingtu. Of course, there is a big gap in Pokemon in this regard. It cannot be ignored that Gyarados' talent is stronger than most of the Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands. This is fundamental and cannot be easily changed. Talent is talent, strength is strength, just like a piece of jade. Even if the appearance of a valuable jade is ugly, it is still a valuable jade, and no matter how beautiful the ordinary jade is, it is still an ordinary jade, which is also unchangeable. Chapter 598 Hyper Beam that sweeps the world, the eternal immortal snake. Please subscribe. Of course, what Lin Chen can change is to refine the talents of Pokemon and improve their strength in Lin Chen's hands. Even if the Pokemon's talent is not as good as Gyarados, when the strength reaches the champion stage, Lin Chen has the confidence to rely on low-talent Pokemon to defeat high-talent Pokemon. This is the strength of Lin Chen and also a reflection of Lin Chen's ability. Talent can determine the future of a Pokemon. Of course, Lin Chen can also rely on his supernatural ability to determine his future with the growth of Pokemon. In terms of strength growth, Lin Chen has never given up on any Pokemon. Even if it is a Pokemon with extremely low talent, Lin Chen still treats and improves their abilities wholeheartedly. I believe that with Lin Chen's efforts, the Pokemon in his hands will also become the overlords of one side. Innateness is important, but acquiredness is more important. Innateness can determine how long your road is, and acquiredness will continue to expand your way forward. It just depends on how the Pokemon trainer treats Pokemon. Because for Pokemon with higher talent, trainers don't need to spend too much time to train them and improve the abilities that low-level Pokemon don't have, saving more time and training more capable warriors at the same time. Therefore, the main battle Pokemon of trainers who can reach the champion level are generally not too low in talent, such as Jushin's martial Arts Lion 733 is a legendary Pokemon. John Shuilero Lei Kishin's Solgaleo is also a legendary Pokemon, and although the Gyarados in front of him is not a legendary Pokemon, it is also an extremely powerful ultimate Pokemon, just like Lin Chen's Kartana and Salamin. However, whether it is a dragon or a snake, it depends on hard work. After Gyarados evolved into Mega Gyarados, his grey beard became longer, his Zion was fierce, and he had saw teeth that were hard enough to crunch stone. His scales were as hard as Orberg, and he could continuously spit out hyper beams, burning up the surrounding area. After evolution, Gyarados became more brutal and violent. Once he rioted, it was difficult to calm him down. Superior, the power of law. At the moment when Gyarados evolved into Mega Gyarados, Superior shone the light of the power of law, and countless powers of law rushed towards Mega Gyarados as if to destroy it. But when the holy light of the power of law was about to approach Mega Gyarados' body, it suddenly dispersed and the power of law broke into pieces, forming dawn balls that floated into the sky. The power of law. The same moves are useless to me. Feng Jingta smiled lightly, moved his fingers, and a hyper beam spurted out of Mega Gyarados' mouth, shattering Superior's power of law. The power of law was destroyed, but Mega Gyarados' power was not completely offset. With the disappearance of the power of law, Superior was no longer protected by a wide shield, and the hyper beam directly hit Superior. The terrifying hyper beam was simply impossible for Superior's weak body to resist. A blood hole was shot out of his body, and the hyper beam penetrated and the blood solidified instantly. Twister. Feng Jingta didn't want to let Superior go, so he quickly issued an order ordering Mega Gyarados to kill Superior instantly. Superior, come back. Lin Chen took out the Pokeball from his pocket and put Superior back into the new world. Then Lin Chen turned around and stepped on the broken pillar and jumped into the air. The wind was dancing, rolling up the sand and stones around, and the terrifying suction force was about to sweep Lin Chen into the air. Lin Chen, who was at a high altitude, looked around, turned back, jumped onto another pillar, and took 3 consecutive steps to avoid the attack of Twister. Zygarde. Dragon Wave. Zygarde jumped out of the Pokeball, slapped forward heavily, and his hands formed a spiral. A dragon head emerged from Zygarde's palm, wearing a rough breath, roared and rushed towards Mega Gyarados at lightning speed. Mega Gyarados was not afraid at all. In the contest between dragons, he, the real dragon, must be better. Mega Gyarados opened his mouth wide, bloody air escaped from his mouth, and a violent breath lingered around him as if blood was pouring out from his side. The two dragons collided, and the power of dragon attributes was vented all around. The dragon energy surged out, and small dragons kept coming out of the dragon energy and collided with each other alternately. Both Zygarde and Mega Gyarados fully released every bit of their power just to compete for the superiority of this. In this battle, the two sides actually fought to a draw, and neither could do anything to the other. Zygarde put away his power, and Mega Gyarados also retreated. But in the net second after both sides retreated, they instantly released attack and collided with each other. Flurb, flurb. Under the cross-link collision, both sides began to collide with their bodies, but no matter which collision, neither side was at a disadvantage, and they all fought to a draw, so they could only retreat and attack again. Under the chain collision, the world was filled with dragon-attributed power, and from time to time there were dragon roars spreading in all directions as if a real dragon had descended and all the dragons were kneeling. The other trainers who were fighting each other also noticed the situation here and couldn't help but glanced at it a few times and then returned to their own battlefield. In the fierce battle between the two sides, Lin Chen and Feng Jingta were not idle either. Lin Chen opened the eye of all-knowing to scan where Mega Gyarados' weaknesses were, and Feng Jingta was also thinking about how to better defeat Lin Chen. Both sides knew their own strength and the other's strength, and they all knew that it was not an easy thing to win this battle. It was very likely that victory was just in the details. Soon Lin Chen found the weakness of Mega Gyarados, but he was not sure whether this fatal weakness of Mega Gyarados was here, and Feng Jingta also saw the shortcomings of Zygarde. Mega Gyarados was covered with scales which were extremely hard, and his momentum was even more overwhelming, not to be outdone, but it was precisely this arrogant aura that made Lin Chen feel that there is something wrong. If Mega Gyarados' violence can be greatly aroused, he can lose his mind and be out of control, but there are also great risks in doing so. If it fails, it means that Lin Chen has completely challenged Mega Gyarados' fighting spirit and aroused his most terrifying power. Therefore Lin Chen is also hesitant. The Feng Jingta page can only have similar problems to Lin Chen. Although Zygarde is very strong, he does not have many skills that belong to him. They are often learned from mimic opponent. Chapter 599 Demon King level command Zygarde that crushes everything. Please subscribe. Although this ability can often give the enemy an unexpected blow, once the enemy is not defeated, it will become one's own weakness, and Feng Jingta also discovered this, but he did not know how to use Gyarados' terrifying power to magnify Zygarde's weakness and completely defeat and kill it. Both sides continued to use their power in an endless stream trying to further magnify the opponent's weakness, but after a stalemate the two sides still fought to a draw evenly matched. It's interesting that the high-level elite can fight me like this. If my realm was a little lower, wouldn't I be defeated by you? It's a pity that my realm is still crushing your instant. Feng Jingtu watched the fierce battle between the two sides and his mood did not fluctuate at all. Instead he used psychological tactics to try to make the young Lin Chen have a mental error. But Lin Chen looked young, but he was actually Iparian. Feng Jingtu's words were of no use to Lin Chen. No matter what he said, Lin Chen would not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Zigard, Rock Glide, Mega Gyarados, Fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. The two sides started fighting again. Mega Gyarados leaped forward carrying a deep force towards the empty Dragon Gate in the sky and then fell heavily like a falling meteor bound to break all the defenses of Zigard. Zigard urged the earth energy. In an instant the earth broke through cracks and gullies, shaking the earth and mountains, absorbing the power of the earth, breaking all the gaps in power. The two forces collided with each other. The water flow hit the rocks and the cracks wrapped the water. No matter which collision, the power of both sides was surprisingly similar and no one could do anything to the other. It seems that we can only give it a try. Lin Chen grasped Zigard's law and communicated with Zigard through telepathy. Zigard, outrage, glare the great snake. Lin Chen grasped the characteristics of Mega Gyarados' irritability and quickly launched an attack. While the offensive was fierce, he wanted to completely stimulate his irritable character. Mega Gyarados, thunderbolt. Mega Gyarados' momentum did not diminish at all and his body was flashing with electric light like an electric snake spreading all around. There was a crackling sound from his mouth and the rocks were scorched by electricity. Suddenly a strange light flashed in Zigard's eyes like a brainwave and it was transmitted to Mega Gyarados' mind. The NET moment Mega Gyarados seemed to be out of control, staring at Zigard's eyes tightly, never leaving for a moment. Lin Chen smiled lightly when he saw this, and the psychedelic light in Zigard's eyes was stimulated to the most terrifying state. What's going on? Feng Jingtu seemed to have sensed something was wrong, but by the time he realized it was too late. Zigard continued to deepen the brainwaves in Mega Gyarados' mind. After just a moment Mega Gyarados became more and more violent with bloodshot eyes and a bloody aura all around him. He completely fell into a state of frenzy. Mega Gyarados, hold on! Feng Jingtu issued an order wanting to free Mega Gyarados from this terrifying state. He took Gyarados as a Pokemon and was very familiar with Mega Gyarados' personality trait. In the past similar situations had occurred, but he had controlled them very well. However, this time no matter how Feng Jingtu shouted or how he gave orders, Mega Gyarados seemed not to hear it. The violent murderous aura permeated his body. Only by letting him crush the enemy in front of him would he really calm down. The NET moment Mega Gyarados' attack became disorganized, just attacking randomly. As long as there was a target in front of him, it would become his enemy even if it was a dead rock or stone pillar. Zigard continued to interfere with him. Lin Chen saw that the plan had been achieved and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, Mega Gyarados' flaw was the same as he had guessed. Under Zigard's constant control, Mega Gyarados became more and more uncontrollable, twisting its huge body, flooding with violent aura and colliding in all directions. Even the Pokemon that were still fighting in other battlefields were affected by it. Mega Aerodactyl, agility. Mega Gyarados fell into a violent state while the senior of the champion team beside him fell into a disadvantage. Lin Chen couldn't help but summon Mega Aerodactyl, and between the flapping of its wings it had turned into a phantom, came to the front of the senior and took him away from the most dangerous situation. Boy, you fight with me and you dare to be distracted. Feng Jingtu saw that he was despised like this and the anger that had been suppressed rushed to his heart. Zero seeking flowers. Feng Jingtu, can't you deal with such a high-level elite trainer? Seeing that his opponent was rescued by Lin Chen, the man who was fighting with the senior of the champion team couldn't help but say. Feng Jingtu remained silent. He seemed to be really helpless against the kid who only had the strength of a high-level elite. Even his most capable warrior had lost control. Mega Caesar, Night Slash, go help that loser. The mantis with its claws like AES rushed forward as if to clamp Zigard's waist. Your opponent is me. Mega Venusaur, Petal Blizzard. The seniors of the champion team stood in front of Lin Chen and the huge body of Mega Venusaur also stood in front of Zigard. Petals of Osiris fell one by one, blurring Mega Caesar's vision. Mega Caesar lost his vision and could only attack Mega Venusaur. In order not to increase the pressure on Lin Chen, the seniors of the champion team commanded Mega Venusaur to take Mega Caesar to another place. It is true that he is not as skilled as others, but he is unwilling to let him drag down Lin Chen even if it means he will lose his life. Zigard crushed them. Mega Gyarados lost control and had no strength to fight again. Zigard launched the last general attack and strangled Mega Gyarados here, and even Feng Jingtu ended up disappearing. Mega Gyarados' combat power is indeed very terrifying. Zigard could not do anything after a fight, but once Mega Gyarados fell into a violent state, then it is said that Mega Gyarados completely vented all his his strength, but there was no precise target to hit. In this way Zygarde preserved his strength while Megagyarados was unrestrained. Once the power of Megagyarados could not support him to make the NET attack that would be his death moment, and Lin Chen also seized this opportunity to strangle Megagyarados completely here. However, after this battle Lin Chen and Zygarde did not end up well. The energy consumption was huge. Even Lin Chen, who had been fighting on the battlefield for a long time, could not help but feel a little breathless and exhausted. Chapter 600 Eternal Dusk Forbidden Zone Ancient Forbidden Divine Beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. But the NET moment Lin Chen ignored his fatigue, took a look at the situation on the battlefield and turned to support the battle of the seniors of the champion team. It was urgent. It is obvious that the seniors of the champion team are not the opponents of the Mega Caesar trainer in front of them. In the battle they were defeated again and again. Because fighting is like this. Only by constantly pondering the advantage can there be a chance to win. As long as there is the ability to fight again, you can't rally yourself and must fight again. After a hard battle, the other members of the god-killing team all supported here. For a moment the situation became clear in an instant. The alliance occupied based on the advantages in numbers and strength. The Dusk Conference began to retreat step by step and was beaten without any ability to fight back. In each battle they retreated a step and finally hid in a forbidden area of the Dusk Conference. 733. Seizing the opportunity to pursue the victory, the members of the champion team and the god-killing team chased in, and this time they were determined to wipe out all the elite troops of the Dusk Conference. However, after this battle the champion team and the god-killing team did not end well. One of the predecessors of the champion team died in the battle, and the rest of the members, including the 9 saints, were also wounded and exhausted, and the Pokemon in their hands were not much better than the trainers. The members of the god-killing team were also the same. Suhu and Tanteiyu, who came to support, were also seriously injured. But in order to completely wipe out the members of the Dusk Conference, everyone had to drag such wounded bodies to pursue deeply, even if they knew that continuing would only put themselves at risk of death. But for peace and tranquility they were willing to sacrifice themselves. But in the NET moment Lin Chen felt something was wrong. The danger in his heart told him that there was an distance ahead that they could not resist. If they continued to go deeper they would definitely be wiped out. Zhu Sheng, we can't chase them anymore. Before the reinforcements come we will only fall into disaster if we go deeper like this. Lin Chen stopped and said to Zhu Sheng, but how can we let go of such a good opportunity? Zhu Sheng thought about it and said, but really my premonition tells me that once we go deeper there will be no way back. Lin Chen dissuaded, no need to come in again, you can't leave. Ha ha ha. A gloomy laugh came, bringing great oppression and panic to everyone. It's not that Zhu Sheng didn't want to retreat, but he went so deep into the hinterland that if he wanted to leave, as long as the people of the Dusk Conference wanted to keep them, they couldn't leave at all. Moreover, this time the Dusk Conference suffered such heavy losses. If they could pursue the victory and wait for the arrival of rescue, they might not be able to win a great victory. For various reasons the 9 saints will continue to go deeper with the members of the champion team, but it may implicate Lin Chen and the members of the god-killing team. Sure enough, they are here. Hearing the gloomy laughter, Lin Chen's heart ached lightly and he knew that the biggest enemy had arrived. Still want to leave? You are in my trap. Can you still leave? Just as a senior from the champion team took a step back, a dark light flashed and a charred blood hole instantly appeared on the senior's chest. He fell to the ground stiffly and stopped breathing. In just a moment he killed a champion level trainer. How powerful is this strength? Even if the trainer does not have too strong defense ability, when encountering some must kill he can't stop it, but the champion level trainer has integrated the power of Pokemon's laws. Most of the training will start to prepare to integrate the power of the laws of some defensive Pokemon at the peak of the elite, just like Lin Chen has already integrated the physical defense and magic defense of Agron and Guzzlord. After reaching the champion level the defensive ability will be much stronger than ordinary people, and the champion team senior who just died also integrated the power of the law of physical defense. But such a champion level trainer was killed in seconds before he even saw the opponent, and he could clearly feel that this was not the power released by the Pokemon but the trainer himself. From this we can see how terrifying the strength of the trainer who just released the power is. At least he is a champion peak instant. With such strength all the members of the champion team and the god-killing team combined may not be his opponent. 0. Sure enough, there is indeed a master level instance in the Dusk meeting. Even Zhu Sheng felt a little depressed when he heard the laughter. A champion level instance can be made uncomfortable by a burst of laughter, which is enough to show how terrifying the strength of the person who made that laugh is. Master level? Lin Chen was a little surprised but soon calmed down. Master level trainers have always been in legends. Even if Lin Chen stands at this level, he has never seen a master level trainer. Some are just heard of, such as the ancestors of the Long family, the ancestors of the Dan family, and the old monsters in the alliance. giant. Today we can see a real master-level strongman. The laughter gradually faded and the panic in everyone's hearts was calmed down. Then a group of haze lingered in the sky and the devilish energy was rampant. There was also a figure in the devil cloud. The essence of the master level is close to the truth of the world. It can often merge with the power of the laws of heaven and earth and use the power of heaven and earth. The dragon is invisible. Since you are so curious about my Twilight Conference, I will satisfy your curiosity and take a good look at what the Twilight Conference looked like. The black shadow in the magic cloud waved his hand and dozens of shackles emerged from the magic cloud like a magic snake constrict, trying to tightly bind the members of the champion team and the god-killing team. Even if Lin Chen and Zhu Sheng wanted to escape, the breath in the magic cloud carried an innate sense of oppression which made him feel unable to escape, and a feeling of powerlessness spread all over his body. In front of the strong they didn't even have the chance to resist. They didn't even know how to walk and could only watch themselves being tied up by the chains and the shackles imprisoned their fate, unable to move. Zhu Sheng and other members of the champion team secretly used their strength to try to break free from the shackles, but found that the strength they exerted was constantly absorbed by the shackles and the strength in their bodies seemed to slowly shut down as if the control switch of the strength was turned off. At the same time, Zhu Sheng and his team found that the more they stimulated their strength, the tighter the shackles on their bodies would be. Chapter 601 Constrict the Chain of Life, Smash the Blockade of God. Please collect. Please subscribe. However, Lin Chen and his team could not even use their own strength and were completely imprisoned by the shackles. The chains constricted their entire bodies, making them unable to move at all, but just when they thought that the chains could only have a confinement effect, fine needles actually emerged from the chains and began to absorb the energy and life breath in their bodies. It felt like death watching the life force being sucked away bit by bit, and being unable to resist, he could only let the needle penetrate his skin and endure the pain. Lin Chen, we old guys have discussed this. Later we will release all the power in our bodies to help you break free from the chain. We will resist the devil for a moment and you should run away quickly and don't care about us. Suddenly Zhu Sheng sent a telepathic message to Lin Chen. With a firm look in his eyes, he held the belief that he would die and he wanted to send Lin Chen and the others out. Their death was insignificant. This time they didn't even think about going back alive. Of course everyone wants to live, and when they encounter death they will subconsciously flee, but when there is a real danger they are willing to make this sacrifice to keep Lin Chen and the others alive, because Lin Chen and his generation are the real hope. As long as they survive and grow up they can stop the catastrophe and save the world, and they are just dying people, dead branches and fallen leaves. Life is no longer that important to them. They have done what they should do and met the people they should meet. If they had not encountered such a catastrophe they would also like to stay in the world, accompany their loved ones to watch the passing of time, walk through the vicissitudes of life, watch the sunrise and sunset. Everything was in yesterday but they are still willing today. What about you? Don't you want to follow us? Lin Chen asked. I can't leave. Someone will definitely sacrifice today and the best outcome is us. You are still young, there is still a chance and there is still hope, so the task of saving the world is left to you. We don't have much strength left. Don't hesitate later. Seize the opportunity and leave. We can't delay then. Lin Chen, I know you value friendship, but in this matter there must be a trade-off. We are also willing and you don't have any guilt, understand? Nine Saints stared at Lin Chen with a firm look, wanting to get a positive answer from Lin Chen. Helplessly Lin Chen knew the urgency of today's matter and nodded heavily. What are you secretly communicating about? Want to break free from these shackles? Want to go? Want to leave here? It's a beautiful thought, but have you asked me, the master, for my opinion? You just made the decision on your own. Do you think I will let them go? Not only will you old bones die here, but none of them can escape. They want to leave when they come here. What do you think this place is, an amusement park or a street? Not only can you not leave, I will make you live a life worse than death and become the nourishment of my troubled time. I didn't expect that I set up a trap like this and you kept jumping on it. I originally thought it was not that easy, but you didn't take the bait easily. It seems that you must become my nourishment. The black shadow in the magic cloud smiled and a divine light flashed in his hand. He slowly lifted up the champion junior who had just died from a heart attack. With a pinch of his palm the corpse was instantly shattered and the powder turned into dots of light waves that merged together like a pool of fertilizer. Suddenly a big mouth of black mist appeared in the magic cloud and swallowed the little light wave completely. It also shook its head and made a few howling sounds as if it was very satisfied with the food. Then he poked his head out again, wanting to continue eating, but seeing that there was no more delicious food in front of him he shook his head angrily and turned his head away. Little guy, don't be an ass. Look, there are more below. They are all your food. You wait, I will send them into your mouth one by one. Don't be an ass. The black shadow in the magic cloud had a very evil voice and stretched out a big hand again, trying to attack another senior of the champion team. Don't even think about it. The 9 saints saints roared and repelled the black hand in the magic cloud. Then all the members of the champion team seemed to stimulate the last bit of strength in their bodies and break free from the chains that imprisoned people. The chain was broken and all the seniors of the champion team summoned their own combat Pokemon and used their famous skills to fight against the black shadow in the magic cloud. But no matter how powerful the members of the champion team were, even if they used all their strength, they could not hurt the black shadow in the magic cloud at all. Before the attack approached the magic cloud, it was swallowed by the wolf-like phantom and it smacked its lips as if it looked down on the attack of the members of the champion team. Break! The members of the champion team roared, trying to break the shackles on Lin Chen and the others. The heavy force came aggressively and the chains finally loosened and thin cracks appeared. The black shadow in the magic cloud did not stop them but just looked at Zhu Sheng and the others and seemed to smile very contemptuous. After the continuous efforts of Zhu Sheng and the others plus the efforts of Lin Chen and the others, the chains were finally broken. But the moment the chain was broken, it was repaired again. The constrict on Lin Chen, Su Hu and the others did not change at all. Your strength is not enough to break my strength. Don't struggle in vain. It's useless. The shadow in the magic cloud said with disdain. Indeed, the strength of the headmaster level is not something that the champion level trainers can resist. The gap is even greater than the gap between the elite and champion stages. If the gap between the elite and champion stages is a stream, then the gap between the headmaster and the champion stage is a river. Except for trainers with super high talents who can cross the stream and walk on the water at the peak of the elite level and defeat the champion level trainers, how can the river be crossed? The gap between the headmaster and the champion level is difficult to cross. The difference in strength is the difference between life and death. In other words, champion level training, no matter if you are a champion level trainer, even if you encounter a master level training, you will only have one way to go and there is no chance of resistance. Your talent will only become a tool for you to mitigate the death sentence. Chapter 602: The Power of the Twilight World, the Terrifying Evil God Pokemon. Please collect. Please subscribe. Others have no effect at all. Since the advent of the Pokemon world, the instance of master level is extremely rare and there has never been a rumor that a champion level trainer can defeat a master level trainer. Of course there are no examples, but there are also real examples. Since the records see a champion level trainer will die when facing a master level trainer without exception. Therefore, when Zhu Sheng knew that there was a master level trainer in the dusk meeting, he knew that he would die in this battle. Even if he had a fluke mentality in the past, he might have survived, but this time it was really impossible. They were simply unable to fight against the master level instant. Everything they used would only become a life in his hands. This is also why he and the members of the champion team had to send Lin Chen and the others out no matter what. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they would definitely die, but if they could let Lin Chen and the others get out alive through their efforts, it might not be a bad thing. Even if a few fewer people died, it was good. They didn't hold out much hope. However, now that they saw the black shadow was so powerful, they were not sure whether Lin Chen and his team could walk out of the Sky City of the Twilight Conference alive. Lin Chen and his team were chained again, unable to move at all, and all the efforts made by Zhu Sheng and his team became useless. The moment Zhu Sheng and his team burst out with amazing power again, burning their lives and breaking all obstacles. But even so, the leader of the Twilight Conference in the magic cloud just waved his hand lightly, and everything that Zhu Sheng and his team had done was turned into nothing, and they had no right to resist at all. It is said that it is not good to be willing to become the nourishment of Eternatus. I am thinking about you and wanting to reduce your pain, but you don't appreciate it. This is really a waste of my kindness. The leader of the Dusk Conference waved his hand, looking very helpless. The moment he pressed down with his hand gesture, and the 9 saints were instantly suppressed. They were pressed down by the giant hand and could not move at all. As the giant hand continued to press down, the bodies of the 9 saints and others began to bend, fracture and shatter, and gradually turned into meat patties. But this was not enough. The leader of the Dusk Conference continued to press down, drawing out the power of the 9 saints and the Pokemon in their hands, forming a stream and sending it to the mouth of the Phantom Wolf God. The Phantom Wolf God who drank the trickle was like drinking agar dew, shaking his head and enjoying it very much. This can't go on. Superior World Tree Form Teleport. Lin Chen saw that the power of the 9 saints was being absorbed bit by bit and they were about to become a dry body. Suddenly a powerful force burst out from head to toe in Lin Chen's body, breaking free from the chain. But Lin Chen knew very well that such a burst of power was only temporary, and it was impossible to crush a strong man at the level of a master with this burst of power. The only way was to use the power of the burst to take them away from here. Lin Chen stimulated the power of the World Tree, gathered it on his feet and opened a teleportation gate. Lin Chen jumped with his steps using the speed of light, stretched out the hand of the law, grabbed the members of the champion team and the god-killing team tightly in his hand and sent them to the teleportation channel. But before Lin Chen teleported to the door of teaching, the leader of the Dusk Conference fell with the palm of the sky. The gate of legend was shattered abruptly, and the power of the law on Lin Chen was also shattered by the powerful breath. Sure enough, the strong man at the level of the headmaster is not something that ordinary trainers can contend with. It only takes one move to extinguish the blooming flame flower of Lin Chen. You could have left, but you were too greedy and wanted to save everyone. In this situation you are still so greedy. Do you think you have the strength to save so many people in front of me? The leader of the Dusk Conference smiled and asked. In a moment a senior of the champion team who was close to collapse was grabbed out of the hand of the law, crushed with one palm and sent into the mouth of the Phantom Wolf God. Then the leader of the Dusk Conference did the same thing. A senior of the champion team Hu Hao of the God-killing team and Xiao Tian also died, and his hands were crushed into pieces and sent into the mouth of the Phantom Wolf God. After swallowing 5 trainers in a row, the Shadow Wolf God smacked his lips, seeming to be a little full but still wanted to continue swallowing. Lin Chen and others were unable to help and could only watch them being sent into the Shadow Wolf God's mouth. Their eyes were red, tears fell from the corners of their eyes, but they were powerless. Champion-level strongmen were too powerful for them, and they could not compete at all. Even if there was more grief in their hearts, they couldn't even break free from the shackles now and could only watch the members of the God-killing team and the champion team being swallowed up one by one. Since embarking on the road of Pokemon, Lin Chen felt so powerless for the first time, like falling into the abyss, a confusion and darkness making you don't know where to leave and don't know where this place is. You can only fall into endless fear in the darkness in front of you. You can't see everything, you can only passively accept the darkness. Here you have no food and water, you can only passively accept death. Everything you have nothing. At this time you will feel powerless. You don't know what you should do to change the status quo, nor do you know why you have fallen into this abyss. Oh, by the way, you are Lin Chen, the genius trainer in the Alliance Center. I didn't expect that an elite high-level trainer would have such a powerful ability and could break my shackles. You are indeed worthy of the name of a genius boy, Zhao Hao. It's a pity that you are not a member of my Twilight Conference. If you are a member of my Twilight Conference, I may not be able to take you in and train you well. I just don't know if you have this idea. If you join my Twilight Conference, I will definitely make you the most powerful trainer in the world. The leader of the Twilight Conference in the Magic Cloud looked at Lin Chen and then said, if you want to join the Dusk Conference, I have a condition. As long as you kill all the people in front of you, I will allow you to join. Lin Chen stared at the black shadow in the Magic Cloud and said, join you? Why should I join you? I don't need to join you. I can also become the strongest trainer in this world. Besides, if I join you, you will destroy this world. What's the use of becoming the strongest trainer? Who will I compete with at that time? Why? Chapter 603 Battle Beyond the Law, Slaughter the Dark World. Please subscribe. Presumably by then we will also become the food of the catastrophe. Have you ever thought about this problem? If the world is destroyed, do you think your Dusk Conference can still exist? If it has no effect, won't you become the victim in the NET moment? The black shadow in the Magic Cloud just smiled and did not answer Lin Chen's question. Instead he grabbed Su Chang. What's the point of bullying the younger generation? Come at me if you dare. A roar came from the EIT passage, shattering the devil's hands that were grabbing Su Chang. Long Shentian, Zhu Sheng secretly exclaimed and then said, the support of the alliance has arrived. A tall figure rushed out of the tunnel hidden in a ball of golden light mist, and with one hand he completely broke the shackles on the members of the God-killing team and the champion team. Afterwards Long Yuking jumped down from the light mist, took out a bottle of Eli Ir, supported the seriously injured predecessors, fed the healing Eli Ir into their mouth and protected them in front of them. Lin Chen, are you okay? Long Yuking asked with great concern. It's okay, it's my problem. Lin Chen was a little weak, but he still pretended to be nothing, shook his head and said, in the sky the ancestor of the Long family and the leader of the Dusk Conference fought hard. Sometimes the sky was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain fell, sometimes it was red and meteorite fireballs fell, and sometimes there was a strong wind and a storm swept the earth. The battle between the two champions shattered the sky. No power could stop them. Even the purest natural power was turned into their own power. For a while the magic energy was lingering, and a magic hand stretched out and grabbed Lin Chen and the others, but the ancestor of the Long family was not willing to be outdone. The saffron light shook, the breath dissipated, and a golden sword condensed from it, shattering the magic hand. Each of them was equally strong and fought evenly. The NET moment, both the ancestor of the Long family and the leader of the Dusk Conference summoned their powerful Pokemon at the same time and fought each other. Various forces lashed strange lights in the sky. Even on the ground they could be shaken by these forces. The sand and stones on the ground were rolled up and a hole was punched in the depths of the Dusk Conference. It seemed that this place would be completely destroyed in the NET moment. Generally, I'll take you back to the the alliance first. Long Yuking summoned Altaria, put the members of the god-killing team and the champion team on his back and quickly flew away from this place of trouble. With the arrival of the Long family patriarch, the leader of the Dusk Conference will definitely not be able to keep them. After all, the strength of the powerful masters at the same level of the head is equal. If it is not a life and death duel, even if there is a difference of 1 or 2 small realms, it is impossible to determine the victory of life and death in the first time. Therefore, as long as the Long family patriarch is determined to let the members of the god-killing team and the champion team leave here, then the leader of the Dusk Conference will definitely not be able to stop them. What's more, the arrival of the Long family patriarch means that the support of the alliance is about to arrive. As long as the support of the alliance arrives, Lin Chen's advantage will be infinitely eponded. Even if the leader of the Dusk Conference can be kept at that time, he will have to stay here today. When the support of the alliance arrives, it will not only clear all the forces of the Dusk Conference but also the traitors within the alliance. This battle involves life and death. Strong men who have cultivated to the level of a master will generally not make such a mistake. Altaria carried the members of the God Killer team and the champion team out of the Sky City. As soon as he left the Sky City, Lin Chen saw that the alliance's support was rushing to the Sky City, and a large number of strong men brought ultimate Pokemon to the battlefield. Even if the Dusk Conference was not completely wiped out, it would be severely damaged. At the same time, the leader of the Dusk Conference was fighting with the ancestor of the Long family and retreated while fighting and did not want to continue to entangle with the ancestor of the Long family. At this time, Lin Chen suddenly figured out one thing. In fact, the real intention of the alliance was to catch the traitor and clear the Dusk Conference at the same time. However, the price paid this time was too high and all the members of the champion team had to be sacrificed. This was something that Lin Chen had never dared to guess. Seeing the alliance's rapid support, he could see that they were prepared and not blindly sending themselves to death. It seems that this time the members of the champion team have become abandoned. If Lin Chen and the God Killer team had not risked their lives, perhaps this battle might have been completely wiped out. The alliance could not gain any benefit, could not invite the traitors, but would lose the elite combat power of the champion team. For a moment, Lin Chen did not know whether to say that the alliance's judgment was smart or stupid. After paying such a huge price, if nothing can be changed in the end, wouldn't it be a waste of all combat power? However, Lin Chen was not sure whether the alliance had already made preparations and could have carried out the current plan even without the conflict like Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not want to guess about everything. In his eyes, changing life for life has always been the most impractical approach. Once it fails, everything is lost and it is irreversible. Lin Chen looked back and saw that the Sky City had become a battlefield for clearing. The members of the Twilight Conference wanted to escape from it, but they were all killed, and the leader of the Twilight Conference also fled the Sky City and no trace was known. The ancestor of the Long family went to pursue them alone, and the Dusk Conference in the Sky City instantly became a mess and ended up being killed. In the face of life and death, even the strong men at the level of the head of the sect cannot completely control the situation. However, in this fight there are still many members of the Dusk Conference who survived. Some of them were not in the Sky City and escaped this great change. On the other hand, relying on their own strong strength, they still escaped under the pursuit of several people. However, such trainers are only a few and they are seriously injured. After recovering in the future, they will also have hidden diseases, which is not a big deal. After Lin Chen and others returned to the Alliance Center had already prepared a lounge for the members of the God-Killing team and the champion team. Leave Jusheng to me to treat him. Lin Chen helped Jusheng to his lounge. In this battle, in addition to the members who died, Jusheng was the most seriously injured and had the most serious loss of life energy. When he returned to the Alliance, Jusheng was already dying with only a little bit of life energy left. If Lin Chen hadn't been by his side to supply him with energy, he might have died on the way back to the Alliance. Lin Chen put Jusheng on the bed. Jusheng was breathing weakly, his face was bloodless, his eye sockets were sunken, his lips were purple, his hands and feet were slightly swollen, and there was a bloody wound on his shoulder deep into the bone. His body gradually lost its temperature, leaving only some warmth. Chapter 604: The Sacred Tree That Heals Everything, Stealing the Power of God. Please subscribe. If he is not treated in time now, it is very likely that Jusheng will stop breathing in the next second. This battle caused him too much damage. Not only did he lose a lot of strength in the battle, but when he escaped for helping hand Lin Chen, he also earned his strength to the extreme, not leaving himself a single way out. Seeing that something was wrong, Lin Chen replaced 3D Dragon and Chensi Superior. Now the only way to save Jusheng is to combine the powerful vitality of the World Tree and the Life Gem, slowly inject the life essence into Jusheng's body and let him accept it, slowly repairing his injuries. Superior, the form of the Tree of Life. Chensi, take out the Life Gem. 3D Dragon, help me calculate Zhu Sheng's current state, and later when I transfer the life essence help me calculate Zhu Sheng's body recovery. Lin Chen gave Onianon instruction. The current situation is very dangerous and we can't, if it goes wrong it is very likely to bury Zhu Sheng's life. The three Pokemon nodded. Looking at Zhu Sheng's current state, they also knew the seriousness of the matter. They put away their previous laughing and waiting for Lin Chen's order. Chenxi Life Gem repair Zhu Sheng's superficial injuries. Superior assist Chenxi's healing in the form of the World Tree. At the same time slowly transfer the life essence of the World Tree to restore Zhu Sheng's body and repair its hidden illness. 3D Dragon NET. If the situation is not right you tell me immediately. Lin Chen gave orders step by step. Superior evoked the holy power of the World Tree and covered Zhu Sheng's body. Then Chenxi held the life gem in one hand and placed the other hand on Zhu Sheng's hand, slowly transferring the life essence of the life gem into Zhu Sheng's body. And 3D Dragon opened the data eye to constantly observe Zhu Sheng's recovery and whether there was anything wrong. Gradually the flesh and blood on the surface of Zhu Sheng's body slowly condensed. His face had color, no longer so pale, and his body surface had a little temperature. Everything was developing in the direction of recovery. Lin Chen also observed the situation inside Zhu Sheng's body through the 3D Dragon's data eye. He saw that Zhu Sheng's life was gradually recovering. His functional state could continue to take care of himself. His cell vitality returned to his body and his internal organs began to function slowly. Not good. His current body can't bear so much life essence. 3D Dragon suddenly exclaimed and shouted at Lin Chen. When Lin Chen just heard the 3D Dragon's voice, he looked at Zhu Sheng's body. I saw that the vitality on Zhu Sheng's body began to slowly dissipate, returning to the previous state. Zhu Sheng coughed from time to time and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. The situation seemed to be getting worse. Lin Chen tracked the ESS life essence in his body and at the same time continued to transport the missing life essence into his body to ensure the normal operation of his body function. 3D Dragon said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen understood what he meant, and with the help of the power of Superior's law he slowly refined the vital energy that Zhu Sheng had scattered on his body surface in his palm. At the same time Superior and Chenxi also slowed down the speed of their own delivery of vital energy. Soon Zhu Sheng's condition improved again. Over and over again Lin Chen kept controlling the situation in Zhu Sheng's body to ensure that his vitality could recover normally. In this way a day and a night passed and Zhu Sheng's condition gradually stabilized. He was also able to assist Superior and Chenxi in transporting vital energy to slowly recover from his injuries. However, Lin Chen had to do more than just that. In addition to recovering Zhu Sheng's injuries, he also had to help Zhu Sheng get rid of those long-standing hidden diseases in his body. Zhu Sheng became what he is today not only because he lost too much vital energy after the war, but also because he had a hidden disease in his body which made him unable to recover for a while and unable to regulate the situation in his body. Moreover, the existence of hidden diseases will torture him at every moment, increase his pain and consume his body's essence. In a cycle, the hidden diseases plus eternal injuries make Zhu Sheng unable to control his own injuries. He can only let the injuries worsen and he is powerless. In this way, even if Lin Chen heals Zhu Sheng's injuries, his life essence will be greatly damaged because of the hidden diseases in his body, and his time in the world will become shorter. 0 Seeking flowers. In this way 2 days and 2 nights passed. Lin Chen used the World Tree and the Life Gem to repair the hidden diseases in Zhu Sheng's body. Of course it is impossible to completely repair his injuries in this short time, but after Zhu Sheng woke up with his own ability, as long as he paid more attention and stopped using the violent power of the fighting system to consume his life, his hidden diseases in his body could still recover step by step. After all, hidden diseases, the root of a lifetime, cannot be recovered in a few days and nights. It depends more on him to use his own soft power to recover step by step. After several days and nights of struggle, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel tired. Lin Chen himself had injuries. After several days and nights of staying up late to fight, he was also exhausted and fell asleep. In his dream, Lin Chen fulfilled his lifelong wish and became the world's top Pokemon trainer. He resisted the catastrophe from outer space, overcame all dangers, stood proudly at the top of the world and traveled around the world with many Pokemon. 2 days later, Lin Chen's body functions slowly recovered. When he woke up from his dream, he saw Zhu Sheng lying on the bed looking at him with a kind face and a smile. Zhu Sheng, you're awake. Lin Chen jumped up excitedly like a child, leaned over and hugged Zhu Sheng, and tears slipped from the corners of his eyes inadvertently. Maybe Lin Chen himself didn't know when Zhu Sheng had such an important position in his heart, just like accompanying many of his relatives. As long as he saw Zhu Sheng was fine, he felt that the struggles of these days and nights were worth it. Indeed, Zhu Sheng has become very important in Lin Chen's mind. Since he entered the alliance, Zhu Sheng has been the best person to Lin Chen. Without a doubt, he is willing to do everything for him. Think without asking for anything in return. Even Su Hu, his own disciple, may not be as important as Lin Chen. Lin Chen also took all this to heart, kept it in mind and never forgot it. A drop of water is worth a spring of gratitude. What's more, the kindness of Zhu Sheng to him is not just a drop or two. It can be said that if Zhu Sheng had not been escorting Lin Chen, it is very likely that Lin Chen would have died in which valley and in the hands of which opponent. Chapter 605 The Supreme Divine Beast Resurrect the Eternal Time Domain. Please collect. Please subscribe. You saved me and repaired my hidden illness. Zhu Sheng changed his previous fierceness, touched Lin Chen's soft hair very kindly and asked softly. Lin Chen hugged Zhu Sheng and nodded gently without denying it, because Lin Chen knew that Zhu Sheng must know everything he did. If he didn't ask for anything in return and wanted to hide it, Zhu Sheng would also know it, so it's better to admit it. Lin Chen broke away from Zhu Sheng's arm. You must be exhausted these days. I see your black eyeballs are heavier, Zhu Sheng asked after looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head and said, it's good that you're fine. It's okay to be a little tired. Zhu Sheng didn't say anything to thank him and nodded gently. However, your injuries are repaired, but your hidden 7 Threesven diseases are not completely healed. I can only help you build a foundation for recovery and heal those hidden diseases on the surface. For problems deeper into your bone marrow, you have to slowly heal them by yourself, Lin Chen urged. Okay, I know that the dusk meeting was ruined. There is nothing I need to do personally. I will stay in the alliance and slowly recover from my injuries. In order not to worry Lin Chen replied. Okay, I'll prepare some food for you now. Lin Chen asked someone to prepare some liquid food. A week later, under the continuous efforts of the Alliance Center, the Twilight Conference in Sky City was completely destroyed. Not only the trainers of the Twilight Conference but also all the buildings, underground buildings and plants in Sky City were destroyed and burned. Today there is only an empty Sky City left in Sky City. Trees are uprooted, burned by fire, buildings are broken into pieces and become rubble, and Orberg is twisted and folded and is about to be crushed. In addition, the major alliances and ancient families sent many superior masters to wipe out the remnants of the Twilight Conference. However, although the remnants of the Twilight Conference, the Alliance still lost a lot of elites in this elimination. Many members of the Twilight Conference saw that they could not escape and made the decision to change their lives for their lives. In this way, the barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. The Alliance and the major families also lost a lot of members, but fortunately in this battle the winning side is the Alliance after all. The leader of the Twilight Conference led to the outside of the 9 heavens. The ancestor of the Long family alone could not capture him at all, but an important information was learned from the mouth of the leader of the Twilight Conference. Under the catastrophe, the divine beast will revive and the world will fall into chaos. Even without them, the world will fall into chaos. They are just additives adding fuel to the fire. This news came back from the mouth of the ancestor of the Long family and spread to major alliances and all over the world. What a head of the sect said is naturally true. The catastrophe is coming and the divine beasts are revived. There have been signs in the past. Therefore, the major families and the 7 alliances have begun to deploy how to deal with the upcoming catastrophe of the chaotic world, because no one knows how many divine beasts there are and what kind of impact the revival of divine beasts will bring to the world, let alone whether those revived divine beasts are kind, evil or neutral. Only by preparing for a rainy day can we stop the catastrophe of this chaotic world. Otherwise, once the catastrophe comes, humans will have no place to survive. You know, the power of the divine beast is almost comparable to the champion level. The weakest divine beast in recovery can reach the peak of elite, except for some divine beast cub and less aggressive divine beast. Every divine beast born can cause great damage to the world. It is very likely that they have reached the champion level. Divine beasts are more terrifying than trainers. You must never judge them only by their surface strength. Once you think so, it is very likely that you will be the only one hurt. Therefore, major alliances began to prepare countermeasures, and trainers from all over the country also began to improve their strength to protect themselves and their families. After Lin Chen learned of this news, he also took the members of the God-killing team to start a month of training. 2 members of the God-killing team died and the vacancies were filled by the 2 sisters Ellie and Ivy, and they began their own training. At the same time, the Alliance also began to provide training resources unconditionally to the most promising trainers in the Alliance, and the God Slayer team was the one that received the best resources. They trained day and night and their strength also grew wildly. Lin Chen's own strength did not improve significantly during the 1-month training. His strength was still at the high-level elite level, but he had a clear momentum to break through to the peak of elite. However, the improvement of Pokemon in his hands increased exponentially. Sylveon became more proficient in the Immortal Emperor EV's Aurum mode and also improved to the mid-level elite level. Zygarde also mastered more skills. Unlike Jiraiya, his cooperation was not as precise as Lin Chen's, but due to the limitation of Lin Chen's own strength, their apparent strength has not increased, but their combat combat capabilities have increased a lot. Agron has been upgraded to the elite high level and is more familiar with the state of the time dragon god. The time to open the time domain has become longer. Guzzlord has also been upgraded to the elite high level. Melodic has been upgraded to the elite mid level and has trained the Ice Emperor state very well. The opening of the Ice Crystal domain can also better restrict the opponent's form and increase the power of his own Ice attribute guild. Garcomp has been upgraded to the elite mid level. The Earth Dragon God can make his own defense more powerful. The use of Earth power can also instantly draw the power of the Earth to provide power for himself. Sorikya is the same. He has been upgraded to the elite mid level. The opening of the illusion domain can even confuse the elite peak Pokemon for a long time. His strength improvement is not on the surface but in the control and cooperation with other Pokemon. The most significant improvement is still Serperior. Lin Chen has fought side by side with Serperior many times, which has improved Serperior's ability in all aspects. The strength has been raised from the middle level of elite to the high level of elite. The world tree is more holy and can drive away all filth. The use of the power of law also makes the opponent terrified. The most significant battle is to use the power of law to defeat the high level elite Pokemon in one move. One move, all life is gone. You know, such a ferocious fighting power, even some champion beginner Pokemon can't do it. One move to kill the high level elite opponent. Chapter 606, The Illusory Dragon God, the Great Devil Who Returned Home in Glory. Please subscribe. As for Chansey 3D Dragon, there is not much improvement because their main role is not reflected in fighting but in healing and data analysis. Therefore the improvement for them is minimal. Even if they don't need training, their abilities will grow with the passage of time. The training just speeds up the process a little bit. In addition, Diancie gradually trusts Lin Chen and has a tendency to become a Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands. However, this matter cannot be rushed. If Diancie is willing, Lin Chen will be very happy. If he is not willing, Lin Chen is willing to put her back to the real world and let her find her own way. He will never force her. Therefore, after a month of training, Lin Chen's strength has increased exponentially. Even Lin Chen himself is a little surprised. This strength improvement is really a bit fast. The sisters Ellie and Ivy gradually adapted to the living habits and fighting methods of humans and became more and more adept at the zero-sick duel between Pokemon. Although they were upgraded from the high-level elite to the peak of the elite, their real combat strength has increased several times and their combat experience is much richer than before. When encountering temporary decision-making scenes, their reactions are no longer half a beat slower. If they continue to grow, they may have the strength to share the same level with Lin Chen. In addition, although the strength of Suhu Tanteiyu and Long Yuking has not increased so horribly, it has also been greatly improved. They have more experience in life and death battles and their grasp of strength has become more exquisite. The Pokemon in their hands has also been doubled. Refining the resources given by the Alliance has successfully increased their strength. After a month of training, Long Yuking and Tanteiyu were summoned back by the ancestors of each family to further improve their strength. Suhu went out for training with Ivy and Ellie sisters and at the same time deplored the situation in various places, the recovery of the mythical beast, and eliminated the people who escaped from the Dusk meeting. In the past month there have been many disturbances around the world. There has been no news of the resurrection of the legendary beasts, but Pokemon in various places have begun to riot, slandering mortals and some low-level trainers causing panic in various places. The intervention of local officials cannot solve anything. Some wild Pokemon suddenly broke into the human territory. It is normal for these things to happen and they will be left unresolved in the end. In the past, when encountering these things, they were simply dealt with and there was no follow-up. However, such things have occurred frequently in various places in the past month. The official intervention has caused extremely bad effect. Either the follow-up of residents' injuries cannot be properly handled or wild Pokemon are driven out of suitable places for living. For this reason, various places have also submitted these things to the local alliances many times to seek a proper solution. For this reason, the alliance has always been troubled by these things. Wild Pokemon are often uncontrollable and their behavior is often unpredictable. It is impossible to judge what they want to do. If for the sake of the residents wild Pokemon are driven out of suitable habitats, it will cause inequality between Pokemon and humans, and on the contrary, it will allow stronger Lord Pokemon to cause greater collisions with human habitat. After all, Pokemon is also part of this world. It has always been the pursuit of equality between Pokemon and ownership. Otherwise, once a complete riot in the Pokemon world is caused, the consequences will be no different from the impending catastrophe. Ultimate Pokemon. Wild Pokemon are not controlled by humans. The Pokemon of the master level under control generally do not take the initiative to have bad relations with humans. They either muddle through or stop when they have enough. However, once they cause heavy casualties to weak Pokemon, violate the imbalance between Pokemon and humans and really touch their bottom line, they they will completely fall into riots and fight for the survival of their Pokemon. At that time, even if trainers from all over the world gather together to quell the riot, it will not be an easy task. It may even cause the Pokemon in the hands of the trainers to rebel and fall into a riot at the level of world turmoil. At that level, if it is not the end of the world, it will also cause human civilization to fall into a trough, regress hundreds of years, and even return to the desolate and poor era in the destruction. After the training camp, Lin Chen called home. "Hello Mom and Dad, how are you doing recently? Has anything happened at home?" Lin Chen asked. "Nothing serious has happened, but my hometown has been a little uneasy recently. There are often wild Pokemon rioting everywhere, making people panic, but no one has been injured near home. Your father and I will be more careful. You can rest assured," Lin Chen's mother said in a very gentle tone. When her son is away from home, the loving mother is worried. Think about it, it's almost a year since she last saw her child. By the way, Lin Chen, how are you doing over there? You should take good rest and don't tire yourself out. Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of your son. On the contrary, you and your dad should pay more attention to the health of the miracle doctor and eat on time. Okay, your dad and I will eat on time. Lin Chen, I heard that a lot of bad things have happened recently. You should be more careful when you go out. Don't be afraid of nothing just because you have improved your strength. Although you have become the Summoner 737 in the center of the Alliance, you still need to pay attention. Mom and Dad don't need you to make too much money, nor do you need you to work yourself to earn honor for the family. Mom and Dad only hope that you can be safe and healthy. With you around, Mom and Dad will be relieved. I know I will take your words to heart." At this point, Lin Chen's eyes were filled with tears. After a few greetings, he hung up the phone. Since he came to this world, he has truly felt the warmth of family, the care and love from his parent. He had never imagined that someone would treat him so unconditionally. So now, no matter what, even if it cost his life, he must protect his parents in this world. That long overdue love really touched him too much. Without their support, Lin Chen might not be able to go so far on the road of Pokemon trainer. If without their support, it is very likely that Lin Chen would not be able to hold on at some stage. Men don't shed tears easily, but they just don't have the time to be affectionate. At this moment, Lin Chen's tears could not stop flowing. He had never felt such deep love. If the catastrophe was not coming, perhaps I really wanted to put everything aside, return home and sit at home with my parents to drink tea and chat. Chapter 607, Slaughtering the King of the World. The possibility of the Divine Beast team. Please subscribe. But in this era it is impossible. Lin Chen now has too many destinies on his shoulders. If he lets go now, it means giving up this world. After the dusk meeting was dealt with, Lin Chen's net things will only increase and not decrease, and he will not be idle at all. Of course, Lin Chen also listened to what his mother said, but the battle in the Pokemon world may not be a matter of life and death. Fight. At every stage of Lin Chen's strength improvement, he experienced the test of life and death. Even Lin Chen himself did not know whether he would die or survive in the net moment when he was calm and impulsive. After calming down, Lin Chen returned to the center of the Alliance. In the past month, the Alliance has also undergone great changes. Without the interference of the dusk meeting, the trainers in the Alliance are either improving their strength or on the way to improving their strength. Some of them have already gone out to complete their task. Only some trainers stayed in the Alliance to perform some scientific research work, predict the coming of the catastrophe, the changes in the Pokemon and human world, and study how to fight against those unknown dangers. Zhu Sheng, is your injury healed? Lin Chen came to the hall of the Alliance and saw Zhu Sheng there with a faint smile on his face. "You little brat, my old man's body is not so bad. As strong as he was in the past, of course he recovered quickly." Zhu Sheng patted Lin Chen's head and said kindly. After the battle at the dusk meeting, since Zhu Sheng's old illness was eradicated by Lin Chen, his temperament has changed a lot. His aura is no longer fierce and domineering, warlike and brave. Instead, he has the flavor of a grandfather, net kind and gentle. Of course, this is also related to Zhu Sheng's fighting habits and hidden illnesses. In the past, Zhu Sheng constantly used the violent power of the fighting system and consumed his own life to ensure that every battle was as fast as wind and rain and as strong as steel. It is precisely because Zhu Sheng has this kind of violent, sharp, swift and fast fighting method all year round that his hidden illness is difficult to be eradicated. Now that the hidden illness has been uprooted, it will naturally change Zhu Sheng's original state accordingly. As for whether it is good or bad, in Lin Chen's view, it is naturally the best. Even if the combat power decreases, as long as he can protect himself, it may not be a bad thing. In addition to Zhu Sheng, many elite and champion trainers gathered at the Alliance Center as if they were discussing something important. "Zhu Sheng, so many people are here, what are you going to do to?" Lin Chen asked. "Experience and at the same time prevent the revival of the mythical beasts from bringing unpredictable suffering to the human world," Zhu Sheng replied. After Zhu Sheng's words, Lin Chen also knew what big move the Alliance would would make net. In order to quell the unrest of Pokemon from all sides and prevent the revival of the mythical beasts from causing any major impact on the human world, the Alliance has previously sent many Pokemon trainers to suppress the unrest and monitor. However, there are billions of Norman in the world and there will always be places that the Alliance cannot govern. At the same time, no one knows what major disasters the revival of the mythical beast will bring to the human world. We must prepare for the rainy day and make good arrangement. The current Alliance is planning to send a second batch of Pokemon trainers to various places to suppress Pokemon unrest and at the same time increase defense in some remote areas. After all, the resurrection of the legendary beast is elusive and no one knows where the legendary beast was before it fell asleep. If it was sleeping in a deep mountain or old forest, if there was no trainer from the Alliance guarding that area when it was awakened, it would be very likely to cause heavy casualties. After all, only the champion trainer can resist the beasts below the divine beast, so we must make all arrangements and prevent everything. When everyone dispersed, Zhu Sheng brought Lin Chen to the front of the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader is a strong man at the head of the sect. There is a faint light mist in front of him that blocks his figure, making it impossible to see his face clearly. All that can be seen is a phantom, and the Alliance leaders seen before are actually just his clone. His real body is like the ancestor of the Long family. He has been in seclusion. If it weren't for the clearing of the Dusk Conference this time, he might still be in seclusion. In fact, when strangling the leader of the Dusk Conference, the Alliance leader once woke up, but it was too late at that time. When he chased out the ancestor of the Long family was already on the way back. It's not that the leader of the Alliance doesn't want to contribute to the elimination of the Twilight Conference, but what the master level trainers have to do is not as simple as it seems on the surface, nor is it just sleeping blindly. They seem to be sleeping, but in fact they use their thoughts and divine power to protect this world and harmonize the coexistence of humans and the Pokemon world. If it weren't for their efforts, perhaps without the Twilight Conference and the coming catastrophe, the Pokemon world would have already fallen into chaos. Because in the Pokemon world, Pokemon have their own nature, good and evil, but most of them are power factions. A small part is in a neutral state, but it does not mean that they will not hurt people, and only a very small part has no combat power. Pokemon like Chansey are truly harmless. Therefore, in this Pokemon world there has always been a master level suppression which can suppress the extremely violent characteristics of Pokemon itself. It is precisely because of their existence that the Pokemon world and the human world can coexist harmoniously. Therefore, the strong masters of the master level have been in seclusion because they need to use their mind power to ensure the ultimate peace of this world. It is also because protecting this world will consume a lot of mind power, so they need to be in seclusion all the time to maintain their own energy stability and the balance of mind power. This is why it is difficult to see the existence of masters in the real world. Trainer, it is precisely because of this that most of the things in the secular world are decided by the champion level strongmen. Of course, it does not mean that the master level trainers must enter a closed door state to protect the world, but because the tentacles of the master level will destroy the balance of the world and cause serious damage, so they generally will not easily intervene in everything in the secular world unless there is a positive and negative side that threatens the stability of one side. They will help, like the fight against the Twilight Conference. If the leader of the Twilight Conference did not take action, the ancestor of the Long family would probably not take action either. However, because the catastrophe is coming now, the master level trainers from all over the world will begin to come out of seclusion one after another to pacify the world. Chapter 608, Entering the Alliance Treasury. Again, the highest level divine object. Please collect. Please subscribe. But for a period of time, the stability of the secular world mostly needs to rely on the strongmen of the elite stage and the champion stage to maintain, because the existence of the master level will be destroyed as soon as it takes action. Are you Lin Chen? The deep voice of the leader of the Alliance sounded. Yeah. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Even the sound could give Lin Chen an extremely shocking feeling. This feeling was like an innate sense of pressure. The tone was not heavy or cruel, but it could make people feel a faint sense of oppression. This was the strength of a strong man at the head level. Of course, the leader of the Alliance had no ill will towards Lin Chen just because of the huge gap in strength. The name of genius is worthy of the prosperous time. What you have done can indeed be called a genius. Even some of the strong men at the level of the head sect were not as talented as you when they were young, but I hope you will not be blinded by your talent and strength. The road ahead is long and you still need to go a long time. The leader of the Alliance taught earnestly. There is no such thing as a genius. It is just a title given by the world. Now I am only a high-level elite. There is really a long way to go before I can reach the top of this world, but I am young and proud. Since the world has given me the title of genius, I have already taken the title of genius. In the troubled times I am not afraid of danger. Overcome all difficulties and suppress evil and evil spirits and keep one side said peaceful. If there are any problems in my cultivation, I hope the leader can remind me in time and I will definitely correct them. Lin Chen said with neither humility nor overbearingness, withstanding the momentum of the leader of the alliance. Yes, it's time to talk about business. This time, besides testing your character, I actually have another thing for you to do. This thing may be an opportunity or a disaster. It depends on whether you are willing to accept it and whether you have the ability to get this opportunity. The leader of the alliance nodded and said in the shadow, "Leader, please tell me. If Lin Chen can complete it, I will handle it properly." Lin Chen replied, "On a mountain in the southeast region a mythical beast will be revived. Its strength is not yet certain. It may be around the mid-level champion. I know every battle you have fought. I know that your strength can compete with the mid-level champion. This time, if you can subdue the Pokemon with the strength of the mid-level champion, it will greatly improve your strength. Moreover, as far as I know, you haven't been home for a long time since you entered the alliance. This time you will pass by your hometown when you go to the mountains in the southeast region, so this is a good choice for you. Of course, you are also the best candidate for me. However, if you don't want to, I can find someone else." The leader of the alliance said, "Divine beast? What type of divine beast?" Lin Chen asked after a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "It's not certain yet. It may be a dragon type or a water type. Before the divine beast is revived, it will try its best to hide itself. I can't find out more about it. However, the strength of that divine beast is definitely not weak. If you can subdue it, it will have an extraordinary improvement on your present or future." The leader of the alliance said, "Since it is an opportunity, why not? I will accept this task." Lin Chen was somewhat moved and replied, "Well, Juz Hung, take him to the alliance treasury to pick out some things as a reward for his significant contribution in the Battle of the Dusk Conference." This time, the group of light and shadow dissipated and the alliance leader had disappeared on the spot while the deep voice was still floating in the distance. Divine beasts are indeed an extraordinary improvement for Lin Chen. Divine beasts are the same as fantasy beasts and they all have extremely terrifying strength such as Zygarde, Diancie, Jiraiya, etc. If their combat power is not extremely abnormal, then they have extraordinary abilities. Even if it is not a Pokemon with extremely terrifying combat power, it can also provide Lin Chen with a lot of helping in all aspects. And so if you can subdue a mythical beast, there will be few rivals among the champions. After all, Lin Chen has seen many mythical beasts in the past, but he has never taken them into his pocket. Now the riot in the Pokemon world is estimated to revive those mythical beasts. I just don't know if this mythical beast is the one Lin Chen has seen before. Moreover, this trip not only trains himself but also allows him to go home once. This undoubtedly also understands the great vision in Lin Chen's heart. Just what you think will come. I was thinking about home just now and now I have the opportunity. What are you thinking about? Let's go, I'll take you to pick things. I didn't expect that you, a junior, have entered the alliance treasury more times than me. I have only entered twice to select treasures and you have already entered 3 times. It's really the Yangtze River. The waves behind push the waves in front and the waves in front die on the beach. But it's good that there are successors and someone will take back this world for us. It's not a bad or shameful thing." Zhu Sheng laughed and said with a red face, "How could it be possible? Now that your hidden illness has subsided, your strength will only go further. Maybe in the next few months you will become a strong man at the level of a leader." Lin Chen pretended to be very respectful and said, "How could it be possible? I just broke through the peak of champion not long ago. If I can break through the strength of the leader level in such a short time, I will be famous all over the world and become a god in the world." Zhu Sheng said goodbye to Lin Chen and said to him like an old child. Coming to the alliance treasury, opening the door, Lin Chen saw that there seemed to be a lot more good things. This time the Twilight Conference was cleared up and the catastrophe is coming, which also made the alliance rich. Take a look and pick whatever you need. Zhu Sheng took a look at the things in the alliance treasury and said. Lin Chen walked around and found that there were indeed many good things in the alliance treasury. There were even many things that even Lin Chen didn't recognize. Only after opening the eye of all-knowing did he know what they were. However, after checking them out, Lin Chen locked his target on 3 items, but he was a little entangled. These 3 things were all good things and he could use them now. He didn't know what to do for a while, which one to choose. The Dragon Breath Stone can increase the intimacy with the Dragon Attribute Pokemon. When worn on a Dragon Attribute Pokemon, it will greatly increase the combat power of the Dragon Attribute Pokemon. At the same time, it can control the power of the Dragon Attribute to a certain extent. The Dragon Attribute Pokemon as strong as the mythical beast will also be restricted by this item. Chapter 609, King of Shiny Gyarados, the new authority of the God of Creation. Please collect. Please subscribe. In short, when facing the Dragon Attribute Pokemon, the Dragon Breath Stone will be a single-edged sword which can not only become a combat weapon in the hands of the trainer but also subdue the Dragon Attribute Pokemon and suppress their original power. Now most of the Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands have Dragon Attribute skills. Having the Dragon Breath Stone can directly improve his current combat ability. Lin Chen hesitated for a while in front of the Dragon Breath Stone and looked under another glass cover. A red scale was floating in a blue dread and clear water which contained extremely violent power. Lin Chen was very familiar with this power, which was not much different from the violent attribute of Mega Gyarados and was even more terrifying. The red light was like a blood-colored shroud reflecting the originally transparent and flawless water source into blood red. Through the eye of all-knowing, Lin Chen learned that this blue dread scale was a variant of Mega Gyarados. Its strength was stronger and more stable than Mega Gyarados. Of course, its violent degree and destructive ability were also several times stronger than Mega Gyarados. However, ordinary red Gyarados were not common. Compared with the mythical beast, the fantasy beasts were rare in 1,000 years and the red Gyarados could be called rare in 500 years. And this red scale was a scale that fell off the red Gyarados. If you can get the red scale, you will have a great chance of encountering a red Gyarados in the wild and greatly increase the probability of successfully conquering it. However, this is also a probability and nothing can be said. If you are unlucky, the scale in your hand is just a scale. When Lin Chen thought of this, he was not sure that he would choose the red scale. Indeed, if he could encounter a red Gyarados, he would have seen how fierce and brave it was, but everything was biased. After looking at it for a while, Lin Chen looked at the third item, the mysterious sword. It is said that the mysterious sword is the exclusive sacred object of the fantasy beast Keldeo. A faint shadow of the sword shines in all directions, breaking all evil and filth. Its holy and mysterious light can make up for the emptiness of evil. It is said that if you can get the mysterious sword, you can awaken the fantasy beast Keldeo, and if you hand over the mysterious sword to Keldeo, you can get it protection. After looking at these three items, Lin Chen paced back and forth in front of them. For a moment he really didn't know what to choose. Each item was very captivating and useful to him. Although the red scales and the mysterious sword could not increase Lin Chen's strength in an instant, if he could get this opportunity, the improvement in strength would definitely not be weaker than getting the Dragon Breath Stone. Zhu Sheng looked at Lin Chen pacing back and forth and asked, "Are you still hesitating?" Lin Chen looked at the mysterious sword, then at the red scales, and said, "Yes, now I don't know whether to choose Dragon Breath Stone, red scales, or mysterious sword." Zhu Sheng was silent for a moment, came to Lin Chen's side, blocked the glass cover of Dragon Breath Stone and said lightly, "I suggest you choose one from red scales or mysterious sword. Dragon Breath Stone will improve your strength a lot, but it will not improve your upper limit, it will only save your lower limit. If you want to make a qualitative change in your strength, Dragon Breath Stone is definitely not your best choice." Lin Chen thought about it carefully. What Zhu Sheng said was not unreasonable. He had also thought about this problem. In fact, when Zhu Sheng asked that question, Lin Chen had already ruled out the option of Dragon Breath Stone. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Did the Alliance give me 2 chances to choose this time?" Zhu Sheng immediately patted Lin Chen's head and said with a bit of a smile, "Do you think that everything in the Alliance treasury is cabbage? No, this time you only have 1 chance to choose. The last time was just an exception. You must know that only you have the opportunity to enter the Alliance treasury multiple times and can choose 2 items at a time. You are the first person to set this record. No one has been able to do it before, and it will be difficult for anyone to do it in the future. Don't be too greedy, kid." Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind to choose the mysterious sword. Zhu Sheng slowly took off the glass cover on the mysterious sword and took out the hilt of the mysterious sword. When the hilt was taken out, the mysterious sword began to gradually stare and turned into a colorful sword with blue as the main body and red, orange and yellow as the secondary colors, condensing into a real magic sword. The Alliance has not had this mysterious sword for a long time. Perhaps you may really be able to find the legendary fantasy beast Keldeo with this mysterious sword. 0 Seeking flowers. Zhu Sheng handed the mysterious sword to Lin Chen and said, "The mysterious sword was not a trophy from the destruction of the Dusk Conference, but was accidentally found in a cave." Lin Chen put away the mysterious sword and returned to his residence to study everything that happened in the Pokemon world recently. After a few days of research, he made new discoveries. Lin Chen discovered that there is a special stone plate in nature that can enhance the attribute power of Pokemon, such as the flame plate with fire attribute can enhance the Pokemon with fire attribute and the skills of fire attribute 0. However, this kind of stone plate Lin Chen just discovered through 3D Dragon. It was an accidental opportunity to detect the existence of this stone plate in nature, and it is not possible to find these stone plates in nature on a large scale. Lin Chen guessed that this kind of attribute stone plate is probably like the rare stones such as Fire Stone and Moonstone. There are very few in nature, and it can quickly improve the strength of Pokemon. Although this kind of stone slab is not common in nature, Lin Chen can detect the appearance of light waves similar to the power of stone slabs all over the world through the data of 3D Dragon. However, because of the scarcity authority of the number. Lin Chen has not had time to do any experiment. He can only roughly guess the function of this stone slab and then publish this conjecture in the form of a paper in newspapers. As soon as Lin Chen's conjecture was published in the newspaper, the entire Pokemon world and news media plotted again. Although Lin Chen's discovery this time was not as impactful as the previous discovery, however, items that can intuitively and quickly improve the strength of Pokemon are extremely necessary items in this era of panic. Only with strength can we protect our homes and our loved one. If the existence of this kind of stone slab is confirmed, it will significantly improve the strength of the human world. Lin Chen, who has been silent for more than a month, has made explosive news as soon as he made a move. However, the number of such stone slabs, Lin Chen said, is very rare. I wonder how many such stone slabs can be found around the world. Corpse. Chapter 610. The authority of the Supreme Creator. The authority of the strongest Demon King. Please collect. Please subscribe. I don't know about this. It seems that this matter may have nothing to do with ordinary people like us. The appearance of this kind of stone slab will inevitably be snapped up and the price will be raised. It may not be the turn of ordinary people like us. Yes, but if the overall strength of the human world can be improved, we will be more calm in dealing with dangers. It seems that Lin Chen has made another great contribution to the safety of the human world. I wonder 100 years later from what height will Big Brother Lin Chen stand to look down on us mortals? Ha ha ha. That is of course from the perspective of standing on the top of the world. Big Brother Lin Chen, with his looks, strength and IQ, is simply a legendary man. If he can stop this catastrophe, Big Brother Lin Chen will definitely become the benchmark of this era. The media outside commented on the paper published by Lin Chen. At the same time, as soon as Lin Chen's paper was published, it was forwarded by major online media and published in newspapers. In addition to fulfilling their duties, trainers from all over the world are looking for this special property of the stone tablet. The appearance of this stone tablet was also discovered by Lin Chen during a training session. The increase in strength aroused Lin Chen's curiosity. After in-depth research, he found something incredible. This kind of stone tablet can improve strength to a certain extent, and there seems to be no upper limit. The stronger your strength, the more it will improve strong. But this stone slab is somewhat similar to the Archaea stone slab that Lin Chen had seen before. In Lin Chen's guess, this stone slab may be a derivative of the Archaea stone slab. In other words, this stone slab is very similar to the Archaea stone slab, but compared to the Archaea stone slab, the effect is a little worse. After the paper was published, I said goodbye to the 9 saints and went to the mountain range in the southeast that the leader of the alliance pointed out, Qinkai Mountain. The scenery in the southeast, the natural scene, is strange and wonderful, with high mountains and flowing water, rock chiseled walls, warm east wind and spring flowers blooming. There are traces of birds and animals, and everything seems full of vitality under the sunlight. I marvel at the wonders of nature. Watching the sunrise and sunset, everything seems so peaceful and far-reaching. While marveling at the beauty of nature, Lin Chen also did not forget to observe the situation in various places. If there was a riot by wild Pokemon, Lin Chen would stop it in time and calm the turmoil caused by Pokemon. Salamence spread his blood wings, covering the sky and the sun, and traveled hundreds of thousands of miles a day. No one dared to approach him because of his voice in the sky. Even the Pokemon, the overlord of the sky, saw Salamence and could only hide aside and fight obediently. After one battle after another, Salamenki's strength has improved a lot, and the aura on his body is spreading from the inside out. The aura of the Dragon Clan High Altitude Overlord makes strangers stay away. The terrifying Dragon Clan aura can make Pokemon in the distance dormant and dare not approach. If Salamence break through to the champion level, he can be said to be a true Dragon Clan Overlord. You know, among all Pokemon attributes, the Dragon attribute is the most repressive attribute. Any attribute can compete with the Dragon attribute. Even the violent and manic Fire attribute and the tyrannical and overbearing Thunder attribute cannot compete with the Dragon attribute. Relying on Salamenki's speed of hundreds of thousands of miles a day, Lin Chen quickly returned home. Lin Chen pushed open the door, unable to hide the joy on his face, and shouted excitedly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lin's mother couldn't believe Lin Chen's voice, wondering if she had heard it wrong. She turned her head slowly and saw Lin Chen running towards her with open arms. She couldn't help but open her arms and embraced Lin Chen in her arms. After a warm moment, Lin's mother asked, "Why did you come back suddenly? Is there something urgent to deal with?" Lin Chen picked up the cakes on the coffee table, nodded and said, "Yes, the Alliance sent me a task to quell the Pokemon riot in this region, and I have to go to Qinkai Mountain to investigate some situation." Lin Chen didn't dare to say too much about the specific situation, not because of confidentiality but just because he didn't want his parents to worry so much. If he said it all, going to find the traces of the mythical beast and subdue the mythical beast would definitely be extremely dangerous in the eyes of his parent. They would say, okay, okay, but they would definitely be extremely worried in their heart. Mother Lin nodded and asked, how long do you plan to stay at home this time? Lin Chen drank the pastry with tea and said, it's hard to say. It depends on the danger posed by this region Pokemon to human. It may be 1 or 2 weeks or half a month. Hey mom, I'm hungry. What are you going to eat tonight? Did you hear me? What are you doing? Old man, go buy some groceries. Didn't you hear that Chenner said he was hungry? Okay dad, will go right away. Lin Chen stayed at home for 2 days in a row, rallying for 2 days. He was in a warm and harmonious family. Everything was so happy without worries. He forgot all the sorrows and just wanted to lie quietly on the sofa and bask in the sun. But this tranquility did not last for a few days. A Pokemon injury case occurred in the town. This was the first Pokemon injury case in the town in the past month. Lin Chen sat on Salamanqui's back and went to the scene to see what was going on. Lin Chen just arrived at the scene and saw a violent Pidgeot flying in the sky. It aimed at the target, leaned down and pecked at the target. Several low-level trainers have been pecked by this junior Pidgeot. 1 or 2 blood holes appeared on their bodies and blood gushed out like a fountain. The bird came with such force that no one dared to stop it. You should know that in such a small city a professional Pidgeot is already a dominant instant. If it weren't for the recent abnormalities of heaven and earth and the impending catastrophe, there might not be a chance to see professional Pokemon. However, it is curious why a professional Pokemon Pidgeot suddenly appeared to hurt people. Such a dominant Pokemon would not easily hurt people even if it was a problem of heaven and earth anomalies. But this time the catastrophe is mostly affecting mythical beasts. Pokemon hurting people often only happens when there is a contradiction between Pokemon and Pokemon or between Pokemon and human. There must be a demon behind the abnormality. Lin Chen commanded Salamins to subdue Pidgeot. Chapter 611 Ancient Gods. Mountain Range Leader Level Pokemon appears. Please collect. Please subscribe. It is easy for the high-level elite Salamins to subdue a Pidgeot without spending too much effort. Do you know where this Pidgeot came from? Lin Chen asked the nearby trainers and explorers. I don't know, I only know that this Pidgeot suddenly appeared, rushed out from the distant mountain and pecked these trainers who were training. One of the trainers said. Lin Chen looked at the mountain range that the trainer pointed to and decided to go and take a look, because Lin Chen felt an unusual breath in that mountain range which was not the breath emitted by Pokemon, and that breath was somewhat familiar. Lin Chen came to the mountain range, followed the familiar breath, walked through the lush forest and came to a pond, but saw a familiar old face sitting net to the pond. It's you, Lei Qingzhu, Lin Chen said with some surprise. The man in front of him was Lei Qingzhu, one of the assassin organizations of the Twilight Conference, and he was from the same organization as Feng Jingtu. In the Great Battle of the Twilight Conference, the God Killer team and the Champion team wanted to pursue and destroy the remnants of the Twilight Conference. Among them Lei Qingzhu was in Genji. However, the deep pursuit was taken over by the leader of the Twilight 06 Conference. Later the God Killer team and the Champion team left the Sky City. Lin Chen was not very clear about what happened afterward. He only knew that the Alliance Center cleared the Twilight Conference, but many trainers of the Twilight Conference still escaped. However, he did not expect that Lei Qingzhu was an old face among them. This can be said to be an enemy meeting an enemy, and they are particularly jealous. I didn't expect that the person guarding this region is you. This is really unfortunate. Lei Qingzhu stood up, brushed off the dust and grass on his body and said with a helpless smile. Lin Chen looked at Lei Qingzhu, walked forward and asked, did you cause the riot of the big bird? Is it what you did? Lin Chen was not afraid of Lei Qingzhu at all. He was stronger than before, and Lei Qingzhu was just an opponent of the same level as Feng Jingtu. For him he was not a very difficult opponent. Lei Qingzhu clapped his hands and said with a smile, yes, you are right. I caused the riot of the big bird. Lin Chen nodded and said, that's good. I was just worried that I had no reason to kill you. In fact, Lei Qingzhu did not intend to cause the riot of the big bird. He had been hunted by the people in the Alliance Center and fled to this mountain range to recuperate. Unexpectedly, the overlord Big Bird here was unwilling and wanted to drive him out, but how could Lei Qingzhu, a mid-level champion trainer, be afraid of a big bird at the peak of his profession? However, due to being hunted, Lei Qingzhu did not dare to oppose his whereabouts, let alone use his strength wantonly. He could only use weak attacks to drive the big bird out. Unexpectedly, this one caused Pidgeot to fall into a riot. Immediately Lei Qingzhu had a deeper idea. He also knew that the Alliance Center sent trainers to guard in various regions to prevent Pokemon from rioting and injuring people. In this way, if Pidgeot was blocked from injuring people, the trainers of the Alliance Center would chase deep into the mountain. It just happened that Lei Qingzhu's stranglehold strategy was hit. Since the people of your alliance attacked me so ruthlessly and wanted my life, I will naturally not show mercy. I will kill as many as you come and retaliate against you. If I can't kill you, I will just run away. I think the trainers sent to guard a small town will not be very strong. Indeed, before Lin Chen came to the town, the trainers who came came here to guard were just professional beginners. They were not very strong. However, when Lin Chen came, the trainer was transferred to a town net door. Presumably Lei Qingzhou had not effected such a thing. It just happened that the person who came was Lin Chen. If you can't beat him, then run away. But how to run away when you meet Lin Chen? Lei Qingzhou had witnessed Lin Chen's strength at the evening meeting. The mid-level elite trainer was no less inferior to the mid-level champion trainer. Besides, he was seriously injured now. It was simply wishful thinking to want to escape. How about a fair Onianon duel? Lei Qingzhou suddenly asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen was puzzled and said, why? I have a secret. If you beat me in a fair Onianon duel between Pokemon, I will tell you the secret. If you lose, you have to let me go. I know that you have a Pokemon that can use illusions to obtain the secrets in other people's hearts, but I also know that you have this method, so if you want to know this secret, agree. If you don't want to know, it's up to you, but you will never know what the secret I want to tell you is, Lei Qingzhou said. Lei Qingzhou knew Lin Chen's strength because he knew that Lin Chen had a large number of Pokemon in his hands during that battle. He usually won by outnumbering others. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, why should I know the secret you mentioned? The news about the coming of the catastrophe and the ownership of the Dusk meeting. I guess you really want to know about this. Even if you don't want to know the alliance behind, you will want to know about this. And now only I know about this. Others who know are either dead or have had their memories erased. So if you want to know, you can only learn from me. Lei Qingzhou was not shy about it. He stood up and stood in front of Lin Chen and said, what if you lose and don't say it? Lin Chen asked. You can rest assured about this. Since I can say it, I will definitely do it. Lei Qingzhou replied. Okay, then I will agree to your request. Lin Chen was indeed very curious about the secret he mentioned regarding the ownership of the Twilight Conference. In addition to being the pioneer of the coming catastrophe, what other secrets are not known to the world? If Lin Chen can learn these things from Lei Qingzhou, it will definitely be very helpful for dealing with the coming catastrophe in the future. In a Onianon battle, Lin Chen is not afraid and he will not be defeated by Lei Qingzhou. In this battle he has absolute confidence. Zigard, in this battle let me see what your real strength is like. Lin Chen took out the Pokeball and summoned Zigard. After the precipitation of battle after battle, Zigard's strength has been greatly improved and he has mastered more and more skills. He is no longer the little fool with only brute force and no place to display it. Mega Swampert. Lei Qingzhou also summoned his capable general. This battle will determine the fate of life and death, so we must not be careless. Chapter 612. The power of the natural disaster level Pokemon shakes the endless earth. Please collect. Please subscribe. Mega Swampert jumped up. A gust of wind suddenly rose under his feet. The muscles on his arms plotted and he swung his heavy fist with the force of thousands of pounds and thousands of stones and smashed toward Zigard. As fast as the wind, the last moment Mega Swampert was still in the air, and the net moment he was already in front of Zigard. The fist, like a rock, did not give Zigard any chance to react. Zigard saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated, sliding on the ground, scrapping. A heavy scratch was left on Zigard and the posture of his hands kept changing as if he was gathering a strong force. But Mega Swampert was relentless. Wherever Zigard retreated, Mega Swampert followed him, not giving Zigard any chance to react. Zigard had nowhere to retreat and behind him was the forest, and Mega Swampert's fist had already hit Zigard's body. Just like Qian Jingding's power hit him hard and his flesh and blood sank as if his upper and lower bodies were about to separate. However, Zigard was made up of cells and such a fist hitting him did not have much impact on him. He just felt a heavy force hitting him, which was very uncomfortable. Zigard bowed slightly and all the force hitting him was completely rebounded back and the force doubled. Zigard's momentum suddenly increased and the two forces rebounded into a shock wave and rushed towards Mega Swampert. Mega Swampert was just about to gather the net attack, but he didn't expect Zigard to have such ability. He could only raise his arms and hold them in front of his chest to resist the power of Zigard Canteen. But the power rebounded by Zigard not only contained the power that Super Swampert had just hit him, but also the power of Zigard himself. The shock wave, quantified by double gravity, hit Mega Swampert. The shock wave of power that continued to vent bombarded Mega Swampert. It was as strong as a terrifying force. Mega Swampert couldn't resist it at all. His feet sank heavily into the floor, but the continuous impact of the power made him retreat continuously. For a while, 2 gullies deep in the mud appeared. However, Zigard didn't want to let Mega Swampert go. Before the power arrived, the net attack had already appeared. The impact of the power directly blasted Mega Swampert away. Mega Swampert's arms were broken apart and the whole person was out of control, flying into the air and falling into the lake. With a sound of beak, 2 water splashed and Mega Swampert fell into the depths, causing ripples. Weakness: the power of the arms is extremely strong, but the lower body is defective. Focusing on attacking Mega Swampert's lower body will make him lose most of his power. Dive. Lei Qingzhou issued an order. Mega Swampert, who was deep in the lake, did not appear for a long time. In the deep water Zigard could not figure out his whereabouts at all. Zigard, Earth Force. Lin Chen followed with an order. Zigard summoned the deep power of the earth and waves of earthquake were generated. The power on the ground was completely aroused by Zigard. The ground was constantly shaking and the leaves of the forest in the distance fell and were about to fall. Even the lake could not stop the shaking of the earth's power. The water on the lake surface was surging and the fish Pokemon in the depths of the lake kept rushing to the surface and falling down. But Mega Swampert's figure still did not emerge, just like a lurking experienced hunter who would never take action until the fatal moment. But how could Zigard let him be so relaxed? It was like a big palm slapped down heavily and the power of the earth was completely driven by Zigard. The power was vented wildly around and the water on the lake seemed to be boiling. For a while cracks appeared on the land near the lake, diverting the lake water to this place, and the water level on the lake instantly dropped by several meters. Mega Swampert's huge figure could not be hidden and he hid deeper into the lake. However, such a small movement allowed Zigard to catch Mega Swampert's flaw and see his figure. Outrage! Zigard's body was covered with golden dragon scales and the saffron-colored king's light appeared all over his body. Zigard raised his hand lightly and the world would sound like a burst of dragon roars, as if thousands of dragons were paying homage to the master. As Zigard waved his arm, a harsh dragon roar sounded and a dragon rushed out of Zigard's arm. The saffron-colored five-clawed golden dragon with fierce and arrogant eyes, sharp claws and a powerful body rushed into the depths of the lake. Mega Swampert jumped out of the turbulent lake, causing heavy splashes of water, and the water on his body kept falling down and his fists were wrapped in streams of pure blue light. The power contained in his fist was thrown at the five-clawed golden dragon, but the five-clawed golden dragon, he didn't want to fight Mega Swampert at all, and as if he had other intentions he jumped down. Mega Swampert didn't react at all and his huge fist hit nothing. His whole strong body fell down due to the influence of gravity. At this moment the five-clawed golden dragon actually seized this gap and rushed towards Mega Swampert's leg. The dragon scales on the five-clawed golden dragon plotted and the power continued to implode on Mega Swampert's body. The lower body, which was originally a weak point, caused such a terrifying impact that Mega Swampert couldn't bear it for a while and screamed in pain. His lower body was constantly hit and his legs were a little bloody. Mega Swampert fell to the ground and out of instinct, what the hell, he protected his legs, but Lin Chen didn't want to let him go. This battle was very simple, either you die or I live. Zigard, give him a fatal blow. Zigard nodded, took 3 steps, jumped into the air and gathered all his strength to smash Mega Swampert's head. The terrifying force almost shattered the space. The bubbles in the space were completely broken and ripples were constantly filled. The force bombarded Mega Swampert's body, making him unable to hold it. For a moment both the upper and lower directions were attacked fatally. Mega Swampert didn't know whether to protect his head or his lower body. In the hesitation, Zigard's terrifying power was completely released. He didn't want to give Mega Swampert a chance to react. The nearly explosive force directly shattered Mega Swampert's skull. Chapter 613 Eternatus, the evil god from outer space devours the origin of the world. Please collect. Please subscribe. Come back. Zigard kicked Mega Swampert into the water and the bloody smell filled the arc surface. Carnivorous Pokemon swam up from the depths of the lake and instantly dismembered Mega Swampert's body, not even sparing the skeleton. You lost. Fulfill your promise and tell the secret you want to tell. Lin Chen took Zigard back to the new world and said to Lei Qingju. Lei Qingju felt a pain in his heart when he saw the dismembered Mega Swampert, but he still clapped his hands and said, sure enough, the name of genius is not for nothing. Whether it is the tacit cooperation with Pokemon, the control of battle, or the weaknesses of the opponent's Pokemon, they are all well known. It seems that my defeat this time is not too embarrassing. Then Lei Qingju said, don't worry, I am a man who keeps his promises. I will definitely do what I said. The essence of the coming catastrophe is that the evil god Eternatus from outer space has descended into this world. He wants to rely on the power of Pokemon to rule this world and make Pokemon the dominant force in this world, and you humans are nothing more than their slaves. However, Eternatus cannot descend into this world yet. He needs a vanguard force to absorb energy for him in this world and provide some guarantees for his arrival, so the vanguard force of the Dusk Conference has emerged. But what the demon didn't expect was that the relationship between trainers and Pokemon in this world was so good that they could stop the catastrophe from coming again and again, and even the Twilight Conference was wiped out by you. So he set off this frenzy of the revival of the mythical beast. Of course, in addition to the revival of the mythical beast, Eternatus will have other means. It is impossible for him to come just by relying on the suffering caused by the mythical beasts to the world. In the future, or perhaps soon, there will be a similar army as the Twilight Conference that will come to this world again to provide energy helping hands for the arrival of Eternatus. And this is exactly what I want to say about the ownership of the Twilight Conference. Eternatus has 8 guardians in another world, all of whom are are at the level of the head, and each guardian commands a troop in his hand, and the Twilight Conference is one of them. The leader of the Twilight Conference is what you saw that day, and he is one of the 8 guardians. However, our Twilight Conference is the weakest one, or the one that was sacrificed. It is normal for you to be able to wipe us out. Don't be complacent about this matter. The real source of danger has not arrived. As for which unit will arrive, I am not very clear. All I know is that the Twilight Conference belongs to Eternatus and everything is controlled by him. In addition, you don't think you can stop Eternatus from coming. It is inevitable that he will come to this world. Now we need the Vanguard to collect energy for him just to accelerate his arrival. He will come sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Of course, everything you do is not in vain. Lin Chen listened to Lei Qingzhou's words and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he asked, why do you say that? He will come sooner or later. That means no matter what we do, he will come here and cause the most red catastrophe? Lei Qingzhou nodded and said, yes, you are right, but he needs energy to come to this world, and we the Vanguard troops absorb the energy of this world for him so that he can come to the world early. At the same time, it is also because Eternatus is in a somewhat unstable state. He just woke up in another world and experienced a war unifying the world he was in. Now he is probably not in his prime, and in his world there is no new power for him to use, so he has to come to your world not only to unify your world but also to absorb the power of your world. You prevent him from absorbing the energy of this world, and at the same time you can also slow down Eternatus's recovery to its full power, so what you have done is not in vain. In this case, as long as we can prevent him from absorbing power, his power will be enough to threaten this world. However, if that's the case, what state is he in now? Lei Qingzhou smiled and said, you are too naive. Eternatus is the evil god from outer space, the only true god. Even if he is not in his prime, there is no problem for him to sweep across your world, not to mention that he has 8 guardians at the level of the head. You have seen how powerful one of them is. Let me ask you, can your world really stop the 8 head level alliances? Even if it can, by then your world will be, you should know how it will be destroyed. In addition, another reason why Eternatus absorbs power is that he is not able to adapt to this world now. Perhaps if he does not have enough energy, he will be attacked by the rules of heaven and earth when he comes to this world. At the same time, his 8 guardians are the same. They are not in a prime state and have not been truly accepted by the rules of heaven and earth in this world. You must have seen the scene of the leader of the Dusk Conference devouring Pokemon that day. That is the fastest way for him to absorb power, but it is also the most dangerous way. If it were not for the battles that day, the rules of heaven and earth were a little disrupted. The leader of the Dusk Conference would have been attacked by the rules of heaven and earth long ago. So the guardian you think is the weakest is not in a prime state. So you understand what I mean, how terrifying Eternatus is? Once he comes, your world will be ruled by him and you will be useless. In other words, no matter what you do now, the final result will be the same. This is the essence of the coming of the catastrophe, and you can't stop it at all. Lin Chen's eyes were firm and he smiled and said, it's not useless. What about the evil god from outer space? Is he really so invincible? I don't think so. Things haven't happened yet. How do you know that we will definitely lose? Forget it, you haven't seen the horror of Eternatus, and it's normal to say such ignorant words. When the crisis comes, everything you have done for the Dusk Conference will eventually be rewarded to you. Chapter 614. The Supreme Divine Beast resurrects and suppresses the ancient old dragon. Please subscribe. By the way, let me tell you that the resurrection of the Divine Beast in your world is also done by Eternatus. The resurrection of the Divine Beast can also provide strength for his recuperation to a large extent. At the same time, it is the safest way. So the Divine Beasts in your world are very important to you and to Eternatus. There will inevitably be a battle for Divine Beasts in your world. Pay attention to the time when the Divine Beasts in your world revive. As he said, Lei Qingzhou actually burned himself and the raging flames burned his body. At the moment when he turned into ashes, a very subtle voice sounded, it's over, Xiaoqing, I'm here to accompany you. I don't know if the people in this world are as stubborn as you were at the beginning and they want to protect the world with all their heart. From Lei Qingzhou's words, Lin Chen could probably think of what the situation of Eternatus was like. It can be said that the current situation is very serious and cannot be ignored for a moment. However, Eternatus needs to absorb the energy of this world to recuperate for itself before it can better descend into this world. In other words, Eternatus also needs a certain amount of time to settle down. It cannot descend into this world quickly, otherwise it will be backlashed by the rules of heaven and earth. However, according to Lei Qingzhou's words, Eternatus is very powerful and is the ruler of another world. To be able to be the ruler of a world is definitely not a simple person, so this also requires one question to worry about, is how strong Eternatus is. Moreover, the resurrection of the beast in this world is uncontrollable. Even the actions of the head of the sect cannot stop any beast from resurrecting. Once the breath of the resurrected beast is absorbed by Eternatus, it will speed up his arrival time, which is definitely a fatal problem. Therefore, the moment the beast needs to be resurrected, the beast should be calmed down, the sooner the better. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge. Lin Chen thought summoned Mega Aerodactyl and passed this information into Mega Aerodactyl's mind, asking him to rush back to the Alliance and tell these things to the 9 Saints, and then the 9 Saints will tell the Alliance and let the Alliance decide the final decision result. As for Lin Chen, as long as he has done everything he can, he will have a clear conscience. However, the most important thing now is not this matter. It will take some time for Eternatus to come, and there is still a certain amount of time for Lin Chen and others to grow up. By that time, even if Eternatus is strong, they will have a certain resistance. So this is not the most fundamental problem. The most fundamental problem is that in addition to the Dusk Conference, Eternatus has other troops that will come to this world, which is definitely a devastating blow. They also have some variants of the strength of the Dusk Conference. It cannot be said to be very strong, but it is definitely not weak. It poses a great threat to the Alliance. Moreover, from Lei Qingzhou's mouth it is known that the Dusk Conference is the weakest one. In addition to the Dusk Conference, there are 7 other troops, and their strength will only be stronger. In this way, the vanguard of Eternatus is not something that Lin Chen and others can resist. This is the most critical and fatal problem now. Moreover, in addition to the vanguard troops, the 8 guardians are also a fatal key point. Their strength is several times that of the head of the sect, and they are only stronger, not weaker. Moreover, the strength of the leader of the Dusk Conference is not yet at its peak. According to Lin Chen's guess, if the strength of the leader of the Dusk Conference reaches its peak, he can be on par with the ancestor of the Long family, or even stronger. In this case, the strength of the 8 guardians of Eternatus will not be weaker. In today's world, there are not so many strong men at the head of the sect, and most of them are in seclusion. If you want them to break out of seclusion at once, it will not be a matter of a day or a night. Moreover, the strength of all the strong men at the head of the sect in the world is uneven, just like the strength of the ancestor of the Long family, which can reach the top of the ranking of the strong men at the head of the sect in the world. Therefore, it is very likely that the 8 guardians of Eternatus can turn the world upside down. What needs to be guarded against now is the troops led by the other 7 guardians coming to this world. Therefore, Lin Chen focused on this matter and the resurrection of the beast, and sent it back to the Alliance Center, asking them to focus on dealing with this matter and preventing future situations. 0. Please give me flowers. After dealing with Lei Qingzhou's matter, Lin Chen headed for the Qinkai Mountains in the southeastern mountains. Sitting on Salamanqui's back, he appreciated the beautiful scenery of the southeastern area. However, the town where Lin Chen was located was still a long way from the southeastern mountain. Along the way, Lin Chen quelled the riots of Pokemon in various places and cleared out many members who escaped from the Dusk meeting, but he did not collect other useful information. After arriving at the Qinkai Mountains, Lin Chen found that many Pokemon trainers had gathered in this place. On the Qinkai Mountains, various strange light flashed and waves of power erupted from the mountains as if a treasure was about to be born. After Lin Chen arrived, many trainers followed him closely. Except for some reporters and paparazzi, the others were trainers who came to the Qinkai Mountains specifically. The revival of the divine beast was so loud that many trainers soon realized that something important had happened in the Qinkai Mountain. If Lin Chen had come a little later, it is very likely that the place would have been overcrowded one. However, this is normal. The revival of divine beasts often triggers strange phenomena in the world, and trainers from all over the world will come. The Qinkai Mountains are only beginning to show strange phenomena now. From time to time, strange light flicker on the top and the mountainside, and mysterious and strange information is also emanating from the mountain. Sure enough, when the divine beast revive, they will bring us good news. Yes, even if we can't get the divine beasts, being able to get the blessings of the divine beast can also greatly improve our strength. By the way, who do you think the divine beast that will be born this time will be, and which family or alliance master will get it? It's hard to say. I heard that all major alliances and major families have sent trainers to compete for this divine beast. Don't you know? I heard that Lin Chen, the genius trainer of the Alliance Center, has come. It published in newspapers. As for the divine beast, it's hard to say. Now, the visions this time don't particularly clearly show what the attributes of the divine beast are. It's hard to guess which divine beast it is based on these visions alone. Corpse. Chapter 615. The Hope of the Divine Beast. Team the Ancient Lava God. Please collect. Please subscribe. Really? Lin Chen's idol is here too. If I have a chance, I must go and see what the great god Lin Chen looks like. It would be even better if I could get his autograph. Lin Chen listened to their discussions on the side, discussing the divine beast that was about to appear in the Qinkai Mountain. When he heard them discussing himself, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that people would discuss him wherever he went. He thought, I don't think I'm that famous. After staying in the Qinkai Mountains for 3 consecutive days, the signs of the divine beast revival did not change at all. Just like when Lin Chen first came here it flashed its strange light and issued a special breath. But the net moment when Lin Chen related a green light suddenly plotted on the mountain range, and a series of green lights appeared on the mountain range and shot straight into the sky as if to break through the 9 days and release the power completely in the cloud. At the same time a strange aura was constantly released from the mountainside, like the blessing of the rain god falling on the trees, growing wildly and falling on the Pokemon, making their strength continue to grow. The rocks rolled down and the Qinkai mountains began to shake. The shaking mountains made everyone shaky. For a moment everyone became nervous, stood up and looked at the strange phenomena on the mountain. Lin Chen naturally sat on Salamanqui's back and flew into the air looking at the strange phenomena on the Qinkai mountain. Standing high and looking far he could see more and more strange phenomena on Salamanqui's back. In addition to the blue light shooting into the sky, a hole was actually opened on the top of the mountain. The stunning and bright light lit up from it like the aurora from the sky, attracting people's eyes and making people forget what will happen here. But suddenly a hole appeared out of thin air on the mountainside. The hole that just appeared could only accommodate a fist. Later it was stretched bigger and bigger, and gradually it could accommodate 2 or 3 people together. The hole was broken and suddenly a beam of light shot out from the hole, breaking a road. There is a way. Here comes the divine beast. The first one to enter, the greater the chance of conquering the divine beast. Many people jumped off the backs of Pokemon and wanted to rush into the passage, but one passage can only accommodate 2 or 3 people. If everyone wants to squeeze in, it means that no one can enter. In order to get in first, several trainers even fought outside the cave entrance wanting to get the right to go in first. But before they finished fighting, a brilliant flame shot out from the passage, burning the trainers who were fighting outside the cave to ashes, turning them into powder floating in the sky and becoming nutrients for trees. When the flame shot out, the rest of the trainers who were standing not far from the cave entrance and wanted to squeeze in instantly retreated, stood far away, flew into the air and observed whether there would be any strange things at the cave entrance. The flame just now really scared them. Before they could react to the spurt of a flame, they had already turned into a ball of ash. The degree of destruction of this flame is rare. Even some weaker trainers, seeing such a horrible scene, drove Pokemon away from here. In order to get the legendary beast, they didn't want to sacrifice their lives. This was absolutely unnecessary. Although the legendary beast was strong, it also had to sacrifice its life. It was absolutely not worth it to lose its life before entering. No matter what it was not necessary to sacrifice its life. Therefore the weaker trainers did not stay here for long but left directly and no longer competed with those people. They came here just to try their luck. If they were lucky, they could subdue a legendary beast, which would be a great opportunity. If they couldn't get it, it would not have much impact. They would get as much as they could. They were not so greedy. What's more, they got the blessing of the legendary beast and improved their strength. It was also a trip and they got a good harvest. Moreover, this was just the beginning and it was able to kill the trainer instantly, which was enough to prove that the strength of this beast was not weak, and it was even very strong. It was so strong that the beast only needed one move to subdue them. In this case, staying here would only lead to more dangers, which was completely unnecessary. Some weaker trainers left first, and the other trainers who had strength but not too high strength stood in the distance and watched the situation here quietly. Only the champion level strong men dared to stand not far from the Qinkai mountains, waiting for the revival of the beast. At the same time, they also tried to enter the mountains, not afraid of zero. Strong trainers were not afraid no matter what the situation was, and those trainers who were not so strong watched from afar just because they were ambitious about the beast that was about to be born and wanted to see if there was a chance to get it. After all, for trainers who have reached this stage, if there is no great opportunity, it is impossible for them to improve their strength rapidly. If they can get the beast, it will definitely make their strength grow far away. Therefore they also have ambitions and want to try, but because their strength is not so strong, they dare not approach and they are afraid of leaving their lives here, so they can only try and frantically test on the edge of danger. After all, opportunities are obtained in dangerous places, and roses with thorns are often the most amazing flowers. With such a terrifying beast, its strength will definitely not be weak. As the flame shot out near the cave entrance, except for a few elite level trainers who dared to stand there, the rest of the people were either not far away or in midair, and Lin Chen was also looking at the cave entrance in midair. The flame that just shot out was very powerful. Although Lin Chen was not burned by the flame, he could feel the 5-9 terrifying pressure from a distance. A beast with fire attribute, Lin Chen guessed secretly. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, a terrifying pressure erupted from the Qinkai mountains again. This time the ground shook, rock slide, and the entire Qinkai mountains were shaking as if the entire mountain range was about to be shattered. Suddenly a strange color flashed in the sky, and then the strange color contained a powerful thunder force which blasted towards the top of the Qinkai mountains, and the rocks at the top were shattered by the thunder. The tremor of the mountain was added the thunder bombarded the Qinkai Mountains and cracks appeared one after another. It seemed that if the net moment this kind of terrifying impact came down again, the mountain would be completely torn apart. Roar! Just when all the trainers present had just hesitated, a beast roar came out. Chapter 616 The Three Dragons of the Supreme Way. Glaciate Urem. Please collect. Please subscribe. The roar was like a dragon's roar, a whistle, and a phoenix cry. The sounds of various beasts seemed to be me-ed in that sound. It was very strange but also very domineering, as if a 1,000-year-old beast was about to wake up. The net moment thunder filled the sky above the 9 heavens. Thunders condensed in the dark cloud and turned into an electric snake as big as a barrel, which heavily bombarded the Qinkai Mountain. At the same time, the Qinkai Mountains shook even more violently, and there was a loud rumbling sound as if to resist the thunder bombarding from the 9 heavens. Before the thunder smacks down, a white light appears in the Qinkai Mountains, dazzling and dazzling. Countless particles rush out, with the white light rotating, constrict like a dragon facing the terrifying thunder and lightning snake. The power of both sides is constantly impacting. The power of the thunder above the 9 heavens is not much less, and the white light column of the Qinkai Mountains is not less. When the two forces collide with each other, the Qinkai Mountains are completely shaken and the mountain begins to gradually collapse. The rocks and trees outside the Qinkai Mountains are constantly shattered, and the elves living in them are fleeing. As the rocks outside continue to shatter, the true appearance of the interior of the Qinkai Mountains is revealed. I saw that the source of the white light was a beast like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, standing on 2 feet with 2 small claws on its chest supporting the white light. In the white light it is not difficult to see that the whole body is grey-blue. A closer look revealed that the Tyrannosaurus Rex had a unique ice blue nose, light blue eyes with no visible pupils, a yellow crown on its head like a saffron-colored unicorn crown, 2 small claws on its chest connected to 2 ice wings. The ends of the wings were flat sections and each had 2 ice spikes, and a slender tail like a strong and powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex. A dragon-like beast. Lin Chen scanned it with the eye of all-knowing, and the information of the Tyrannosaurus Rex-like beast quickly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. It Urem. Lin Chen claimed this is a rare dragon-like beast. Lin Chen had seen this dragon-like beast in an ancient book. It is said that Qrem does not belong to this world but comes from outside the universe. It turned into a dragon fossil and descended into the Pokemon world in ancient times. After waking up from the fossil, Qrem experienced a period of destruction which caused it to turn into a fossil again and fall into a dormant period. Later he appeared again in the history of the Pokemon world. However, since the Pokemon world and the human world were only combined later, no one dared to guarantee that this must be the case. Among the various speculations, human research cannot mean the true origin and time of Qrem's appearance, and there is only a rough guess. Not only that Qrem's strength does not lie in his mysterious origin, but also because he has extremely terrifying strength. It is said that when Qrem turned into Flame White Qrem and Dark Qrem, he was the Dragon King who ruled a Pokemon era. Even if he doesn't transform into Flame White Qrem or Dark Qrem, his own body has extremely terrifying strength. With a slight move of his feet he can rock slide and shake the earth. He has the terrifying power of the dual attributes of Dragon and Ice, which makes Pokemon in the Pokemon world terrified. At the same time, Qrem is also known as the strongest Dragon Pokemon, and this is when he does not merge with Reshiram and Zekrom to become Dark Qrem and Flame White Qrem. Once Qrem, Reshiram and Zekrom merge into Dark Qrem and Flame White Qrem, the strength will become even more terrifying, and the power released is enough to destroy the entire world, and no one can stop it. It's just a rumor. In later generations there are fewer and fewer records of Qrem merging with Reshiram and Zekrom to become Dark Qrem and Flame White Qrem. It seems that at a certain period of time Qrem's evolution body has disappeared. According to various records, the situation is not very certain. Some records say that the Dark Stone and Light Stone that merged with Reshiram and Zekrom to form Dark Qrem and Flame Qrem disappeared from this world and were completely destroyed. Others say that because the power of Qrem, Reshiram and Zekrom to form Dark Qrem and Flame Qrem was too terrifying, it endangered the Pokemon world and destroyed peace, so other mythical beasts and legendary beasts joined forces to seal up the Light Stone and Dark Stone. Some records also say that Reshiram merged with Qrem. Reshiram and Zekrom suddenly disappeared at a certain time. It is unknown whether they were imprisoned or went to the outside world. In short, for a period of time Reshiram and Zekrom were never seen again. Later Qrem also disappeared. Gradually there were no subsequent records of the legends about these 3 beasts in history. No one knew where they went or whether they were imprisoned. However, with the birth of Qrem, perhaps all these mysteries will be completely solved. What happened back then may now be concluded. However, the 3 beasts can merge with each other, and the power they release is indeed enough to destroy the world, which is very terrifying. You must know that the power of a beast can make this world tremble. Now it is the fusion of the beast which is the only one in history. It is conceivable how terrifying the power contained in their bodies will be. At the same time, this is why the beasts are not common. Although the number of beasts is indeed extremely rare, the reason why they are not common is more because the power contained in their bodies is very terrifying. Once they take action, the world will suffer great trauma, so most of the beasts are either guarding a certain place or sleeping and imprisoned. Only the remaining in the net part, only the extremely kind-hearted beast will appear in people's vision, but they will not be seen often by humans, because the essence of the beast is to protect and destroy the world. One side protect, the other side destroys, and both sides are constant. Most of the beasts that occasionally appear are extremely kind Pokemon. Of course, part of it is because of human greed. The beasts are powerful and everyone wants to get them as their own capable warriors. It is fine to be obtained by the trainers who protect the world, but if they are obtained by some trainers with bad intentions, it will be the destruction of the world. Chapter 617, The God of Dragon Overlord, the power to destroy all things. Please collect, please subscribe. Urem, the Dragon Overlord Urem was born today. What a sensation this will cause in the world. Urem has been born, so how far will Zekrom and Reshiram be? As everyone gradually saw the appearance of the beast in the light ball, many people acclaimed. The birth of the Dragon-type Overlord Urem was really too surprising for them. I must get this Dragon-type Overlord Pokemon. No one can snatch it from me. Ha ha ha, you are just a champion beginner and you are also qualified to get Urem. Stop dreaming, okay? Yes, even if we don't compete with you, you don't know if you can subdue Urem by your own ability. You are really unworthy to say such wishful words. So what if I am a beginner champion? There is also an elite high-level trainer who is eager to try. Why can't I, a beginner champion, do it? Everyone has ideals. What if I really get it? Oh, there really is a high-level champion. What era is it? How can there be so many people who are wishful and mistakenly think that they have such a strong strength? As you and I discussed one by one, everyone's eyes shifted from Urem to Lin Chen. Indeed, most of the elite level trainers were watching from afar in the Qinkai Mountain. Only a few elite peak trainers dared to watch from close by, but they were still a little far away from the Qinkai Mountain. Only Lin Chen, an elite high-level trainer, was still watching here. This was very rare. In such a close position to Lin Chen, all of them were champion level masters and only Lin Chen was elite level. If that person hadn't mentioned it, no one would have noticed Lin Chen, but as soon as he mentioned it, almost everyone noticed Lin Chen's instant. Now he was the most dazzling boy in the audience. Lin Chen just smiled and ignored their gazes, looking at Urem, who was resisting the thunder. The revival of the divine beast often causes changes in the world. The stronger the divine beast, the stronger the changes in the world will be. Of course, whether it can withstand the impact of the changes in the world will also prove whether a divine beast is qualified to wake up in this era. If it can withstand the changes in the world, it will naturally wake up. If it can't withstand it, it will be injured by the changes in the world and fall into a long sleep again. However, generally speaking, there is almost no chance of failure when a legendary beast is revived. In addition to the powerful abilities of the legendary beast itself, there is also eternal assistance. If a legendary beast is revived, both the trainer and the powerful wild Pokemon will not miss this opportunity. Just like today, Urem has not yet revived and there are already many powerful trainers waiting here. If Urem cannot withstand the power of the sudden change of heaven and earth, there will definitely be trainers to help him when he blocks the sudden change of heaven and earth. But the Urem in front of him does not seem to need the assistance of human trainers. The white light column carries the supreme particles, which makes the thunder retreat step by step. The thunder is like a fragile silk net, broken and broken. Urem stepped heavily on the ground with his left foot, and the power of the particle light wave seemed even stronger, directly blasting the thunder above the 9 heavens back, and the particles rushed straight to the 9 heavens as if to destroy the thunder. The source of the roar, a dragon roar, announced Urem's victory. The thunder in the sky was shattered and the changes in the world disappeared. The white particles on Urem's body gradually disappeared and the white light returned to his body. He shook his body and Urem's strength seemed to have increased a lot. Blocking the changes in the world would allow Urem to break through from the strength of the middle-level champion to the strength of the high-level champion. It was just a change in the world, but it made Urem's strength increase exponentially. Seeing Urem's strength break through, some middle-level elite, high-level elite and even some peak elite trainers in the distance hurriedly pushed away, not daring to continue to participate in this terrifying battle of the beast. They knew that with their strength they were not qualified to take Urem the beast as their own Pokemon. If they stayed here, they would most likely leave their lives here. The possibility of collecting Urem as a Pokemon is only 1 in 1,000. If you have such luck, you might as well buy a Pokemon egg. Maybe you can get a Pokemon comparable to the legendary beast. Why leave your life here? It's not worth it. The mighty elite level escape army rushed to leave here, and the momentum was so huge that it attracted Urem's attention. Queen, get out of my territory. Seeing that many human trainers were dormant here, Urem's hoarse voice sounded. He hadn't spoken for many years and now he couldn't even speak properly. Seeing that no one left, Qrem opened his dragon mouth and the icy power burst out of his mouth. The saffron-colored horns on his head condensed into ice spike and the ice crystals turned into light mist. The light mist dissipated and the ice spikes turned into ice crystal sword pointing straight into the sky. White mist lingered around the ice sword. Qrem stepped heavily on the ground and the ice crystal swords shattered and turned into ice spike. The ice spikes quickly arranged and distributed in the sky, turning into ice rain all over the sky. The water vapor in the sky was condensed and compressed by the ice rain and then formed into icicle spears. The icy air raged on the earth and even a thin layer of ice mist appeared above the sky. As the ice spikes condensed and formed, the ice rain fell down. When the ice spike fell at a high speed, white mist formed in the air like a bunch of faint light beams. The transparent ice spikes reflected the sunlight and the colorful light was shining, which was extremely moving. But if you indulge in this beautiful light, you will die here. All the trainers who are still in the Qinkai Mountains dare not be careless. They summon their Pokemon and use one move after another to resist the ice rain. All the trainers worked together to attack and the ice rain did not cause much damage to them. It was just that the ice crystals that fell on the ground condensed into a smooth ice surface in an instant, eluding a biting cold air which made people shudder. Roar! Seeing the ice rain being resisted, Qrem roared and waves of dragon roars sounded. Countless five-clawed golden dragons flew in the sky reflecting the Golden King's light. The five-clawed golden dragons in the sky also roared with dragon roars, and the dragon roars of Qrem constricted each other and complemented each other. Waves of dragon roars rang out, shattering the sand and rocks on the ground, breaking the defenses of Pokemon, and even the ice surface that had just condensed on the ground had cracked. With the naked eye you can see the ripples of the dragon roars in the air. Chapter 618, Suppressing the Supreme Dragon, the first of the Divine Beast team. Please subscribe. Lin Chen watched Qrem's terrifying attacks one after another and drove Salamins to retreat to the back. It's not that Lin Chen was afraid, but Lin Chen didn't understand the current situation. Qrem had just awakened and it was the time when his strength was the strongest. If Qrem couldn't deal with these trainers in front of him during this period of time, then his strength would gradually decrease. As for how much it would decrease, Lin Chen was not sure. At this time you shouldn't overconsume your mental and physical strength. Excessive consumption is meaningless for the NET battle. Moreover, Lin Chen has always remembered Lei Qingzhou's word deeply. The revival of the Divine Beast will bring Eternatus the breath of restoring energy. Then during the revival of the Divine Beast, the subordinates of the 8 Guardians of Eternatus will definitely make some move. It is very likely that there are their figures among the current group of trainers. Of course, Lin Chen did not fully believe Lei Qingzhou's word, but if it was true, then Lin Chen's current defense was very necessary, not only to prepare for Qrem but also to organize Eternatus to collect breath and get the Divine Beast. Therefore, no matter which side 747 is in, Lin Chen's retreat to a distance is the best choice now. At the same time, he is also observing whether there are any unusual movements among these trainers in the distance. However, it seems that no suspicious traces have been found so far. As Qrem's power was shaken out one after another, many trainers were injured and had to bear Qrem's NET attack. However, their resistance brought irreparable damage to themselves. However, they are all ambitious people who are determined to get Qrem the Beast and are unwilling to retreat. However, Qrem's power is far more than they imagined. Simple. Qrem's various moves emerged one after another, leaving them no time to welcome them. Some weaker trainers could not bear it, vomited blood and fled here in a panic. When they fled, they did not forget to look back at Qrem's situation. In an instant there were thousands of trainers in Qinkai Mountains, but now there are only dozens of trainers left. However, after being consumed by many trainers, Qrem's strength has also decreased and the moves he released are no longer so exquisite and terrible but have more flaws. After all, Qrem has just woken up and his strength is not in full swing. After being consumed by many trainers, even if he is a divine beast, his strength will be insufficient. What's more, most of these trainers present are champion level training. The strength of the stage is not much different from Qrem. Even if there is a difference between divine beasts, their strength will not be too far from Qrem. Qrem's moves showed more and more flaws and the trainers present could see that Qrem's power was almost exhausted. However, Qrem's lack of power did not mean that they had no competitors. Now that the Pokemon being fought for had lost their combat effectiveness, the NET competitors were all the trainers present. The sky and the earth turned into a vast expanse of white and countless Osiris fell from the sky. Gust storms continued to roll around the Qinkai Mountains, carrying the falling Osiris and rolling up raging snow and wind between the sky and the earth. Blizzard descended, destroying everything in the world. Countless sand and stones were rolled up and turned into waves of blizzards which wanted many trainers to roll up. In the wind and clouds, the power of the blizzard filled the entire sky and the earth. Seeing that Qrem's power was about to be exhausted, many trainers also used their own special skills. The water-attributed trainers summoned a series of water dragon sword to collide with the blizzard. Water spout dragon raised its head. Dragon in the water collided with blizzard. Blizzard contained powerful icy power, instantly condensed the water spout into ice crystals, and as Bao Suifeng rolled up the cave again, the water spout shattered into ice crystals and became part of blizzard. Then the fire attribute trainer sprayed out a series of terrifying flames. The burning flames covered the earth and a blazing fire field formed around the wind and snow. The blazing power brought rolling magma, burning everything in the world. The flames rose to the sky and turned into tongues of fire to devour the wind and snow. The flames on the ground were covered with brilliant ember, and the sound of the python burst out and spark flew out from it, embellishing the world with a fiery red color. The sky and the earth turned into a sea of fire, reflecting the fiery red as if to turn the world into a lava field and burn everything to ashes. The trainer with flying attributes rolled up a series of strong winds, and wind wings formed in the sky. Gusts of wind blew up and turned into air waves. Wind blades, sharp swords and whirlwinds formed countless weapons, turning this world into a Shura field. Wind blade cut through space, sharp sword pierced through the storm, and space began to condense. The flow of time seemed to be slowed down in the center of the storm. Countless violent storms carried rolling destructive forces and rushed towards the waves of blizzard. The trainer with electric attributes twisted his fingers, and the white cloud turned into dark cloud. Countless thunders filled the sky. Golden lightning penetrated from the cloud. The rumbling thunder sounded, and the electric snakes ignited the sky and destroyed everything in the world. Thunders struck down, pierced through the mountains and broke the magnetic field. In an instant the power of thunder filled the surrounding space. Electric snake and fireworks wherever the thunder passed. Pieces of haze were generated, and the thunder power plotted, destroying all objects around. Under the training of multiple trainers, the blizzard that was rushing towards him was also stopped instantly. Instead, the trainer's power was extremely arrogant, sweeping the surrounding land, breaking all obstacles and not giving Qrem any chance to escape. In the collisions again and again, Qrem could not stop these trainers from joining forces, and the terrifying power hit his body that had just awakened, which really made him feel uncomfortable. Gradually Qrem's power was seriously depleted. His legs were slightly bent and he could not stand. The two on his chest were also trembling slightly because of the excessive power consumed. Ha ha ha. Qrem, it's mine. Seeing that Qrem was exhausted, a mid-level champion trainer actually wanted to rush forward and throw a poke ball to take Qrem into it, but the light of the poke ball had not yet flashed and it was completely shattered by another force. The poke ball turned into a ball that fell to the ground and was burned to ashes by the flames on the ground. My master ball, I'm going to kill you. The trainer saw that the poke ball he threw was destroyed like this and rushed forward in a rage. Chapter 619 Salamins is coming, the moon of annihilation of all living things. Please collect. Please subscribe. In an instant, summoners in groups of 3 or 2 entangled and fought together. Everyone wanted to get Qrem, and naturally no one wanted to let others get Qrem. The winner of the battle will get Qrem. In an instant the Qinkai Mountains seemed to turn into a ring, and trainers in groups of 3 or 2 fought in it, evenly matched, and various power fluctuations wanted to destroy the Qinkai Mountains under their feet. Qrem's power was too much, so he retreated to the side, leaning against the rock wall, breathing heavily. After these battles his power was indeed severely depleted. He was overwhelmed. Looking at the fight between humans in front of him, his light blue eyes could not help but flash a strange color. With your strength you are also worthy of competing with us for Qrem, so why don't you get out of here quickly so as not to be an eyesore to us? Lin Chen watched the changes quietly, watching the fight of everyone calmly without any thoughts, but someone suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen and whispered rebuke. Lin Chen frowned, looking at the man in front of him, and couldn't help wondering if there was something wrong with this man's brain. He had no intention of taking action at all and was just sitting on Salamanki's back and watching when this man came out and scolded him, asking if he had any serious illness. After being scolded, Lin Chen lost his temper and asked, Qinkai Mountains is your home? You told me to get out and I'll get out. Who do you think you are? The man raised his mouth lightly, revealing a hint of a smile, and said, Qinkai Mountains is not my home, but you really don't have the qualifications to come here. With your high-level elite strength, what qualifications do you have to compete with us for Qrem? If you get out now I can spare your life. Lin Chen sat like a bell, stood like a pine, and stood on Salamanki's back as still as a mountain, and said, what if I don't dare to disobey my orders? Then there is only one way to die. Umbreon. Black eyes. A Pokemon that looks like a leopard appeared in front of Lin Chen with ears like rabbit ears, sharp red eyes, very bright, and circles of yellow lines on his body. The bright yellow is dotted on the black lines all over the body, which is very beautiful. As soon as the leopard-like Pokemon appeared, a black light flashed in its eyes and the entire pupil turned into a black gemstone staring at Salamins under Lin Chen. The gemstone-like like black eyes confuse people's minds and control perception. Solomons just looked at it for a few times and felt a little confused and shaky. The huge wings kept flashing and the body was unstable. Solomons, don't look into his eyes. Lin Chen scolded several times and rescued Solomons from the illusion. However, Solomons, who was in the illusion, was severely depleted in his body. In just a moment he felt a little exhausted and no longer as brave as before. Umbreon, EV family, it turns out that none of them is simple. Lin Chen threw a pokeball and put Solomons into the pokeball. At the same time he summoned Jiraki, opened the all-seeing eye and looked at Umbreon in front of him. The EV family is a huge family. EV, after using various evolutionary stones, IT evolutions are definitely not easy opponents to bully. They are often powerful and their seemingly weak appearance actually hides this deep power. And Umbreon is an extremely rare evolution in the EV family. Compared with Sylveon and Grass EV, Umbreon is evolved from the Moonstone and is more powerful. Why is it unknown again? After Lin Chen got the scan results of the Eye of All-Knowing, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind and he had some secret guesses, but he was not very sure. Umbreon, faint attack. A wave of light shot out from Umbreon's tail. The seemingly simple light wave actually contained a powerful force. A wave of light was enough to penetrate everything in the world. Jiraki, infinite energy. The stars above Jiraki's head flashed with saffron-colored light. The 5 corners of the star gathered into a point condensing array of light. With a whoosh the light shot out and penetrated the space. The collision of the 2 rays of light, the powerful mental confusion plotted in the space. For a moment the 2 forces were evenly matched. The confrontation of power shook out a faint aftermath. Zero, please give me flowers. But Jiraki is a mythical beast, a legendary Pokemon. He shook his small palm in the air, strengthened his own power, and the stars above his head became brighter and brighter. The power that continued to explode directly broke through the light of Umbreon. Jiraki, doomed desire. Immediately afterwards Jiraki released another terrifying force and the star above his head formed a phantom of a star, and a transparent 5-pointed star of saffron color formed in space, spinning and rolling, falling towards Umbreon like a meteor from the sky. In a moment, in the blink of an eye, the saffron-colored 5-pointed star fell towards Umbreon and hit his body hard. Umbreon, who was hit by the star, whimpered and was in extreme pain. Umbreon, quick attack. Umbreon dragged his tired body to stand up from the ground, jumped into the air and turned into a spark and rushed toward Jiraki. But Jiraki reacted quickly. When Umbreon was standing net to him, he predicted his thought. The 2 bright yellow small belt behind him dragged stars one by one, flashing in the air, and his figure was unpredictable. Even Umbreon, who turned into spark, could not grasp Jiraki's position. No matter how fast he was, he could not catch up with Jiraki, who turned into a phantom. Several times his tackles were in vain and he did not hit Jiraki at all. The multiple power losses made Umbreon's injured body overwhelmed. He was a little unstable and fell from midair. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly commanded Jiraki to launch the net attack. A planet condensed from Jiraki's head and the same move fell towards Umbreon again. The trainer in front of Lin Chen was not in a hurry at all. He jumped and wanted to hug Umbreon, but Lin Chen felt that something was wrong. He always felt that the trainer's target was not Umbreon but himself. However, if Umbreon was too seriously injured and was hit by Jiraki's planet, he would definitely die. Here, you know, Umbreon is a Pokemon with great growth potential. It has both strength and talent. It has a great advantage to accompany the trainer to the champion level. Chapter 620, The Strongest First Level God Taunt the Strongest Demon King. Please collect. Please subscribe. Generally speaking, if an Umbreon appears at the auction, it is definitely a popular and sought after pet. If the trainer in front of him wants to give up Umbreon and has other ideas, Lin Chen is reluctant to believe it in his heart. But Lin Chen is also prepared for both situations. He jumps and is ready to avoid the trainer's tricks at any time. Seeing that the planet hit Umbreon's body, the trainer really didn't care about Umbreon but made a feint and came to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen hurriedly jumped and left here, but it was too late. The trainer threw a Pokemon to Qrem beside Lin Chen. Ball. Then a psychic power flashed in his hand and he didn't hit Lin Chen but scratched his neck instead. The neck was cut open and blood gushed out immediately. The trainer's whole body fell to the ground as if he had no strength, but the matter was not over. When the trainer fell to the ground, he heard a voice. He wants Nach Qrem. The net second Umbreon and the trainer both died. Lin Chen, who was standing aside, instantly realized that he had fallen into his trap. He also understood why he had to make such a big sacrifice. When the man in front of him was close to Lin Chen just now, Lin Chen felt that something was wrong. The breath on his body was a bit like the unique breath of the Twilight Conference. At the same time, Lin Chen could understand everything he did. He was indeed a man who did great things. What could be sacrificed? Umbreon is indeed very rare, but in the eyes of the Twilight Conference it's not worth mentioning all the time. After all, the Dust Council has everything. Lin Chen has seen all kinds of Pokemon in the hands of Dusk Council members. Gothitelle, Solgaleo, Red Gyarados. These Pokemon are unique no matter where they are, but in the hands of the Dusk Council they become Pokemon that can be sacrificed at any time for the purpose. What the Dusk Council is doing now is nothing more than wanting Lin Chen's life, but Lin Chen has grown up now. If the Dusk Council is alone, if the strong men of the gate level don't come out, Lin Chen can definitely stand proudly in the world. After all, it is impossible for the Dusk Conference to send 5 or SI champion level trainers to stop Lin Chen in an instant. If such a big commotion is made, the Alliance will also be aware of it. In this way, not only will they fail to kill Lin Chen, but they will also lose a large number of elite. This is simply a loss. Although the Dusk Conference can do whatever it takes to achieve its goals and give up everything, there is no need to give up the powerful warriors in their hands unless they are in a desperate situation. So today's move is that they want to kill Lin Chen. The first thing that Lin Chen did was that although the Dusk Conference could not kill Lin Chen immediately, they could use the help of others to do it secretly. Fighting for QRAM was what everyone present wanted to do. If the ownership of QRAM could not be resolved immediately, it was even possible that many strong people would appear to fight for QRAM later. The member of the Dusk Conference just now grasped this idea. Since you want to fight so much, I will use you to kill Lin Chen. The poke ball thrown by the member of the Dusk Conference was a master poke ball, which meant that Lin Chen wanted to get QRAM secretly. After the Dusk Conference, with one shout everyone knew everything, and now he died in Lin Chen's hands. Everything was aimed at him and Lin Chen would become the target of public criticism. We the champion level trainers haven't even decided who will win yet, and you Lin Chen want to take QRAM away right under our noses. How could you get such a good thing when the parrots and clams are fighting? Knowing all this, it was too late. Everyone looked over. The poke ball was shattered by a ray of light from a champion level trainer before it reached QRAM. Under the burning eyes of everyone, Lin Chen had no room for explanation, and there was nothing to explain. No matter what he said, they would not believe it. You can't say that the man joked with his life just to get everyone to stop Lin Chen, right? Would anyone be so stupid? Would someone cultivate to the champion level and use his own life as bait to kill an elite level trainer? Impossible, right? How can it be seen that a champion level trainer needs to use such means to kill an elite level trainer? Who would believe it if this were said? No one would believe such a ridiculous statement. Lin Chen faced the burning gazes of the crowd without any explanation, just watching the Umbreon and the members of the Dusk Conference who actually burned themselves. This was completely to kill Lin Chen, not even leaving a corpse, not giving him any chance. However, the members of the Dusk Conference were really cruel. A champion level trainer could be sold easily. Lin Chen did not blame others but only blamed himself for not discovering these things too early and did not expect them to be so decisive. However, Lin Chen's mind gradually became clear. The champion level trainers of the Dusk Conference would definitely not die so easily. The purpose of their trip was not only to kill Lin Chen but also to compete for the ownership of QRAM. For them, the resurrection of the beast was the fastest way for Eternatus to come to this world. Lin Chen believed that even if he was alive, they would want to compete for this QRAM. Therefore, among these people there must be people from Eternatus. Even if they are not in the open, they will be in the dark. In the NET battle, Lin Chen has an Etra miracle eye to guard against all possible events. After all, if Eternatus descends, a little chicken like Lin Chen is not worth mentioning in front of the evil god. Now they want to kill Lin Chen just because Lin Chen has ruined too many of their good things, so they have to do this and they must punish Lin Chen. Of course, it is also because Lin Chen ran into the muzzle of the battle for the Divine Beast 5-9. If Lin Chen was not here, perhaps they would not have taken action against Lin Chen so quickly, but who asked Lin Chen to appear here? Didn't this give them an opportunity? You, an elite level trainer, want to compete with us for QRAM? Are you looking for death? One of the champion level trainers asked sternly. Lin Chen's existence really surprised them. They thought that the contenders were all champion level opponents, but who would have thought that there was an elite level opponent? Of course, they didn't want to cause any more trouble. If this rebuke could scare Lin Chen away, they could spare his life. It just depends on whether Lin Chen is willing to leave. If not, then Lin Chen will face death. Chapter 621, The Battle for the Legendary Beast. The Yandere Pokemon appears. Please collect. Please subscribe. The battle for the legendary beast is for everyone who sees it. How come it has become something in your pocket? Lin Chen asked fearlessly. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. A small elite level trainer dares to compete with us for the ownership of the legendary beast. Do you think you have lived too long? A champion level trainer said disdainfully. Who is stronger or weaker is not something you can decide. Only after a fight can we know if I am qualified. At the same time, it also proves whether you are qualified to get QRAM. Lin Chen did not give in at all and said with a inspiring momentum and righteousness. Although Lin Chen is known as a genius trainer and has made many amazing discoveries, his fame in the Pokemon world is not very big, so naturally not many people have seen his real face. Although reporters have reported and newspapers have published, powerful trainers are often in the process of training and do not have much time to read newspapers and pay attention to new rising stars. And Lin Chen is only famous in Kyoto. In places far away from Kyoto, not to mention whether they have seen Lin Chen's appearance, some trainers have even never heard of Lin Chen's name. Just like in a foreign country, Lin Chen is only famous in his own country, but in other countries he is still a little less famous. Naturally it is the same here. If you say his name, how many people will know it? But few people have seen Lin Chen's face. However, even if they know that there is a person named Lin Chen and know that Lin Chen is competing with them for QRAM, they will not let go and give QRAM to Lin Chen. Who are you? So what if they are talented trainers? If you can take QRAM, they will have nothing to say. However, if they want to give it to you, if he lets it go, it is absolutely impossible. After all, QRAM is a mythical beast, the overlord of the dragon system. If he gets QRAM, he can dominate the world. Even if he gets QRAM, he can master the prehistoric secrets of the Pokemon world and solve various puzzles in the Pokemon world. This is also a great contribution to the human world. At that time, QRAM can also be very famous and have the same status as Lin Chen. After all, the Pokemon world has come to this world and merged with the human world for only a few hundred years. There are many mysteries in the Pokemon world that humans do not know. If QRAM can tell the mysteries of the Pokemon world, it will undoubtedly let humans understand the prehistoric mysteries of the Pokemon world and better integrate the Pokemon world into the human world. By then, how many new discoveries will be added and how much change will be brought to the human world, everything is unknown, so the value of QRAM can be said to be very great, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary mythical beasts. Even if QRAM is not clear or just forgets all the records of prehistory, his own strength is coveted by all the training rooms in the world, including the head-level trainers. As the Dragon Overlord, he commands the Dragon Clan. Dragon Pokemon already have extremely powerful power, not to mention QRAM as the Dragon Overlord. The double combination will only make QRAM's strength even more terrifying. With QRAM you can definitely challenge higher-level enemies, conquer all directions and dominate a city. In addition, once you have QRAM, you are likely to find the whereabouts of Reshiram and Zekrom. Those are also two very powerful dragon beasts that are not weaker than QRAM. Having 3 beasts at the same time will definitely increase your own strength, exponentially surpassing the strength of all trainers. There is a rumor that whoever gets the divine beast can get the world. If you can get 3 divine beasts, you will definitely dominate the world, be famous for eternity and be immortal. In the blink of an eye, getting a QRAM can double your strength, which is a huge captivate for any trainer. It can be said that no one will give up the fight for QRAM this time. As long as they have the strength, they will definitely fight to the end, because QRAM is too big for their captivate. Moreover, if they can find Shiny Stone and Dusk Stone, they can combine QRAM with Reshiram and Zekrom into Flame White QRAM and Dark QRAM, which will double their strength again. Such a captivating power is too great. Even if Lin Chen is now famous and becomes the leader of the Alliance Center, I believe that none of the trainers present will give up, because once he gets QRAM and is promoted to the level of the leader of the Alliance will not necessarily be his opponent. Even if he is worse, he can still be on equal terms. Boy, you are so arrogant. It seems that I have to treat you. Why, a small elite level trainer dares to taunt them like this? It seems that he really doesn't care about his life. As soon as the voice fell, many trainers launched a strong offensive against Lin Chen. Almost all the power hit Lin Chen completely, not giving Lin Chen a chance to react at all. Lin Chen jumped up and let Jiraki unfold a psychic shield. He jumped back and forth to avoid the attacks of many trainers. At the same time, he silently memorized the appearance of several trainers who were provoking fire and listed them as suspicious people. If you suffer a loss once, you will not suffer a second loss. Zigard Salam in 747. Reperier Eevee the Immortal Emperor Aura Superior Kartana 3D Dragon. Record everything that's happening now. Lin Chen summoned all the powerful Pokemon in a row to resist the many champion trainers. However, in addition to dealing with Lin Chen, those champion trainers also kept a miracle eye each to pay attention to the situation of other trainers and QRAM. They also suffered a loss once, so naturally they also kept a miracle eye. If someone took QRAM away while they were focusing on Lin Chen, they would have no place to cry. In the fierce battle, the battlefield was divided again. Lin Chen was only an elite trainer and the threat to them was not great, so only 5 weaker trainers were left to stop Lin Chen. The rest of the trainers were eager to take advantage of this opportunity to seize QRAM, but the process was not so smooth. In the midst of intrigue and deception, several trainers fought fiercely again, trying to stop their opponent. 5 champion beginner trainers besieged Lin Chen, leaving him unable to move, while the remaining SI trainers fought 2 by 2, restraining each other. QRAM leaned against the stone wall to recuperate cooperate and the scene seemed to become much more harmonious. Chapter 622 World Tree Form opens. Sigurd Fury. Please collect. Please subscribe. But the war is still going on blazing and everyone is fighting hard. Although Lin Chen's strength has improved, it is still difficult for him to resist 5 champion level trainers at once. If he were to deal with a mid-level champion trainer alone, Lin Chen would not be so exhausted, but when they joined hands it made Lin Chen a little stressed. He had no time to split himself and his mental consumption was huge. He was a little tired and could not quickly resolve the battle. However, Lin Chen was not worried. He could not get rid of the 5 trainers in the first time and they could not pose too much threat to Lin Chen, but there was some pressure. Under the continuous attack of the 5 trainers, Lin Chen was still at ease and was still observing the trainers he had just listed as suspect. 2 of the trainers were attacking him fiercely and they wanted to get rid of him quickly, but Lin Chen's appearance of boiling a frog in warm water made them very uneasy. Another trainer, a high-level champion, actually fought back and forth with a mid-level champion trainer, which was really suspicious. However, after Lin Chen's all-seeing eyes scanned, he found that only one of them was somewhat suspicious of the members of the Dusk Conference and the other 2 did not seem to have any major problem. Enough. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Sigurd and Jiraki joined forces, cooperating with the power of the 3 Pokemon of the high-level elite Kartana, Salamence and Rhyperior, completely dispersed the joint efforts of the 5 trainers in front of them. All kinds of power were constantly venting and the 5 low-level champion trainers were not Lin Chen's opponents at all. The impact of the power directly injured their Pokemon, but the 2 trainers listed as suspects by Lin Chen only suffered minor injuries, which was obviously unreasonable. Lin Chen's attack could be said to have used the strongest moves of the 5 Pokemon and released the power. Led by Sigurd and Jiraki, the champion mid-level strength impact is definitely not something that ordinary champion beginner trainers can contend with. The 2 champion beginner trainers only suffered a little bit of minor injuries. The 3 trainers who practiced with them to attack Lin Chen were all seriously injured and fell to the ground unable to get up. Lin Chen did not kill him this time. They had no ill intentions in the battle. Lin Chen only wanted to kill the members of the Dusk Conference and Eternatus's subordinate. Now it is obvious that the 3 trainers listed as suspects by Lin Chen are definitely not simple. Don't pretend, you 3. I have already guessed your identity. Eternatus's advance team. As soon as Lin Chen said this, everyone present plotted. Lin Chen may not know, but the news of the coming catastrophe has spread to every corner of the world. The Dusk Conference has allowed an evil name and everyone knows it. Those who are listed as public enemies are like rats crossing the street and everyone shouts and kills them. Even if they have many conflicts before they can put aside their past grudges in order to deal with public enemies. Lin Chen's words really shocked them, but after a while the other trainers also reacted. Lin Chen also wanted to fight for QRM. Can he really believe what he said? Moreover, the members of the Dusk Conference are elusive and as the vanguard of the impending catastrophe it is even more difficult to find their traces. How did Lin Chen know that they were members of the Dusk Conference? Could it be that Lin Chen was deceiving them and his purpose was to fight for QRM? This is not impossible. QRM, the captivate power is huge. Who doesn't want to get it? Using a little trick can get QRM. Isn't this a way? Everyone looked at Lin Chen with doubtful eyes, wanting to find the answer from Lin Chen, because no matter which situation is good, it is the top priority for them. One is QRM, the dragon-type overlord beast. Owning it will bring many benefits and it will dominate the world. The other is the Twilight Conference, the vanguard of the impending catastrophe. The evildoers who destroy the world, destroy peace and push their lives into the pit of fire must not be let go. But who should be believed now, and whether Lin Chen's words are credible is also an unknown. What evidence do you have to prove that they are members of the Twilight Conference? One of the champion trainers asked. Intuition. I have been dealing with the Twilight Conference for many years. I can see if there are any problems with them, Lin Chen said after a short silence. Saying such words can be equivalent to saying nothing. Relying on intuition. If you can confirm a person's identity based on your intuition alone, then your intuition is greater than that of an elite. Do you think that such a ridiculous statement of yours will be believed? The champion junior trainer who was suspected by Lin Chen asked back. Then the trainer said, you can't even produce a single piece of evidence, yet you dare to say that and slander us? If we are really members of the Twilight Conference, then it's fine, you have done something good but got nothing in return. But if we are not members of the Twilight Conference, then you are slandering the innocent, and then when you see someone you say he is a member of the Twilight Conference, then everyone in the world except you is a member of the Twilight Conference. Members of the Dusk Conference. One. Indeed, in this matter Lin Chen was indeed somewhat at fault. He did not have direct evidence to prove that these 3 people were members of the Dusk Conference, but he could be 100% sure that they were definitely problematic. Slandering others will be punished with death, the champion level trainer said to everyone. Seeing that Lin Chen could not plain anything. No one present was willing to believe Lin Chen's word. Instead they thought that Lin Chen was making up stories and stayed away from him for a while. It seems that only dead people can't speak. Lin Chen laughed. Zhao Ma Zhao Zigard. Outrage. Jiraki Psychic Star. Superior. World Tree Form Log Power Leaf Storm. Lin Chen gave orders to the 3 champion mid-level Pokemon. This battle can only be won quickly. No more words are needed. Without direct evidence it is indeed difficult to convince people. Are you angry and humiliated? You want to kill people to silence them because the goal is not achieved? Do you think we are soft persimmons that you can manipulate at will? Mega Blastoise Rocket Head Chase. Espeon. Swift. Zebstrika. Rampage. Seeing Lin Chen launch an offensive they did not give in at all and summoned their own Pokemon to fight back against Lin Chen. The moment they summoned the Pokemon, Lin Chen immediately opened the Eye of All-Knowing to scan the 3 Pokemon and instantly got the detailed data of the 3 Pokemon in his mind. Chapter 623 Pokemon that controls thunderstorms. The Reality Distortion Dragon. Please collect. Please subscribe. The data of the 3 Pokemons were all in front of Lin Chen and their ages were all unknown. The same was true for the Pokemon in the hands of the Dusk Conference, which proved that his suspicion was correct. Only 750, however, only Lin Chen knew about this matter. If this basis was used as evidence, most people would not believe Lin Chen's word. After all, this is a secret that has never been made public and only Lin Chen has the all-seeing eye. Other trainers judge the age of Pokemon by guessing or some physical characteristics, but such guesses are often inaccurate. And like for a Pokemon of unknown age, guessing based on physical characteristics is not a correct result at all. Therefore Lin Chen cannot tell others this as evidence. This method is only effective for Lin Chen. Although he cannot tell others, it does not mean that Lin Chen has no way to make them reveal their true identity. Since he already knows that their identities are not simple, there must be a solution. The power of the SI Pokemon collided with each other, shaking out waves. Even if he fights against 3 trainers at the same time, Lin Chen can now not fall into a disadvantage at all. Lin Chen jumped up and gave instructions to the 3 Pokemon again. Zygarde. Earth Force. Superior. Leaf Wind. Agj Storm. Jiraki. Doomed Desire. The 3 Pokemon's moves are endless. The earthquake creates crack. The ground force rushes up from the abyss. The Qinkai Mountains are attacked by heavy storms from all directions. Countless fallen leaves turn into flying knives and are caught in the storm. The clear sky turns into darkness. Countless psychic stars flicker in the sky. The stars shatter. The wishes are shattered and the psychic power Venus strikes devastatingly. Naturally, the people at the Dusk meeting will not let Lin Chen slaughter them. Espeon. Quick Attack. Zebstrika. Plasma Shower. Mega Blastoise. Body Slam. EV turned into spark, crashing around, making it hard to figure out his figure. Agility formed a huge impact force. Above the 9 heavens, thunder filled the sky. Thunder formed and the sky trembled. Countless thunders flashed densely in the sky, turning into a sea of Wang Yang thunder. Thunder rolled in it and kept hitting the ground. The peaks of Qinkai Mountains broke and Mega Blastoise carried the broken mountains on his back and jumped into the air. Reed fell heavily to the ground, shaking the ground and causing a huge impact. The Pokemon of both sides collided again. Lin Chen's mind moved and the 3 Pokemon cooperated closely. Under the offensive, they did not give the 3 Pokemon of the opposite side a chance to react. They seized their loopholes and directly dealt them a fatal blow. What's more, the strength of Lin Chen's 3 Pokemon was much stronger than theirs. With such strength coupled with the cooperation of Lin Chen's Pokemon and tacit understanding, the victory was decided in just 2 or 3 moves. You lost. As Mega Blastoise, Zebstrika and Espeon fell to the ground with scars on their bodies. This battle declared Lin Chen's victory. He killed people to silence them. Once Zebstrika and Espeon were defeated, the rock power on the ground directly smashed the 2 champion beginner trainers to pieces without giving anyone a chance to react. Zebstrika and Espeon also perished in the NET moment, their bodies self-immolated. The only champion mid-level trainer shouted in horror, "What a good show! You put on such a big show just to kill me. Is such a sacrifice really worth it?" Lin Chen looked at the poor acting skills of the champion mid-level trainer and couldn't help but smile and said, "If the plan fails, then kill people. I think you are the real member of the Twilight Conference, right? You are the root of the destruction of this world by killing people indiscriminately." The champion mid-level trainer shouted, "You kill people without blinking an eye. On the contrary, it seems that you really do whatever it takes to kill me. I laughed at you too much." Lin Chen smiled helplessly. This method of confusing right and wrong is really not something that ordinary people can use. The power of the rock system is only possessed by Lin Chen's Zygarde. The power that just killed the 2 champion beginner trainers is also the power of the earth of the rock system. No matter from which aspect, it was Lin Chen who did it. Moreover, Zygarde power is very strong. It is not impossible to kill 2 trainers in an instant. No matter from which aspect, it seems that there is no flaw, but Lin Chen suffered a loss and left an miracle. I if you suffer once you won't suffer a second time. Before the battle, Lin Chen summoned the Immortal Emperor Eevee to unfold the Immortal Emperor aura and at the same time let Serperior unfold the form of the World Tree during the battle, recording all the power fluctuations. As the record was unfolded, all the power fluctuations appeared in front of everyone. When the two champion beginner trainers were defeated, Lin Chen did not make a move again. The only one who made a move was the champion mid-level trainer. He happened to have a ground-type Pokemon in his hand and the use of power was also very exquisite. If you don't pay attention you really can't find this flaw, but Lin Chen is different. He has already Li an Etra Miracle Eye. If you want to cheat Lin Chen, it's absolutely impossible. Your record is definitely fake. I think you just want to slander me, so you made such a disgusting record, the champion mid-level trainer said unwillingly. Oh, do you want to continue to quibble? Lin Chen took out another piece of evidence. A light screen appeared in front of everyone. Everything the three trainers did was recorded by 3D Dragon. Every detailed movement was clearly visible. Chapter 624, The God of the Dusk World, the Demon King who suppressed everything. Please collect. Please subscribe. The evidence was placed in front of him, leaving him speechless. What Lin Chen did was really too absolute. In silence he set such a big trap for them and left him no chance to refute. He didn't expect that Lin Chen would be so secretive. He couldn't tell that he had been secretly investigated. The trainers who were originally hostile to Lin Chen turned their spearheads to the champion mid-level trainer after seeing Lin Chen put out this record. They were also champion mid-level strength, so they naturally had eyes to see that the record Lin Chen took out was not fake. It is real and every frame of the animation is very real, recording everything they just did. They know that they have done it themselves, so they can tell the truth from the falsehood of the record only by whether they have done these things themselves. Obviously, if it is fake, how could such a flawless record be made in a short time? This record is placed in front of them, which is enough to convince everyone present. Even if it cannot be proved that the person in front of them is a member of the Dusk Conference, he is definitely inseparable from the Dusk Conference. How can a person who can kill his companions and slander others at any time be a good person? You know, before coming to Qinkai Mountains almost everyone didn't know each other. How could such a deep hatred be formed in a short period of time? Despite a person's viciousness and cruelty are undoubtedly opposed at this moment. The name of genius really don't underestimate it. Since you have discovered it, there is no need to continue to hide it. The face of the champion mid-level trainer changed drastically. She looked pitiful, gentle and kind just now, but in the blink of an eye she changed into a different face. Come out, sisters, the matter has been opposed. It's time to kill people to silence them. The champion mid-level trainer glanced to the side. As soon as she finished speaking, many champion mid-level trainers with similar strength to her jumped out of the Qinkai Mountain. They were all women. Looking at them in a row, they looked like a team of women's soldiers. Lin Chen looked at the women's army in front of him as if he was facing a great enemy. Lin Chen knew that there must be other people in the Qinkai Mountains, but what he didn't expect was that there would be so many champion level trainers hiding in the dark. If he didn't leave a miracle eye, if he had just used up all his trump card and strength, he would most likely die. Dozens of champion mid-level trainers stood in a row and several of them jumped, surrounding Lin Chen and his companions in a circle. Such a big move was bound to trap and hunt them here. The divine beast was born, killing without leaking a drop of water and leaving no trace. All deaths could be attributed to the fact that the dragon overlord Huram was too strong. Kartana Salamins and Immortal Emperor Eevee, you guys should come back first. Lin Chen took out the Pokeball and recovered Kartana Salamins and Immortal Emperor Eevee. Such a battle was not suitable for them to participate in with their current strength. If they were not careful, they would die here, which was not worth the loss. In this way, the three Pokemon Serperior, Zygarde and Jirachi surrounded Lin Chen and protected him tightly. Get rid of that annoying guy first and then deal with these bastards later. The leader pointed at Lin Chen and called him out by name. More than a dozen people changed their formation. 3 of them dealt with Lin Chen properly, while the rest held back other trainers and prevented them from supporting Lin Chen. Tentacruel, Bubble Ray, Mega Blastoise, Rapid Spin, Diamond Horned Rhino, Mega Horn. 3 Pokemon appeared out of nowhere facing Zygarde, Jirachi and Serperior respectively. A jellyfish that looked like an elephant swung its green tentacles and foam kept gushing out of its mouth, forming a beam of light that wrapped Jirachi up. Mega Blastoise retracted its entire body into its shell and the 2 cannons on its back flashed with strange light. Its shell rotated and circled continuously like a meteor shell, fiercely tackling Zygarde. The rhino was like a scorpion with its body covered with rocks and a long sharp horn on its head. The sharp horn gathered power and it was extremely sharp, and it tackled Serperior's abdomen. The 3 Pokemon each performed their duties, trying to defeat Lin Chen's 3 Pokemon at once. Zygarde, Earth Force, Serperior, Leaf Storm, Jirachi, Doomed Desire. The 3 Pokemon each used their own move and the earthquake created crack. The ground force rushed up from the abyss and shook Mega Blastoise. The hard power of the rock blocked Mega Blastoise's bombardment. 0. Please give me flowers. Instantly the surrounding open space was hit by heavy storms and countless fallen leaves turned into flying knives and were caught in the storm. The flying flowers and fallen leaves were all weapons, and each blade hit the diamond horn beast bound to defeat him in the impact. 8. Jiraiya waved his little hand and the clear sky turned into darkness. Countless psychic stars flickered in the sky and the stars shattered and the wishes were broken. Psychic's power broke through Tentacruel's bubble and it blasted towards Tentacruel's position with a stronger force. Lin Chen's 3 Pokemon were not to be outdone and no one gave in. They each used their own unique skills to resist the 3 Pokemon that attacked without revealing any flaws at all. Lin Chen had absolute recognition of the strength of these 3 Pokemon and he fully believed in their strength. He took advantage of this gap to open the eye of all-knowing and scan the situation of the 3 Pokemon on the opposite side. Sweep past 3 Pokemonal. The information about Pokemon appeared in Lin Chen's mind, but Lin Chen found something wrong in this information. It should be said that something was wrong when Mega Blastoise was launched, but there was no trace to be found, so Lin Chen could not confirm that his guess was correct. There are certain differences between these Pokemon in front of him and the Pokemon owned by the members of the Dusk Conference. As for what the specific difference is, Lin Chen could not say, but he felt that there was a little different. It was like an old opponent who was still familiar had suddenly changed, but he was no different from the old opponent before. Outsiders could not see it, but he could feel it clearly in the duels again and again, and there was a very uncomfortable corpse. Chapter 625. The Power of the Time Dragon God. The Illusion of the Distorted World. Please collect. Please subscribe. You are not the Dusk Conference. Lin Chen suddenly said a sentence during the battle. The 3 people in front of him were silent for a while, looking at Lin Chen with a evasive look, and finally nodded. Those people in the Dusk Conference are fools. How can they compare with our women's army? It's been so long and even a young elite level trainer can't solve it. How dare they call themselves the Vanguard and ask for credit from the evil god? Will they live up to their mission? Said one of the champion mid-level trainers. Boy, listen carefully now. The Dusk Conference has become a thing of the past. Our Kingpingle troops are the last arrow that will truly end your alliance. Center. Kingpingle? Isn't this the name of a tune? Lin Chen frowned and then said 750. The Dusk Conference is bad, but you are not much better. Superior World Tree Form Power of Law. Zygarde Jiraiya cooperate with Superior to completely defeat them. This battle must be fought quickly and can't be dragged on like this. Lin Chen completely vented his power and gathered it on Superior. The explosion of the World Tree Form and the power of law can destroy everything in the world. The violent power plotted, and Zygarde and Jiraiya transferred their own power to Superior, with Superior as the dominant force, not wanting to give the 3 Pokemon on the opposite side any chance to react. Agrin. Time Dragon God Form. Time Domain. Zorikya Illusion Domain. Lin Chen called Agrin and Zorikya out again, using their power to help Superior reach the most perfect state of power. The flow of time was slowed down by Agrin's Time Dragon God, and Zorikya opened the illusion domain, allowing the 3 Pokemon in front of him to enter the illusion, briefly slowing down their movement speed and reducing their reaction ability. Superior's law technique soared into the sky, carrying the power of the rules of heaven and earth, condensing the power of the law, and the violent power surged wildly here, and the holy light spread around Superior, breaking through all filth. All beings are equal under the power of the law. No matter how strong the 3 mid-level champions are, they cannot be fully released. Lin Chen's power plotted at once. Under the horrible power release, Tentacruel, whose defense is slightly weaker, was instantly defeated and scattered. Its green tentacles began to break and turn into powder, and its 2 gem-like eyes also cracked like glass. Seeing this, the 3 trainers of the Kingpingle team wanted to give orders, but whether it was Mega Blastoise, Tentacruel or Rhino, they were all in a short illusion field. In addition, Agrin slowed down the flow of time, so for a while they could not react at all. Tentacruel was solved. In less than a moment, Rhino was also solved in the same way. The 2 mid-level champion Pokemon could not stop the powerful law from being released explosively on them. Even Blastoise, who had a very high defense, was like this. After just a moment of resistance, his shell shattered, his cannon detached, and his body was baptized by the power of law. Everything turned into nothingness and disappeared from this world. In less than a minute, Superior's power of law completely wiped out the 3 Pokemon, making them disappear from the world. Superior, tie them up. Lin Chen issued an order. Vines grew around Superior and tied up the 3 people from the Kingpingle team. The battle on Lin Chen's side ended, and the battles on the other side gradually came to an end. Half of them were injured and half were disabled. Generally, the Kingpingle team had the advantage, while the other side had the advantage of the unfamiliar trainer. The other members of the Kingpingle team were shocked when they saw their companions being subdued by Lin Chen. Before they came, they had indeed carefully read Lin Chen's information and studied ways to deal with Lin Chen. They originally thought that it wouldn't be a big problem for the 3 champion mid-level trainers to join forces to deal with Lin Chen. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could still hold him back. However, the strength that Lin Chen showed really surprised them. However, it wasn't their fault that they were not well prepared. Indeed, Lin Chen's all the details before were thoroughly checked by the Qingpingle troops and all the tactics were thoroughly studied by them. However, their research does not mean that Lin Chen will not be flexible and will not improve his strength. Since the 1-month training, Lin Chen has experienced every actual battle, whether it is with Su Hu and Tan Taiyu at the same stage or the 9 saints who challenged across the border and the elders of the major alliances. He has learned a lot of combat experience from them. At the same time, relying on these combat experiences, Lin Chen's strength has been doubled and he has also realized many new tactics, and the cooperation between him and Pokemon has become more intimate. Just like what I said just now, Lin Chen used a tactic that he had never used before, with the power of many parties gathered on one side, fully pulling his strength to get an explosive improvement. The strength improvement is so huge that the opponent will not react at all for a while, and such battles are often unexpected, and the terrifying strength improvement is enough to defeat the opponent in a moment. By the time the opponents reacted, they had already been defeated by Lin Chen. Moreover, Lin Chen also had a miracle eye here. After playing games with the Dusk Conference one after another, Lin Chen's ability and knowledge grew a lot. The current Lin Chen is definitely not the trainer who only relied on brute force to fight before. Now he has many more strategies and tricks. Every time he fights against a stronger opponent, he can win in various ways. Therefore, Lin Chen's improvement is also changing with each passing day. Such an improvement of 5-9 is enough for the Qingpingle troops to have no time to study Lin Chen's improvement. Maybe when they just studied Lin Chen has already improved rapidly. In addition, Lin Chen still has many trump cards that have not been used. If they have not forced Lin Chen into a desperate situation, they will never know how terrifying Lin Chen's current strength is. It can be said that Lin Chen is enough to dominate the champion stage. Isn't it a huge improvement for a high-level elite trainer to be able to dominate the field of the champion primary level? Moreover, Lin Chen still has the potential to grow. His future growth will only make Lin Chen's strength even stronger and more invincible. What should we do now? A mid-level champion trainer asked Lin Chen. Chapter 626 Freeze the power of all things and subdue the first level god. Please collect. Please subscribe. After such a war, they almost all knew the origin of Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen only has the strength of a high-level elite, he led the Dusk meeting and Norman killed them all. Lin Chen answered without hesitation. There is no need for sympathy for those who are about to destroy the world. Superior raised his knife and the 3 members of Qingping Le in front of him were gone. The remaining members of Qingping Le fled in all directions. It was obvious that they had no chance of winning this battle. If they don't run away now, when will they? The remaining trainers immediately chased after them. They knew which was more important, Qrem or the enemy who destroyed the world. Although they were unwilling to let Qrem go, they couldn't have their cake and eat it too. There would always be a trade-off. Looking at the direction they were fleeing, Lin Chen didn't pursue them in depth but thought carefully on the spot. What kind of trials would they face in the future? The enemies that appeared were stronger than each other, and the fighting style was also very decisive and resolute without a trace of dragging. Every battle was well organized and well deployed. 06 Lin Chen was not in front of them these few times, mostly because of the all-knowing eyes and his sensitive sense. If it weren't for these, Lin Chen might have become their meal. If the enemy could hide so secretly and scattered all over the world, it would not be a simple matter for them to win a battle. What's more, the strength of the coming catastrophe is not just that. If the Dusk Conference is the weakest level and the Qingpingle troops are the NET level, then how strong will the strongest force of the coming catastrophe be? Lin Chen doesn't dare to guess. Nowadays the alliance and trainers from all over the world have not really united. They are only fighting against the coming catastrophe to a certain extent and have not made an effective deployment at all. It seems that there is no problem now, but if in the future, when the team of the coming catastrophe really wants to destroy this world, such a scattered state will only make them defeated one by one and vulnerable. Even with Lin Chen's current strength, Lin Chen can't deal with it calmly. At the same time, facing the siege of 3 mid-level champions, Lin Chen also relied on tricks to win. NET time. If Lin Chen's tactics are studied again, the NET battle will not be so simple and they will not give Lin Chen too much time to grow. It can be said that their goal now, in addition to destroying the world, collecting the breath of the beast to revive Eternatus, Lin Chen is their biggest goal. No matter where Lin Chen is, the troops of the coming catastrophe will follow him. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly sent out a divine thought, passing the information about the Qingpingle troops to the 9 saints. After doing everything, Lin Chen looking at Qrem leaning against the rock wall. Those were just minor episodes, and now is the main event. Don't pretend. I know you just acted so weak on purpose just to make us concerned. consume each other's strength. In fact, your current state is not much weaker than before. Lin Chen looked at Qram, who was weak and collapsed on the ground, and said, "Roar, how did you know?" Qram saw that his plan was posed, and he did not pretend to be weak but stood up fearlessly and asked, "Now only Lin Chen is here, a high-level elite. Although Lin Chen's strength is not simple, how strong can he be?" A group of people. Qram may still be a little afraid, but Lin Chen alone, he is not afraid at all. Anyway, he is also the dragon overlord among the mythical beasts. How can he be afraid of a small human? However, he was not pretending just now. Under the attack of the crowd and the bombardment of the rules of heaven and earth, he was indeed seriously injured. His strength and vitality were consumed a lot, and he could not exert his full strength at all. If all the champion class trainers had focused their main target on Qram, then Qram would not be able to bear it, and he could not be the opponent of those champion class trainers. Even if he was among the divine beasts, he did not have such a strong strength. Moreover, he had just recovered and was in a very unfamiliar state with this world. He did not know what changes had taken place in this world. He had not used his power for many years, which also made him feel very unfamiliar. Therefore, he could only pretend to be weak just now and let these trainers in front of him consume each other. After all, he also knew that he was among the divine beasts and how great his captivating power was for these human trainers. Now it seems that his plan has been achieved. The fisherman benefits from the fight between the parrot and the clam. The strong pursue the strong, leaving only the weakest one here. What threat is there for him, a dragon type overlord? Moreover, just now, while many champion class trainers were fighting, Qram gradually adapted to this world and recovered some of his strength. Although he was still not in his prime and could not show the power of destroying the world, he would definitely have no problem dealing with a high-level elite guy. Poor acting skills. Anyone with a discerning eye can see, Lin Chen said lightly. "Oh, since you know, why don't you leave?" 750 Do you also want to subdue me, or do you want to die in my hands? Qram grinned. His breath was strong and he smiled. "Is it a difficult thing to subdue you?" Lin Chen asked back. Qram glanced at Lin Chen and said with a smile, "It's not difficult, it just depends on whether you have the ability." Even if his divine power has not been restored, he is still the dragon breath overlord Qram, and Lin Chen is not a threatening figure to him. Glaciate. Qram blew out ice mist and the icy air spread throughout the Qinkai mountain. Ice spikes condensed and turned into ice and snow, covering the earth. The cold breath instantly hit Lin Chen's body, making him tremble. Zigard. The force of the earth. Zigard's whole body stimulated a powerful ground-based power. The rocks collapsed, cracks appeared, and the ice surface was broken. Countless rocks rolled out of the cracks and fell to the ice surface, smashing huge deep pit. The icy breath was covered by the force of the earth. For a moment the icy breath disappeared. Qram's feet trembled on the ground and the icy breath once again spread throughout the Qinkai mountain. The rocks of the rollout were frozen into ice in an instant and fell to the ground. Chapter 627 The Star of Destruction of the World. The Legendary Beast. Please collect. Please subscribe. Then the ice blocks transformed from rocks smashed heavily in the direction of Zigard. Each rock contained a strong breath of ice crystal. The moment the rocks rose into the air, the ice spikes on the ground also followed the ice rain lock on Zigard, and the two attacks came at the same time, not wanting to give Zigard any chance to react. Zigard saw this and pressed forward with his huge palm. The power of the earth and rocks penetrated the ice surface. The power surged into the air bit by bit and turned into a huge shield. The double gravity of the rock and the ground was extremely solid, and it was not something that ordinary power could easily break. The ice spike and ice balls smashed into the shield, causing it to sink deeply into it. Countless forces could not be released. After using up the power, it could only slide down along the gravity, which seemed useless. Jiraki. Psychic Star. Zigard. Stone Edge. Lin Chen gave an order and the two Pokemon used their power at the same time. The power of Psychic and Rock was stimulated at the same time. A huge saffron star appeared in the sky, hanging in the sky, dazzling and slightly falling as if it would fall at any time, just like a meteor across the sky, producing brilliant fireworks and falling to the ground. Zigard stomped his feet and the ground trembled. He put his palms together and pulled them around. The power of rock gathered in Zigard palms and hard stones gathered from them and turned into countless sword cone. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, the Psychic Star hanging in the sky, the sea star fell instantly, and the stone edge in Zigard's hand also bombarded in the direction of Qram. The net moment the Psychic Star slightly shifted in the direction of Zigard's stone edge. Just when the Psychic Star was about to collide with the stone edge, the net moment the Psychic Star and the stone edge merged together to form the same force. The combination of double gravity made the power between them even more terrifying. An attack spoiler rock system and Psychic's double gravity combined together, the power increased several times under the double gravity. When the ice crystals on the ground began to melt, the ice surface shattered and even the icy air in the air disappeared, turning into drops of water dripping down. Qram saw saw such a terrifying force rushing towards him. The two small claws on his chest carved strange marks one after another. He formed a seal with his hands to form an imprisoned formation emitting white light. The heagram kept rotating. The heagrams of different sizes overlapped and added ponding more and more to form a huge formation seal. A terrifying pressure was released from the heagram formation. There seemed to be evil spirit demons, angels and true God. The power of evil and holiness coexisted and merged in the heagram formation. Various powerful forces were released from it to block the rolling offensive. Psychic stars gathered and collided. Stone edge turned into thousands of stones and hit the heagram formation. It was like hitting cotton. There was no advantage of power at all. The heavy attack was disintegrated in an instant and the power was completely lost. The offensive of Zygarde and Jiraki was completely disintegrated by Qram's attack in an instant. As a legendary beast it lived up to its reputation. The Dragon Overlord could indeed restrain all forces, and even the power to restrain psychic became useless in Qram's eyes. All these forces were like a cloud passing through the sky, becoming useless. Even Jiraki and Zygarde, who were at the middle level of champion, could not deal with Qram, whose mid-level champion power had not yet fully recovered. Although Zygarde and Jiraki are also legendary Pokemon, there is still a gap between them and legendary beasts, because in addition to the rarity of legendary beasts, the reason why they are truly named legendary beasts is that they have powerful strength, which is the real reason why they are named legendary beasts. As for the legendary Pokemon, because of their rarity there is not much consideration on their strength. Some legendary Pokemon are even stronger than some ultimate Pokemon. However, the reason why the mythical beasts are called mythical beasts is that they have extremely special abilities and have certain historical research significance. For example, Diancie can be used to study the existence of the ancient stone country in the Pokemon legend. Just like Jiraki, a mythical beast that only appears once in 1,000 years. If you get it, you can explore things that happened 1,000 years ago and have the ability to predict the future. For example, finding Diancie in addition to Lin Chen's own reasons is more due to the psychic power of Jiraki. Therefore there are many differences in mythical beasts. Some are because of their strong strength, some are because of their special abilities, and some are because of their certain research value. These abilities are not possessed by ordinary Pokemon. Among the two Pokemon in Lin Chen's hands, except for Zygarde, which has a certain strong strength, Jiraki is more reflected in its value function, not in a combat ability. Moreover, the legendary beasts rely on real power. The saying that you can rule the world with legendary beasts is not a word that comes out of thin air. Therefore the power of legendary beasts is usually much greater than that of Pokemon. Zygarde and Jiraki are no match for Qram even when they join forces, which is understandable. However, this scene shocked Lin Chen a little. He knew that Qram as a legendary beast was indeed very powerful, but he did not expect that his power was even more difficult to deal with than the three champion mid-level enemies who joined forces. However, it cannot be said that the enemy is the enemy. Lin Chen did his best to solve them and showed no mercy at all, but Qram was different. Among the legendary beasts, Lin Chen also wanted to subdue it very much. Subduing does not mean defeating. If because of this incident there is a grudge, it is not a particularly easy thing to subdue Qram. Even if it is subdued, the future cooperation of Zhao and Li cannot fully exert the true power of Qram. Therefore Lin Chen did not go all out at the moment, but just wanted to test Qram's strength and his character. If Qram was the kind of person who could be subdued by defeating him, Lin Chen would definitely go all out. However, in Lin Chen's view, divine beasts were often extremely arrogant and this method might not work. Lin Chen did not intend to use this method. He wanted to use a more clever method to make Lin Chen completely submit to him and work for him. Of course, Lin Chen didn't want to make too much noise. In this situation, a big noise would attract more people. In the current situation, if the Kingpingal troops came again, Lin Chen might not be able to stop them. Looking at Qram, Lin Chen stopped his offensive and suddenly had another new idea. Chapter 628, Conquering Qram, the Power of the Great Devil. Please subscribe. If the heart attack fails, you can only use your wit with brute force alone for a while. As long as Qram is willing, Lin Chen can't get rid of Qram at all. He can drag other forces to support and trigger a new battle. Moreover, Lin Chen didn't know whether there were any ambushes about the members of Kingpingal and the Dusk Conference here. If their elite troops were not far away, they would probably reach the Qinkai Mountains in a short time. At that time, Lin Chen would face greater pressure and he might also throw Qram out, losing two birds with one stone. There was no need to make such a sacrifice. Therefore, it is better to outwit. The probability of success is often higher. If outwitting fails, you can only resort to hard work. Qram, I guess you don't have much energy left in your body now, right? Why don't we take another approach to the duel? If you win, I will leave and cover your back, letting you go your own way. If I win, you will be my warrior Pokemon. How about that? Lin Chen jumped down from midair, not afraid of Qram's might at all, walked in front front of him and said to him. Qram glanced at the human in front of him, sneered, and his face showed a strong aura like an evil dragon, and said, "Oh, 750, I am the Dragon Overlord Qram, carrying the power of heaven and earth, and I can replenish my power at any time between heaven and earth. How dare you, a small human, negotiate with me? Do you think that with your strength you are really capable of dealing with me? Are you really qualified to be my master?" Lin Chen showed a faint smile on his face and said, "How can you prove that you can carry the power of heaven and earth? You were just revived and was backfired by the power of heaven and earth. If you are familiar with the rules of this world, I might believe you when you say this, but do you think I will believe it after what I just saw? In addition, I don't want to be your master. My relationship with Pokemon has always been a friend. You can have freedom and be free from it's never been a master-servant relationship. Maybe you don't believe me when I say this now, but I will prove it to you with my actual actions. It just depends on whether you are willing or not." Qram paused and said, "How long will it take to actually prove it? Do you think I have that much time to waste with you like this?" Lin Chen glanced at Qram and knew that he had loosened up a little. What he said had already moved him. Then he said, "It can be a moment or a lifetime. As long as we have trust in each other, all dangers will be solved. There is no need for too many harsh conditions." Indeed, what Lin Chen said was not wrong at all. When Qram was in his prime and adapted to the rules of heaven and earth, he could indeed use the dragon system, ice system, fire system, and various weak numerical forces between heaven and earth. With the blessing of multiple powers, Qram's power can reach a continuous state. As long as he does not consume too much power, Qram can even turn into a perpetual motion machine when facing a less powerful opponent. Even if he is defeated, he can only use the time of escape to recover briefly. However, Qram has been sleeping for several years, and even he himself does not know how long he has been sleeping. Moreover, when he was sleeping, he was in the Pokemon world. Now, after the Pokemon world and the human world have merged, the rules of heaven and earth have slowly changed and are no longer the same as they were back then. However, since the Pokemon world and the human world have merged for only 100 years, Qram did not suffer too strong backlash when he woke up, and only a short period of heaven and earth power would cause him some damage. However, with the time of the Dragon Overlord Qram, the backlash of the rules of heaven and earth is not too serious for him, and he can even resist it easily. However, Qram had just fought one battle after another, and his power was consumed greatly. Just as Lin Chen said, his power was consumed too much. For a moment he could not recover at all, and he could not carry the power of heaven and earth. His ability was equivalent to being completely consumed. Of course, he was also afraid that if those opponents came back and those strong men joined forces again, Qram would definitely not be their opponent and would definitely be defeated by them and even completely become their subordinate Pokemon. As for Lin Chen in front of him, Qram had also seen his strength. With the strength of the elite stage, he was indeed very strong and was not an easy opponent to deal with. However, compared with those genuine champion level trainers, Lin Chen was relatively not so terrifying and would not pose such a big threat to him. After all, there is still a big gap between champion trainers and elite level trainers. Maybe it can't be seen now, but when Lin Chen breaking through to the champion class is definitely a qualitative leap. Therefore, he was somewhat moved by Lin Chen's word. Lin Chen was an excellent choice compared to those people. However, as the Dragon Overlord, he did not want to be anyone's Pokemon, which was a disgrace to his status. This made him very hesitant. Even though the rest just now had restored some of his strength, it was far from enough. He might not be able to fight Lin Chen to a draw. However, if other trainers arrive, Qram would definitely lose. At that time, he himself could not say why he would end up. Instead of doing this, it would be better to talk to Lin Chen about the condition. Perhaps there was still some hope. Moreover, he also saw Lin Chen's potential clearly. Although he could not say that he was willing to rise and fall, at least Lin Chen's talent could make him recognize it, which was a great standard. "How about it? Do you want to hear my condition?" Lin Chen saw that Qram was still hesitating and asked after a while. "Okay, tell me. I want to know how you can conquer me." Qram nodded and said, "Actually, it's not difficult. We can't tell who will win in a short battle. You probably don't want to see the situation where the two sides are fighting and the fisherman is the winner. The best result is that one of us will benefit. If we can't win by force, we can use our wits to defeat him. You are the Dragon Overlord Qram with supreme power. I am a human trainer who can develop tacit understanding with Pokemon, issue orders, control the situation, improve the combat effectiveness of Pokemon, and win the battle faster." Chapter 629, The God of Infinite Illusion, the All-Knowing and All-Powerful I. Please subscribe. So I think we can set up a game together. Whoever can break the game will win. Since time is tight, one game will decide the winner. I can use the power of Pokemon to set up a fantasy space. You can use your power to detect whether there is any abnormality in the fantasy space and strengthen your own power in it. After that, we will enter the fantasy at the same time. Whoever can break the fantasy first will win. What do you think? Lin Chen asked Qrem. Fantasy space? It's not impossible. Qrem nodded and said. Qrem has a certain confidence in his own power. He is not afraid of Lin Chen doing anything in it. As long as he is reinforced with his own power, even if Lin Chen does something he can quickly break it. However, looking at Lin Chen's appearance, he must not be such a person. Okay, let's see who breaks the mirror faster. Zorakya, the environmental field is open. Fantasy space. Lin Chen took out the Pokeball, summoned Zorakya and opened a fantasy door. The sky turned a light purple, reflecting the earth and the Qinkai mountain. The entire mountain range was in a beautiful color. Before the little bits of light flashed, a fantasy door appeared in front of Lin Chen, fluctuating and rotating extremely fantastic, as if it contained a sea of stars, ancient forest, desert, lava and strong winds and thunder. Zigard Jiraki, keep an eye on the situation here. If there is any abnormality, solve it as soon as possible. Zorakya, hide the fantasy space well and don't let anyone find this door. Qram, go in and try it out. How about winning or losing? After Lin Chen finished his instructions, he stepped into the fantasy door and turned his head to Qram and asked, I'll trust you for once, I hope you won't let me down. As soon as Lin Chen stepped into the fantasy door, Qram's palms on his chest sent out a force. After testing the fantasy space without any problems, he jumped into the fantasy space. Lin Chen then walked into the fantasy door and used the method of outsmarting to win Qram's trust. This was not an excellent choice. Lin Chen did not use any tricks in the fantasy space, and there was no need. After all, with Qram's strength and knowledge, Qram must know clearly what Lin Chen did. Even if he was not discovered in a dangerous way, winning in an ignominious way was not the style that Lin Chen should have. If you want to win, you must win in an upright manner. Lin Chen does not need or want things won by trick. Moreover, once the matter is posed, Qram will definitely lose trust in him completely. In this way, the gains will not outweigh the losses. Moreover, in the fantasy space, Lin Chen is not without the possibility of winning completely. On the contrary, the probability of winning is not low. Lin Chen has the eyes of omniscience, which can see through many illusions and will not be easily confused by illusions. Of course, Lin Chen had his own ideas for this battle of wits with Qram. Entering the illusion to train is what Lin Chen has always wanted to do. Entering the illusion and breaking the illusion can greatly and effectively improve his real strength and make him more knowledgeable. After all, in the Pokemon world there are countless illusions that confuse people. If Lin Chen had not encountered such a situation before, it would only take a moment for him to enter the illusion and his head and body would be separated. Therefore, such training is still a good thing for a trainer like Lin Chen who does not have rich combat experience. It is very necessary, and at the same time it is also a great helping hand for me to improve my strength to the champion stage. After all, to be promoted to the champion level, not only do you need to have strong strength and a good understanding with Pokemon, but you also need the trainer to have this kind of strength of forging ahead, fearlessness and seeing through the world. Otherwise, how can you stand on the top of the world as a champion, overlooking the earth and breaking through the dangers that block you? Of course, if you want to be promoted to the champion level, it is certainly not enough to rely on just a few things. In addition to your own conditions, you also need to comprehend the power of the champion level laws and other deeper powers. Just like the power of the laws that Lin Chen has comprehended now is given by Pokemon, only when you summon Pokemon can you bring the power of the laws to the most perfect state, but a true champion level trainer does not need to summon Pokemon at all. Even if it is separated by a Pokeball, you can use the power of the Pokemon's laws for yourself. 0 Please give me flowers. However, Lin Chen has not seen this kind of extrasensory power yet, not because there are no trainers in this world who have realized this kind of power, but because the champion level trainers that Lin Chen has met now are not real champion level trainers. Their power will be one level lower than the current level. If they are mid-level champions, they are only champion beginners. If when Lin Chen meets a champion level trainer who can use the power of the law, it will, even if it is a champion beginner, Lin Chen may not be able to fight him so calmly. This is because when the champion level strength reaches a certain essence, the difference between the champion level and elite level strength will be truly reflected, and it is not as if there is no difference. Therefore, Lin Chen was able to sweep everything with the strength of the mid-level champion just because he had not encountered a true champion level trainer. Of course, this was also because there were very few such trainers. Each of them was an elite champion level trainer with the potential to grow to the level of a master. The death of one was a huge loss of potential, because the minimum requirement for promotion to the level of a master is to be able to control the power of one's own laws at will. And the reason why many champion level trainers ended at the champion level was because they could not use the power of laws at will and could only stay at the champion level for their entire lives, unable to move. Like Zhu Sheng, it seems that Zhu Sheng has an extremely high talent, but why has Zhu Sheng reached the limit of his lifespan but has not yet been able to break through to the level of the headmaster but has remained at a small champion high-level strength and has not even stepped into the champion P. It is not only because he is a fighting trainer and he consumes his strength and spirit excessively in battle, but more importantly he has not fully mastered the use of the power of law and can only use it barely. If Lin Chen had not pulled him back from the brink of life and death this time, perhaps Zhu Sheng would never have been able to break through to the level of the headmaster in his life. Chapter 630 Comprehending the Supreme Law, the Great Demon King who shocked the past and the present. Please subscribe. But now it is different. After experiencing the hardships of life and death, Zhu Sheng seems to have realized the true use of the power of law. Before Lin Chen left, Zhu Sheng has been able to control the power of law. He is not proficient, but he knows how to use it. That is to say, if Zhu Sheng can continue to improve his ability, it is not impossible to be promoted to the level of the headmaster in the future and increase his lifespan. Lin Chen entered the fantasy space. Everything in the fantasy space became very strange. It was pitch black. He couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He couldn't see any objects in front of him. He was in the darkness and had no memory. Illusions often symbolize inner demons, but since Lin Chen was born and embarked on the road of cultivation, he thought he had never had any inner demons and had never suffered incurable setback. He was now very curious about what the illusion in front of him would look like and what the inner demon that had never appeared in his heart was, because when he opened this illusion field, Lin Chen had already told Sorakya not to set up any illusions and only test the inner demon hidden deepest in his heart. 753. Not only for fairness but more importantly, Lin Chen also wanted to understand where his inner demon was. Lin Chen followed the darkness and walked around aimlessly. He didn't know where the road was, where he should go and what he would encounter. Just as he was walking, he seemed to bump into a wooden board. Lin Chen reached out and touched the board. It was somewhat clear and a little loose. When he touched it gently, it made a creaking sound like a door. Then Lin Chen tried to push the door open. He pushed forward gently and it was very easy to push the door open. The door was opened and another world appeared in front of Lin Chen. It was no longer a world of nothingness and darkness, but a warm little world with grass growing, birds singing, flowers blooming, spring full of vitality and birds singing, flying in the sky, small fish swimming in the lake, small squirrels jumping on the trees, caterpillars crawling on the leaves, many Pokemon live carefree here. All this is as comfortable as walking into a paradise. Living in it, you can't feel any pressure. Everything is so beautiful and pleasant. Lin Chen looked at the world in front of him and walked in involuntarily. He stepped on the fragrant and soft grass, breathed the fresh air and watched the light blue sky accompanied by waves of white cloud. Lin Chen leaned against a big tree, twisting a flower in his hand, teased the insects on the green leaves with the branches and fell into a carefree life. In this way Lin Chen stayed here for a long time. I don't know how much time has passed, whether it is half a month or a year or year after year. Every day Lin Chen did not repeat his past life. Every day was a new day with different things to do and different life to enjoy, sometimes hunting, sometimes playing, sometimes fishing, sometimes climbing trees to get bird egg. But I don't know from when Lin Chen felt that this kind of life was getting more and more boring. He was alone here doing nothing, wanting to escape but also wanting to stay here, living a comfortable life, enjoying every bit here. What's wrong with me? Why do I become so unmotivated? Day after day passed. Lin Chen suddenly seemed to recall something one day and suddenly asked himself, after staying here for so long, he had forgotten what kind of person he was and what he should do. He seemed to have lost himself, but in this comfortable and carefree environment he seemed to feel that he had something unfinished and he should not be depressed and only seek pleasure. After asking himself again and again, Lin Chen gradually woke up, but he was still a little confused about the future and the present, but he could not break this kind of enjoyment of a comfortable life and was deeply trapped in it. The green grass, blue sky and white clouds in front of him, the breeze with the faint fragrance of soil and flowers. Lin Chen looked forward with deep eyes, slowly turned his head and looked at the doorway of nothingness and darkness. The net moment Lin Chen seemed to have made up his mind and walked slowly towards the doorway, one step at a time, two steps at a time. Each step was very difficult, as if there were stones tied to his feet, and each step was very strenuous. But with every step Lin Chen's belief in his heart became firmer and he gradually woke up and knew what his responsibilities were and what he would do in the future. He was no longer confused and his eyes were firm and no longer empty. He walked forward step by step, walked to the door of nothingness and darkness, looked back and saw the extremely comfortable holy land on earth. The net moment he stepped into the door of nothingness and darkness without hesitation and returned to the place where he could not see his hand in front of his face. However, Lin Chen just stayed there for a moment and the darkness in front of him disappeared. In the blink of an eye Lin Chen was already in Qinkai Mountains, standing in front of the fantasy gate, and nothing in front of him changed at all. Zigard and Jiraki guarded on both sides, guarding the mountain. Sorakya hid the fantasy gate, which was very very hidden. If Lin Chen hadn't appeared in front of the fantasy gate, he would never have thought that there was a door here. After walking out of the illusion, Lin Chen asks Aurakya, how long have I stayed in this illusion? There is no doubt that Yuram did not come out and Lin Chen finally won this competition. However, Lin Chen felt that he had been in the illusion for countless years and had been silent for a long time, but in the real world he found that there seemed to be no major changes. Aurakya looked at the sun in the sky and said, it won't be too long. According to the sunset it will be about 2 or 3 hours. Lin Chen nodded slightly, looked at the fantasy door and fell into deep thought. Lin Chen didn't expect that his inner demon was to enjoy happiness and pleasure, escape from all the struggles in the world, get rid of all the compulity, not participate in the war of the secular world, and just want to live a lifetime in a paradise without worries. But Lin Chen has no such idea in real life. Even in his sleep he has never had such a dream. His inner demon is this which really surprised Lin Chen. After all, since Lin Chen embarked on the road of trainer, he has never coveted pleasure. He has been improving himself and gaining experience. When the catastrophe is coming and the dusk meeting appears, he will be the first to resist the catastrophe and wipe out the dusk meeting. This battle again and again, no matter how difficult it is, even if he knows there is a risk of death, Lin Chen is fearless to face the difficulties. However, it is strange that after Lin Chen enjoyed a moment of tranquility in the illusion, he actually felt a little strange and found that he was not the real him now. He felt that everything was so unreal and wanted to escape from the infinite sinking. When he looked at the dark doorway of nothingness, Lin Chen flashed a thought of being a hero in troubled time. He wanted to stand on the top of the world and become the strongest trainer in the world. He was not afraid of going through hardships, but just for himself not to regret. In order to protect the world, he was willing to dedicate everything. Such a force gradually became firm in his heart, so that Lin Chen walked forward without looking back, and his thought deep in his heart became firmer with every step. In fact, Lin Chen was a little confused now. He didn't know why he could suddenly wake up and suddenly jump out of his deep thoughts, break all the spirits of greed for pleasure and return to the real world to suffer. However, after such an illusion experience, Lin Chen felt that his heart was more solid, more determined, no longer wavering, no longer deviating. Everything follows his heart, impartial. After this illusionary tempering, Lin Chen will be stronger than before, more indestructible. What could stop him in the past will now be broken, and there will be nothing in the future that can stop him. The inner demon has been removed, and the desire for pleasure makes everyone plan something at some point. This is not a big problem, but Lin Chen can completely break this problem and no longer have this thought in his heart. This is not a kind of growth. Lin Chen waited outside the fantasy gate for an hour. Yuram had not come out of the fantasy gate yet. At sunset, a white light flashed through the fantasy gate. Yuram walked out of the fantasy gate with a body as strong as a mountain. He staggered after taking 2 steps. His legs were unstable and he fell to the ground. A few tears fell from the corners of his eyes. He looked at the scene in disappointment and confusion, unmoved. Chapter 631, Reviving the Supreme Divine Beast, the Great Catastrophe of World Destruction. Please subscribe. However, it is strange to say that after Lin Chen enjoyed a moment of tranquility in the illusion, he actually felt a little strange and found that he was not the real him now. He felt that everything was so unreal. He wanted to escape in the infinite sinking. When he looked at the dark doorway of nothingness, Lin Chen had a flash of the idea of being a hero in troubled time. He wanted to stand on the top of the world and become the strongest trainer in the world. He was not afraid of going through hardships, but he was willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of not regretting it and protecting the world. Such a force gradually became firm in his heart, so that Lin Chen walked forward without looking back, and his thought deep in his heart became firmer with each step. In fact, Lin Chen was a little confused now. He didn't know why he could suddenly wake up, suddenly burst out his thoughts deep in his heart, break all the spirits of greed for pleasure and return to the real world to suffer. However, after such an illusion experience, Lin Chen felt that his heart was more solid and firm, no longer shaken, no longer deviated. Everything was in line with his heart, impartial. It was also after this illusion training that Lin Chen would be stronger and more indestructible than before. What could stop him from moving forward before would now be broken, and there would be nothing in the future that could stop him. The inner demon has been removed. The desire for pleasure makes everyone plan something at some point. This is not a big problem, but Lin Chen can completely get rid of this problem and no longer have such thoughts in his heart. This is a kind of growth. Lin Chen waited outside the fantasy gate for an hour. Yuram has not come out of the fantasy gate yet. At sunset, a white light flashed through the fantasy gate. Yuram's body, as strong as a mountain, walked out of the fantasy gate. He didn't take 2 steps, but he was shaky. His legs were unstable and he fell to the ground. A few tears fell from the corners of his eyes. He looked at the front with some disappointment and confusion, unmoved. The arrogant dragon overlord Yuram actually has such a weak side. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder what Yuram's inner demon was that could torture him him like this. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen asked with some concern. I lost. I am willing to be your warrior Pokemon, take me back. Qrem shook his head without saying too many details, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen wanted to say something but Qrem said again, it's too late, I will regret it in a while. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Even the most domineering tough guy would have a soft side in his heart. He took out a Pokeball, put Qrem in it and didn't ask any more questions. Although Lin Chen didn't know what Qrem had experienced in the illusion, everyone had a point that they didn't want others to mention. Touching that point was equivalent to touching the bottom line of others. Zygarde, Jiraiya, you guys come back too. Salamin. Lin Chen took Zygarde and Jiraiya back to the new world, summoned Salamins from the Pokeball, sat on Salamanki's back and chased in the direction where the members of the Kingpingle team fled. Qrem was subdued and the NET thing to deal with was them. However, 5 or SI hours had passed since the members of the Kingpingle army fled from the Qinkai mountain. Lin Chen chased them now but he could not find any trace of them. Although the Kingpingle army had fled, it gave the world and the Alliance an extremely important message. In addition to the Dusk Conference, there were a series of enemies such as the Kingpingle army that were approaching the catastrophe. Lin Chen flew towards his home in the town, said goodbye to his parents and flew back to the Alliance Center. Lin Chen had completed the task assigned to him by the Alliance leader and the opportunity was obtained. NET he should go to solve the rebellion in the world. On the way back to the Alliance, Lin Chen quelled many Pokemon riots but he did not find any other resurrected beasts along the way. It was obvious that the resurrected beasts were just awakening and there was no large-scale outbreak. After the Pokemon riots were quelled by the trainers of the Alliance Center and families in various places, the riots gradually ended. There were very few incidents of Pokemon maliciously injuring people and causing riot. After returning to the Alliance, Lin Chen will Mega Aerodactyl emphasized that he had not transmitted the information to the Alliance, but something happened that shocked Lin Chen even more. In addition to the Kingpingle troops, another new catastrophe approaching troop, the 100 Beast 1000 Absolute troops, appeared in the northwest of the world. Before Lin Chen came back, Suhu, Ellie and Ivy had gone to snipe the newly appeared 100 Beast 1000 Absolute troops. At this time, in addition to the 1000 Absolute 100 Beasts troops in the northwest, the Kingpingle troops in the southeast did not stop their action. They were still rioting in various places, launching battles and fighting with the trainers guarding the Alliance centers and the trainers of various families. The victory or defeat was difficult to determine, but the ones who had the advantage were often the 100 Beast 1000 Absolute troops and the Kingpingle troops. The trainers in various places were no match for these elite troops. After Lin Chen learned of this information, he reorganized it. The two major catastrophe approaching troops, the 753rd team of the 100 Beast 1000 Absolute troops and the Kingpingle troops, arrived at the same time and the Dusk Conference had not been completely wiped out. This also means that the Alliance Center and local families have to deal with 3 troops at the same time, but the elite troops of the 100 Beasts and 1000 Absolutes and Kingpingle troops often only appear in places where the beasts are revived. According to the information sent back by Lin Chen before, the Alliance Center has focused on sending trainers to the places where the beasts are revived to compete with the 100 Beasts and 1000 Absolutes and Kingpingle troops for the ownership of the beasts. In addition to Qrem, who was subdued by Lin Chen, 2 beasts, Zapdos and Suicune, were revived in the past week. Zapdos was obtained by the trainer of the Alliance Center, while Suicune ran with the North Wind, roaming around the world purifying the filth of the world, and was not obtained by the 100 Beasts and 1000 Absolutes and Kingpingle troops. The resurrection of the 3 beasts did not give the troops that were about to be catastrophic an advantage, which means that the time of Eternatus's arrival has not been advanced and it should still be at a slow pace. Recuperate. However, during this period the number of revived beasts increased a lot and a total of 5 beasts were revived. However, they are still in the recovery stage and have not yet fully appeared. However, the Alliance Center major families and the 1000 Beasts and Kingpingle troops, which are about to be catastrophic, have sent people to protect the location of the revived beasts. Chapter 632, The Disaster of the 3 Sacred Beasts Entering the Ancient Mysterious Realm. Please subscribe. Lin Chen successively quelled 3 rebellions of sacred beasts according to the instructions of the Alliance, namely Moltres, Entei and Raikou, and these 3 revived sacred beasts returned to nature and did not participate in the human battlefield. Although this is not the best result, it is not the worst result either. At least it will not speed up the time for Eternatus to descend on this world. On Suhu's side, 2 sacred beasts, Articuno and Ui, appeared. Among them, Ui returned to nature and Articuno was subdued by the 1000 beasts. The moment Articuno was captured by the 1000 beasts, countless fist-sized hailstones fell from the sky around the world. Tens of thousands of hailstones caused extremely heavy damage to houses, crops, people and wild Pokemon. However, because of the capture of the beast by trainers from all over the world. The hailstorm did not last long and was stopped by trainers from all over the world. But this also foreshadowed that the revival of the mythical beast was a matter of vital importance to human survival. The battle for the mythical beast should be mentioned at the highest level. If the revival of the mythical beast could not be suppressed, the mythical beast must not be taken away by the Thousand Beast and King Pingle troops. Once they get the mythical beast, they will use the power of the mythical beasts to disrupt the world order and destroy the safety of the living environment. Everything will be destroyed, and more importantly, it will accelerate the arrival of Eternatus. In this way, this is definitely not good news for humans. One wave has not settled, another wave has risen, and the battle for the revival of the mythical beast has opened a new chapter. Just after the 3 sacred birds and 3 sacred beasts revived, the revivals of the sacred beasts around the world suddenly stopped, and the breath of the revived sacred beast seemed to disappear in this world, which made people feel very strange, as if there was some power behind it controlling all this. Just when the trainers of the Alliance Center and the families in various places were recuperating and preparing for the NET battle, a big hole suddenly appeared in the sky of the North Pole for no reason, and the aurora flashed in it, which was magnificent. Around the hole there were countless planets twinkling in the stars, and the colorful light reflected the entire pupil. The hole seemed to have countless magic powers, and the Pokemon that approached it would be attracted into it. After that, they never saw the figures of those Pokemon again. There were also Eploration trainers who wanted to go into Eplore, but similarly after entering they could no longer see their figures, and they didn't know whether they were dead or alive. The Alliance Center and families from all over the country also received this information. The mysterious cave that suddenly appeared was extremely mysterious. It was impossible to verify whether it was good or bad. They did not dare to let the trainers take the risk to enter it. They could only arrange some trainers to guard the surrounding areas of the North Pole and in front of the mysterious cave. After all, such a place has never appeared before. At this critical juncture, it is not guaranteed that this mysterious cave is the work of the coming catastrophe. If you don't dare to take risks, you can only guard it to avoid any bigger accident. The mysterious cave appeared quietly for 2 days, and there was no big movement, but suddenly a sound came from the cave, resounding all over the world. All over the world, the bright, deep, melodious and mysterious voices intoxicated everyone who heard them. The secret realm of divine beasts will be here in 9 days. Divine beasts that have not yet revived will appear in the secret realm of divine beasts. If you enter it and defeat the divine beasts, you can stop the divine beasts from reviving immediately. If you fail to defeat the divine beasts when the secret realm of divine beasts ends, the divine beast will immediately revived in the real world. 2. Restrictions. The secret realm of divine beast carries too much power of divine beast, which makes the power in the secret realm of divine beast extremely unstable. Only trainers below the champion level can enter it. If you violate the power limit, you will be killed. Rules. When the secret realm of divine beast is opened, the north will become a restricted area. All Pokemon and human trainers cannot approach this place. In the secret realm of divine beast, you cannot use eternal forces. You can only fight with the power of yourself and Pokemon. After entering the secret realm of divine beast, you will land at a random location. Every trainer who enters the secret realm of divine beast will get a map of the secret realm of divine beast. The map will show the locations of each known divine beast and unknown divine beast will be hidden in major forbidden areas. The beasts in the forbidden land are often extremely powerful. Of course, if you can defeat the beasts in the forbidden land, the promotion and rewards you get will be richer. Reward. The battle between the beasts. No one is responsible for life or death. Every beast that appears in the secret realm of the beast is a phantom of the beast. If you can get the recognition of the phantom of the beast, you will get the power of the law of the beast or the token of the beast. Those who get the power of the law of the beast can increase their intimacy with the beast. When the beasts revive in the future, you can use the power of the beast to subdue the beast or release the beast. The beasts will give certain assistance. The secret realm of the beast is open for a total of 3 months. When the 3-month time limit is up, all the surviving trainers will automatically eat the secret realm of the beast. At that time, the real world will also open a new chapter. Whether the beasts can revive depends on the efforts of all trainers. The long and deep voice resounded all over the world. No matter where humans or wild Pokemon are, they can hear this voice. After the rules are explained, the voice also ends. After 9 days, the divine beast secret realm will be opened. Defeating the divine beast will slow down the time for the divine beast to recover, which is undoubtedly a good thing for humans to prevent the coming catastrophe. But the divine beast is extremely powerful and many divine beasts have not recovered. That means there are dozens of divine beasts in the divine beast secret realm. How can the trainers in the elite and champion stages deal with so many divine beasts? Moreover, in addition to human trainers who can enter the divine beast secret realm, wild Pokemon and the 100 beasts and thousands of forces and King Pingle forces that are about to come can also enter the divine beast secret realm. This will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the trial. For this reason, the Alliance Center and the major families held very various meetings urgently to arrange personnel respond to the opening of the Divine Bee secret realm, as well as the deployment of battles, the investigation of personnel strength, and a series of other tasks. These days the Alliance Center is very busy. Whether it is the top or the grassroots, as soon as they open their eyes they deal with the work at hand and speed up the deployment of personnel. Lin Chen also participated. As a champion level player he had to go to the Divine Bee secret realm. Chapter 633 Qrems shock the great devil who swept the world. 3 days and 3 nights passed, and after the Alliance Center's repetitive deployment the number of people who could enter the Divine Bee secret realm was determined. In addition to the God-killing team and the champion team, there were a total of 33 members in the elite stage, 27 members in the champion stage, and a total of 72 members including the God-killing team and the champion team. Of course this is just a predicted number. If the time to enter the Divine Bee secret realm is not fast enough, it is very likely that the number of members entering the Divine Bee secret realm will be far less than this number, because no one knows how long the Divine Bee secret realm will be open. What's more, there are trainers from all over the world. By then there will definitely be a crowd. Therefore this is just the result of the Alliance's estimation. At the same time the Alliance Center also browsed the quotas of major families to enter the Divine Bee secret realm. The major families have included a total of 157 elite level trainers and 101 champion level trainers. The number of trainers who want to enter the Divine Bee secret realm is astonishing. It can be seen that for this battle the major families have taken out the family's capital. Of course, entering the Divine Bee secret realm is not only to protect this world but also because there are many benefits in the Divine Bee secret realm. If you can get opportunities and rewards in it, it will undoubtedly be a huge improvement in strength. After all, the secret realm is a place where blessings and disasters coexist. In general, secret realms 753 can bring great benefits to trainers, not to mention the Divine Bee secret realm. Don't think too much. In the Divine Bee secret realm it is definitely not comparable to ordinary secret realm. Even if the rules and rewards are not mentioned, anyone with a discerning eye can understand it. What's more, this is also a contribution to protecting the world and resisting the coming catastrophe. Everyone is obliged to do so. After 3 days and 3 nights of deployment, Lin Chen did not sleep for 3 days and 2 nights, sleeping soundly. When he woke up, a day had passed. After eating and sleeping well, Lin Chen did not forget to improve his strength. Lin Chen entered the new world and planed to the immortal Emperor EV Mega Aerodactyl Salamins and other Pokemon the various dangers they might encounter in the future, asking them to prepare for the dangers first and slowly improve their strength from now on. Afterwards Lin Chen came to the realm where Diancie was and happened to meet Jiraki, who was also here with Diancie. After this period of recuperation, Diancie gradually recovered and was more trusting of Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen's arrival, she was no longer as calm as before but showed a faint smile. Although not warm, Lin Chen could feel that Diancie had gradually established a bridge of trust with him. Lin Chen, if you need me in the future I will definitely help you with all my strength. Lin Chen talked with Diancie and got to know more about Diancie's strength. When Lin Chen was about to leave, Diancie suddenly said to Lin Chen, "Okay." Lin Chen smiled and nodded slightly after hearing this. It is obvious that Diancie no longer has the suspicion and fear of Lin Chen as before but is full of trust. I believe that in addition to Lin Chen himself, Jiraki's helping hand is also indispensable. After gaining Diancie's trust, Lin Chen has 4 Pokemon with champion mid-level strength. Such strength is enough for him to walk sideways at the champion mid-level stage. Afterwards Lin Chen went to Qrem's territory. As a divine beast and dragon overlord, he did not get along well with many of Lin Chen's Pokemon and could not integrate into the group. Maybe the dragon overlord was too arrogant, or maybe they were unfamiliar with each other. Qrem stood alone on the top of the mountain looking at the world in front of him, looking down on the world and all living beings. As Qrem came to the new world, the rules of heaven and earth where Qrem was were changed. It was white, Osiris fell, rivers froze, ice spikes grew in a mess, and dark cloud passed by in the sky, flashing lightning from time to time. Qrem! Lin Chen shouted. "Human, why are you here?" Qrem asked Lin Chen with some surprise. "Can you tell me now what kind of demon did you suffer in the fantasy space that day?" Lin Chen took 3 steps and jumped to the top of the valley, stepping on the protruding rock, and sat net to Qrem watching the sunset, the light shining on his face. 1 person and 1 dragon with perfect body difference. Everything seemed so beautiful. "My own appearance, nothing much to say." Qrem's mood eased a lot and he was not as fierce to Lin Chen as before and said lightly. It was as if he was conquered by Lin Chen and he no longer had the previous hostility, the pressure from the dragon overlord divine beast, but instead spoke to Lin Chen in a reminiscing tone as if he had met an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. Lin Chen glanced at Qrem, nodded and said, "Since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. It's just that if you lose to me you have to pay a price. Otherwise I won't gain anything. Oh, I have already lost myself to you and you haven't gained anything. I am the majestic and famous dragon overlord Urem. How many people are eager to get me and you still say that you have gained nothing. What's wrong with you, a little human? You have too big an appetite. Lin Chen stretched out a finger, shook his head on Qrem's pupils and said, no, you are my trophy, so naturally it's not a gain one. I have great ambitions. I want more than just these. I want to win everything. Qrem pretended to bite off Lin Chen's finger, but Lin Chen reacted quickly and his finger dodged back and Qrem missed. Seeing this, Qrem actually smiled a little silly and said, you little human, you have a good plan. Forget it, since I have already convinced you. Tell me what you want to know. If I want to say it, I will try my best to tell you. In fact, Qrem didn't know what he was doing now. All his actions and expressions were completely unlike his personality and style. It was as if he had made up a personality. He was often cold, aloof, evil and arrogant. He looked down on all living things in the world. Now he has become a silly and old dragon. This feeling seems to have changed since he met Lin Chen. After entering the fantasy space and admitting defeat, his personality has completely become what it is now. Maybe Lin Chen infected him, or maybe Qrem was like this deep in his heart and now he was truly inspired by Lin Chen. Chapter 634. The Three Dragons of Tao are complete, surpassing the power of the first level god. Please collect. Please subscribe. Everyone says that according to legend you can merge with Reshiram and Zekrom through Shiny Stone and Dusk Stone to become Flame White Qrem and Dark Qrem. After merging, your power will increase several times. At that time the sun, moon and stars will lose their brilliance and the sky and the earth will be dim. This world will be ruled by you. But why did you, who was so arrogant, suddenly disappear in the future? Why did Reshiram and Zekrom suddenly disappear? Where did Shiny Stone and Dusk Stone go? Why did you suddenly fall into a deep sleep and disappear from this world until you reappeared that day? What unknown things did you experience during this period? Also, what happened during that period of time that caused you to have such a big change so that the records of that period of time were completely disconnected from the later history? What kind of suffering did you experience in that era? Lin Chen listed the doubts in his heart one by one, but there were still many questions that he hadn't asked. Haha, human, you have more than one or two questions. You suddenly raise so many questions. How can I answer them at once? Qrem recalled the past. His eyes were a little empty and then he said, okay, let's talk about it first. What kind of era was the era you were in? Lin Chen asked. To solve the mystery of Qrem's life experience and why that period of history suddenly broke with the later ones, we must start with the background of the time. As long as we know what kind of era that was, even if Qrem doesn't say it, Lin Chen can probably guess a little bit. In addition, that blank period of history is also what historians and scientists who study the Pokemon world have always wanted to know. As long as Lin Chen can extract this period of time, it may not be impossible to promote the progress of an era. What's more, Lin Chen himself is also a professor with extremely high achievements and strong scientific research capabilities. Okay, since you want to know so much, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Qrem recalled the past and spoke slowly. The Pokemon era in which Qrem lived was an extremely turbulent era. It was an era when the Pokemon world and the human world merged and separated for unknown tens of thousands of years. It was such an era. There was no order, no uniforms, only killing, only fighting, and all ways to gain status were to rely on one's own fist and fight for hegemony. In that era, all the time, no matter where, you could see Pokemon fighting each other. The winner was the king and the loser was the enemy. You could choose to surrender or die. It was in such an era without order that Qrem stood out from thousands of Pokemon with his own strength. He was domineering and powerful, and as the overlord of the dragon system he became a hero, commanding the entire dragon clan. The power of the dragon clan is growing stronger and stronger. Other Pokemon without special abilities will succumb to the pressure of dragon Pokemon. Only a few Pokemon are not afraid of the power of the dragon clan. In addition, there are fairy and ice Pokemon that restrain the dragon clan, and they have not succumbed to the pressure of the dragon clan. But the Pokemon that chooses to surrender is often more than the Pokemon that die in battle. In addition to the dragon clan's own strong strength, there are countless surrenders under its command. It is not difficult to find the corresponding Pokemon with the attribute of restraining the fairy and ice types. In the long-term war, the fairy and ice groups have gradually become weaker and weaker and are no longer the dragon clan's opponents. More Pokemon are moving towards the dragon clan, but where there is oppression there will be resistance. Even if they surrender, many Pokemon will rebel and form a huge alliance, the Rebel Alliance, which include Pokemon other than the dragon clan, to fight against the position of the dragon clan overlord. Even though it was strangled by the dragon clan again and again, the Rebel Alliance has never disappeared. A spark can start a prairie fire. Even if it is declining, it still is in the world with an upright posture. As a result, the power of the Rebel Alliance has become stronger and stronger, and Pokemon have been constantly joining, and even Dragon Pokemon have joined. After decades of development, the power of the Rebel Alliance has become stronger and stronger, so strong that it is no longer afraid of the strangulation of the Dragon Overlord, and even gradually there is a taste of competing with the Dragon Overlord. The arrogant dragons gradually feared the growth of the Rebel Alliance, began to pay attention to the existence of the Rebel Alliance, and continuously sent elites to eliminate the Rebel Alliance. In the continuous elimination process, the top Pokemon of various attributes were no longer willing to be the ministers of the dragons, and began to fight against the dragons and resist the encirclement of the dragon. Among the attribute races other than the Dragon Clan and the Rebel Alliance gradually formed a situation of equal strength, and the strength of both sides gradually became equal. The Dragon Clan could not dominate in this Pokemon world, let alone act recklessly in this world. In the continuous division of the world, the Pokemon world seemed to have returned to the starting point and returned to that chaotic era. Zero seeking flowers. All the efforts made by the Dragon tribe over the years were mudded by the Rebel Alliance, and they returned to the past. It was equivalent to the wars and sacrifices of more than 10 years in vain. The dead tribe members went around in circles for decades and got such a result. The Dragon Overlord Qrem naturally could not accept such a result and could not plain to his thousands of tribesmen, but at that time Qrem's strength was far from as strong as the legend. Although he dominated the world, he did not crush the power to suppress all living things in one battle after another. Qrem could not withstand the siege of the enemy and returned in defeat. After all, the two strong men of Ice attribute and Fairy attribute that restrain the Dragon Clan joined forces, and with the cooperation of strong men of other attributes, even Qrem could not beat four hands with two fists. After returning from the defeat, Qrem lost his position as the overlord of the Dragon Clan and was replaced by another strong man in the Dragon Clan. With such sacrifices and losses, no matter how strong Qrem is, he is no longer qualified to sit on the position of the overlord of the Dragon Clan. After such a setback, Qrem's confidence was greatly hit and he lost himself for a time. He was muddle-headed all day long, and his strength was no longer the same as before without the previous emperor's aura. A tiger in the plain is bullied by a dog, and Qrem is like this. Even some juniors can bully him at will, but later Qrem rose again, dominated the world again, unified the Pokemon world and established a new rule and order. Many Pokemon formed branches, no longer split, no longer warred, and gradually had a stable tribe and equal right. The Dragon tribe became the Pseudo-overlord of the world with its powerful strength, because since then Qrem realized that if he blindly pursued power politics, it would only lead to the disintegration of the world, and the final result was not what the world wanted. In the experience of upgrading again and again, Qrem also realized his own major problems and created a new system so that the world was in a situation of being ruled and governed, and gradually became a situation of no substantial governance, but everyone could abide by the rules and regulations. Such a system stabilized the world for a long time, until a long time later another great change occurred and Qrem fell into a deep sleep. Everything that happened in the future Qrem no longer knew and had no intention of governing. After recalling all this, Qrem smiled bitterly. His eyes were deep and full of aura. The sunlight shone through Qrem's pupils, shining and shining. But all these beautiful things corpses. Chapter 635, The Eternal Ancient Ice God, the Original Power of Darkness. Please subscribe, because from then on Qrem realized that if he blindly pursued power politics, it would only lead to the disintegration of the world. The final result was not what the world wanted. In the experience of upgrading again and again, Qrem also realized his own major problems and created a new system so that the world was in a situation of being ruled and governed, and gradually became a situation of no substantial governance, but everyone could abide by the rules and regulations. Such a system stabilized the world for a long time, until a long time later another great change occurred and Qrem fell into a deep sleep. Everything that happened in the future Qrem no longer knew and had no intention to govern. After recalling these, Qrem smiled bitterly. His eyes were deep and bright. The sunlight shone through Qrem's pupils, shining brightly, reflecting each other. 753 But all such beautiful things can be seen from his eyes. Since you rule the entire Pokemon world, why did you suddenly disappear later and the whole world changed, and why did I not see Reshiram and Zekrom in your memories? Lin Chen raised his own question. This is another story. Forget it, there is nothing to hide, and the dusty memories should be announced to the world. Qrem was silent for a while, then said, since Qrem was defeated by the Fairy and Ice Masters, who joined forces with masters of other attribute, he has been in a daze all day long with no fighting spirit and even has a tendency to die in depression. Later Qrem was hunted down by a fairy master. With no fighting spirit, he was forced to flee to a forbidden area. When Qrem was in the hands of the fairy master, he found that the fairy master could not enter the forbidden area and could only guard in front of the the forbidden area. Seeing that Qram had no trace of coming out, he had no choice but to leave. And when Qram saw that the fairy master could not move forward halfway, after 15 minutes Qram fainted at the entrance of the forbidden land and was in a coma for more than 10 days before waking up. Qram gradually regained consciousness after waking up and realized that he had come to the forbidden ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. This forbidden ancestral land was still sealed all year round and no one was allowed to enter. Even Qram had rarely stepped into it, including this time when he was chased and forced to enter. He had only entered here 3 times in total. The first time he entered was to commemorate the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. As soon as he stepped into the ancestral land, he was scolded by the elders of the Dragon Clan and could not enter. The second time was when Qram had just become the overlord of the Dragon Clan. He bowed to the ancestors of the ancestral land in their mouth and left without going deeper. This ancestral land has always been called the Forbidden Land of Dragon. Ordinary dragon Pokemon are likely to be completely wiped out by the taboos in the Forbidden Land as soon as they enter the gate of the Forbidden Land. Only dragons with strong dragon blood like Qram can go deep into the ancestral land of dragons, but dragons as strong as Qram have never gone deep into the ancestral land. In the past, Qram improved his strength and dominated the world, and he didn't care about the forbidden ancestral land. However, now he is so lonely. Maybe all this is the best arrangement of God. When he was most lonely, he came to the forbidden ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, perhaps to let him enter the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan to take a look and find out what secret there were. After all, in this ancestral land, the elders of the Dragon Clan and the records of the Dragon Clan never told the younger generations what taboos exist in this ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, or what things were imprisoned or what treasures were hidden. There was only the training passed down from the ancestors that the younger generations must go to the forbidden ancestral land of the Dragon Clan to worship once every 10 years. And the day Qram woke up happened to be the last day of the 10-year deadline. All this had to be called the best arrangement. At this point, Qram adjusted his state, took a deep breath and walked into the forbidden ancestral land. Going deep into the forbidden ancestral land, everything was normal and no abnormalities or dangers were found. Only a cold breath came towards me, penetrating into my bone. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, and there was a faint blue under the ice which was reflected on the grottos of the ancestral land. It was extremely mysterious and distant, as if the secrets of thousands of years were hidden in it and unknown. This road was very long, empty and extremely empty. Qram followed this road and walked to the end of the dragon ancestral land. What came into view was a vast and extremely cold land. The dark blue sea water flowed covered with a layer of ice, and the smooth ice surface was dotted with aurora. The colorful light shot through the ice surface into the dark blue sea water. The intersection of colors and light was beautiful, and it was like being in a fairyland. But Qram was not fascinated by the current beautiful scenery. Instead, he looked at the ice surface and saw 2 icebergs on it. The 2 icebergs emitted a white ray of light which condensed into an ice platform. On the ice platform there was a ball of light flowing, forming a translucent ice ball. Something seemed to be locked in the ice ball, one black and one white with a little light, but it was a little blurry. Qram looked at the ice platform and couldn't help feeling a little familiar. This feeling was not the familiarity of the past, but the familiarity that came from the blood. The first time he saw it, it seemed as if there was a memory in it. He didn't need to try to recall it or think about it, and the memory of the appearance was already engraved in his mind. Unconsciously, Qram walked towards the ice platform. Walking on the ice, Qram didn't feel the slightest bit of cold, only a bit of piercing. He walked forward step by step. Dragon, the claws were already covered with ice saltpeter, but Qram still didn't care and walked forward 5-9 until he reached the ice platform. Qram gradually saw the suspended object in the ice ball. 2 stones in the ice ball floated in it, rotating around the center without stopping, as if there was an inapplicable force driving it. Qram looked at the 2 stones in the ice ball, which were very familiar, but he couldn't remember what they were at all. He tried hard to recall, but he couldn't think of what the stones were. Trying hard to recall, Qram put the little claws on his chest on the ice ball, and a piercing cold force directly froze Qram's forearm on his chest, making him unable to move. His forearm was frozen, and after breathing for a moment, Qram's whole body was completely frozen by this cold force. The dragon body turned into an ice sculpture sitting on the lifeless ice field, but there was a touch of beauty. Chapter 636, Qram Evolution, the strongest first level god. Please subscribe. I don't know how long he was frozen. Qram released a heat from the inside out, melting the ice on his body, and the water droplet condensed into ice beads before they fell on the ice surface. The ice beads made a crisp sound as they fell. As time passed, the ice on Qram's body gradually melted, and the small dragon claw on his chest showed its original form, followed by the dragon head, and the ice on the dragon body disappeared. Finally, the ice on his legs completely melted and Qram's stiff body twisted slightly, making a crackling sound, and ice nitrate kept falling from his joint. The ice outside his body melted and the blood inside his body also boiled. Qram moved on the ice for a while and his body gradually became soft again. Then he looked at the ice platform and the sails on his chest were eager to try, but he never touched it. Breaking the ice imprison was not entirely dependent on Qram's own strength, but Qram felt that there was a force from the outside world that was continuously transported into his body from time to time. Combined with his own strength, he had the momentum to break the ice. Otherwise he thought he was going to die on this ice field. Although the power returned to his body, Qram was still afraid of the ice platform in front of him. Such a powerful power penetrated into his bones, which really made him a little afraid. At that time Qram already had the posture of dominating the world. If it weren't for the other supreme masters who all united, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. But even with such power he was helpless on this small ice platform. If there was no eternal force, Qram might really become the third iceberg here and never be reincarnated. Qram took a few steps back and turned to look at the two icebergs baptized by the mysterious power. Qram found that his own power seemed to be enhanced. When he entered the ice field he could not see clearly what the two icebergs were imprisoning. However, now Qram's eyes were bright and he could see clearly what the icebergs in front of him imprisoned. The two icebergs imprisoned two dragons. In the iceberg on the left a snow-white dragon was imprisoned. It was covered with saw feathers like a falling Osiris. Its bright blue eyes were shining, but it had no spirit. It had long snow-white feathers on its head and a face similar to that of a wolf god. Going down it had two circles of metal silver rings on its neck. Its arms were slender connected to its white wings, and its abdomen was also covered with snow-white feathers. Its calves had a strong sense of bone and its claws were sharp like an aristocrat among the dragon. In another iceberg there is a dragon that is completely different from the one on this iceberg. It is grey-black in color, stands on 2 feet and is very similar to the western dragon. It has blue dread eyes the same as the dragon on the other iceberg and is also lifeless. It has a lightning-shaped grey horn crown on its head, a slightly protruding tip on its nose, thick arms and a body shaped like an inverted triangle. The 4 thick arms add to the dragon's strength. One pair of arms is connected to the wings and the other 2 arms are strong and powerful, grabbing the ice in the eyes. The feet are thick, round and wide with thick solace and spike. Behind them is a conical tail with spikes like the engine of an airplane jet. The 2 icebergs are freezing 2 different dragons. Although they are frozen, they can feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the dragons from the iceberg and they can't help wanting to sink and float in them. Looking at the 2 dragons, Qram didn't have much impression in his mind, and he had never heard from his elders or ancestors of the dragon clan that there were 2 powerful dragons frozen in the forbidden area. But the net moment when Qram was thinking, 2 icebergs suddenly shot out a beam of light, freezing Qram again. Trapped in the iceberg, Qram's mind continued to have various memories. It was learned that the 2 frozen dragons were the dragons born with him, known as the 3 dragons of the dragon clan, Qram, Reshiram and Zekrom. But the net moment after the 3 dragons were born, the rules of heaven and earth changed drastically, with lightning and thunder, violent storms and rainstorms, and the end of the world was about to come, as if the world did not allow the birth of these 3 dragons. Later Qram fell into an endless sleep while Reshiram and Zekrom grew up in this world, became kings and were known as the Dragon Twin. In that long history all races had to submit to the Dragon Twin. Those who followed them prospered and those who disobeyed them perished. No Pokemon could shake the power of the Dragon Twin, but history often follows the trend of prosperity and decline. After the most prosperous period, the dragon race suffered a catastrophe that destroyed the world. Reshiram and Zekrom were given a forbidden spell and part of their power was released in advance and sealed in the Dark Stone and the Light Stone. These 2 stones were connected to the sleeping Qram. Reshiram and Zekrom, whose power was divided, were not as good as before. Although they were still invincible, they were like Qram, now unable to support themselves alone and could not let the dragon race step onto the top of the world again and dominate the Pokemon world. The world has changed, the sun has risen and the sun has set. Reshiram and Zekrom are about to die, but on the day of their silence, as if the world was unwilling to defeat them and die, the power of the 7 rules of the world summoned the Light Stone and darkness in Qram's body and embedded them in Reshiram and Zekrom's bodies so that they did not disappear. However, the rotation of time is irreversible and the end of life cannot be restored. Although Reshiram and Zekrom were saved, they could not break the shackles of the world and fell into a deep sleep. The ice imprisoned transformed by the power of the world experienced the baptism of the rules of the world and broke the catastrophe of the world and was reborn. But as for when to be reborn, everything is unknown. And tens of millions of years later Qram woke up from his deep sleep. The glorious power of the dragon clan had long been forgotten. In the years of war, historical records were gradually lost. past. No one has ever known what kind of time experience there was 10,000 years ago. Naturally, Qrem, who had been sleeping for 10,000 years, had been in a deep sleep since birth and could not predict the past experiences. What followed was Qrem's road to battle, overcoming all difficulties and dangers and dominating the dragon clan. The three brothers of the dragon are known to the world for being strong. It turns out that the dragon clan has such a glorious history. I didn't expect that Qrem was not the strongest orphan of the dragon clan. It turns out that I also have brothers. Qrem couldn't help muttering to himself after accepting this memory. Chapter 637, The Supreme Holy Object of Light. The three dragons of Tao become one. Please collect. Please subscribe. However, God really gave the three brothers a good life. After many twists and turns and countless hardship, the three dragon brothers were beaten around, but they did not resist. First, the catastrophe of heaven and earth forced Qrem to fall into a deep sleep. Then Reshiram and Zekrom dominated the Pokemon world, but they were punished by the rules of heaven and earth. Their power was divided, weakening the power of the dragon clan. Then Reshiram and Zekrom were about to die, and heaven and earth could not watch them die. They passed away, and he developed a love for talents, baptized their strength, broke through the calamity of heaven and earth, and was reborn. Now Qrem is also experiencing these events. Could it be that heaven and earth let the three brothers come to the world just to play a trick on them? Qrem couldn't help but smile bitterly and didn't curse just looking at the two icebergs in front of him. Although he didn't see the glorious journey of his brothers, nor did he accompany them to conquer the world, but as three brothers they have a blood relationship, so it's inevitable that he has a heart of love. Then Qrem looked at the ice ball on the ice platform, and the two stones inside were shining. He also understood that the two stones were the light stone of Reshiram and the dark stone of Zekrom. Qrem walked back to the ice platform, grabbed a force with his claws and blasted it down with lightning speed. The force blasted on the ice ball. In just a moment it easily broke the ice. The ice ball was broken and the two stones hidden deep inside never stopped. Qrem reached forward and grabbed the light stone and dark stone in his hand. The two destructive forces plotted in Qrem's claws, not violently but rather quite gentle. The nourishment of power in just a short moment actually made Qrem's strength rise again, but this did not belong to Qrem's power. After absorbing for a moment, Qrem cut off the source of the absorbed power, looked at the light stone and dark stone emitting white and black light, and became dazed with a myriad of emotions in his eyes. More than half of the power of Reshiram and Zekrom is contained in it. If Qrem gets one of them, it will be enough to make him reach the top of the world. Even if there is a property restraint, he can still dominate the world against the power of the property restraint and be invincible. But Qrem is now depressed, and it doesn't matter much to dominate the world. Qrem, you are finally here too. Suddenly a voice sounded from the sky. Qrem immediately became alert, holding the light stone and dark stone in his hand tightly, and said after looking around, who? Reshiram, Zekrom. Two voices sounded in the sky at the same time. Brother? Qrem listened to the two voices and tried to ask. The two icebergs shook slightly, which was not obvious, but in the high concentration of Qrem he felt it very clearly. When can you wake up? After getting a response, Qrem asked immediately. Inject the light stone and dark stone into me and Reshiram respectively. Let us absorb the power of the light stone and dark stone, and we can gradually wake up. A voice came from the sky. Hearing this, Qrem didn't think much and placed the dark stone and light stone on the iceberg that froze Reshiram and Zekrom. When the dark stone and light stone just touched the two iceberg, they emitted bright light, one white and one black, dividing the two places. The dazzling light divided the ice field into two halves, as if one side was daytime and the other side was night. Then the light stone and dark stone were slowly pushed into the iceberg. The light stone moved to Reshiram's chest and embedded in one of Reshiram's wings, emitting countless rays of light like a thin thread constrict all over Reshiram's body. The same thing happened to Zekrom. The dark stone slowly moved to Zekrom's sturdy arms. Dragon Claw seemed to bounce and tightly grasped the dark stone. The power in the dark stone slowly spread to Zekrom's body like a water curtain. Gradually the ice on Reshiram and Zekrom began to melt, forming water droplets, and gradually turned into a water ball, completely wrapping Reshiram and Zekrom's entire bodies together. As the power of the dark stone and the light stone was embedded in Reshiram and Zekrom, the ice melted and lasted for half a month, as if the iceberg of a 100-meter high building had not completely melted. It was seen that the iceberg had turned into a lake, and the entire bodies of Chekrok and Reshiram were immersed in the lake, but they could not move, as if the power frozen in them had not completely dissolved. Their dragon bodies were still so stiff and immovable. A month later the entire iceberg still hadn't melted completely, but the dark stone and the light stone fell off Reshiram and Zekrom and fell into the ice water. After a moment they slowly moved out of the ice water like penetrating a light curtain and returned to Qrem's hands. What's going on? Qrem asked in confusion. The power in the dark stone and the light stone can no longer be used by us. The power contained in them has been used up by us, but the remaining power can be used by you. Risharam in the iceberg slowly spoke. What do you mean? Huram asked in confusion. He didn't understand what Risharam meant by this sentence. He just felt that it was a bit vague, as if he had said it but didn't say it. The light stone and the dark stone were originally the crystallization of the power of Zekrom and me, but this part was refined by the power of heaven and earth. In other words, these powers no longer belong to us in essence, but Zhao Li Zhao contains our power and it is related to us. The power in our bodies is very similar, so in this case we can EERT the power of the dark stone and the light stone to a greater extent than other Pokemon, but like other Pokemon we cannot fully use the power in the dark stone and the light stone. But you are different. The power of the rules of heaven and earth extract the power of the dark stone and the light stone from our bodies and embeds them into your body. Over thousands of years the power of the dark stone and the light stone has been fully nurtured to the same degree as the power in your body. You can perfectly EERT the power in them, and you can also use the power of the dark stone and the light stone to your heart's content. Risharam explained to Qrem. Since you are like this, you cannot use the power of the dark stone and the light stone. How long will it take for you to break the ice and return to the Pokemon world from the iceberg? Chapter 638 The Secret of the Three Dragon Gods, the Supreme Evolution Law. Please subscribe. Qrem nodded and continued. It's hard to say. Originally the time for the icy power between heaven and earth to imprison us should be tens of thousands of years, but for so many years Zekrom and I have woken up from sleep and then fell asleep again after waking up. It has been thousands of years and this iceberg has not shown any trend of melting. If it weren't for your appearance and transferring the power of the dark stone and the light stone to us, perhaps this iceberg would still not change at all. However, according to this trend, perhaps after decades or even hundreds of years it can be thawed. Risharam recalled and said to Qrem. Then how long did it take them to break the ice? Lin Chen asked after listening to Qrem's memories. 15 years later. 15 years later the ice on Risharam and Zekrom's bodies completely melted. The moment the ice broke, the ice water inside gushed out, and the moment it touched the ice field it turned into ice again. But Zekrom and Risharam were agile. They splashed into the air, shook off the ice water on their bodies, and before they could fly in the air they hit the ground heavily and some cracks appeared, almost smashing the ice on the ground. Because they were imprisoned by the power of ice for too long, the power in Risharam and Zekrom's bodies was completely frozen. Even the bones and blood were not spared. If it weren't for the power contained in the dark stone and the light stone, perhaps they would not have any power to fly in the air. Possibility. The power has been imprisoned for too long. Even if it breaks the ice, it will take some time to ease the imprisoned power. But the ice power in the forbidden area is too evil. Qrem dragged Risharam and Zekrom out of the ice field, pulled them out of the tunnel and came to the gate of the forbidden area. The two dragons rested at the gate of the forbidden area for half a year. The power in their bodies gradually returned to themselves and gradually adapted to the current rules of the world. Although they did not return to their peak state, they would definitely not be too weak. Later, with Risharam and Zekrom returning to the world, the Dragon Clan once again became the world's #1 hegemon clan. The Rebel Alliance was completely wiped out and the Pokemon Supremes of all major attribute joined forces, but they could not do anything to the three gods. Dragons joined forces. The twin dragons plus the Dragon Overlord Qrem looked down on the world and the masses. Under the absolute power there is no possibility of opponent. Wherever they pass no grass grows and all living things sink and flow. No Pokemon dares to disobey the orders of the Supreme Dragon. At that time the Dragon Clan was the supreme instant. Whether it was the blood of the Dragon Clan or the Dragon Clan attributes, they would be greatly sought after. The nobles among Pokemon were the Dragon Clan and the Ice attribute Pokemon, and fairy Pokemon that wanted to restrain them could not raise their heads for the rest of their lives and even became prisoners at that time. Pokemon of other clans seemed to have reached equality for all beings. Time was long and moving. The Dragon Clan ruled the Pokemon world for tens of thousands of years. Qrem absorbed the power of the Dark Stone and the Light Stone and returned to the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land to train. He absorbed the icy power in the Forbidden Land and became the world's first Supreme Dragon. Risharam and Zekrom did not have much competitive spirit. In comparison, they might just be a little worse than Qrem. However, the three brothers did not separate and it did not matter to them who was strong or weak. After all, this world belonged to their Dragon Clan and this alone was enough. For tens of thousands of years the Dragon Clan relied on absolute strength to establish a dragon dynasty. The Dragon Clan's strong men became the rulers of the dynasty and Qrem was responsible for ruling the entire world. Risharam and Zekrom did not have much demand for power and they had been traveling around the world enjoying thousands of mountains and rivers. If that's what you said, then why did the later period of history suddenly disappear from the world? Moreover, according to the situation at that time, the Dragon Clan dominated dominated and the three dragon gods were the supreme beings of the world. It was impossible for any Pokemon to threaten your position. In addition, how could Zekrom and Reshiram disappear again, and how could the Dark Stone and Light Agj be lost from the hands of you, the supreme being of this world? Could it be the work of the rules of heaven and earth again? Lin Chen listened to Qrem's story and asked in confusion. No, at that time the power of the rules of heaven and earth was no longer such a strong constraint on the Pokemon world, but became a sharp tool for Pokemon to practice. Moreover, our dragon clan has dominated for tens of thousands of years. If the punishment of the rules of heaven and earth is to be imposed, it should have been imposed 5,000 years ago. How could it wait until 10,000 years later? Qrem shook his head and said, the dragon clan has dominated for tens of thousands of years and has always been at the top of the world. There is no Pokemon that can shake their position. Even the mythical beasts are not the opponents of their dragon clan. Moreover, in addition to their three dragon gods, the dragon clan also has other mythical beasts. How could the mythical beast be weaker than Pokemon of other attribute? Later, after Qrem dominated the world, he began to study the existence of the Dark Stone and the Light Stone when he was bored. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Dark Stone and the Light Stone, which were condensed by the power of the dragon god in advance, must be worth studying. If the rules of the world in the Dark Stone and the Light Stone can be studied, Qrem's time may be further improved. After that, Qrem completely immersed himself in studying the Dark Stone and the Light Stone. As he practiced, Qrem gradually discovered the secrets of the Dark Stone and the Light Stone, and the research and the power between heaven and earth was also contained in them. At the same time, Qrem also discovered a shocking secret. It turned out that the Light Stone contained the blood power of Qrem and Reshiram, while the Dark Stone contained the power of Zekrom and Qrem. Still, it is said that there is a double power in it, and the double gravity can produce a great sense of fusion. Later, Qrem completely cracked the secret of the Dark Stone and the Light Stone. Originally, Qrem fell into a deep sleep tens of thousands of years ago because the power in the world was not enough to carry the existence of three dragons, and the last-born Qrem Zekrom became the third lucky one and fell into a long sleep. But the appearance of the Dark Stone and the Light Stone allowed Qrem to merge with Zekrom and Reshiram and become one Pokemon. It is also because of the power of the Dark Stone and the Light Stone that the three dragon gods can live together in the world. But in order to solve this mystery, the Light Stone and the Dark Stone actually have the powerful ability to merge the two dragon gods, which makes Qrem eager to experiment. This is an extremely novel ability. Chapter 639, The Birth of the Light and Dark Dragon Gods, the Power of the Source of Rules. Please subscribe. After that, Qrem spent all his time studying the ability of the fusion of the Light Stone and the Dark Stone. After a long time of research, he still did not study it thoroughly. He could only guess the effect of the fusion, which would make the single power extremely powerful, especially after the two dragon gods were more proficient in fusion. The power would be raised to the peak, but such ability has not been verified and Qrem is not very sure. Later, Qrem called Zekrom and Reshiram back and told them about the Light Stone and the Dark Stone. They were also very surprised by this. For Pokemon fusion, this is indeed not common, not to mention that it happened to the legendary beast. A dragon body can dominate the Pokemon world. If the two dragon gods merged, how powerful would the power become? They dared not think about it and never imagined that such a thing would happen. How about we try this? The ability of fusion? Qrem asked Reshiram and Zekrom. Without research, will there be any accident? Reshiram asked with some doubt. This ability is very rare. They have never seen it before. If it is used without testing, there may be unknown accident. Moreover, if there is any accident when the two dragon gods merge, it will definitely be a fatal blow to the dragon race. They dare not try it easily, not to mention that their power is enough to dominate the world now. Why should they pursue the power of fusion? Such risks are not necessary. In addition, the Dark Stone and the Light Stone are the power of Zekrom and Reshiram. They are not unfamiliar with the power in them, and they will also understand the power contained in them. Once more than half of the dragon god power is combined with Qrem's power, it is enough to bite them back to death. Zekrom and Reshiram rejected Qrem's opinion but did not directly deny it. Qrem still wanted to try it in his heart and did not give up this idea. The stronger they are, the more they will pursue stronger power. Qrem is also an ambitious dragon. After suffering hardships, his decadent spirit was completely swept away, which made Qrem's heart of dominating the world rise completely. After nearly 10,000 years of ruling, he was bound to raise the status of the dragon clan to the highest position. However, after being rejected by Kikayama and Zekrom, Qrem did not mention this matter for a while, but he still held this idea in his heart. Not long after, Qrem proposed this idea to Reshiram and Zekrom again. Perhaps he was defeated by Qrem's persistence. Qrem and Zekrom also followed Qrem's wishes and wanted to try out the power of this fusion and push their own strength to a higher level, but they didn't know the slightest about the ability of Pokemon fusion. fusion. With the help of the power of the light stone and the dark stone, Qram, Zekrom and Reshiram destroyed the earth, burned the forest, set off torrents, brought storms, and strange phenomena appeared in the sky and the earth in repeated e-periment. But since it started, there is no such thing as stopping halfway. In the continuous e-periments, Qram used the power of the light stone to successfully merge with Reshiram and became flame white Qram. Flame white Qram stands on 2 feet with the upper body raised. The left forelimb turns into a wing palm similar to Reshiram, and the right forelimb turns into eyes. The wings are retracted into the shoulders, the tail disappears and a layer of white fluff grows on the back. The feathers of the wings flutter in the breeze. When the power is used, the back half of the white feathers will turn into a fiery red, which is dazzling and symbolizes the light of the king. After merging with Reshiram, Qram merged with Zekrom. After many attempts, the success rate of the fusion gradually increased. Dark Qram, standing on 2 feet with the upper body raised, looks similar to flame white Qram, but flame white Qram is mainly blue and white, while dark Qram is mainly black and blue. However, unlike flame white Qram, dark Qram has a more fierce look in his eyes, and his whole body reveals a breath from the dragon god of hell. After the fusion, flame white Qram and dark Qram seemed to have become 2 extreme instances. Although they both coexist with the same aura, the might of the dragon god, proudly standing in the world, breaking through thousands of obstacles, not afraid of wind and rain, not afraid of everything, zero seeking flowers. But flame white Qram's eyes seemed to have a little more gentleness and kindness, while dark Qram's eyes had a little more evil and fierceness, like 2 extreme instances. One is the angel dragon god in the 9 heavens and the other is the evil dragon god in hell. However, even after the fusion, the personalities of flame white Qram and dark Qram did not change at all, but relied on the power of the dark stone and the light stone, which originally belonged to Qram, Zekrom and Reshiram and were extracted from them. At this point, flame white Qram and dark Qram have pushed the status of the dragon clan to the supreme position. They can kill gods and Buddhas. No one can stop them. No one can defeat them. All Pokemon will become nothing in their eyes. Perhaps after experiencing one war after another, flame white Qram does not want to participate in the wars of the secular world. He hates blood and killing. He just wants to be alone in the mountains and rivers, travel the world and not miss the fact. Dark Qram is completely opposite to flame white Qram. Feeling his terrifying power and the pressure he brings to the world, he actually wants to rely on his own power to fight against the rules of heaven and earth, to be the master of heaven and earth and dominate everything in the world. But Zekrom and Reshiram have experienced the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and they are not unaware of the terrible power of the rules of heaven and earth. Once the power of the rules of heaven and earth descends, it is enough to completely wipe them out. Being the master of heaven and earth is now impossible. Even if they are powerful now, they still don't have this ability. After all, their current power is given by the rules of heaven and earth. The power of killing the source is often undesirable. If the rules of heaven and earth punish them, they will be instantly blasted into ashes. It's not that Reshiram is afraid of the power of the rules of heaven and earth, but she feels that their current achievements are enough to stand out from everything in the world. There is no need to violate the power of the rules of heaven and earth. Once they fail, there will be no benefit for them and they will only lose more than they gain. Chapter 640, The Ancient Dragon God, Forbidden Zone. The Divine Beast team adds one more. Please collect. Please subscribe. But Zekrom and Qram don't think so. They believe that the power of the rules of heaven and earth is not unbreakable. Any rules can be broken. As long as they have enough power, then everything will not be their opponent. They can't break the rules of heaven and earth just because their current power is not strong enough. However, now that they can combine the 2 dragon gods and transform into the supreme power, they may not be unable to try to challenge the rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, the pressure of the rules of heaven and earth is no longer the terrifying and despising rules of heaven and earth 10,000 years ago. Now the rules of heaven and earth are no longer the same as they were in the past, and they may not have the strength to do so. Reshiram saw that he could not dissuade the will of Zekrom and Qram, so he took the light stone and left laying in the mountains and rivers, not asking about the secular world and did not want to intervene in all the things of 7Si0. He was tired of the killing in the world. But Zekrom and Qram combined into Dark Qram and challenged the power of the rules of heaven and earth again and again. Every challenge was full of failures and never won. Even if the power of the rules of heaven and earth was weakened, it was not the test of Dark Qram. But Dark Qram did not give up and continued to improve his strength to crack the power of the rules of heaven and earth. However, they did not think that the power of the rules of heaven and earth could be constantly updated and strengthened. In the final challenge, Dark Qram was ruthlessly bombarded by the power of the rules of heaven and earth. The dark stone was smacked down from Zekrom and Qram by the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and Dark Qram was split into 2 and the power was instantly dissolved. But the Dark Qram transformed by Zekrom and Qram challenged the bottom line of the rules of heaven heaven and earth again and again. Even as strong as the dragon god, the rules of heaven and earth did not want to let these two ignorant things go, so they sent down the 9 heavens punishment, and they were bound to remove these 2 dragon gods from this world. Fortunately, Reshiram arrived in time and blocked the punishment of the rules of heaven and earth, but the punishment of the rules of heaven and earth affected Zekrom and Qrem. For a moment the 9-day thunder spread all over the sky, and the 3 dragon gods could not resist the power of the punishment even if they worked together. The dark stone and the light stone were hit by the thunder and scattered in the world, and no one knew where they went. Then Qrem, Zekrom and Reshiram fell into an endless sleep and recuperated after being bombarded by the terrifying rules of heaven and earth. Until now Qrem has woken up, but Reshiram and Zekrom are still missing. If back then I listened to brother Reshiram, maybe this would not have happened, Qrem said with some sadness. After listening to this, Lin Chen didn't know what to say for a while. Challenging the power of the rules of heaven and earth is really too bold. So you don't know what happened during that time? Did you know where Reshiram and Zekrom were sleeping while you were sleeping? Lin Chen asked. I don't know, but I can guess a little. The rules of heaven and earth sent down the punishment of thunder. The Pokemon world probably couldn't withstand the power of the rules of heaven and earth and fell apart. At this point the history that followed was completely recorded. As for where my 2 brothers are, I don't know very well. The world has changed a lot over the past thousands of years. The plates have moved and the earth has collapsed. Later the Pokemon world and the human world merged for a few weeks. The original map of the Pokemon world has changed greatly. Even I don't know where they are. However, I can more or less sense their breath. I only know that they are still alive now. They should have been sleeping for thousands of years like me. Their breath is very weak, but I don't even know where their approximate location is. If I can find the dark stone and the light stone, maybe I can rely on the power of the light stone and the dark stone to find their location. Qrem looked at Lin Chen and said. After listening to Qrem's words, Lin Chen found that the era was not caused by any great turmoil or changes, but by the brothers Qrem and Zekrom, who challenged the rules of heaven and earth like they were asking for death, which led to the punishment of the rules of heaven and earth, leaving them no way to escape. Such confidence did not have much research effect on Lin Chen. The only thing that could arouse Lin Chen's interest was the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan and the power of the rules of heaven contained in the dark stone and the light stone. Lin Chen felt that there must be something worth exploring in the forbidden land of the Dragon Clan. It was impossible that Zekrom and Reshiram would be imprisoned so simply and there would be no effect. Such a powerful icy power, even some icy attributed beasts might not be able to release it. Isn't it strange that there is such a powerful icy attributed power in a forbidden land? However, now that the Pokemon world and the human world have merged, Qrem doesn't know where the Dragon Forbidden Land is. Perhaps he will find it in the future. To find all this he may have to pursue the word Chan. However, those histories are not of much use to Lin Chen. However, for historians who study the Pokemon world, they may find some unusual things, or they may find important confidence that Lin Chen did not hear. Lin Chen asked Qrem for his consent and recorded this conversation with Qrem. So now are you willing to be my warrior Pokemon? Fight with me? Lin Chen asked before leaving. Do I have any other choice? But that's fine. After tens of thousands of years of silence, it's time to loosen up my muscles. I've never been afraid of war. I dare to challenge the rules of heaven and earth, so why should I be afraid of the battlefield? Call me if you need me, but my strength has not yet fully recovered, so I may not be able to give you too much helping hand. Qrem twisted the wave, raised his hand and said to Lin Chen with a smile, okay, I will definitely call you when I need you. Lin Chen laughed and then withdrew from the new world, handing over the historical dialogue between himself and Qrem to the historian team of the Alliance Center to study these. However, Qrem's experience also gave Lin Chen a lot of feelings. After experiencing one crisis and blow after another, he was able to stand up and become stronger. This can be said to be the style of a strong man. However, Qrem was also a little depressed and his fighting spirit was not strong enough. He easily fell into self-doubt, which was also a problem that Lin Chen needed to avoid. Chapter 641, The Battle of the Secret Realm of Divine Beast. The Great Demon King arrived. Please subscribe. Once you fall into depression, your strength will naturally be greatly reduced and there will be no benefit to you. As long as you have enough strength, it is not difficult to overcome difficulties. 3 days passed in a flash and the secret realm of Divine Beast was officially opened. 1 day later, Lin Chen took Tan Yuetai and Long Yuking to jump on Salamanki's back, activated the Dragon God form and increased Salamanki's speed to the extreme. The extremely cold land, the North Pole, is not close to the center of the Alliance. At the speed of Salamins, it takes at least 1 day and 1 night to reach it. After flying for a day and a night, all the members of the God-killing squad and the champion squad arrived in the far north. Some of the other members of the Alliance Center had already brought the members of the God-killing squad and the champion squad to the far north. At the same time, Lin Chen also saw here that many disciples of major families such as the Long family, the Dan family and the Chen family, as well as Pokemon explorers who had not entered any family or force, also came here. Of course, the 106 Beasts, the Kingpingle troops and the scattered members of the Dusk Conference troops were also waiting for the opening of the secret realm of the Divine Beast in the far north. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. Su Hu just wanted to make a move but was told by the trainer of the Alliance Center, who had already arrived, that he could not make a move in the far north, otherwise he would be instantly wiped out by the power of the rules of heaven and earth in the far north. Before, some family trainers and Pokemon explorers did not believe in evil and wanted to take a risk, but they did not expect that the moment they summoned Pokemon to make a move, the secret realm of the Divine Beast linked the heaven and earth and instantly gushed out the power of the rules of heaven and earth to wipe out those trainers completely, leaving them without even ashes. After that, there were still trainers who wanted to try to challenge the power of the rules of heaven and earth, but the result was still the same. Hearing the warning from the trainer at the Alliance Center, Su Hu raised his fist and put down the Pokeball in his hand after thinking for a moment, and he couldn't help but kick the iceberg in front of him. Lin Chen looked at the members of the Thousand Beast Kingpingle and Dusk Conference troops and found that the scale of their arrival in the Arctic was not small, and it seemed that the whole army was dispatched. The number of people was about the same as the trainers of the Alliance Center and the major families combined, and their strength was almost unified above the elite high level and below the master's initial level. The Divine Beast Secret Realm has regulations that the master level trainers cannot participate in the fight here, so only the elite and champion level trainers can come here. The lowest strength of the trainers sent by the Alliance is the elite high level, some are the elite peak and the rest are champion level trainers. The divisions of the forces of the major families are also similar. Occasionally there will be a few elite mid-level and elite low-level trainers appear. Some of the scattered adventure trainers are of mid-level and low-level elite strength. Their strength is not strong. If they enter the secret realm of Divine Beast with such strength, they may become cannon fodder. However, this time the Alliance Center and major families did not go out in full force, but left some people in the Alliance Center and major families to guard the peace of various parts of the world. After all, they are in the open while the troops of the coming catastrophe are in the dark. No one knows what the scale of their deployment is, and some people must be left behind for defense. If the training of the Alliance Center and the major families is carried out in full force, the defenses of all parts of the world and the headquarters of the Alliance Center must be weak, and it will take at least a month to enter the secret realm of the beast. In the past month, if the Beishaoqianzhe troops and the Kingpingle troops want to flatten the Alliance Center and the major families, they will inevitably suffer a bloody disaster, even if they are guarded by the elite trainers of the major families. Even the nest of the Alliance Center headquarters will be destroyed by them. Such a loss cannot be borne by the Alliance Center, and the major families cannot afford it either. After all, the Alliance Center has too many things that are closely related to the safety of the world, and there are also treasures that are rarely seen in 1,000 years. These will definitely not be obtained by the troops of the coming catastrophe. Once they are obtained by them, they will use those treasures to do unknown things which may set off a new wave, an unnecessary catastrophe. Moreover, once all the major families and the Alliance Center come out in full force, there will be no one to protect the world. If the assassins are the 100,000 absolutes Kingpingle and the remnants of the Dusk Conference, it will definitely bring a deep blow to all parts of the world. Even if they do not get the power of the resurrection of the beast, they can still advance the time of Eternatus's arrival by relying on destruction. No matter what the consideration is, they can't send all the trainers to the secret realm of the Divine Beast. Someone must protect the safety of this world. What's more, in addition to the troops that are about to be catastrophic, in addition to the 100,000 absolute Dusk Conference and Kingpingle, according to the information given by Lin Chen, there may be other forces coming again. Therefore, the arrangement of the Alliance Center and the major families this time is to share half of each side. No matter which side the trainers are on, they are protecting the world and guarding the safety of one side. They don't ask for perfection, but they also ask for half of each side. However, now it seems that the Kingpingle troops, the 100,000 absolutes troops and the Dusk Conference have all come out one, which means that in the Divine Beast secret realm the pressure on the Alliance Center local families and some scattered exploration trainers will double. Even if the Alliance Center will have support now, it is estimated that 760 will be too late. There is far too little time for them to rush over. Moreover, who knows if this is a strategy of the coming catastrophe? If all the trainers of the Alliance Center are dispatched to enter the Divine Beast secret realm to compete with the 100,000 absolutes troops, the Dusk Conference and the Kingpingle troops, if the coming catastrophe sends out other forces again, it can be said that a catastrophe is coming. Choose after we enter the Divine Beast secret realm later, let's get in touch with each other first and then make sub subsequent judgment. I think now in the Divine Bee secret realm this war will be extremely difficult. Lin Che walked up to Juzheng and said to him, okay, but you have to be careful too. Juzheng horde the members of the god-killing squad. I heard that the alliance sent several elites this time. Lin Chen asked Zhu Sheng again while the Divine Bee secret realm was not yet opened. Yes, the alliance sent several trainers who have the potential to become the headmaster. Their strength is much stronger than that of an old man like me. Zhu Sheng nodded and said with a longing look, then where are they? Why do I feel like I have never seen them before? Lin Chen looked around and asked. Chapter 642 The power of the strongest demon king, the god of killing, comes again. Please collect. Please subscribe. They are not here. They are not the same group as us who came to the Divine Bee secret realm. They need to hide their identities. After entering the Divine Bee secret realm they can better hunt the members of the 100 Bees and 1000 Absolute Forces, the Kingpingal Forces and the Dusk Conference. They are much more important than us, so they need to hide their identities and not let the members of the 100 Bees and 1000 Absolute Forces, the Kingpingal Forces and the Dusk Conference know in advance and be vigilant. However, we may see them after entering the Divine Bee secret realm. Zhu Sheng pulled his beard, smiled and said to Lin Chen. After chatting for a while, the secret realm of Divine Beasts was officially opened. When the secret realm of Divine Beasts was opened, the rules of heaven and earth changed drastically. In the far north, ice was everywhere. The ice surface was broken. The icebergs were broken. Countless ice spikes rose out of thin air. Lightning and thunder flashed in the sky. Cold ice rain fell. The sea water in the deep rolled as if boiling. The waves beat the shore, turned into water dragons to disperse the glaciers, and the Pokemon in the deep sea were like possessed, running around. The entrance of the secret realm of Divine Beast also flashed with its starlight. Countless stars broke open, splitting into countless thin lines like dandelion seeds scattered around, and an explosion occurred when touching any object. Immediately afterwards, the entrance of the secret realm of Divine Beasts became longer and larger, like the entrance of an abyss unfathomable. From the outside it was pitch black inside, and it was impossible to see clearly what kind of monster was hidden inside. The secret realm of Divine Beasts is open for a limited time. It will take 15 minutes. After 15 minutes you are not allowed to enter again. The world is vast, and a long and deep voice came from the void. As soon as these words came out, the trainers near the secret realm of the Divine Beast swarmed in like a crowd, eager to enter the secret realm and find their own opportunities. The things in the secret realm are extremely precious. The sooner you enter and get something, the better it may be. Even if you don't get good things, you can get familiar with the terrain of the secret realm first and find helpful things for yourself. Hence things. In short, entering the secret realm first will bring more benefits than not. Of course, it's not all good. No one knows what's in the secret realm. Moreover, after entering the secret realm, the landing distribution is random. If you are unlucky and land directly in a place of life and death, you will die as soon as you land. That's really a dead end. From this it can be seen that it's not all good. But which trainer who can practice to the elite stage is not ambitious? Everyone has ambition, and ambition means wanting to further improve their strength. If you are afraid of death, you will only stop at the present and not improve. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the trainers in the far north have entered the secret realm of Divine Beast. Then Lin Chen led the members of the god-killing team to jump into the secret realm of Divine Beast and travel the world. The members of the god-killing team entered the secret realm of Divine Beasts for the week. The 7 members were instantly scattered all over the secret realm of Divine Beast. As soon as they landed, each member held a piece of craft paper in his hand on which was engraved a map marking many places have been marked and many ancient characters have been engraved. This is the topographic map of the secret realm of Divine Beast. The places marked on it are the places where the Divine Beasts are located, and the ancient characters are descriptions of the Divine Beasts. However, because the characters are too old, if the trainers who don't know about them, they can't see what these characters mean at all. Similarly, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the Pokemon world and the previous characters in the real world. These characters appeared in front of him and seemed a little strange. He could understand some of them but not completely. But the Divine Beast locations marked in it are very clear and conspicuous, and it shows where Lin Chen is now. The Divine Beast secret realm is divided into 8 areas in total, including the southeast, northwest, southwest, northeast, central area, Deep Ink Sea Sky Realm and Xianming Island. In the southeast of the Divine Beast secret realm where Lin Chen is located, there are different numbers of Divine Beasts distributed in each location. According to the map, the number of Divine Beasts in the central area is the number of Divine Beasts in the Sky Realm is the largest, and the number of Divine Beasts in the Sky Realm is the smallest. However, there are some Divine Beasts hidden in some forbidden places that are not listed on the map. Therefore, it is still uncertain which location has the most Divine Beasts. In the southeast direction where Lin Chen is located, there are 4 Divine Beasts listed on the map alone, which is considered a region with fewer Divine Beasts, while other regions start with 5 Divine Beasts. Although the number is small, Lin Chen feels that the distribution distribution of trainers in each area should be similar. I just don't know which map the members of the god-killing team are currently distributed in, and I don't know if there is a chance to meet them. After all, they have no way of contact in the Divine Bee secret realm, and even the Pokemon's mind communication cannot be done. All information is blocked and they can only rely on face-to-face communication. It can also be said that everyone is fighting alone now unless you can find a companion or partner in a short time, or you have to face all the dangers alone. However, Lin Chen was not afraid of these. The NET danger was just a training for him. With Lin Chen's strength he might not be able to face the danger alone, but some of Lin Chen's tactics had failed. He could only bring 7 Pokemon into the secret realm of divine beasts, but Lin Chen had 7. Many times he won by the number of Pokemon. Now the number of Pokemon was halved, therefore Lin Chen only brought 3 Pokemon with relatively strong strength, namely Qrem Zygarde, Jiraki, Diancie, Salamence, Kartana and Superior King Zhao. Even Eevee with the Immortal Emperor mode and Sakroy with the Illusion Domain. Lin Chen did not bring them with him but let them train themselves in various worlds to improve their strength. There is no way, because the role of Immortal Emperor Eevee and Sora Kya is more about short-term control, using short-term control to achieve surprising effects, but such abilities can only be used once. After one time the opponent will notice it or even crack it, and the NET time there will be no such surprising effect. Therefore Lin Chen must abandon these surprising Pokemon. In this secret realm of divine beast, victory is often achieved by hard power. Only hard power can avoid death and win. Lin Chen summoned Qrem. For the unfamiliar environment, Qrem, who had just awakened, needs to adapt to the environment so as not to be uncomfortable in the battle later. Chapter 643, Looking for the God of Space, the Champion of the Dusk Council. Please collect. Please subscribe. Qrem, do you understand what these words mean? Lin Chen took out the map, pointed at the old word and asked Qrem. After all, Qrem is also a dragon who has lived for thousands of years. Perhaps these words can be understood by him more or less. After all, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. This word is familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere, but for a moment I can't remember it. Qrem looked at the words on the map, frowned and said in deep thought, after sleeping for too long, many memories in my mind have faded and are very vague. I feel that they exist in my memory, but they are not particularly clear. Qrem looked at the words on the map and pondered for a long time and seemed to remember what these words were. These 4 words should mean Palyakia, these 4 words should mean Dialga, and these 4 should mean Giratina, and these 4 words should mean Hiatrandalainen. I seem to know their existence, but I am not sure. Qrem scratched his head and explained the meaning of the ancient TET on the 4 punctuation mark. Palyaki, Kia, Dialga, Giratina. These are old friends, but I wonder if they still remember me in this secret realm of mythical beasts. Lin Chen listened to Qrem's explanation and said with some surprise, Palakfan, Dialga and Giratina. Lin Chen had a relationship with them before he reached the elite stage, and many things happened at that time. However, now with the craze of the resurrection of the mythical beast and the opening of the secret realm of the mythical beast, the memories of the mythical beasts before this have been somewhat lost. Most of the people in the secret realm of the mythical beast have inherited the strength of the mythical beasts, but not the memories of the mythical beast. Therefore the phantoms of the mythical beast in the secret realm of the mythical beast are generally not familiar to Lin Chen. In addition, under the craze of the resurrection of the mythical beast, the memories of the mythical beast in the real world have been cleared. As far as the news sent back by Su Hu is concerned, the mythical beast Pokemon he encountered, such as Suicune, Zapdos, Entei, Moltres, etc., probably no longer recognize Lin Chen, Su Hu and others, as if half of the memories of that period were completely lost. However, this is not surprising. After all, the mythical beasts fell into a deep sleep again after the resurrection and were later killed by Etern. When the power of Eternatus is awakened, there will definitely be a huge deviation. It is not surprising that the memory of that period is cleared. Moreover, even if it is not because of this, Eternatus will not let the memory of those mythical beasts remain until now. After all, many mythical beasts have had certain connections with humans and some wild Pokemon. If the mythical beasts are directly biased toward humans because of the existence of these memories, then the difficulty of obtaining the spirit of the revival of the mythical beast will be greatly reduced. Therefore, no matter what, Eternatus will also make some move, and it is impossible for the Alliance Center to recapture the mythical beast. However, this is not a bad thing for Lin Chen and the Alliance Center. After all, not all mythical beasts are on good terms with them, and some mythical beasts are at odds with them. Now that everything has returned to normal, it means that everything has the opportunity to encore. Encore does not mean that Lin Chen will lose to them. How about we go to find Pocky first? Lin Chen pointed to the location of Pocky's Who on the map and asked Qrem, I'm not familiar with him. You decide everything. Qrem was stunned for a while, then said to Lin Chen. The revived Qrem seemed to have left behind his previous ferocity and evil and had a more innocent aura. From a certain angle he looked a little cute. Okay, that good. I just don't know what kind of strength Palyaki in the secret realm of divine beasts is. Lin Chen nodded, grabbed Qrem's forearm in front of his chest, hooked his claws, flipped it up, sat on the dragon claw on his forearm and walked towards the location of Palyaki Yang marked on the map. Lin Chen was not very far from Palyaki Yang, nor was he very close. He was probably about a city away, but Qrem was very fast. Although he had no wings, his strong legs kept running forward and his speed was not slower than Salamin's flying in the sky. I can't believe how fast Qrem and Reshiram would be if they merged into flame white Qrem. Qrem, wait a minute, I seem to sense the enemy's aura. Lin Che has been carefully observing everything in the divine bee secret realm, not letting go of every detail and adapting to the geographical location of the divine bee secret realm as soon as possible. However, while Lin Chen was observing carefully, he felt an unusual aura. Lin Chen was very clear about that aura, the unique aura of the members of the Twilight Conference. After fighting with the trainers of the Twilight Conference many times, Lin Chen was already very familiar with everything about them. It can even be said that even if the members of the Twilight Conference turned into ashes, Lin Chen could easily recognize them. This familiar aura was very close to Lin Chen, as if it was only a few miles away. Lin Chen jumped down from the little claws on Qrem's chest and shouted to the empty surroundings, "Come out, old rival, there is no need to hide anymore, right? If you continue to hide like this, it will waste each other's time." The voice echoed for several miles around. After a few seconds the echo disappeared. No one appeared in front of Lin Chen in this empty place. "Old rival of the Dusk Conference, I won't forget who I am, right? If you come out now, maybe we still have a chance to fight. If I find you out or you want to leave, then you know what the end will be. You should also know how miserable you will die." Lin Chen shouted to the empty surroundings again. After a while, a trainer wearing a yellow top, white pants, a necklace on his chest and a few crystal clear rings on his hands walked out slowly from a place. "Lin Chen, I have heard of your name for a long time." The trainer of the Dusk Conference looked at Lin Chen and said, "Oh, champion's strength at the first level, why are you so afraid of me, an elite high-level trainer? Has the purpose of your Twilight Conference changed? Not destruction but cowardice." Lin Chen looked at the man in front of him, thinking of their evil deeds, and said with some disdain, "Your strength is well known in the Twilight Conference. You are an elite high-level trainer who can fight 3 champion mid-level trainers alone without losing. How can I, an elite first-level trainer, be your opponent?" The trainer of the Twilight Conference said, "That may not be the case. I think you are not simple. Show me your true strength." Chapter 644, Distorting the World Void. The Dragon Emperor form is activated. Please collect. Please subscribe. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head and said, "The true strength of the trainer of the Twilight Conference in front of him is by no means as simple as it seems on the surface. On the contrary, there is something hidden, but it is not so easy to see." "Haha, is that so? That's really an offense." The trainer of the Dusk Conference smiled lightly, put away the kind smile and instead raised the corners of his mouth lightly. His eyes revealed a wicked spirit, and the scholar's spirit was no longer there. "Fire Red Demon FO, Flame Whirlpool, Reuniclus, Wonder Room." The members of the Dusk Conference summoned 2 Pokemon. 2 fireballs appeared in the hands of the Fire Red Demon FO, grabbed them in his hand, threw them forward and squeezed his hands. The fireballs plotted in the air and sparks filled Lin Chen's vision. Countless sparks shot out, rays connecting with another spark, and there was no end. In the moment when the sparks collided, the whole open space turned into a fire field and the flames were fluffy, wrapping around, forming a void of flame. Reuniclus, the transformed Wonder Room, and the void of flames complement each other, folding the space, refracting the space, using the flames together, spewing out one flame after another with powerful psychic power. The combination of flames and psychic power forming countless flame lasers that sprayed out, burning everything in the world. Qrem, ancient power. Salamin's Dragon King form. Rock Tomb. Lin Chen took out the Pokeball, summoned Salamin's, transformed into the Dragon King form, and issued 2 orders. Qrem urged the Earth's original stone power. A deep and ancient ground power broke out from the Earth, and the beams of light that rushed out formed a magic circle. In the magic circle, the original stone power emerged from it, turning into thousands of lights to resist the burning of the void of flame. The far-sighted power of Saffron blocked the void of flames from moving forward. Salamanki's Dragon King form was completely activated, and the Dragon King power protected his whole body, doubling his power. With the help of Qrem's original earth power, he lifted up huge rock and threw them into the air. Salamanki's claws controlled the huge rocks, which contained countless violent powers. He smashed them down fiercely, extinguishing the blazing flames with the power of 10,000 stone. The power of the rock and the ground directly restrained the power of the fire attribute. The blazing flames faced the huge rock lying from the sky. The moment they fell, the flames were extinguished a lot, and the flames were no longer burning so vigorously. The flame rays folded out by Wonder Room were blocked by the power of 10,000 stone. The moment the flame rays hit the rock, they disappeared, leaving only a trace of burning as if a mouth opened in the rock and swallowed the burning flame. Countless rocks trapped the blazing flames, making the flames less fierce. Gradually the flames of the fort began to die out. The flames refracted by the wonder room became less and less because there was no support from the fort. There was no gorgeous scene like the falling meteor just now. Taking advantage of this, Lin Chen opened his all-seeing eyes and scanned the two Pokemon of the Dusk Conference members in front of him. The information of the two Pokemon was clearly seen by Lin Chen. Sure enough, Lin Chen was not wrong. He was a member of the Dusk Conference. However, the member of the Dusk Conference in front of him was not as brainless as the previous members of the Dusk Conference. Even with the strength of Champion Elementary, he fought back and forth with Lin Chen. He was not afraid of Lin Chen's strength at all. Even Qrem's strength was comparable to that of the member of the Twilight Conference in front of him. Sure enough, the members of the Twilight Conference who could survive multiple strangleholds were not that simple. Zero seeking flowers. However, compared with Lin Chen, he was still a little worse. In this battle, Lin Chen did not fall into a disadvantage, but he just won a little less easily. But in the end, Lin Chen still won the duel. If you were the peak of the elite, perhaps I might not be your opponent, but with your mid-level elite strength, it is absolutely impossible to defeat me. The members of the Twilight Conference saw the result of the battle and smiled at Lin Chen. Oh, really? Many people have said this to me, but those who said this sentence finally died at my hands. One, I guess you are the same. Zero. Lin Chen smiled and did not take the words of the member of the Twilight Conference too seriously. Instead, he responded with a contemptuous attitude. Indeed, the strength of this member of the Twilight Conference is indeed not weak, even stronger than the average champion high-level trainer, but only slightly stronger, not necessarily able to completely crush Lin Chen. According to Lin Chen's guess, perhaps the member of the Twilight Conference in front of me is the kind of champion-level trainer who has the potential to become a headmaster, but his qualifications to become a headmaster are not high enough. That is a trainer who can use the power of the law at will at the champion stage. However, now this member of the Twilight Conference has not used the power of the law, and Lin Chen is not particularly sure, but what Lin Chen can be sure of is that he can definitely use the power of the law, but it depends on the degree to which he can use the power of the law at will. But champion level trainers often don't have such strong abilities. For example, the strength of the headmaster is a grass temple, and the strength of the Dusk meeting member in front of him is just a small seed that has just sprouted. Other champion level trainers are seeds that will never sprout, but trainers who can have the posture of a headmaster are seeds that can sprout, and the strength of the champion level is often just at the stage of sprouting. In this way, in fact, his starting point is much higher than other trainers. At least he is still qualified. Those trainers who can't sprout are not even qualified. Chapter 645, The Power of Strangling All Things. Qrem who roars the world. Please subscribe. So this is why he can survive many strangling. If like the general champion level trainers, Lin Chen can easily kill them in seconds, and there is no need to spend so much energy to deal with him. Fire Red FO. Mystical Fire. Reuniclus. Fantasy Attack. The flame vorte had just dissipated when the trainer of the Dusk Conference launched the NET attack. A ball of blazing flames appeared in the hand of the Fire Red FO. Just a moment later, the flames burned more fiercely and turned into a beam of flame. The flames that shot up into the sky illuminated the world in a fiery red. The sky was red and the earth turned into a sea of fire. The blazing flames ejected beams of flames in the air, sweeping across the earth. Even the air that was invisible to the naked eye was scorched a little hot. Being in the sea of fire, the whole body was hot and uncomfortable. Then a space door appeared behind Reuniclus. There was nothingness inside the door. Countless light waves were eager to try in the door, jumping out of the light waves, forming a laser and shot out instantly like a Fulner light cannon. Qram. Dragon Rage. Glaciate. Salamin. Zen Headbutt. Gather Energy. Lin Chen was not to be outdone and launched two attacks in succession. A huge dragon head appeared behind Qram, carrying the wrath of heaven and earth. The shadow of the dragon god roared and the world trembled. The dragon head was as big as a mountain, with its mouth wide open and fierce eyes. The dragon horns on its head emitted golden light, and the two whiskers beside its mouth moved with the wind. The dragon roared, breaking all the pressure in the world. Then a thick layer of ice condensed on the ground, and the icy power dissipated around. Osiris fell in the sky, echoing the ice on the ground. The power of icy attributes spread throughout the earth, and all things in the world were frozen. Sharp ice spikes protruded from the ground, just like the god-killing Shura refining halberd. The ice spikes that soared into the sky pierced through the flesh and blood. Psychic power was released by Salamins, and a huge blue shadow headbutt formed in the air. The huge headbutt exudes a terrifying psychic pressure. Under the hammer, the heart and soul are shocked. They dare not shoot directly at the huge hammer in front of them. Salamins slaps his blood, wings roars, and a little light rises from his body. With it, the power is constantly strengthened. As time passes, the power of Salamins Salam Ince becomes stronger and stronger. With a bang, the ice spikes that soar into the sky break through the raging flame. The burning flames burn the ice spikes, but the ice spikes don't seem to be afraid of the flames at all. They rise up against the temperature of the flames as if they want to pierce the fiery sky. A dragon roar disperses the raging flames on the ground. The flames are still burning, but the momentum is getting weaker and weaker. The ice spikes break through the fire sky. The dragon roars shatter the fire, and the double gravity attack directly breaks the mystical of the flame FO fire. However, the flame FO did not stop there. It raised the mystical fire in its hand high, and a ball of extremely hot flames rose into the sky again. The flames burned and broke through all the pressure. The hot flames collided with Urem's dragon roar and glaciate again. On the other side, Psychic Zen Headbutt turned into a huge hammer and fell from the air, smashing the fantasy door. Salamenki's power was also constantly increasing. When Zen Headbutt fell, the world shook as if earthquake had occurred, but Zen Headbutt's power did not cause too much impact on the fantasy door. The light waves rushed out of the fantasy door, blocking the heavy Zen Headbutt so that Zen Headbutt's power could not fall anymore. As Salamenki's power rose, Zen Headbutt also had to press down heavily, but Reunikless Champion's initial strength was not just for show. He controlled the fantasy gate to release those fantasy attacks which directly broke Zen Headbutt's power. Between one beam of light, 2 light waves, and 3 laser beams, Zen Headbutt's power was simply unable to stop this terrifying power. Under the attack of the light waves, Zen Headbutt even began to show cracks as if it was hurt again. Zen Headbutt will collapse when it encounters fantasy attack. Obviously, Reunikless is stronger than Salam Ince. Under Reunikless attack, Salamenki's Zen Headbutt can't shake his fantasy attack at all. As psychic powers, Salamenki's power is far inferior to Reunikless's. Even with a move that increases his own power, Zen Headbutt is instantly disintegrated 0. But the situation on Qrem's side is exactly the opposite. Because of his strength, he completely crushes the Flame Red Demon FO. In addition, Qrem is among the mythical beasts with Dragon Rage and Glaciate. Even with a move that restrains the attribute, he swallows up the Flame Red Demon FO's mystical fire bit by bit. In an instant, the winner is decided. The power of the Fire Red FO is far inferior to that of Qrem. There is still a gap in strength. Perhaps it is because of this gap that the Fire Red FO failed, or perhaps it is because Qrem is the Dragon Overlord and no one can shake his strength. Under the strong power suppression, the Fire Red FO is not Qrem's opponent at all. The huge dragon head surged out and hit the body of the Fire Red FO fiercely. Seeing this, the Fire FO retreated and jumped up, leaving its original position to avoid the collision of the dragon head. When jumping, it launched a series of flame attacks. The flames fell like meteors, trying to weaken Qrem Dragon Rage's power by 5/9, but the Dragon Rage seemed to be unaffected. It didn't suffer any impact even when the flames hit it. The fierce dragon head still pursued the direction of the Fire Red FO with a fierce offensive. Qrem's feet trembled and the glaciate under his feet broke, and the protruding ice spikes turned into sharp ice spikes. Countless ice spikes were suspended in the air. As Qrem's small claws on his chest pinched, the countless ice spikes were like tracking missiles breaking through the air, and the ice spikes rushed towards Reunikless. Salam Ince could not resist Reunikless's power, so Reunikless must not be free to deal with Qrem. This offensive is not only to help Salam Ince but also to avoid this situation. Chapter 646, The First Level God of World Destruction, the Trump Card of the Dusk Council. Please subscribe. Lin Chen could see that the strength of the trainer in front of him was indeed not weak. He was worthy of being a trainer with the posture of the head. Although his strength did not crush him, he was much stronger than those opponents he had met before. Originally, Salam Ince activated the Dragon God form and Lin Chen's command. Generally speaking, he was not afraid of Champion as a beginner Pokemon, but this time, even with Lin Chen's command, it was still beaten back step by step and fell into a disadvantage. This is not because Salamenki's strength has weakened, but because the opponent's Pokemon is too strong. What's more, before entering the secret realm of Divine Bee, Salam Ince had gone through countless trials and tribulations, and its strength was only stronger than that of the Dusk Conference. It can even be said that when Lin Chen broke through to the peak of the Elite Realm, Salam Ince could also break through to the peak of the Elite Realm. With such a foundation of strength, how could Salamenki's own strength be weak? But the fact is that Salamenki's strength is 0.6 far inferior to Reunikless in front of him, so the gap in strength realm still is, but he has never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. Presumably in future duels, Lin Chen will encounter such a trainer who has the appearance of a master. Those are only superficial champion level opponents, and Lin Chen can crush them, but it will not be so common. Presumably the members of the 100 Beast and 1000 Absolute Force, the Kingpingle Force and the Dusk Conference, who are about to be hit by the catastrophe, know something about Lin Chen and have already made arrangement. Letting those ordinary champion level trainers to deal with Lin Chen is simply exactly like sending headcanon fodder, and only the trainers with the appearance of masters are Lin Chen's real opponent. They also see it turns out that if Lin Chen had not died according to the current situation, Lin Chen would definitely become a master-level trainer in the future. Now is the best time to hunt Lin Chen. Lin Chen must not be allowed to grow up, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. After all, Lin Chen already has such terrifying strength in the elite stage. Of course, Lin Chen does not think that the trainer of the Twilight Conference in front of him was sent by the troops of the coming catastrophe to deal with him. It is estimated that he just happened to meet him. Based on the understanding of Lin Chen by the Twilight Conference, a mid-level champion trainer must be sent. Now this champion junior trainer may be just one of the masters of the Twilight Conference and should be considered as a trainer who has just started to have strength. That kind is considered the bottom member of the Twilight Conference, but it is definitely not the most powerful one. This strength class is like a pyramid. All members who can enter the pyramid sequence are qualified to become the head of the sect. The current position of the member of the Twilight Conference in front of him is at the bottom of the pyramid. Others who do not even have the qualifications to become the head of the sect cannot even enter the pyramid. Even if he is at the peak of the champion level, he cannot enter the pyramid series without the qualifications to become the head of the sect. It can also be said that being able to enter the pyramid is higher in status than those trainers with the peak strength of the champion. Even if it is just in the state of growth, it will be difficult to deal with such trainers at the peak level of the champion. However, it is obvious that trainers in the pyramid sequence often have more growth potential. When you reach the champion level of strength, everything will become very clear. Having growth potential is often more important than your current strength. After all, the champion level of strength is already terrifying. How many champion level trainers are there in this world? Obviously there are very few. Even in such a situation where the number of people is small and the strength is overwhelming, growth becomes more important. When you are in an invincible stage, you will want to move towards the NET stronger stage. Some people are qualified and some are not. Obviously the qualified people will become more important even if their current strength is not at the strongest stage in this realm. QRAM. Dragon wave. A dragon roar resounded through the sky, and the sound of dragon roars echoed around the world. Under the dragon roar everything was silent, breaking the eardrums of people. Under the pressure of the dragon roar the hair fell off and blood kept oozing out of the pores. The tinnitus continued and an extremely uncomfortable feeling collided in the internal organ. I wanted to escape, but I didn't know how to escape in my body. The huge dragon head of dragon rage penetrated the body of the flaming red FO. Even if the members of the Dusk meeting resisted, the strength gap was there. A dragon roar directly broke through the heavy defense of the flaming red FO and jumped into the air, but was bombarded by the dragon roar and the body fell uncontrollably and then was penetrated by the huge dragon head. Reuniclus's situation was not optimistic either. At the same time he was affected by the roars of the dragon. His mind was confused, his internal organs seemed to be bleeding and the cells began to rupture. Glaciate's ice spikes pierced through and sharp ice spikes pierced through the ground, directly piercing Reuniclus' body. Then Salamanki's flying knife fell rapidly in midair, using inertia to increase its own strength several times. The sharp dragon claw grabbed down and scratched Reuniclus' body. In the battle, the two Pokemon of the 763 members of the Dusk Conference were injured one after another, and they could not resist the joint attack of Salamence and QREM. In particular, QREM's offensive caused them great damage. After all, the reputation of the Dragon Overlord is not just talk. You have to know that the strength of the Dragon Overlord was earned by QREM's real fist. Even after tens of millions of years, there are still people who know his reputation. Hearing about his reputation, people are terrified and their legs tremble. Not to mention the Pokemon of Dragon attributes. Even the entire Pokemon world knows QREM's terrifying strength. The Dragon Overlord QREM is really as powerful as the rumors say. Not simple. Fire Red Demon FO Reuniclus come back. The members of the Dusk meeting threw 2 Pokeballs to take back the Fire Red Demon FO and Reuniclus. Obviously he knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would be the only one injured, and he would also lose the lives of the Fire Red Demon FO and Reuniclus, which would not be worth the loss. What's more, he is not without means to deal with Lin Chen. What he has now can only be regarded as an appetizer. The NET is the real highlight, a real opportunity for him to show his strength. Good damage. Oh, Aegis / Absol. Chapter 647. The strongest disaster beast. The legendary beast team appears. Please collect. Please subscribe. The members of the Dusk Conference released 2 more Pokemon. A Snow White Pokemon with dark hooves and face like a dog jumped out with proud legs, a sickle-like weapon on its head and a sickle-like tail behind it. Another Pokemon shaped like a sword and a shield was suspended in the air with strange patterns carved all over its body, a shield blocking its chest, a sword hanging 3 circles on the shield constantly rotating, and a lavender eye on the hilt looking forward forward which was extremely confusing. Absol. Illusion blade. Absol's body turned into a phantom and jumped up. Everywhere Absol went he left a faint trace of phantom. His snow-white body broke through thousands of obstacles. The blades on his head and tail fell down and turned into two swords. Absol jumped for the last time and rushed to Salamin. The two blades suspended around his body formed an illusion slash and slashed toward Salamin. The speed was extremely fast. In the midst of lightning all that could be seen was faint blade shadows can be seen. In the blink of an eye the blade broke through Salamanki's flesh and blood. Countless sharp blades slashing, chopping, stabbing and slashing. Each move is different. Salamin's is like a test subject suffering in human torture, miserable. In a short moment thousands of blades looked at Salamanki's body. The speed was like the wind blowing. Salamin's had no time to dodge such an attack. No matter where Salamin's flew he could not avoid the consequences of being chopped by Absol's blades on his flesh and blood. Even if Lin Chen gave some instructions, Absol's speed was too fast, faster than the speed of light. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Absol had changed another move, making it impossible for Salamin's to obey Lin Chen's command, and he could only be forced to defend himself. Seeing this, Qrem wanted to help defend Salamin's, but Aegislash with his huge body blocked Qrem in front of him. His shield turned into a defensive shield and his steel sword turned into a sharp weapon, giving Qrem no chance to take advantage of the opportunity. With both offense and defense, the shield was like a mountain blocking in front. Although Qrem's attack caused some damage to the shield, it could not quickly break through such heavy defenses. One layer of defense was broken and another layer of defense was formed in an instant. The steel sword was also constantly slashing, increasing Qrem's combat pressure. With both offense and defense, Qrem not only had to break Aegislash's defense but also had to dodge the sword's attack again and again. Although being hit by the steel sword would not cause too much damage to the dragon's body, a little bit of it would add up to a lot, and too many ants would bite people and it would hurt. Qrem did not dare to be careless and could only break Aegislash's defense while dodging the sword moves, which seemed a little uneasy. However, this situation was also a helpless move. Being dragged by Aegislash, he could not help Salamin's at all. He saw that Salamin's had more and more knife wounds on his body and blood was flowing from the air. In a short moment the earth was covered with Salamanki's dragon blood, dyeing the earth red. Salamin, double edge, come back. Lin Chen had no choice but to issue an order to let Salamin's quickly leave the battlefield. Salamin's gathered all his strength to launch the last attack, grasped Absol's position and tackled him fiercely. Even if Absol was fast, he could not leave immediately in such a critical situation. He could only give up attacking Salamin's and leave the position where he was going to attack. But Salamin's was not interested in this. Seeing Absol stopped attacking, he took back the explosive power just now, spit out a mouthful of blood, flapped his blood wings and fled the battle scene at the fastest speed and returned to Lin Chen. Absol saw that he was being played a trick on himself, so he controlled the two blades, jumped quickly like a phantom and slashed at Salamanki's dragon body again. But Salamin's is also a Pokemon known for its speed. Salamin seized this opportunity and pulled away so Absol's speed might not be able to catch up with it. Lin Chen quickly threw out a Pokemon, captured the flying Salamin's among the Pokemon and threw out another Pokeball to summon Zygarde. Safeguard. Zygarde appeared a little hastily and had no time to make any offensive, so he could only defend. A mysterious force swept around Zygarde and then slowly eponded, forming a dark black light with countless stars attached to it, standing upright in front of him. Absol rushed head-on, but he couldn't break through this black light. The two blades beside him slashed thousands of times in 1 second and the offensive was extremely powerful, but they couldn't break through the black light curtain. Seeing this, Absol could only retreat, unable to attack, and it was not advisable to stay for a long time lest Zygarde react and make a counter-attack, stealing the chicken but losing the rice, which was simply a big loss. The reaction speed is really fast. Lin Chen saw that Zygarde had adjusted himself and was about to give Absol a counter-attack, but he saw that he had already retreated 100 miles away, not giving Lin Chen any chance at all. Qrem on the other side saw that Salamin's had already left the battlefield, so he stopped wasting time with Aegislash. It seemed useless and would only waste his energy and strength, so he decisively left the battlefield. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Chen quickly opened the Eye of All-Knowing and scanned the information of Absol and Aegislash in front of him. Hello King Zhao. Aegislash unknown. Gender male. Strength champion intermediate. Talent blue color. Feature battle switch. Aegislash's exclusive feature which allows it to switch its state at will during battle. Each form will have special effect. The shield form will not be affected by negative state. In the steel sword state it will increase a combat power. In the sword and shield form it has both offensive and defensive power. Modified abilities: King's Shield, Head Smash, Street Knife, Trial Energy, Trick, Shadow Sneak. Both are mid-level champion Pokemon. Sure enough, enough, their strength is not as weak as I thought. Lin Chen saw the strength of the two Pokemon of the Dusk Conference members and muttered to himself. The battlefield returned to calm. Zygarde and Qrem, two Pokemon as heavy as mountains, stood on both sides of Lin Chen like two bodyguard, protecting Lin Chen tightly behind. Chapter 648 Supreme Void Realm, the power of the immortal dragon god. Please subscribe. Absol stood in the air with the help of the air of nothingness, and Aegis protected the members of the Dusk Conference behind him, leaving only a little shadow of people. After this battle, neither side gained much advantage. The fiery red FO and Reuniclus returned to the Pokeball with serious injuries, and Salamence was also seriously injured by Absol and was no longer able to fight. If Lin Chen's decision just now was not so decisive, perhaps Salamence would have died in front of Lin Chen. In that battle, Salamence was no match for Absol in terms of speed. In terms of strength, although we don't know what Absol's specific strength is, it is definitely stronger than Salamenki's. No matter which aspect is not advantageous, Absol still pursues, and every attack is bloody, even fatal. If the battle lasts for another minute, Salamence may be in a situation where blood is spilled on the ground. Therefore Lin Chen could only use Salamenki's move of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own. Although he did not cause any harm to Absol in the end, at least he saved his own life, which was the best result. However, because of this battle, Salamence should not be able to participate in the subsequent battles. The injury this time was too serious, and it would take at least 10 days and a half months to recover. Moreover, Lin Chen did not bring Chenzi with him, which means that there is no life gem for Salamence to heal his injuries, which means that 767 Salamenki's injuries cannot be recovered so quickly. Even if 10 days and a half months can allow Salamence to recover, the degree of recovery is only half and half, and it is impossible to recover to the peak date. Therefore, in the NET battle, if it is not a life and death moment, Salamence is no longer suitable for fighting. After this game, Lin Chen really felt the power of the Dusk Meeting trainer in front of him. Sure enough, the trainer with the seed of the head is not something that ordinary champion level trainers can touch. This is also the only match where Lin Chen and a champion level trainer are evenly matched in terms of elite strength. You are very strong. Every detail is handled very well. If we are not opponents, perhaps we can still be friends. The trainer of the Dusk Conference nodded and said to Lin Chen with a little affirmation, maybe you are the same, but you are a trainer of the coming catastrophe and you will do anything to destroy the world. Based on this, we can never be friends. Lin Chen also admired the trainer of the Dusk Conference in front of him, but his position was different. He had no idea of making friends. After all, a battle of life and death cannot be taken lightly. That's right. However, I will not continue to play with you in this battle. Take care of yourself, great genius Lin Chen. Aegis/King's Shield. Absol, let go. The trainer of the Dusk Conference quickly threw a Pokeball and put Aegis/, who released the King's Shield, into it. A huge saffron shield stood in front of Lin Chen, blocking all the way. The golden shield flashed with dazzling brilliance, magnificent like a king's shield, blocking in front and not to be ignored. Then the members of the Dusk Conference jumped on Absol's back, and Absol turned into a phantom and left the battlefield at a very fast speed like a fleeting meteor. In just a blink of an eye, Absol fled with the members of the Dusk Conference and disappeared. Lin Chen was about to start chasing, but after thinking for a moment he stopped. There were many dangers in the Divine Bee secret realm. There was no need to blindly chase for a person from the Dusk Conference. What's more, Lin Chen has not yet completely figured out the terrain of the Divine Bee secret realm. Maybe the members of the Dusk Conference have already set up a trap and set up this game to attract Lin Chen to go deep into the pursuit. If Lin Chen pursued further, he would most likely fall into the trap set by the Dusk Meeting, and then the gains would only outweigh the losses. It is the same reason why one should not pursue a desperate enemy. Even if Lin Chen had a slight advantage in this battle, but he did not expand this advantage, there was no need to make such unnecessary sacrifices, especially when the situation was not obvious at all. However, in a single point situation, Lin Chen still suffered a little. Salamence was seriously injured and could not fight again, which meant that Lin Chen now had one less Pokemon as a helper. Although most elite and champion trainers have no more than 5 Pokemon, usually around 5, Lin Chen can now use SI Pokemon, which seems to have a slight advantage on the surface. However, Lin Chen has always won by fighting with more people, so this situation is not a good one for Lin Chen. The members of the Dusk Conference, the Thousand Beasts and the Kingpingle troops are all eyeing Lin Chen, and they are bound to take Lin Chen's life. And Lin Chen is the same. He is incompatible with the members of the Dusk Conference, the Thousand Beasts and the Kingpingle troop. In this situation, Lin Chen only has one life, and the weakening of his strength is equivalent to increasing the worry of Lin Chen's life. In addition, for the members of the Dusk Conference, the Thousand Beast unit and the Kingpingle unit, they would not feel at a loss if they each changed their lives for others trainers, but Lin Chen was different. He did not have the capital to do so. Just like the core position in the game, you are the absolute core position in the team and the others are just assisting you without much damage. The victory of the game depends on you alone and the outcome is also in your hands. The other 5 positions all have powerful forces. Even if 2 or 3 people each change your life, the final result is that they can still gain the advantage and even win the game. Lin Chen is in such an embarrassing situation now. They can give up their lives, but Lin Chen can't do it. Moreover, the rules in the Divine Beast realm only allow you to bring 7 Pokemon, which further weakens Lin Chen's strength, because when you reach the elite stage or above, most trainers don't have so many Pokemon to train 7 or 8 Pokemon or more. The best choice is about 5. Except for Lin Chen, who is a weird embryo, even at the elite stage he can train dozens of Pokemon by himself and he is still at ease. It can't be said that the Divine Beast realm uses this rule to restrict Lin Chen. It's just a coincidence that it just happened to hit the muzzle of Lin Chen's tactic. You know, many of Lin Chen's high-powered tactics are based on the seamless cooperation between Pokemon. The reduction in the number of Pokemon has greatly weakened Lin Chen's combat strength. Lin Chen took back Zygarde, jumped on Qram's back and began to analyze the current situation. The current situation is not particularly bright for Lin Chen, especially he does not know what the terrain conditions in the Divine Bee secret realm are like, nor how many trainers there are in the southeast area of the Divine Bee secret realm, how many of them are members of the Dusk Conference, the Thousand Beasts unit and the Kingpingle unit, and what their strengths are. Moreover, there are punctuation marks on the Divine Bees, and Lin Chen entered the Divine Bee secret realm not too early. If we guess now, it is estimated that there are already many trainers in the Divine Bee secret realm and they often know more information than Lin Chen. Chapter 649, Devouring the Power of the Divine Beast, the God of Space Resurrect. Please subscribe. In addition, after this battle a lot of time has been delayed and there should be many trainers crouching where Palyaki is, so for Lin Chen it is not at all advantageous now. However, now Lin Chen is not far from the location of Pakyub. According to the map of the secret realm of Divine Beast, it will take about an hour and a half to reach the location of Pakyub at the current speed. However, Lin Chen slowed down and did not move forward at the current speed. On the way he also needed to make good deployment and terrain reconnaissance so that he could escape more effectively in case of danger. Along the way, Lin Chen recorded the general terrain and instantly eliminated the Thousand Beasts, Kingpingle and the members of the Dusk Conference. He killed them if he could and he was never soft-hearted. 2 hours later, Lin Chen planned all the routes and made all the deployment. He was only a little distance away from the mark of Pakyub. Lin Chen and Qram stood on a high mountain and looked at the mark of the Divine Beast of Pakyub. I saw that at the punctuation of Palukian there were already many trainers gathered, including trainers from the Alliance Center, trainers from major families, the B1000 Absolute Force, the Kingpingle Force and members of the Dusk Conference, as well as some Exploration trainers. The scene was peaceful, but traces of fighting could be seen on the ground, including traces of fighting with various attributes such as burning fire, deep pits, crack, lightning strike and fallen leaves. It was obvious that a big fight had already taken place before Lin Chen came here. However, now it suddenly stopped and became peaceful and Lin Chen was not very clear about the reason. However, what Lin Chen knew was that the trainers from the Alliance Center, trainers from major families, the B1000 Absolute Force, the Kingpingle Force and members of the Dusk Conference were all waiting for the time for Palyakin's training to start. In the secret realm of Divine Beast, every region and each beast has a time to open, but the map does not clearly state when the beast is open. The trainer can only find out by going to the beast mark, but often there is a sequence for the opening time of each beast mark. For example, the opening time of Palyaki is 2 days later. That is to say, if Palyaki is not the first beast to open the beast appearance in the southeast region, that is another beast appearance has ended, Palyaki's beast appearance will start. And every time a beast appearance ends, the mark on the map will turn black and lose its light. But Lin Chen looked at the map and found that no beast mark in the southeast region lost its light, which means that Palyaki was the first beast to open the beast appearance in the southeast region. Of course, there will be no prompt when the beast appearance starts and it will only end when it ends, so whether you can catch up with the start time of the beast mark depends on your luck. After all, the distance between each divine beast mark is very far and it takes at least 2 or 3 days to reach the distance. It can also be said that the map of the Divine Bee secret realm is made completely according to the enlarged version of the real world. However, every time a divine beast appearance is completed, there will be a day buffer period, that is, you have 3 days to rush to the Dyphon where the NET divine beast is appearanced. But as for whether the divine beast appearance location you go to is exactly the location of the NET divine beast appearance, it is unknown. However, according to this speed, if you want to completely walk through all the divine beast appearance Alliance locations in a month it seems impossible, and there are even hidden Divine Beast appearances. If the rules do not change, it may not be possible to defeat all the Divine Beast phantoms in a month. This is still an extremely disadvantageous thing for people in the real world, but it cannot be said that the rules will definitely not change. Lin Chen put away Qram, jumped down and came to a place at the entrance of Palyaki's Eparian. Hey brother, when did Palyaki's training with the beast begin? Lin Chen walked to a trainer at the Alliance Center and asked. The trainer at the Alliance Center turned around, looked at Lin Chen and found that he was not a member of the Beast, the Kingpingle and the Dusk Conference. He smiled and said, there is a countdown at the entrance of the cave. Then he asked, little brother, what kind of trainer are you? 0 Seeking flowers. Lin Chen looked at the entrance of the cave where Palyaki was training with the beast and saw a string of numbers formed by a faint light. 1 day 0 1 hours and 53 minutes. If you don't look carefully you can't see that there are numbers there. Oh, me? I'm the trainer at the Alliance Center. Lin Chen. Seeing that it was his own people, Lin Chen didn't hide it. Because the members of the Beast, the Kingpingle and the Dusk Conference had fought too many times, they knew very well who was the enemy and who was not. Basically, Lin Chen would not make a mistake. What? You are the genius trainer in the Alliance, the youngest scientific research professor in the world. Lin Chen, you didn't lie to me, did you? The trainer was a little surprised. His mouth was swollen. He asked unexpectedly, why would I lie to you? We are all family, not enemies, right? Lin Chen smiled and said like a boy, net door a little familiar. Lin Chen is indeed very famous, but what makes him famous is his amazing talent as a trainer and his strong scientific research ability. In media reports and major forums there are not many photos of his personal image. It's like I only heard of him but I don't know what he looked like. I know there is a very powerful person like you, but I have never seen you. Even if you appear in front of me now, I don't know who you are. Haha, that's right, I didn't expect that one day I would be able to stand with the genius trainer. The trainer in the Alliance Center said after a silly smile. There will be many opportunities to meet in the Alliance in the future. Lin Chen responded. It's hard to say. Although I'm a trainer at the Alliance Center, my main job is not in the Alliance Center but in the northwest guarding the desert. I can't report back to the Alliance Center for a few days a year. If it weren't for the opening of the Divine Beast secret realm on this day, I would probably still be in the northwest region. The trainer at the Alliance Center said. No wonder I haven't seen you much. By the way, I haven't heard your name after chatting for so long. Lin Chen asked the corpse. Chapter 650. The Great Demon King who suppressed the world for a lifetime swept the dark world alone. Please collect. Please subscribe. Bai Yufeng. Bai Yufeng replied. Bai Yufeng, it's a nice name. Speaking of which, why don't the trainers at our Alliance Center and the trainers of the major families first wipe out the members of the 100 Beast and 1000 Absolute Force, the Kingpingle Force and the Dusk Conference? Wouldn't it save some pressure if we wiped out some of them before entering the Divine Beast secret realm? Lin Chen looked around and saw that everything was calm, so he couldn't help but ask Bai Yufeng. We've fought a long time ago. We had a fight when we first entered the secret realm of Divine Beast. However, as the number of double reverse trainers gradually increases, if we continue to fight, casualties will also increase and we may not be able to gain an advantage. Moreover, the secret realm of Divine Beast is about to open and everyone wants to save their strength to better compete for opportunities after entering the secret realm of Divine Beast. Now 7si7 fighting outside seems a bit useless. The most important thing is that the space at the entrance of the Divine Beast training is very unstable. Once a large-scale battle breaks out, it is very likely to cause the space to collapse, causing the entrance of the Divine Beast training to move or fall into the void space. In this way, no matter which side is concerned, it will be more loss than gain, so we will just stop symbolically. After entering the Divine Beast training place, the first battle will definitely break out. Bai Yufeng analyzed the Divine Beast training place and said to Lin Chen, but the essence of the coming catastrophe is to absorb the power of the resurrected beast. If they start the war first, they will be the ones who benefit in the end, regardless of whether they win or lose. Moreover, the strength of the 100 Beasts and 1000 Absolutes, the Kingpingle army and the members of the Dusk Conference are often not weaker than ours. After a war, they may not be unable to gain an advantage. Moreover, our mission is to defeat the beast in the training of the beast, and they only need to organize us to defeat those beasts to complete their mission. No matter from which aspect, they can completely start this war. In addition, as long as they trigger the entrance of the beast training and make it enter the void space, wouldn't that just achieve their goal? Lin Chen asked with some confusion. Yes, you are right, but people are often ambitious. The opportunity of training with Divine Beast is hard to come by. Whether it is the trainers of the Alliance Center, the trainers of the major families, or the members of the 100 Beasts and 1000 Absolutes Force, the Kingpingle Force and the Dusk Conference, they all want to get this opportunity to train, so they also want such an opportunity. You just mentioned that the trainers of the Alliance Center and the trainers of the major families are weaker than the 100 Beasts and 1000 absolute force, the Kingpingle force and the Dusk Conference. However, the trainers on our side are in the majority and are not strong, while the 100 Beast and 1000 absolute force, the Kingpingle force and the Dusk Conference are stronger. The minority of the meeting is much stronger than us. Compared in this way, in fact, the strength of both sides is in a state of balance. They may not necessarily have an advantage when fighting with us. In addition, the entrance to the training of the Divine Beast will indeed cause extreme situations such as space collapse, but once this happens we will also be implicated. It does not mean that we will be safe and sound. The space collapse caused will also make us fall into the space collapse. In this way we will not be able to obtain opportunities and lose our life. The gains will not outweigh the losses. Bai Yufeng analyzed all the situations to Lin Chen. Listening to Bai Yufeng's analysis, Lin Chen also understood the current situation. What Bai Yufeng said is not unreasonable. Everyone wants to get opportunities. Perhaps the 100 Beasts and thousands of absolutes, the Kingpingle army and the Dusk Conference are to revive the divine beasts, but they also have their own selfishness and want to get all kinds of opportunities in the divine bee secret realm. You know, if they can get opportunities they will also increase their strength. It will take another day to train with the beast, and Lin Chen doesn't want to just spend this day in a dull manner. If you don't hunt the prey in front of you, are you still a human being? It's like putting silver on the ground, can you not pick it up? However, you should make a plan before taking action. If you don't make a plan in advance there may be trouble. Yufeng, are you interested in doing something big with me? Lin Chen pushed Bai Yufeng with his shoulder and asked, what do you mean? What do you want to do? Bai Yufeng asked curiously. Hunting the members of the 100 Beast and 1000 Absolute Force, the Kingpingle Force and the Dusk Conference, so that they lose more than half of their troops before entering the beast training. Lin Chen said, lose more than half? What are you going to do? Are you sure that this won't cause too much trouble? If it causes a war between the two sides there is a high possibility that something unexpected will happen. Bai Yufeng said with some surprise. No, it's just the two of us who can cause any big trouble. It's not like they will really lose half of their number, but at least they will never live so comfortably, right? Lin Chen smiled and said, wait, just the two of us? Are you sure? Bai Yufeng was a little surprised and looked at Lin Chen with dilated pupils, wondering how he had the courage to say such a thing. Bai Yufeng looked over and even thought that Lin Chen was a little crazy. How could two people cause heavy losses to the three major forces of the 100 Beasts and 1000 Absolutes, the Kingpingle army and the Dusk Conference? What's more, Lin Chen is only a high-level elite and Bai Yufeng has just been promoted from the peak of elite to the initial level of champion. Such a combination is weak on weak in the Divine Bee secret realm, and it can't be weaker. With such strength, how could there be such a thing that caused heavy losses to other champion level teams? Not being killed by others is a happy thing, and you still want to kill others. This is simply impossible. Bai Yufeng glanced over and saw that there were dozens of high-level champion trainers in the 100 Beast, Kingpingle and Dusk Conferences. The champion beginners and mid-level trainers accounted for the majority of the strength. When Lin Chen said that, he was inevitably shocked. Even now he was a little doubtful of Lin Chen's reputation as a genius. Genius may be a genius, and it is understandable that you, a high-level elite, can defeat a champion without the appearance of a master. Although the opponent of the high-level champion was very surprising, unprecedented and unparalleled, but for the genius it might not be unacceptable.